Xia Chong Tian took a look around. He had to give up and leave as he didn't find any special people or things around. Sima Yu was observing from the spirit pagoda. She sighed in relief after seeing them leave. Woof woof woof. Little Black barked at Sima Yu twice dissatisfyingly. How could she bring it in when it wasn't done eating? Sima Yu lowered her head and looked at it. You scare people from the start. How can anyone be prepared for it? What if they found out? Woof woof woof. Little Black barked twice, ran over and tugged on her dress, giving her a look asking her to bring it out to eat more. Sima Yu squatted down, extended her hand and patted its head, with another hand playing with its paw, assuring it, don't be anxious, I'll bring you out when the situation stabilizes. Little Black quietened down and lay on the floor without moving. Sima Yu stared at it, still digesting that fact that it could actually eat up the black smoke. It could actually solve it so easily and eat it up happily when the only way they could handle it was using heavenly tribulation. If they knew this method earlier, why would everyone be stuck there so long? But come to think of Little Black's identity, she became worried. If this was found out by others, would they start investigating its identity? She thought for a long while, decided not to tell anyone about this and secretly bring Little Black to eat up all the black smoke. After making sure there wasn't anyone outside, she carried Little Black out. In case this happened again, she immediately released Scarlet, getting her to keep a lookout everywhere and notify her if anyone came. With the help of Scarlet, if someone got close, they could get in the spirit pagoda earlier to prevent anyone from finding out. With that, for the next 2 days, Sima Yu played hide and seek with everyone. You seek while I hid. Others wanted to know who did that, but everyone felt depressed as she could avoid them before they came. Finally, after a few times of chasing, Xue Chonglin finally expressed Sima Yu's feelings. Since he always avoids everyone, it means that he doesn't want to let anyone know who he is, then let's not look for him anymore. So as to not anger him. Then, he might not help us anymore. Yu, do you want to go back first? Xia Chong Tian continued, we are bound to meet the ghost clan inside after the black smoke is cleared. It will definitely be dangerous, your strength has yet to recover fully, it's better if you stay clear. Thousand Resonance pretended to be Sima Yu, laughed and said, it's alright, there's so many of us here, I'll stay behind, nothing will happen. Also, I still have my contract beasts even if anything really happens. Xia Chong Tian thought about Sima Yu's contract beasts, they were all powerful, if anything really happened, it shouldn't be a problem to bring her away. He nodded and told Bai Sheng, when the time comes, you guys don't rush to the front, stay behind and protect her. Bai Sheng nodded, there were only a few of them from Heartbreak Valley, they definitely wouldn't rush to the front. Kilometers away from Fair Eastern City was covered with the black smoke, but Little Black only used 2 days to ingest all that black smoke. Sima Yu had been following Little Black these 2 days. When she decided to handle the black smoke with Little Black, she got Thousand Resonance to act as her, staying in everyone's sight, so nobody would link her up with the one who dealt with the black smoke. At this point of time, they were already standing at the other side of Fair Eastern City, it was the only part with black smoke. After being notified by Scarlet, those people were slowly getting close to Fair Eastern City and wanted to take up Fair Eastern City at once. Because of the image that Sima Yu showed everyone previously, Xia Chong Tian and the rest split into 2 ways, one of the way was led by Fang Yuan Long into Fair Eastern City, the other one was led by Xia Chong Tian and Tuoba Hongyi and took a detour of the city and rushed to the big hole that Sima Yu saw. Flap, flap. Little Black ingested the last bit of black smoke quickly, then walked to Sima Yu satisfyingly and even burped twice while it was on the way. Not knowing it was a mistake, Sima Yu felt Little Black's eyes become brighter after eating so much black smoke. And its eyes became more humane, looking like it gained quite a lot of spirit knowledge these past 2 days. Master. Little Black came to Sima Yu, and fell over after calling her master. Sima Yu ran over in shock and was relieved when she realized that it was only sleeping. You little guy, gave me a shock. She carried Little Black, and kept it in Spirit Pagoda. Looks like I wasn't mistaken just now, Little Black indeed grew up quite a lot after ingesting so much black smoke. It could even talk now and call me master. She contacted Thousand Resonance, and Thousand Resonance told her that Xia Chong Tian and he were leading a group of people and rushing over to the big hole outside the city. Sima Yu told them to break away from the team, she would go over and look for them, then they would switch when the opportunity came. Thousand Resonance told Shiman Feng what she said, so everyone slowed down and slowly broke away from the team and hid aside. Sima Yu found them, Thousand Resonance transformed back to himself and she joined back into the team. Yu, how's the situation? Did you meet any Ghost Clan? No. Seems like the Ghost Clan didn't even realize that I removed the black smoke. Sima Yu said with doubt. Where is Little Black? It's full now and went back in to digest it. At this moment, everyone heard a flute sound. Without the black smoke effect, the effect of the flute sound wouldn't be that fast, but everyone still didn't feel good. Fatty Chu and the rest had the lowest power, their heads became unbearably painful when they heard the flute sound, they felt like prying their heads open. Bai Sheng, Feng Ji, and the others' power were stronger, they didn't suffer as much as Fatty Chu when they heard the flute, but they were also feeling uncomfortable in their heads. As Sima Yu learnt secret soul art, so her spiritual energy was stronger, her mentality was also amazing, so the flute sound wasn't effective on her. Seeing them in pain, she quickly fixed up a spirit barrier and covered everyone in it. With the barrier from the spirit barrier, everyone felt relieved, although their heads still felt like needles were pricking them, it was much better than just now. Thank you, Yu. That side started fighting. Sima Yu said worriedly while looking towards the direction of the huge hole. The members of Ghost Clan didn't make any movement these past 2 days, it was odd when the flute sound started now. They stood in the spirit barrier and were worried after seeing the rays of spirit skills flashing from the huge hole. Looks like there's some problem there, Bai Sheng said. If the Ghost Clan controls them to fight against us, we'll be hesitant to take any action. Shimin Feng continued, once we are overly cautious, we will be at a disadvantage. Everyone started worrying, but they couldn't leave this spirit barrier. Hopefully nothing happens to Liang Lu Kai and the others. Feng Ji was worried for Heartbreak Valley's members. You guys wait here, I'll go take a look there. Sima Yu said as she was worried for them too. We will go with you. Bai Sheng continued, they are in a battle now, so the flute sound is much softer. Bei Gong Tang and the others stay here, we elderlies are still able to handle it. Sima Yu thought and nodded, alright. Ziqi, you guys stay here and wait, don't leave the spirit barrier. Although Wei Ziqi and the others really wanted to go together, they weren't strong enough. With no other choice, they could only listen and wait inside. Even though they couldn't help out, they didn't want to put everyone in danger too. Sima Yu, Shimin Feng and Old Bai left the spirit barrier. The flute sound indeed softened a lot. They flew towards the huge hole rapidly, wanting to take a look at what was happening. Boom. Even before they got close, they were blocked out by waves of the power of spirit skills. This is too powerful, boss, Valley Master, you guys better wait here. Sima Yu knew they did that for her own good, but thinking of the situation now, she shook her head and said, it's better if I go with you guys. Don't worry, I have a spirit weapon to protect me, it won't be easy for me to be injured. Valley Master, Bai Sheng and the rest's gaze was turned to Shimin Feng, seeing if he had any opinion. Shimin Feng sighed, let's go, she won't change her mind. If we leave her here, she'll just go over later. Since he said that, Bai Sheng didn't insist any further. Someone is coming. Sima Yu gazed over. The one who ran over wasn't anyone else, it was Lu Liangkai. Liangkai. Bai Sheng saw a ray of spirit skill attacking from the back of Lu Liangkai, he ran over quickly, breaking the spirit skill, then he turned around and asked, are you injured? Old Bai? Why are you guys here? Lu Liangkai saw Bai Sheng and the others and said, run quickly, it's dangerous here. What happened? Feng Kai saw Lu Liangkai's anxious look, it didn't look like it came from the fear of battle. That passage is dug open. Ghost Clan members will be here soon. What? Everyone was surprised, they were stunned. Valley Master, Vice Valley Master, the members of Ghost Clan already waited there long ago, once the passage opens, they will all rush over, at that time, the people here will be their food. Sima Yu's heart sank. She finally knew why the members of Ghost Clan were quiet this past 2 days, they were waiting, once the last point was dug open, even if the black smoke were gone, it wouldn't affect them at all, because even though Bai Sheng and the others had been through a lot, when they heard that the passage was open, they were also ruthlessly shaken. Fenger, bring everyone and leave here first. Shimin Feng held her and said, what are you going to do? I've to go and take a look. Have you thought about what the consequences are if others find out about the attributes of your spiritual energy? Don't worry, I won't do anything. No, I won't let you go over. Silly Fenger, even if I'm useless, I still have my own guarantee even meeting Ghost Clan. Shimin Feng went blank, how did he forget about that? Alright, you guys go back first, bring Bei Gong Tang and the others away from here. But Shimin Feng was still worried. Roar. Yaha. The rush of ghostly aura was mixed with weird cries coming from the huge hole. The ones that could pass through this passage weren't mediocre people, they were all excited when they came to human realm. You guys leave quickly. At the same time, she summoned little birdie out, showing that nothing would happen to her. Shimin Feng knew how urgent the situation was as he took the array and said, you have to be safe. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to me before we seek our revenge. Shimin Feng, Bai Sheng and the others brought Lu Liangkai and walked back. They took them out of the array after finding Fatty Chu and the rest, but he didn't leave using the array, he retreated to somewhere far away, wanting to see what exactly happened here. Sima Yu ran towards the huge hole, but there were many people blocking the road. The space was filled with clamoring Ghost Clan members, almost blocking out the whole sky. Those that were controlled weren't saved yet. One by one, they were willing to sacrifice their own life. When their blood was being sucked, they stood there like a piece of wood with no reaction. The people from Ghost Clan dispersed in all directions, those that were controlled and those that only came today, were persecuted by the Ghost Clan. And in that huge hole, Ghost Clan members were pouring in endlessly. The scene was in chaos. Sima Yu got little birdie to envelop her in flames, and the Ghost Clan members ran away after seeing her, no one dared to go near her. She walked around, finally found Xiaochang Tian and He Dong's shadows. Although they weren't controlled by the Ghost Clan, everyone was surrounded and attacked by members of Ghost Clan. If they made any wrong move, they would definitely end up as food for the Ghost Clan. Xiao Hong followed beside He Dong. Even with the help of her father, she still couldn't deal with the strong Ghost Clan members. Their defense was broken, she was also caught by a Ghost Clan member, and watched as they almost bit her neck. Hunger. He Dong saw Xiao Hong captured in the air, and he watched with his eyes wide open as the Ghost Clan member's lips fixed to her neck. Xiao Hong, my daughter. Hunger. He Dong was surrounded by Ghost Clansmen and his eyes were bloodshot. Little birdie. Sima Yu's familiar voice sounded and a burning red fiery silhouette flew over. It surrounded the Ghost Clansman that had grabbed onto Xiao Hong and immediately turned her into ashes. Xiao Hong had initially seen the aura of death, but was immediately pulled by the fiery force. Because it was too terrifying just now, she momentarily forgot to use her spirit energy to enable herself to stay in the air. Ayaha! She plummeted to the ground and only managed to react when she was going to hit the ground. However, it was too late by then. PSSSSSSSSHH-. The soft trees brought her to a stop, allowing her to narrowly avoid the danger and stopping her from falling to her death. She stared blankly at the leaves surrounding her and some of the black blood dripping on the leaves stunned her. She had yet to react to the sudden turn of events. Little Red, do you like your servant's leaves so much? Huh, your servant can give you some. Xiao Hong looked over and saw Floey standing beside Sima Yuyu, laughing with her hand over her mouth. It was only then that she knew Sima Yuyu had saved her. Apart from Floey, Little Seven and Little Dream had come out as well. They stood on each side of Sima Yuyu and protected her. Thank you, Yuyu. Sima Yuyu nodded towards her before turning around to look at Little Birdie, who was burning brightly. Little Birdie had left Sima Yuyu's body and she had no choice but to let Floey and the others stay by her side to protect her. She was just too weak. She lamented inwardly. If she were more powerful, she wouldn't need Floey and the others to protect her like this. He Qingdong and the others saw that Yuyu had rescued Xiao Hong and looked at her with eyes shining with gratitude before turning their attention back to the battle scene. Little Birdie, don't play all by yourself. Go and rescue President and the others. Little Birdie was having fun flying and playing around all on its own. When it heard Sima Yuyu's instructions, it was rather unwilling as it tore itself away from Sima Yuyu and flew around Xia Chong Tian and the others, burning all the ghost clansmen to death. Xia Chong Tian and the others were momentarily unable to react. They were exerting their all to fight the ghost clan just moments ago, but it was suddenly so easy for them. This flame is. Xue Chonglin saw Little Birdie and was so excited that he couldn't speak. I didn't get it wrong, right? Even Fan Yuanlong was stunned as well. They were a group of old coots who had lived for more than 100,000 years and were the people at the peak of this world, so that's right, it really is that. I can't be mistaken. I really didn't think that in our remaining years, we would actually be able to see the Nirvana fire. This was truly a lady with many If she really has this flame, does that mean that amongst her contracted beasts, there was no need to say things like how she was from the lower continent. However, even if they didn't believe it, it wouldn't change the fact that Sima Yuyu had, in a desolate land in exile, she had found Crimson Flame. With Little Birdie's help, the pressure on the humans was reduced drastically. It seemed like there were more and more ghosts coming from the tunnel, and it was like they were not afraid of what was happening over here at all. This is bad. Those ghost clansmen have left this area and gone to the village nearby. The members wanted to protect the common citizens, but now that the ghost clansmen were heading over, the common citizens would definitely die. Little Birdie, stop them. Little Birdie had the connection with Crimson Flame and herself and understood what Sima Yuyu meant when she said them. It flapped its wings and lifted its head, crying out with a long screech, then its body grew bigger until it finally turned into a single thread and flew in circles in the air, trapping the ghost clansmen in the center. The fire thread slowly turned into a fire wall. Looking at it now, it seemed like the entire fair eastern city had turned into a sea of flames. Although the ghost clansmen didn't know what kind of flame Little Birdie was, the temperature of the flame was enough to give rise to terror in their hearts. They subconsciously distanced themselves, not daring to pass through. Although this act was enough to stop the ghost clansmen from running outside, if this was the case, it was also unable to kill those ghost clansmen. The humans in the fire circle were even more pressured. From the huge pit, ghost clansmen still continued to pour out ceaselessly. Without being able to go outside, the ghost clansmen in here continued to increase in numbers. No way, it won't hold on. They had to deal with more and more ghost clansmen, and everyone was slowly starting to lose hope. Could it be that they were really going to be killed by ghost clansmen today? Even Sima Yuyu's side was slowly losing their hold over here. Floey had to release more and more flowers in order to prevent those ghost clansmen from getting close to Sima Yuyu, while Little Seven and Little Dream had long since been hindered by the ghost clansmen. Yuyu, the ghost clansmen are increasing in number. I won't be able to hold on much longer. Every single flower that Floey released took up a bit of energy. As time dragged on, it grew taxing for her as well. Sima Yuyu watched as it seemed like the entire sky was blotted out by the ghost clansmen. Then she looked at the decreasing number of humans and her heart fell solemn. Yuyu, Xiao Hong, my daughter. You are both still protected by the Flower King. Hurry and escape. I don't think we will be able to hold on here much longer. Xia Chong Tian said. President, what about you guys? Xiao Hong asked. We are people from this continent. Now that these ghost clansmen have even if we are to die here, we have to protect this tunnel. Xia Chong Tian ran to the front after speaking and was immediately surrounded by a group of ghost clansmen. Sima Yuyu was a little taken aback at Xia Chong Tian's response. She thought that with his kind of personality, he wouldn't care for the places of the common people. However, he actually made a decision like this. She looked at the other presidents. They could obviously retreat. There were many ghost clansmen, but to them, it wouldn't have been difficult to escape at all. However, not a single one of them left. They wanted to give all they had. Her heart changed unexpectedly, saying, it seems like I can only do this. Sima Yuyu's brain hurriedly started turning. She thought of a plan, but no matter how she thought about it, she could only ask the cloud spirit for help. Using her own dark spirit energy, the dark energy of the ghost clansmen were smoother than hers by more than tens of thousands. Moreover, she hadn't had the time to properly practice the dark skills that Mou had taught her. They were all foundational. How about the 100 ghost fan? That would only work if they still had a soul. Otherwise, it wouldn't go in. That also meant that the moment the 100 ghost fan was taken out, it might lead to another wave of issues. She initially wanted to use the power of faith. However, Wu Lingyu had once told her that she was never to use that unless he was around. Then again, her entire body was filled with dark attributed power at this moment. The moment she used the power of faith, she might explode before that power even left her body. She racked her brains, but she could still only think of asking the cloud spirit for help. That guy was so familiar with her. He could be a little bit lenient, right? Taking one step back to think about it, if Cloud Spirit didn't let her off, the force of thunder and lightning was more reliable than the power of faith. After all, one was certain death while the other still had a thread of forced hope. Xiaohong, I'll get Floey to send you out. Once you leave the firewall, stay far away. Understand? Xiaohong saw that as Sima Yu said this, she was taking out a few sets of clothing and putting them on before taking out another spirit tool and hanging it on her body. She was a little stunned at the sight and asked, "What are you doing?" "I don't have time to explain right now. Remember to stay far away." "Floey, do it." Floey heard what Sima Yu said and used its vines to wrap around Xiaohong. With a forceful toss, she flew speedily out the fire wall. Dash. When she saw the fire wall, Xiaohong subconsciously closed her eyes. She saw little birdie burn those ghost clansmen and even burned a whole pile at once. They all turned to ash. Now that she was on the receiving end of the flame, would she immediately turn to ash as well? However, the feeling never came. She moved her spirit energy to let herself maintain equilibrium before she realized that she had already reached the outside. "I'm not dead." She saw her unharmed body and was a little surprised. She heard a sound from behind her and turned around to see a huge hole appear in the fire wall. Those people were using the hole as a chance to escape. "What does you want to do?" She looked at the fire wall worriedly. After Sima Yu had covered herself in lightning protection gear, she sighed, saying, "Little Purple, you have to help me. If I die, you won't have a master anymore." Top-grade purple lightning rolled its eyes inside her dantian. Now that it was sealed, it was completely unable to release the power it used to have. How was it supposed to help her? "Your body is obviously filled with dark attributes right now, but you're still thinking of invoking the heavenly tribulations. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't think of this way, right? I have no choice either." Sima Yu sighed, "I can't watch with my eyes wide open as those ghost clansmen head out and kill the innocent citizens, right? You're so charitable. Why haven't I seen you like this before?" Top-grade purple lightning huffed. "I didn't see it before either." Sima Yu sighed, "However, for someone as great as me, that isn't strange either." Top-grade purple lighting trolled his eyes from inside her dantian. "Do your parents know that you're so narcissistic?" Humph. Sima Yu didn't bicker with him anymore. "Try your best to absorb as much as you can later on. Otherwise, I really might not be able to hold on. What do you plan to do?" "Rebel." After Sima Yu spoke, she started to gather her dark spirit energy, planning to use her body to fight the lightning calamity. At this time, it would be better if she didn't even have any dark attributes. With it, she would actually increase the lightning calamity's power. Those who got close to Floey would get tossed out by her, and they had yet to react and they already reached the outside. What's going on? Those people still hadn't understood what was happening. "Guys, look!" Someone cried out as they pointed at the quickly gathering dark clouds in the sky. "Lightning calamity. Why is there a lightning calamity? Damn, let's not worry first about where it came from. We should hurriedly leave this place." Right. With the lightning calamity, the ghost clansmen are done for too. Let's hurry up and leave this place. Once we're outside, if there are any strays, we'll get rid of them. That's right. As such, those who got to the outside hurriedly left the lightning calamity's area. Those who were still within the fire wall started to get anxious. With so many people around, if they were all recognized as those who invoked it, just how big would the power of the lightning calamity be? However, the fire wall was outside. They had no way to run even if they wanted to. Those ghost clansmen were frantic when they saw the lightning calamity as well. One damned flame wasn't enough, there was even a lightning calamity coming. Did they even have a hope of survival? Those who were under control had regained their consciousness and didn't expect that the moment they woke up, they would see a scene like this. Nobody panic. Sima Yu said, "Humans can leave the fire. There won't be an issue. Just hurry up and leave this palace." Sima Yu did her best to let her words travel far. However, the place was huge after all, and she didn't have the spirit energy to send it further. However, it was a good thing that those who were around her heard it. They knew that the fire wall would buy them space to leave. Every single one of them hurriedly flew over. When those people arrived at the fire wall and felt the temperature of it, many hesitated. The temperature of the fire wall was so high, and they had seen its power with their own eyes. Forget it, just give it a go. Who dash? The moment he charged through the fire wall, little birdie opened up a hole and let them all pass through safely. "No problem, everyone hurry and come out." Those who had passed through shouted, and those inside started to run out. Those ghost clansmen saw the humans were able to do it, so they brainlessly tried it as well. They hurriedly followed behind a human, wanting to use it as an opportunity to cross over, but they were eventually burned to death. This was when everyone was finally confident that the flames would not harm humans. It would only burn the ghost clansmen. When they saw the increasingly dark and dense clouds, the humans hurriedly ran outside. Only the ghost clansmen had to watch with their eyes wide open. "This won't do. We have to think of a way to get rid of the root of the problem." The ghost clansmen weren't idiots. As such, those ghost clansmen turned towards the center and realized that the others were all running outside. Only Sima Yu stood where she was without moving. A little lady with no spirit energy? Would she be the one who could attract the lightning calamity? She has lightning aura on her, she's definitely the one who attracted it. Although they still had hesitations, they had no time to think about anything else as the group of ghost clansmen attacked her. Everyone could sense what was happening inside and started to worry for Sima Yu. There were so many of them, but they were not able to deal with those ghost clansmen. The powers continued to pour over non-stop. Those who came later on. Just what is going on? Some people cried out. It's the Ghost Clan. The ghost clansmen have opened a portal here and many of them are running over. What about those flames? That is Sima Yu's flame. In order to avoid the ghost clansmen from going over there to harm those around them, she trapped them all inside. Such a powerful flame. What about her? She's inside. What? Why don't I see her? Although the flames were blocking them, the flames were a thin layer. Those ghost clansmen don't have any other goal now. They know that she's the one attracting heaven's tribulation, so they're attacking her. What? The ones who cried out the loudest were the ones who just arrived, the Sima clan. If something happened to her, how were they supposed to give an account of it when they got back? They started to panic and wanted to rush in to save her, but everyone stopped them. You guys shouldn't go in. The Sima clansmen had no choice but to stop. The other powers that were here had also heard about the cause of events from their surroundings, and each of them sighed deeply with sorrow. Youngest miss, nothing must happen to you. Youngest miss? When did Sima Yu become a part of the Sima clan? Tang Yun had come as well, and when he heard what they said, he asked, who said that we don't have a kid that big? Didn't Sima Lu Xian not have a kid that year? Those powers were stunned. Sima Yu is that child? She was exactly that child. The one who they almost killed but Yin Lin had saved. That year, Yin Lin said that the child would pay us back with the safety of the world. Could he have been referring to this? It might actually be. If the ghost clan manages to enter the human realm, who knows what will happen in the future? Who would have thought that she would actually be the one? It seems that Master Yin Lin was right that year. How could Master Yin Lin ever be wrong? It's just that with so many ghost clansmen targeting just her, will she be able to hold on until the lightning strikes? Clan leader, she's merely a youngster who knows how to wield fire. Do you have to place such importance on her? Some people just couldn't understand. She was just a little lady. What do you know? Apart from her, nobody has ever been able to solve this issue. How is that possible? There are billions upon billions of cultivators in our ancient primordial lands. Can not a single one of them solve this issue? Then how many of them have come? Of those who have come, who has the ability to deal with the entire ghost clan? Don't talk about how many people we have. Even after the Guild Alliance amassed so many powers, we didn't manage to solve this issue. We finally had no choice but to use this method. Tell me. Without her, who would be able to trap those ghost clansmen inside? The moment the ghost clan leaves this place, how many people will die? Have you ever thought about it? If she dies, who else can move the heavenly tribulation? The string or questions thrown back at them caused many of those who were unreconciled with the situation to keep silent. At least, for the questions that the seniors had thrown at them, they had no way to answer. Let go of me. Don't go. What if you get burnt by the flame? A chaotic scene drew everyone's attention and everyone looked over. They saw Sima Lu Yun grabbing onto Sima Lu Feng's hand. Let go of me. Yu Yu's flames are still there. She should be fine. With that many ghost clansmen attacking her, she's just a child. She can do it. However, with that many ghost clansmen, could she really do it? Time dragged on and everyone started to feel more pessimistic. They wondered whether or not Sima Yu would be able to hold on. Just as everyone was teetering at the end of their rope, a bright ray of golden light shot out from inside the ghost clan. It was followed by a long screech and a silhouette wrapped in flames flew out from the circle of ghost clans. Screech dash. The vermilion bird transformed and flew Sima Yu one round in the air. Wherever he went, the ghost clansmen would catch fire and turn into ashes. Screech screech dash. All the bird clansmen, young or old, started to change back to their original form. In a single moment, the bird clans filled the skies. After the bird clansmen flew in a circle around the air, they landed on the ground and bent down low, bowing to Crimson Flame. The bird clan, they've all transformed. When those outside saw this scene, they looked at Crimson Flame with shock. That's the divine vermilion bird. The divine vermilion bird. It really is it. Sima Yu is riding on it. There are many sacred beasts around her. That's the eight-tailed fox. With one more, it could be the king of the fox clan. That's the legendary Great Rock. The king of the rocks. No. The king of the rocks is now the divine vermilion bird. Heavens. The man-eating flower. There's also the extremely powerful Little Seven and Little Dream. That little dog. It's the dog with the terrifying eyes. There's also the four-eyed bird. Just by seeing Sima Yu standing on Crimson Flame, the heat it released made it so that the ghost clansmen did not dare to get near them. Previous chapter. Sima Yu's flashy appearance caused everyone to stop functioning for a moment. Every single one of them stared blankly at her standing on Crimson Flame's back along with her group of spirit beasts. They weren't the only ones who were stunned. Even the ghost clansmen were stunned. What was she? How did she have so many spirit beasts? They just happened to hear someone say something about the divine vermilion bird. Was that the bird that was emitting flames? It was no wonder the flames from before were so powerful. It was from the divine bird. Sima Yu looked at everyone who had been shocked silly, but she didn't relax at all. There were just too many ghost clansmen and she had to stay vigilant. At the very least, until the calamity cloud started striking. Just as she was thinking about it, in the face of death, those ghost clansmen only hesitated for a while before coming back to their senses. Ignore how powerful her spirit beasts are. If we don't kill her, we'll all die here today. That's right. For a single thread of hope, this person must die. As such, wave upon wave of ghost clansmen continued to attack Sima Yu. The beasties each faced a direction and surrounded Sima Yu in the center, preventing them from getting close to her. However, there were just too many of them, and the circle kept getting smaller and smaller. Sima Yu raised her head and looked at the calamity clouds in the sky. Perhaps it was because top-grade purple lightning wasn't powerful now, so it accumulated slowly. If things carried on this way, her beasts would run out of spirit energy before the lightning calamity came. She had still placed her hope on her spirit beasts to be able to help her hold off 1 or 2 strikes. Now that their spirit energy was all spent, what was she going to do? You guys should go back and rest. You can't finish killing these ghost clansmen. Save your spirit energy. Crimson Flame, take me to the ground. Sima Yu instructed her spirit beasts. Yu, do you plan to use your domain? Little Seven could sense what Sima Yu was thinking and asked. Yeah. I need to buy some time now, not fight them. I just need to wait until the lightning calamity comes. Sima Yu said. Crimson Flame understood her intentions as well and took her to the ground. He turned into his human form and stood beside her. Sima Yu kept the other beasties inside the spirit pagoda to rest. At the time, she released her commander domain and protected herself. With Little Spirit providing her with pills, she was able to temporarily regain some spirit energy. However, even after everyone else went in, Crimson Flame stayed unmoving by her side. Why aren't you going in? She looked at him speechlessly. This guy. He was so much more powerful than she was. Unless he was willing, she wouldn't be able to command him. I'll accompany you. Crimson Flame said, that bit of spirit energy is not of much use for me. Sima Yu understood. His spirit energy took a long time to recover. The amount that he could recover in that period of time was not very useful for him. Since he insisted on staying to accompany her, then they might as well stay together. Those who were outside saw that she kept away her spirit beasts in the beginning and were still a bit worried. They didn't expect that she would actually remain peaceful without doing anything. I didn't think that she would actually release her domain. Tang Yun was only able to react after 2 seconds passed. She is so very young. How does she possess a domain? Vice Pavilion Master Tang, don't dupe us. Tang Yun tossed them a sideways glance and said lightly, the things that Sima Yu has done in the Immortal Lands has been made known to many. What, do you guys actually not know? Those old guys were stunned. These guys were only here because the Ghost Clan had appeared here and the clan had called them out. They usually stayed in seclusion, so where would they find the time to bother with others? Who would have thought that so many things would have actually happened in the continent? Although they felt like it was rather impossible, Sima Yu was truly using a domain to keep the Ghost Clansmen out. Such a very little young lady, so how did she manage to produce a domain? Immortal Lands. It must definitely be because of the Immortal Lands. The Immortal Lands were truly wonderful. Let's talk about it after this is over. Let's first see how this pans out. Let's first settle this issue. This is a really tricky issue. Clan leader, since these people are inside, why do they not just return to the Ghost Realm? A lady voiced out the question that everyone was secretly thinking. These realms that you see are not something that you can come as you wish and leave as you wish. What do you mean? You guys see that these people have come here easily, so you feel like the passage is one you can cross as you will? Is that not the case? Of course not. The clan leader said, there are restrictions to this passageway. It will be easy to come but hard to return, or hard to come but easy to return. When they came, they brought large amounts of troops with them. This proves that it was easy for them to come. That also means that it will be difficult for them to return after coming here? That's right. Actually, it's not like there's no way for them to return. It's just that now that Heaven's tribulation is here, they will have to spend even more time to deal with it. Tan Yun said. Isn't the lightning calamity not upon them yet? What do they have to deal with? This is where the humans and devil clansmen differ. Tang Yun seemed to be in a relatively good mood, and he didn't mind explaining things to the youngster beside him. Although we feel a sense of fear and foreboding when we see the lightning tribulation, we do not feel an overwhelming sense of terror. Of course, that doesn't go for the cowardly among us. However, the ghost clansmen are not the same. When they are physically facing the heavenly tribulation, they will have a subconscious sense of terror. That is why you shouldn't be bought by their calls to arms and kill Sima Yu. Actually, most of their energy is being used to deal with their natural responses. When everyone heard his explanation, they looked at him as if they finally understood something. We didn't think that the ghost clan that was initially so powerful would also be weak in front of the heavenly tribulation. That is only natural. For the ghost clansmen, the heavenly tribulation can be said to be their heavenly punishment. Even if it were just an average person, they would already be terrified. Much less needs to be said for the ghost clansmen. I hope that Yu will be able to hold on until the heavenly tribulation strikes. Tan Yun shook his head. Our hope is not just for her to be able to hold on until the heavenly tribulation, but to hold on until the very end. Otherwise, not all the ghost clansmen might necessarily be struck to death. However, the one who calls the calamity won't die so easily, right? Even if it's the one who moved the calamity, and they're considered the main person, if the main person who moved the calamity is dead and the ghost clansmen are more powerful, they will naturally be able to overcome this. What is that? Tan Yun looked at Tuoba Hongyi, saying, Clan leader Tuoba, it is only a matter of time before the ghost clansmen will be killed. If the passageway isn't sealed, there might be a next time. At that time, we won't be sure that she will definitely be here. That's right. If the portal wasn't sealed, the ghosts on that side might return. Even if they solved the issue this time, they would be the next time and the next time. Many of them cast their gaze towards Tuoba Hongyi. The Tuoba clan was in charge of the territory here. They wouldn't be out of options, right? We do have an idea, but we will need the help of all our Paragon experts. Tuoba Hongyi said. As long as you have a way. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were not afraid of exerting effort, they were just afraid that he would say that he didn't know. The lightning calamity is going to strike. Nobody knew who said this, and everyone looked in the sky. They really did see the calamity clouds ready to strike. When Sima Yu saw the dark clouds steadily gathering above her, she felt like she was going to cry. It wasn't like she wanted to be crazy. If she were not worried that the ghost clansmen would harm the common citizens, how could she have made a decision like this? However, the form of the lightning calamity had long since surpassed her capabilities. She had no idea how many times she would be able to hold on for. No way, she had to try harder and harder. Cloud Spirit, you have to give me some leeway. If you strike me to death, you won't get any more spirit wine. She placed both hands around her mouth and shouted at the dark cloud in the air. Although it was far away and she had no power, she believed that the Cloud Spirit could definitely hear her. Everyone was speechless as they stood outside hearing what she was shouting. It was already such a critical point, so what was she yelling such things for? If this was useful, everyone would yell this way when they moved a calamity. Why would they worry about being unable to pass it? It was only those who knew about her relationship with the Cloud Spirit that knew what great an impact this would make on the Cloud Spirit. The Cloud Spirit hadn't seen Sima Yu in so many years and it had long since finished the fruit wine. It was inwardly complaining about how it had not seen her in such a long time when she unexpectedly called it over. However, when it just arrived, it heard Sima Yu's shouts and was angered when it realized something was off about her. How did she lose her spirit energy? It was no wonder it wanted her to let her off easily. If it didn't, based on her current state, she would die after a few strikes. Furthermore, when it arrived, it realized that there were many ghost clansmen here and also the massacre that occurred. It was only proper to punish them. After the Cloud Spirit arrived, it was clear that the dark clouds gathered even quicker. The pressure that everyone felt was more, and a few ghost clansmen were unable to remain standing. For them, a single strike would turn them to ash. However, the Cloud Spirit was already here and they had already been sealed. There was no more escape. This is the first time I've felt the pressure of the lightning calamity. It probably will be the only one in my whole life. It's no wonder that she managed to use this lightning calamity to kill those monarch-ranked experts all those years ago. Based on its power, even if we were there, we may not have been able to survive. The group of elders were sighing. After all that happened, they no longer knew how to appraise Sima Yu anymore. There were times they felt she was brash and insolent. Just like the time before she went into the immortal land where she presumptuously spread news saying how she would protect everyone from Heartbreak Valley. That kind of brazenness was something even the powers from the inner regions didn't have. Much less was to be said for how the men from Heartbreak Valley were mostly from Bloodfiend City. This time, she could initially leave without a care. With the Vermilion Bird taking action, there were no ghost clansmen who could do anything to her. It's not easy to be a brat. Fang Ming sighed. Indeed. Sigh, her actions really make me blush with shame. With so many contracted beasts, she might be a beast tamer master. Fan Yuanlong said. Then, it was like he suddenly thought of something and his entire expression was one of shock. Everyone noticed it. What's up with you? Xiang Yang asked. I suddenly thought of something. The Beast Tamer Master world has a saying. Sigh, this old guy is so strange today. What saying has caused such an extreme reaction from you? Fan Yuanlong glanced sideways at him, saying, in the Beast Tamer Master world, those who are able to tame divine birds and the like are hailed as Monarch Beast Tamer Masters. You're saying that she's a Monarch Beast Tamer Master? She can contract such powerful spirit beasts. Fan Yuanlong shook his head. I'm not saying that she will be able to tame sacred beasts and those stronger and all that. Only those who can contract ancient divine beasts are considered as Monarch Beast Tamer Masters. That is because their mental strength has already reached that level. She has not only contracted the divine bird, but many other sacred beasts. Her mental strength is too terrifying. Zap dash. The loud crash of the lightning that came from the lightning calamity in the sky interrupted their conversation. They watched as the lightning that was even thicker than a bucket struck down. Many were shocked silly. Oh my damn heavens, if that lightning bolt struck me, I'd be gone. This seems to be targeting the ghost clan. As long as it's not targeting Sima Yu. The Sima clansmen said as they patted their chests. Suddenly, the flames around her disappeared and as everyone stared, little birdie immediately became small and returned to Crimson Flame's side. Crimson Flame let the flame surround Sima Yu and said, in any case, it will help you to release a little bit. Sima Yu did not reject it. They had all seen the power of the lightning bolt earlier. If it struck her, she might be able to handle it. Furthermore, the lightning calamity would only get increasingly intense as it went on. She was a little worried that she would be unable to hold up. Zap dash. A bolt of lightning struck from directly above her and Crimson Flame flew over, deflecting the calamity strike and taking a hit for her. Sima Yu saw the blot just now and was a lot more relaxed. Based on her experience of being struck a few hundreds of times, Cloud Spirit had really weakened the bolts that were directed towards her. If it remained this way, she wouldn't have to worry about surviving this. At the least, she wouldn't die. At most, she would lose a few layers off her skin from the strikes. Ah dash. Don't dash. The anguished cries of the ghost clansmen were heard all around. They watched as every single one was struck to death by the lightning and everyone felt goosebumps on their arm. This scene was extremely terrifying and they no longer dared to look on. Crimson Flame helped Sima Yu block the lightning bolts 20 to 30 times. His injuries were rather severe, so Sima Yu kept him away. The beasts in the Spirit Pagoda begged to be let out, but Sima Yu rejected them all. You all have not been struck often, it will be too dangerous to let you out now. Let me try. If I can't hold on, I'll call you again. Zap dash. This bolt of lightning directly hit Sima Yu. The familiar numbness from the bolts immediately filled her body. However, most of the lightning energy had been blocked by the spirit tool on her body, so she wasn't that injured. However, the strikes later on were more difficult. After the spirit tools on her body were destroyed, the amount of lightning she could absorb started to increase. Top-grade purple lightning was subdued by the heavenly law, and was unable to tap 100% into his previous abilities. That was why the pain that Sima Yu had to endure was 100 times more painful than before. She could smell the flesh on her body being roasted again. After withstanding it for a bit, she was unable to hold on anymore. She had no choice but to call out her beasts. One of them would block 2 messages, and the other 3. They did take quite a few hits for her. However, there were too many ghost clansmen and the duration of the lightning calamity was too long. She could make a lucky escape by luring it, and her beasts were all cruelly struck so badly that she kept them all away to nurse their wounds. Zap dash. The power of the strikes entered her body and she felt excruciating pain throughout. It was like every part of her no longer belonged to her. She cried out inside her, "Little Purple, if this goes on, I'm going to turn into a human roasted meat. You have to work a little." Zap dash. She watched as the lightning was about to strike again. And again. She thought that she would directly die on the spot. At this moment, she felt a very familiar power coming from her dantian. Previous chapter. Sima Yu was happy feeling that familiar power. Aha, I have my freedom again. Top-grade purple lightning sound came through proudly and Sima Yu was excited along with it. With it here, her life would be saved. She ate a pill, hoping that the pill would make her body feel better. She didn't expect that her spiritual power would recover at this time, or maybe this could be the plan of Heavenly Tao, having to go through heavenly tribulation once before recovering. Or maybe it was because this time, she would be striked because she saved those people and the Heavenly Tao knew about it, so it put a stop to her punishment. But all these weren't of her concerns, as long as her spiritual energy recovered. She didn't have any energy left after eating the pill, and she laid on the floor, looking at the dark tribulation cloud above her, wondering when it would finish. Top-grade purple lightning crawled out from her body, stood on her forehead, looking at the tribulation cloud in the sky with gluttonous eyes. Pa! Tribulation lightning struck. This time, most of it was absorbed by top-grade purple lightning and only a little bit went into her body. SS. Even if it was a little, her current body couldn't tolerate it, it was so painful that she wanted to faint. At this time, the sky fluctuated and cracked open as a human silhouette walked out. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Who is that? He can actually get into the area of lightning tribulation. Someone cried out. Once the lightning tribulation started, the area of lightning tribulation was separated from outside to prevent anyone coming into the area of lightning tribulation to look for trouble. But this person could actually tour the sky there and went directly to Sima Yu. This was incredible. That's His Highness Holy Sun. Members of Sage Pavilion recognized and said excitedly. Tang Yun recognized that person straight away when he appeared, the corner of his lips was curled with a meaningful smile. Ling Yu ah. It's been so long since I saw him. Sima Yu looked blankly at Wu Lingyu who was coming out from above her and to her side. Am I hallucinating? She said weakly, did I miss you too much? Wu Lingyu who initially had rage in his eyes became helpless and gentle after hearing what she said. He squatted down beside her. Seeing how badly her body was after being striked, he carried her and said painfully, why do you always do this to yourself? With the actual touch, familiar warmth, she blinked her eyes and radiated with happiness. She smiled and said, it's really you. With her face, the only place that was alright was her eyeballs, the other parts of her were striked and changed beyond recognition. Even though she looked so scary, he didn't feel any disdain at all, and he caressed her almost burnt face and said, it's me, I'm back. I am back. That sentence made her eyes water immediately. She didn't even cry when she was filled with bruises from the strikes. God knew how much she missed him. There was no news of him in so many years. She was unable to hear his voice, unable to touch him. Finally, now he told her that he was back. Wu Lingyu was observing for a while in empty space. He watched as she grimaced in pain when she was struck. He saw how she had to tolerate that pain and didn't even complain or cry out. He didn't expect that a sentence from himself would make her eyes turn red. Initially, when he saw her invoking the tribulation, and seeing there were so many people, he didn't intend to come out. He came out because he felt sorry seeing her in such a bad shape. Don't cry. My heart aches badly when you cry. Wu Lingyu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Tears contain salt, if it landed on her face, it would hurt her more. Why did you only come back now? I came right after the things there became stable. If I'd known earlier that you'll be in this situation, I would have come back earlier. Sima Yu didn't want to hear his explanation and said, I got struck and became like this, wouldn't you see my ugliest side if you come back now? Wu Lingyu was stunned, it turned out she was talking about this. Seeing the embarrassment in her eyes, he smiled charmingly and said, you're beautiful in my eyes no matter how you look. After he spoke, he even gave her a kiss on the lips. Sima Yu's heart melted with this kiss, her lips curled up in a happy smile after seeing the gentleness in his eyes. SS. The movement of her lips touched the flesh on her face, she breathed in pain. Don't move, let me treat you. Don't. Sima Yu stopped him, the tribulation is still going on. You get out first, you'll definitely be punished for coming in rashly. Quickly get out before the tribulation lightning comes. It's alright. He held her hand, and just as he was preparing to give her some of his spiritual energy, a tribulation lightning above their heads about half a meter thick, struck. Ling Yu. Sima Yu shouted in shock. People outside were shocked. Seemed like heavenly tribulation was unsatisfied with people who came in rashly. This tribulation lightning was thicker than the usual ones, meaning that the power in it was much more. Wu Lingyu saw the worry in Sima Yu's eyes, and he smiled and waved his hand. That tribulation lightning froze in mid-air. Not only that tribulation lightning, the area of tribulation cloud, tribulation lightning and the ghost clans were all halted. This is... A group of people was stunned. Tang Yun, who was calm and indifferent, stood up from his chair and looked at the frozen scene in disbelief. This is... Time freeze. He looked at Wu Lingyu. He was in disbelief to see this scene. Time freeze. Although the people around didn't recognize what this was, when they heard him, they understood what it was. Spatial lock, time freeze. Although both of it was something that controlled the surrounding, many people knew the skill, spatial lock, but for time freezing, Wu Lingyu was the first. People from the outside were blanked out, but it wasn't because he used time freezing. Lingyu, this is... Sima Yu stared at him blankly. Hush, don't ask about anything, we don't have time, let me treat you first. Wu Lingyu smiled at her gently, and hugged her shoulders with his left hand. His right hand was placed on her forehead, a warm sensation flowed from her head to limbs and bones, the pain in her body lessened by a lot. 2 minutes later, he removed his hands, put her on the floor and said, this is the most I can do, but it's enough for you to pass the tribulation. I'll wait for you outside. After he spoke, he disappeared from her side and appeared outside the tribulation cloud. At the same time, that tribulation lightning in the mid-air struck rapidly. The lightning that was paused in mid-air struck and those ghost clansmen started again. The shrieking started, the whole area of tribulation cloud started to be in chaos again. Some of them were escaping, dying and resisting. It seemed like the 2-minute frozen frame didn't exist. That lightning tribulation struck again and the top-grade purple lightning ate half of it while the rest was seeped into Sima Yu's body. If it wasn't for the treatment from Wu Lingyu, it might have taken half of her life. Although it was only for 2 minutes, her body had a big transformation. No one knew what Wu Lingyu did. Wu Lingyu stood at the side of the tribulation cloud, looking at Sima Yu without turning away. Although his expression didn't change, his lips pursed tightly every time a stroke of lightning landed on her body. Because there were too many ghost clansmen, the battle array was more powerful than the time in Blood Fiend City. It would probably finish in 4 days. After Cloud Spirit struck all the ghost clan to death, it looked at Sima Yu who was disfigured and twitched its mouth. Humans were troublesome, they became like that in a strike. If Sima Yu knew what it was thinking, she might be angry to death with her last breath. Since when did it only strike once? All in all it was at least over 100 times, alright? Although a lot of it was blocked by beasts, she was still struck badly. It was a pity, they didn't have any contract, she wouldn't know what it thought. I'll let you go for the sake of the state you're in, you must look for me after a few days. A cute voice from Cloud Spirit came into Sima Yu's head, she didn't expect that it could actually transmit its voice. Knowing that it wanted some fruit wine, she responded, alright, with her mind then closed her eyes and fainted. Cloud Spirit satisfyingly left when it got her assurance. Once it left, the tribulation cloud quickly dispersed. The people around thought something happened and they saw that the tribulation cloud didn't go. Now they saw that it finally left, they became relieved. Wu Lingyu appeared immediately after the tribulation cloud left. Seeing that she had fainted, he carried her with heartache. A spatial tunnel opened and Bai Sheng brought Shiman Feng out. When he saw the unconscious Sima Yu, he asked anxiously, how is she? She's still breathing, but she has fainted. Wu Lingyu continued, let's bring her back to get some rest. Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun came over too, with other Sima clans following behind. How is Yu? Sima Lu Feng asked. We'll talk when we get back. Bai Sheng nodded, opened the spatial tunnel and brought them back. Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng followed behind, and the spatial tunnel closed immediately after them, shutting out those Sima clan who wanted to follow. Members of the Sima clan became awkward. Young Master was too much, they were also concerned about youngest miss, why didn't he bring them along? At this time, Tuoba Hongyi walked out, and told that group of elderlies, saying that he needed help in sealing the passage. It's lucky that this district still has the power of Heavenly Dao. If we use this to seal it, the effect will be much better. Tuoba Hongyi said. Tuoba clan leader, tell us what you need us to do. Alright. Everyone, please come with me. Wu Lingyu brought Sima Yu back to Memory Restaurant. Baita was astonished upon seeing Sima Yu as she became a burnt human. What happened to the Vice Valley Master? Struck by lightning. Yes, Valley Master. Wu Lingyu took a glance at Shiman Feng, few of them went straight to Sima Yu. Baita was worried after seeing Sima Yu being injured so badly, he walked to and fro in the courtyard and wanted to ask about the situation from Bai Sheng when they came out. After a short while, Feng Kai and Feng Ji brought Bei Gong Tang and the rest in. They asked when they saw Baita, are Valley Master and boss back? They're back, they went to treat her. Baita said. Let's go in and take a look. Fatty Chu said as he walked towards the backyard. No. Baita pulled them and said, Valley Master just ordered me to let Vice Valley Master heal and asked you guys not to go in to interrupt. You guys better not go in and create a mess. How badly is Yu injured? Bai Gong Tang asked. Looks like she is burnt from head to toe from the lightning. There's nowhere that was untouched. Baita continued, what happened, why was Vice Valley Master injured so badly? We can't explain it in such a short time, we don't have the mood to explain what happened now. Feng Kai said. There's no point being anxious. You guys can't go in if the door is closed, why don't you tell me what happened? Baita said. Feng Kai and the rest felt that it was true. They sighed and explained what happened over these past few days. You're saying that the Vice Valley Master killed all those ghost clansmen alone? Baito was stupefied after hearing what they said. Vice Valley Master was too amazing. Tribulation lightning struck for 4 days and nights, how could those ghost clan not be dead? Fatty Chu reminisced about that scene. He felt frightened even just by watching from the outside. He really couldn't imagine how she could tolerate all that being in the middle of the lightning tribulation. Especially when she didn't have any spiritual energy, they all felt heartache seeing her get struck from afar. They wondered how she was now. In the house, Sima Yuyu's condition wasn't good. Wu Lingyu, Bai Sheng, Shimen Feng, Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun took turns inputting spiritual energy into her, suppressing the confusing spiritual energy in her body. That was her own spiritual energy. If she didn't guide it, it wouldn't be docile. But she was now in a coma and was unable to guide her own spiritual energy, so only they could suppress it. Divine Devil Physique's health quickly recovers her body. In addition to the effects of pills, 2 days later, her divine knowledge slowly started to coagulate. Feeling the messy spiritual energy in her body, it subconsciously started to guide. Once her body started to adjust itself, the few that surrounded her sighed in relief. Relief. Half a day later, Sima Yuyu opened her eyes, seeing the few guys who were beside her. Her first reaction was, "Why are you all here? Did you all see me naked?" Black lines rolled down from everyone's head. If she can say that, it means that she recovered. Looks like we don't need to worry anymore. Sima Lu Feng said. Your body is still covered by a thick layer of scars, nobody saw anything. Then, her second reaction was, heavens, you guys actually saw me in this ugly state. As long as Lingyu doesn't shun away from you. Shimen Feng said. Alright, since she's fine, let's go take a rest. In order to save her, they spent a lot of spiritual energy and energy. Now that they saw her awake, they really felt a little tired. After everyone left, Wu Lingyu and her were left alone in the house. Sima Yuyu saw his exhausted face and said, you go back and rest too. I can handle it on my own. I've seen your uglier side earlier on, it's much better now. So you don't have to be embarrassed. Wu Lingyu said. Her thoughts were seen through. Sima Yuyu glared at him and said, go and take a rest when I ask you to. I'll stay here with you. Wu Lingyu didn't want to leave, and sat at the edge of the bed. I'll rest here if you want me to. Don't you feel like puking seeing me like this? At first it was quite hard to look at you, but after a few times it got better. Wu Lingyu said jokingly. Sima Yuyu wanted to whip him, but she couldn't even move herself, so she could only glare at him with her eyes. He said he didn't mind earlier, now he said it was hard to look at her. Man's words indeed couldn't be trusted. Wu Lingyu laid sideways beside her. Seeing that half of her body had already recovered, he extended his hand, caressed her face and said, alright, your body is healing, if you get angry, you'll have wrinkles. Humph, I won't let you see even if I have wrinkles. If you pull a long face while your body is healing, then your face will be elongated next time. It won't look good. Here, give me a smile. I'll have wrinkles if I smile. Don't worry, I have pills that can remove wrinkles. Go away. Both of them bickered and chatted. Not long after, both of them fell asleep. Sima Yuyu's body automatically went into restoration. Wu Lingyu rested lying sideways. Earlier on, when he used time freezing, it used up quite a lot of his energy, and also transmitted some spiritual energy to her after. When they came back, they also saved her. Even though he was powerful, he too felt exhausted. In this period of time, no one came to her house. Knowing that Wu Lingyu was inside, no one said anything. Firstly, with her current state, Wu Lingyu wouldn't do anything to her. Secondly, his actions earlier on already made clear to everyone how he thought about her. If it wasn't for him, Yuyu might not be able to pull through today. So they were very grateful to him. They also thought that only people like him deserved to have an outstanding person like her. Time freeze. No one in the whole continent would be able to comprehend it. He was the only one who could. With this talent, it was needless to say anything else. Wu Lingyu didn't sleep for long. He woke up fast and looked at her who was deep asleep, his eyes filled with love. In the past, he didn't know what it felt like to love someone, and he hated those women who would weep endlessly, being gentle, demure and chattering, so even if he was the Devil Emperor, he didn't allow women to get close to him. But little did he think that one day he would sign an agreement contract with another individual and come in contact closely with a human for so many years. From the contract, he could feel her emotions, happiness, excitement, sadness. His heart went up and down with hers, slowly blending into her emotions. Eventually, he allowed her to stay in his heart. And she wasn't like any girl he had come across in the past. She was bold, careful, tenacious, strived to make progress and was sincere to people around her. Although some days she was naughty, and didn't care about her own safety most of the time, but all these weren't her flaws, these were all that attracted him. He was glad that she had him in her heart, they cared for each other. He felt warm thinking back when she said that she missed him. Don't do such a dangerous thing next time. The few of them were still keeping watch in the courtyard. Previously, Shimen Feng came out and saw how tired they were, so he didn't question them. Now that he saw Wu Lingyu come out, since everyone knew each other, he pulled him aside and asked about her condition. She's fine, she'll be alright after 2 days. Wu Lingyu said. At this time, a waiter came running in. He glanced at Wu Lingyu and said to Baita, manager, members of Sage Pavilion are here, they said they want to see His Highness Holy Sun. Baita looked at Wu Lingyu and said, Holy Sun, are you going to see them? Yes, I'll need to explain something. Alright, you guys split up too, Vice Valley Master won't come out even if you guys wait here. I'll wait here. Fatty Chu said as he sat in the corridor. He would be worried before he could see Sima Yuyu. Even if we leave, we won't feel assured, we might as well just wait here. The others agreed too. The lightning tribulation earlier was really frightening. They couldn't imagine what condition Sima Yu would be in now, and they wouldn't feel assured without seeing her. Although Sima Yu was in a deep sleep, her divine knowledge was still clear and she knew even when Wu Lingyu went out. But because she had to focus on her condition right now. Other than controlling the chaotic spiritual energy, she also needed to control the power of faith, which was gaining endlessly. Every time she saw the power of faith, she felt rather helpless. It was such a good thing, but it couldn't be used. It felt bad. And because of what happened, the power of faith in her body was full to bursting. Sometimes it almost made her collapse. So, when her condition began to stabilize, she woke up and went into Spirit Pagoda. She laid in her own bed immediately. Although she couldn't move her body, at least the power of faith wouldn't keep increasing when she was in here. She felt more relaxed and had a good sleep. In the daze, Sima Yu felt like she was bitten. A tender voice then appeared in her brain. She opened her eyes and saw little golden snake coiling up on her chest. Seeing her awake, it said excitedly, Yu, are you awake? Sima Yu blinked, seeing little golden snake. She blanked for a few seconds before coming back to sense. Did you transmit voice using the contract? Yes. Yu, we're contracted. Little golden snake's voice was filled with joy. It wasn't even unsatisfied being contracted. She knew it. Every time this little guy tried to talk, it could only pop single words. How did it suddenly become fluent? It actually turned out that it was transmitting its voice through. But, how did this little guy think of contracting it with herself? Little golden snake knew what she was thinking. It explained, because Dream and the rest can help to block lightning tribulation for you. You guys got injured together. I was the only one who couldn't. I want to be with you guys too. Isn't this good? I can be together with you guys next time. Hee. Sima Yu looked at its pure gaze. She didn't know how to tell it, that once contracted, it wouldn't have any more freedom. Little golden snake knew what she was thinking. It slithered to her neck and coiled around, then used its head that was as big as a pinky and rubbed affectionately against her face and said, although I know little things about this world, but I know what a contract is. Following you won't cost me my freedom. You're so sure. Sima Yu moved her hand. Because of the contract, the injuries on her body were much better, but the scars were still there. It still looked terrifying. She sat up and turned her neck, held Little Golden in her hand, and said thankfully, it feels so comfortable to be in good health. Little Golden, thank you, you made me feel so much better. Little Golden couldn't go through the tribulation with Yu but can treat Yu's injuries. Little Golden is very happy. Sima Yu laughed seeing how Little Golden's body swayed. But, why is it that after you contracted with me, the spiritual energy didn't increase? Sima Yu said. That's right. Why? Little Golden stopped and looked at her cutely. Because I suppressed it for you. Little Spirit continued, you'll feel it once you go out. Thank you, Little Spirit. Sima Yu knew that it was for her own good. Oh right, how's the rest? They are badly injured, they're recuperating in seclusion. But this is also beneficial for them. Little Spirit said. What benefits? Little Golden didn't understand. They took the tribulation lighting, it can help them to comprehend heavenly Tao. Although it's not like humans comprehending the actual principle, it helps in their cultivation. It'll also increase their fighting strength. Little Spirit said. I didn't know there's such a use. Yu, next time you go through the tribulation, let me join. Little Golden Snake said. Sima Yu saw how curious it was, nodded and said, alright, I'll let you try it next time. Let's go and take a look at them now. She brought Little Golden Snake to look at the beasts. All of them had transformed into their original form and went into deep sleep. Crimson Flame wasn't with them but was on Qing Yi's tree. Sima Yu went to take a look at him. He was recovering well. Qing Yi appeared beside her, seeing that her power was almost healed and said, it's faster than I expected. But also, you saved so many people and also bore the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly Tao wouldn't seal you any longer. I didn't expect it to be that fast too. Sima Yu continued, but this price is a little big. Do you know about the karma cycle? The seed you plant today, you'll never know what kind of fruit it will bear next time. Qing Yi smiled faintly which stunned Sima Yu. Karma cycle? The seed she planted today? Then the reward that it would bear next time should be a good fruit? Seeing Qing Yi like this meant he knew something, but based on his expression, it was probably secretive. Sima Yu looked around. After making sure that everyone was alright, she went to the pill refining room and started refining pills. Although her physique wouldn't leave any scar on her body, she still wanted to put pills together to speed up the healing. On the other side, Wu Lingyu went to Memory Restaurant. No diners were in the hall at this time, all of them were Sage Pavilion and Sima clan members. Seeing Wu Lingyu come, Sage Pavilion's members all bowed and greeted him. He walked up to Tang Yu, greeted him lightly and said, Assistant Pavilion Master. Tang Yun looked at Wu Lingyu. Without saying anything, everyone thought he was going to rage, but he laughed instead. Lingyu, where did you go for so many years? From the opening of Immortal Land, Sage Pavilion's members hadn't heard a news about him in 20 over years. If it wasn't for his life plate that was still intact, everyone would have thought something bad happened to him. They sent people to ask around in central regions. It was reported that he last said to look for opportunity and was gone after. The head pavilion also sent people to search for him because of that. At the end, they got over it. As there was something to comprehend, I went to look for an opportunity, then I found a place of opportunity, so I spent my time in seclusion there. Wu Lingyu said. Did you just come out of seclusion? Yes. Wu Lingyu continued, when I came out, I sensed Yu in trouble, so I came and took a look. With his performance earlier, everyone didn't doubt his words. After all, in order to comprehend that, it might take 200 years instead of 20 years. Did you already comprehend the power of time? An elder from inner regions asked. Only the very basics. Wu Lingyu answered humbly, I can only freeze time for now. This is amazing in itself. That elder looked at him with adoration. Time and space is different, it's harder to comprehend with time. If someone in the ancient times didn't comprehend this, we would have thought it's a lie. No one in hundreds of thousands of years knows this. His Highness Holy Son, don't be modest. Wu Lingyu smiled and didn't continue talking about this. Lingyu, when did you and Sima Yu get together? Tang Yun asked. I knew her when I first went to Yi Lin continent, then slowly after communicating, I started to like her. Wu Lingyu said. Although Sima Yu is young, her background and power makes me blush with shame. Only she deserves to match with Holy Son. Elder said. Sima clan who was at the side was unhappy and said, what do you mean our youngest miss deserves to match him? There's only him who deserves our youngest Mississippi. Sima clan, don't climb all over him. We leave you some dignity but you decided to take advantage of it. That's you guys, Sage Pavilion members. We won't even look at you guys if it wasn't for His Highness Holy Son who treated our youngest miss well. You. Alright. Quieten down, why are you guys arguing here? Tang Yu chided, regardless, Sima Yu helped the continent to solve a disaster. How can you guys argue about this when she's injured? Sage Pavilion members stopped talking, and the Sima clan wanted to say something but were interrupted. If I remember correctly, Sima Yu was abandoned by you guys last time, wasn't it? Now that you guys come and call her your youngest miss, you guys don't even know if she wants to acknowledge you guys. Sima clan was stabbed, they had rage in their heart, but they couldn't refute. Because eldest elder said before when he came back, it seemed like Sima Yu wasn't willing to go back to the clan. Everyone. Baita who was watching the show finally spoke, waved to everyone at the scene and said, my Valley Master said that he hopes that no one causes a disturbance when Vice Valley Master is still recuperating. We won't disturb anything, we'll just wait here. Sima clan's member said. But. Baita was put in a spot. But, we still need to run the business here, and we don't have a place to stay. If you guys are here, it would disrupt our business. Baita didn't voice out the words behind, but everyone understood what he meant. Previous chapter. He expressed what he meant this barely. Sage Pavilion and Sima clan members somehow had objections towards Heartbreak Valley members. They were forces from the inner regions, there were many forces outside that wanted to bribe them, since when were they pushed out this way? But since their own boss didn't say anything, even though they had some other thoughts, they couldn't say anything. I heard that there's an inn next door, do you want to come with us? Tang Yu looked at Wu Lingyu and asked. Wu Lingyu shook his head, her condition hasn't stabilized yet, I'll have to go and take a look at her. So devoted. Tang Yun sighed and brought Sage Pavilion members out. Sage Pavilion already set an example, it wouldn't be nice for the Sima clan to be raging. After all, it was youngest Mrs. Force. She hadn't agreed to go back to the clan, so if they ruined it, it would be hard to explain when they got back. Aren't you running a business? Then do ours. Everyone, let's eat. Sure. So, for the next few days, the Sima clan dined there, and they spent quite a lot of money. Fortunately, the Sima clan was wealthy enough, they didn't care about such little money. Sima Yu stayed in the Spirit Pagoda for a month, the scars on her body disappeared completely from the effect from pills and physique. Little Spirit told her that everyone was waiting for her outside, then she looked for clothes that could block divine knowledge. Then, she wore a cloak and a pair of gloves to cover up her body so that others couldn't see her current condition. She knew Wu Lingyu was in her room, so she wasn't shocked to see him when she came out. Wu Lingyu saw how she covered herself up and pulled away her cloak and said, why did you cover yourself up so safely? It's only been a few days, if I looked as good as before when I stand in front of others, they would see me as a monster. Sima Yu continued, even if they don't see me as a monster, they will find it weird too. I will get into trouble if they find out something. Sima Yu had yet to finish her sentence when her facial expression became weird. Wu Lingyu held her hand wanting to see how she was, then he felt her power increased a level, that made her rank jump from Divine Paragon middle rank to Divine Paragon high rank. It didn't stop after she advanced, it went on to Monarch rank barrier and stopped. Feeling the changes in the sky, she held Wu Lingyu's hand and said, quick, bring me away. Wu Lingyu knew she was going to invoke lightning tribulation again, he grabbed her hand, opened up a spatial tunnel and left. In the inn, Tang Yun felt something and opened up the spatial tunnel and went in. Wu Lingyu brought Sima Yu to the outside of 6th Water City, far away from other people. It's far from 6th Water City here, it should not attract others' attention. Wu Lingyu said. Right after he spoke, he felt the movement coming from the sky. Sima Yu stared at him, didn't he say it was safe, how did others come so fast? Tang Yun came out from the spatial tunnel, Sima Yu was curious, why did this guy tag along? She thought someone came here unintentionally, now that she saw him, it wasn't so. Tribulation cloud in the sky congealed quickly, if he was here, then wouldn't she be exposed? Wu Lingyu wasn't surprised, he patted Sima Yu's shoulder and said, it's alright, go and prepare for the tribulation. Sima Yu looked at Tang Yun who walked over, and looked at Wu Lingyu again. Seeing that he was firm, she nodded, turned and walked towards an empty ground. Dark clouds coagulated on top of her head, with that lightning tribulation from the previous times, the advanced lightning tribulation was now nothing to the three of them. If it was others, they would definitely be prepared this time, but to Sima Yu, this little lightning tribulation wouldn't make her nervous. She waited for Cloud Spirit to reach and flew directly to Tribulation Cloud to look for Cloud Spirit for a chat. Tang Yun stood beside Wu Lingyu and said, from the moment you came here, your eyes have always been on her. Am I not attractive? Why does it feel so sour when you say this? Wu Lingyu rolled his eyes at him. How can I not be sour? I'm at least the assistant pavilion master in Sage Pavilion, you aren't even willing to pretend to support on the surface. I called you twice and you didn't come. Keeping watch on her every day, treating her like a treasure, and me like a weed. Tang Yun said with hidden bitterness. Did I treat you like a weed? Wu Lingyu shot a glance at him helplessly. Isn't it? You should have told me that you're close with her, I can even help you to take care of her in the immortal land. Tang Yun said. Tell you? Then wouldn't you be more curious? Wu Lingyu knew Tang Yun well, even if he didn't tell him, he was already curious about Sima Yu, wouldn't it be worse if he told him? Also, at that period of time, he was with Yu. He didn't need Tang Yun's help to take care of her. If someone else was here, they would definitely be surprised at the way both of them communicated. These weren't something that the higher rank and the underlings would talk about, the way they communicated looked more like how good friends would speak. Tang Yun was shocked seeing Sima Yu flying into a tribulation cloud out of a sudden and said, why did she fly onto the tribulation cloud? To chat. Wu Lingyu said. Tang Yun widened his eyes, to chat. With who? Cloud Spirit. The messenger of Heavenly Tao who controls the lightning tribulation? Since when was she on good terms with him to the extent that they can just chit-chat? Tang Yun was amazed, he was more shocked by what he saw than hearing her asking Cloud Spirit to go easy on her. I guess it's friendship made from lightning strikes. Wu Lingyu saw his envious eyes, patted his shoulders and said, since you're so interested, why don't you let it strike a few times, it might spark some friendship. Go, why don't you go? Tang Yun slapped his hand away and said, is she immune to lightning? If not, how is it possible that she can go into a tribulation cloud? Wu Lingyu didn't talk, acknowledging what he said. She's such a mysterious lady. Tang Yun rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with interest in her, and felt the sudden drop of temperature in his surroundings. He said helplessly, do you have to be like that? She's already your woman, can I even go for her? With your character, you might. Wu Lingyu lowered atmospheric pressure. He trusted Yu, but he didn't trust this guy. Tang Yun sensed his seriousness, waved his hands and said, all right, I won't do anything to her, will that do? Humph. Wu Lingyu then kept his gaze. But, you didn't go into seclusion for 20 years, right? Tang Yun continued, did you go back to Devil Realm? Devil Realm, it's been long since I went back. I don't even know how it looks like now. Tang Yun sighed. If anyone heard this, they would be astonished by what he said. A high-up assistant pavilion master of Sage Pavilion was actually a devil clansman who cultivated both dark and light attributes. Wu Lingyu didn't know about Tang Yun's identity before this either. The two of them had a relatively good relationship, but it didn't mean that they would trade secrets. Later on when his souls fused, he became more sensitive towards the aura of the devil clan. Only then did he know his true identity. At that time, he was really surprised. Later on, when he found out about Tang Yun, the two of them became closer. The Devil Realm is rather chaotic right now. If you return, your enemies would probably have no time to chase you down. Wu Lingyu said. That's not necessarily true. Tang Yun's eyes flashed with malice, however, no matter what, I definitely have to go to the Devil Realm. Take revenge when it needs to be done. You should hurry back to settle the things on that side. This way, there won't be so many loose ends when I return. Tang Yun said. I asked you to return with me but you didn't want to. Next time, perhaps. Once I gather the courage to return, I will definitely head back along with you. Alright. As they were talking, Sima Yu, who was in the Calamity Cloud, didn't hear a thing. At this moment, she was having a drink with the Cloud Spirit. Where have you been all these years? Cloud Spirit raised the wine jar to its head. This jar of wine was gone in less than 2 minutes. It savored 2 more mouthfuls. It was this familiar taste. I went to a land of paradise and stayed there for 20 years. Sima Yu said, what, did you miss me a lot? I missed your wine. Cloud Spirit said straightforwardly. You said it before that the 3 realms are governed by you. Why was it not you in the Wonderlands? Sima Yu asked. Is the Wonderlands classified under the ghost, devil and human realm? That's not part of the 3 realms, so how could I be in charge of it? Cloud Spirit said. So if a calamity happens in the ghost realm, you're still the one in charge? Yeah. Cloud Spirit grabbed onto another jar of wine and buried its head in it immediately. Sima Yu watched the grunting Cloud Spirit and laughed. If the other 2 realms were under its jurisdiction as well, she would have a way to deal with her foes in the future. Alright, I have to go. You should head down. Oh right, leave behind some wine and pills first. Cloud Spirit said as it emptied another jar of wine. Sima Yu left behind a pile of fruit wine and pills then flew down. Just as she landed, a bolt of calamity lightning shot down. It was lucky that it wasn't a powerful one. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to catch it. This Cloud Spirit, why did it have to strike so quickly? She muttered, allowing top-grade purple lightning to climb to the top of her head and deal with the rest of the strikes. Tang Yun saw Sima Yu deal with the calamity lightning so easily and without a scratch on her. He sighed, apart from her, I'm afraid that nobody will be able to deal with this so calmly. Why did Heaven's calamity increase in power? Wu Lingyu had been watching her the whole time and naturally knew why Heaven's calamity had intensified. Sima Yu didn't think that Little Golden would cause such a huge change to Heaven's calamity when it appeared. This was something that had never happened before. Little Golden was wrapped around Sima Yu's neck. It looked at the calamity cloud in the sky and shrunk its head back a little fearfully. If you're afraid, you should head back first. Sima Yu patted its little head. I'm not afraid. Little Golden said, Little Roar and the others can do it, so can I. I am more powerful than they are. Also, I feel like I should be struck once. Although I'm not sure why that's the case. Sima Yu looked at Little Golden a little puzzledly. It should be struck once? Is it because you're an ancient beast and you increased in rank, so you should be struck? She guessed. Little Golden had no idea. However, its intuition told it that it would be beneficial to get struck. As such, just as the lightning calamity struck down, Little Golden stretched out towards the sky and met the lightning strike halfway. SSS-. The moment the calamity lightning hit its body, Little Golden immediately reverted to its original appearance. Its golden body flashed with the light from the lightning bolt and its 100-meter-long body writhed on the ground as if it had been gravely injured by the lightning bolt. This is. Tang Yun looked at Sima Yu. How could this? Although Wu Lingyu had always known that Little Golden was an ancient beast, he had never seen its true identity before. Seeing its body today, he was also a little surprised. Tang Yun glanced at him and saw that he was surprised as well, so he managed to find his equilibrium. I didn't think that the sacred beast soaring serpent of the legends would be able to live until now. This came out of the spirit stone, right? Wu Lingyu nodded as he said with furrowed eyebrows, I didn't think that this tiny snake would actually be the soaring serpent. This brat, every single one of her contracted beasts are each more powerful than the other. You sound so solemn. Isn't this a good thing? This luck of hers, since the ancient times, apart from you, nobody else can ever compare. Tang Yu said meaningfully. He wasn't talking about his current identity, but him as the Devil King from a few tens of thousands of years ago. That is why I died young. Wu Lingyu said. What are you worried about? Everyone's luck is fixed. Wu Lingyu said, if someone's luck is too good, they will face responsibilities or setbacks. Her luck is too good, the gifts that she's cultivated along with the different vocations she studied, the identities of her contracted beasts, these are all using up her luck. I'm afraid that there will be something that will happen later that we cannot predict. Even he took up a portion of her luck. If she didn't meet him, her pills, tamed beasts and arrays would not be at the level of competency that they were at now. Tang Yun knew about this as well. The more powerful one was, the more they would understand the things regarding this. Her luck and talents are truly explosive. Is there anything we can do to resolve it? Tang Yun asked. If it were the past, I might be able to sense something. However, my strength right now. Wu Lingyu was rather helpless. He couldn't sense anything in her future, and couldn't tell if it would be good or bad. Why don't you take some time to look for Yin-Lin? Who knows, he might know something. Tang Yun suggested. Seems like the only thing I can do. It was just that the two of them knew that Yin-Lin might not definitely say something. I didn't think much before, but hearing you speak now, it seems like the continent has recently been extremely chaotic. Tang Yun was a little anxious, ever since the past, whenever something chaotic would happen, someone prominent would appear. Seeing her now, I'm guessing that the human realm is going to become chaotic soon. Is it not chaotic enough? Wu Lingyu said, right after all these years, how has the checking been? I don't know what kind of power it is that is able to make it such that the Sage Pavilion's information system can't find out a single bit of information. Tang Yun said, I'm guessing that a few powers might have formed an alliance. Otherwise it wouldn't be that powerful. Even you can't find out anything? Wu Lingyu was shocked. Tang Yun nodded, saying, every time my men go there, they'll fall back. Although I've found many leads, none of them have given me any useful information. I'm wondering whether or not the Sage Pavilion is part of it. After striking a few times, the lightning calamity left just like that and the three who were being left off easily couldn't bear to watch anymore. Sima Yu returned after settling the lightning calamity and the both of them stopped to chat. Wu Lingyu saw that she had returned and walked forwards to receive her, asking, how was it? I'm fine, but something seems to be up with Little Golden. After it was struck twice, it fell into a coma. Sima Yu said. It should be digesting the energy by the lightning calamity. There's no need to worry. Wu Lingyu tidied her slightly ruffled hair, did you pass it well this time? Yeah. The cloud spirit let me off quite easily, this is hardly anything to me. Sima Yu smiled in reply. If others heard you speak, they would wonder if they should envy you or laugh at your misery for being struck so many times. Tang Yun walked over and couldn't help but laugh. No matter how they think, it doesn't affect me. Sima Yu said nonchalantly. Your attitude is really. Tang Yun watched Sima Yu, are you really a little child? How is your personality so stable? What do you think? Sima Yu threw the question back at him. You don't seem like one. Tang Yun spoke his true feelings, your attitude is even better than those undying oldies. You were an old person who recovered their youth, right? You can think about it slowly. I won't tell you. Sima Yu said, Lingyu, let's return. We left without saying anything and they'll be really worried if they find us missing. Alright. Wu Lingyu pulled on her hand and opened a portal through space as he turned around to look at Tang Yun. Tang Yun initially thought that he was turning around good-naturedly to invite him to return with them, but before he managed to say anything, Wu Lingyu poured a bucket of cold water on his original thoughts. Wait for us to leave before you do. After Wu Lingyu said this, he pulled Sima Yu through the portal and left. The moment they entered it, the portal closed. Tang Yun saw that the portal had closed just like that and couldn't help but sigh. One really forgets their friends once they have their wife. Sigh, I should just go back on my own. After he sighed, he opened his own portal and returned on his own. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu suddenly appeared in the courtyard, giving the guys inside a shock. Yu, why did you come back from the outside? I went outside to go through a calamity. Sima Yu said. The few of them looked at her with shock. You increased in rank again? When I was unconscious, Little Golden formed a contract with me, then I grew in rank. Sima Yu said, however, because of the power of the contract, my wounds healed as well. It's fine as long as you are well. Bei Gong Tang saw that her skin had recovered back to its original state without leaving behind any scars and finally relaxed. Shiman, Sima Lu Yun and the others had all come over. When they saw that Sima Yu had already recovered, they were initially calm but they were shocked later on. It's only been a few days, right? You recovered so quickly? It's so good to be young. Sima Lu Feng came to Sima Yu's side and walked around her twice, chuckling and sighing. It's all good as long as you have recovered. Sima Lu Yun didn't acknowledge that it was because she was young, but he didn't pursue it any further either. Baita came in from inside the house and was immediately stunned when he saw that Sima Yu had already recovered. Shopkeeper Bai, is there anything wrong? Shiman Feng spoke out, interrupting his thoughts. It's like this. The Sima clansmen are outside asking how Vice Valley Master's wounds are. They said that they would like to come in to visit Vice Valley Master. Baita came back to his senses and said. Sima clan? Sima Yu looked at Sima Lu Yun, the men he had brought with him. It's second elder along with some people in the clan from your uncle's generation, which is also your grandfather's generation. They said that they wanted to come see you. Sima Lu Yun said. Sima Yu frowned. This seemed to have some deeper implications, right? Yu, no matter what you say, you're still from the Sima clan. Blood from the Sima clan flows within your veins. Sima Lu Feng said, although you do not like the people from the Sima clan, it's still our home. However, to me, it's merely a place where we all have the same surname. Sima Yu said, it has never nurtured me, neither has it taught me. I have never eaten a single meal there nor taken a single pill. The clan has let you down, but you can't throw away the fact that you are from the Sima clan. Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun were stunned when they saw those people, and they immediately bowed. Greetings, clan leader and elders of the clan. Clan leader, weren't you all in seclusion? Why have you all come out? Gang Yi called for us. Although clan leader Sima Ji Yuan, answered Sima Lu Feng's question, his eyes had remained on Sima Yu, wandering around. Sima Gang Yi was the great elder. This time, because of the clan and the need to take care of it, he did not come with them. They didn't think that this old guy would actually come here in person. Yu, this is the clan leader. These are the elders of our clan. Sima Lu Feng introduced them. Sima Yu bowed lightly to them, saying, I, Vice Valley Master of Heartbreak Valley, greets clan leader Sima. When she said this, the expressions of the elders from the Sima clan fell. I am your great-grandfather. Sima Ji Yuan said. My grandfather's parents have long since died in the Yilan continent. Sima Yu smiled lightly, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun jumped in shock when they heard what she said. They hurriedly explained, clan leader, Yu doesn't mean that. She's merely. Sima Ji Yuan waved a hand to cut them off. He stared at Sima Yu, saying, I've seen your reports. You are arrogant, but no matter how arrogant you are, you cannot deny that you are from the Sima clan. Sima Yu shrugged, saying, if I wasn't extraordinary, without my powerful contracted beasts, and without my talents, would you still be saying these things? Sima Lu Feng lowered his head, feeling hurt. Although they kept talking about the clan had been increasingly disappointing over the years. Yu was right. If she was not as powerful as she was, would the clan get so many people to come and invite her home? Sima Ji Yuan saw the rage in her eyes and was silent for a while. He finally said solemnly, why do you think that you were able to live to such an old age? Sima Yu's eyebrows furrowed, what do you mean? Should I thank you for not killing me that year? Sima Ji Yuan shook his head. He didn't say anything, but released some spirit energy. Sima Lu Yun thought that He was going to do something to Sima Yu and subconsciously wanted to step in front of her to shield her, but Sima Yu pulled on his arm. Sima Lu Yun turned around and looked at her. She was looking straight at the spirit energy in Sima Ji Yuan's hand, her face a look of incredulity. She walked over blankly and stretched a hand forward to touch his spirit energy, muttering, how could this? Sima Yu felt a familiar aura. She took 2 steps back while shaking her head and said, no, it can't. It was the first time everyone saw her being this shocked. They wanted to ask her what happened but they didn't dare to while being under Sima Ji Yuan's pressure. Wu Lingyu held her shoulders and used a little power to let her feel his existence and support. So, do you understand now? How is that possible? Sima Yu looked at him, isn't that the seal father and mother gave me? How could it be you? She was too familiar with the sealed dark spiritual energy in her body. She always thought it was her parents that sealed it, because Sima Lu Yun also said that their spiritual energy was emptied after she was born. When she heard it, she thought it was her parents who had sealed it and used up all their spiritual energy. So she always thought that it was her parents that sealed it. But, now that she felt Sima Ji Yuan's aura was the same as the sealed aura in her body, it meant that the dark spiritual energy was sealed by Sima Ji Yuan. If it was true, she wouldn't know what used up her parents' spiritual energy after giving birth to her, she wouldn't know if they couldn't find them. If it was true, then wouldn't the person right before her eyes claiming to be her great-grandfather knew everything? When your father carried you back to the clan, although it brought us a lot of trouble, we didn't abandon you. Although I'm the one who sealed it, a few elders from the clan helped too, if not, I can't seal it with my own power. So you know my physique too? Sima Yu asked. If we don't know about your physique, why would we seal it for you? Sima Ji Yuan continued, although we've let you down these years, we've never abandoned you before. Although Sima Yu didn't want to believe what he said, the seal in her body told her what he said was true. Although Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng didn't know about the seal, they understood a little after hearing their exchanges. But if that's true, why did I get hurt by the clan? Yilin continent? You didn't get stranded on the lower continent. Sima Ji Yuan corrected her. Didn't get stranded on the lower continent? When your father brought you away, a few clan elders and I knew about it. Actually, it's what your father wanted and also what the clan wanted. Sima Ji Yuan continued, you're a smart kid, you should understand. Your identity was odd, everyone in the inner regions was looking at you, noticing you. We had to protect you if anyone tried to attack you. Although the clan can protect you, can you grow up like how you did now? The answer was obviously not. Getting you out was something your father and I agreed to do. In order to protect you from anyone knowing your whereabouts, I asked your father to bring you away. But I didn't expect that he wouldn't come back after leaving. This elder was regretful thinking about how she went missing from the first day she came into the clan. Sima Yu went silent. She needed time to think about what he said. Clan leader, since you know everything, do you know where Lu Xian is? I don't know. Initially, we agreed that he will come back after settling the child, but he disappeared. But I think, according to his character, he should have gone to Ghost Realm after hearing things around. Why didn't you send anyone to look for him after knowing that my father is injured? Since when did I not? If the clan disallowed it, would both your uncles be able to search for him for so many years? Sima Ji Yuan continued, alright child, the world is not as bad as you thought, the clan wasn't as heartless as you thought, come home. He said this calmly, but Sima Yu felt the love and expectations from an elder to a younger generation. So it turned out that both uncles were searching for so many years under their silent agreement. I need to think about it. She just found out something that she didn't know, she needed to gather her emotion. We can stay here for a few days. Sima Ji Yuan didn't get her to make a decision right away. He knew it would backfire if he pressed her too much. One of them isn't. Wu Lingyu announced his rights. Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng wanted to say that they would stay the ones besides, but they swallowed their words after seeing Sima Ji Yuan staring at them. Forget it, they gave up the room, it would be a good idea if the clan leader and Sima Yu could get closer. Then we'll stay on the other side. Sima Ji Yuan was satisfied with their behavior, he said smilingly, then it settles then. You wouldn't mind, right? Sima Yu shrugged her shoulders, up to you guys. They didn't take up her room anyway, she wouldn't care about that. Shimin Feng didn't mind too, these are Sima Yu's family, he wouldn't interfere, he would support her since she didn't disagree with it. I'll get someone to clean up the room. Baita said to Sima Yu as he observed the situation well. Alright. You get someone to clean up, clear the other houses too. Sima Yu ordered. Sure, Vice Valley Master. Oh right, those people who are outside who said they wanted to see you, let them find an inn to stay in. Sima Lu Yun continued, if they don't listen, then say it's from the clan leader. Alright. Valley Master, Vice Valley Master, I'll arrange it now. Go ahead. Clan leader Sima, what do you mean by clan leader Sima, address me as great-grandfather. Sima Ji Yuan interrupted her. Sima Yu glared at him, didn't he say that he wouldn't press her? Sima Ji Yuan saw how displeased she was and explained, regardless whether you're willing to come back or not, our blood ties can't be cut. Addressing me as great-grandfather doesn't mean you're back into the clan. People in the clan can't even call me great-grandfather, they can only call me clan leader. Ask both of them if you don't believe. Sima Lu Yun nodded, Sima Lu Feng complained, clan leader, you're so biased. You're our great-grandfather, why don't you allow us to call you great-grandfather? Yu is still young, are you guys still young? Sima Ji Yuan chided, Sima Lu Feng became obedient immediately, but he mouthed something. Sima Yu was right opposite him, seeing his mouth, she laughed and pursed her lips. He complained, we couldn't even do that when we were young too, didn't we? You're just biased. Sima Lu Yun didn't speak, but it was obvious what he meant. What Lu Feng said was right, you were a biased old man. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Few days after, Sima Yu stayed in her room and rarely went out. The only time she came out was to keep Sima Ji Yuan company occasionally. Initially, she asked Sima Lu Feng and the rest to keep him company, but the unruly Sima Lu Feng and the arrogant Sima Lu Yun were ridiculously obedient in front of them. The indecent one became decent, the arrogant one became unreserved, both of them became obedient babies. But Sima Ji Yuan didn't like his own grandsons and insisted Sima Yu keep him company. He always used affections as an excuse that made Sima Yu difficult to reject him. Even so, the time she could accompany them wasn't long. A few days later, she could see that Sima Ji Yuan didn't have the intention to leave and mentioned it subconsciously when they were testing tea. Great-grandfather, how are the clan and Gu's clan? Gu's clan actually used shady methods behind our backs, so they have to accept our rage. Now the clan is pressuring them, there would be fights sometimes, but it's not to the extent where there will be death. Although Sima Ji Yuan was in seclusion most of the time, he knew everything about the clan. Gu's clan is one of the largest clans in the inner regions, right? You guys are at ease leaving an elder there to handle it even though it's not a big fight? You this little girl, you want us to go, right? Sima Ji Yuan continued, I feel comfortable staying here, I don't feel like leaving. Why don't the few of you go back first? I'll be in seclusion even if I go back, I'd rather learn through experience outside, it might even help me to advance in rank. These clan elders didn't want to go back too, since the clan leader wasn't there, everything would be in their hands if they went back, they wouldn't want that. Although they resisted, they didn't manage to resist Sima Ji Yuan's threats and bribery. A few of the clan elders were chased back home and some other Sima clan members were brought back too, except Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun. Baita came in from outside. He went over rapidly after seeing that Sima Yu was drinking tea with them, Vice Valley Master, Tuoba clan and a few of the guild elders came. Looking for me? Where's Fenger and the rest? Valley Master brought Bai Sheng and the rest out. The president said that they wanted to see your condition after what happened half a month ago. I got it. Go tell them I'll be right there. Alright. Baita went out again. Sima Yu looked at Sima Ji Yuan and said, I'll head out for a while, you guys. Go ahead, you don't have to mind us. Sima Ji Yuan said, I should be back quickly. Wu Lingyu wanted to get up and go together but he was stopped by Sima Ji Yuan. Lingyu, I heard you're good at brewing tea, why don't you stay here and taste tea with us? Sima Yu was stunned and said, why don't you stay here with great-grandfather? Wu Lingyu took the hint, he turned back and sat down as he said, it's my honor to drink with clan leader Sima. You can go ahead and do your things. Sima Yu took a glance at them, nodded, turned around and went out. Wu Lingyu sat down, he took out new tea leaves and started brewing after seeing that the tea was almost finished. Clan leader Sima, is there anything you want to tell me? Sima Ji Yuan said while he looked at Wu Lingyu's gaze, I heard about you and Yu. You are talented and treat her well, but, you're the holy son of Sage Pavilion, have you ever thought that it would bring her trouble since Sage Pavilion and Sima clan have always been in bad terms? His tone was cold, it seemed like he didn't agree to their relationship. Wu Lingyu laughed and said, Clan leader Sima, why are you so sure that it will bring her trouble if we are together? Isn't it? Or, are you willing to give up your identity? Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun didn't feel good about the atmosphere, but they couldn't say anything. They also wanted to see what Wu Lingyu had to say. On the other side, Sima Yu came to the front hall, she saw Tuoba Hongyi and a few of the guild presidents were having tea together, even Xiao Hong, Tuoba Han and a few younger generations were there. She put on her gloves and cloak before she came out, when she walked into the hall, everyone could only see her silhouette. I'm sorry, I came late because I needed to prepare. I hope clan leader Tuoba and all the presidents can forgive me. She apologized once she stepped in. Everyone thought that her body should be alright seeing her being agile. We're here to see how you're doing, have your injuries healed? Xia Chong Tian asked. The injuries are almost fully recovered, but my skin hasn't fully recovered yet, so I don't dare to see anyone for now. Sima Yu said casually. You should be fully recovered soon seeing you like this. Initially we were all worried when you were hurt, at least we can be at ease for now. Xiao Hong said. They didn't doubt what she said since they saw how badly she was injured that day, being able to stay alive was already a miracle, it was surprising enough to recover in such a short period of time. They would be horrified if they knew that she was fully recovered. Sima Yu saw the sincere care in Xiao Hong's gaze and her heart became warm. Oh right, is the passage being settled? Those from the ghost clan won't come again, right? The passage has been sealed again, those that were being controlled become conscious. Everything has finally ended. Tuoba Hongyi said. We have to thank you for this, if you weren't there, the human beings would face a catastrophe. Xue Chonglin continued, so other than checking up on you, we also want to show our appreciation. President Xue, you're too courteous, we are also part of the human beings, it's my duty to help. Sima Yu's also came up with formalities. But you almost lost your life with this and we could only watch from the outside, giving you such huge responsibilities with your age, we as the elders are guilty. Fang Mingyu said dully. President Fang, it will be overwhelming for you if you put it this way. Sima Yu placed her hands together, if you put it this way, I'll have to find a hole to dig and hide in. Aya, you guys don't have to stand on ceremony, you will get embarrassed if you continue saying that. Xia Chong Tian continued, Yu, since you're almost recovered, let's talk about serious matters. Yes, let's talk about serious matters. After speaking, everyone's eyes were set on her. Sima Yu was scared by the way they looked at her and subconsciously shrunk back, asking, what do you plan to do? Nothing much, actually. Xia Chong Tian chuckled twice, in order to repay you for all your efforts today, we wish to invite you to join our alliance. Sima Yu blinked in confusion. Join the alliance? What the hell was that? President, isn't the Alchemist Guild part of the alliance? Why do I have to join it personally? She asked with confusion. This time, we're inviting you not because of your position as the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, but based on your own identity. Fang Ming said, I hope that you can join the alliance and also take up the position of vice alliance leader. What? Sima Yu was shocked, you want me to be the vice alliance leader? President, are you guys mistaken? This is the result of all of our discussions. Xia Chong Tian said, one of the reasons is to thank you for all that you've done, while we also have our own thoughts. He stopped talking for a while, thinking that she would follow up. However, she just continued to stare at him, waiting for him to continue. Cough cough, it's like this. You know that power is too secretive, and you also have the divine vermilion bird who can command countless birds. The combined power of that is more than our entire alliance put together. That is why we were wondering whether or not we could borrow that power when the time comes. Xia Chong Tian felt a little sheepish when he reached the end. He was familiar with Yu Yu and knew that she wouldn't usually activate the power of the bird clans. However, they had these plans right now. Despite that, they had no choice. These few days, after consolidating all the information they found, it was a shock to find out that they didn't find out a single bit of useful information despite the number of guilds in the alliance. From this, they could see how powerful the power in the secret place was. Even if they formed an alliance, they may not necessarily defeat them. It was precisely because of that they thought of the power backing Sima Yu. Sima Yu didn't think that they would think of this point. That was why she was shocked when she heard them point it out. On the other hand, they thought that she had hesitated because Xia Chang Tian had once told them that Sima Yu wouldn't activate the bird clan for her selfish reasons. We aren't just thinking of ourselves for this. If the world is thrown into chaos by that power, the bird clans would not be able to escape either. That is why we thought that we might be able to add them to our forces. Fang Ming explained. I did not disagree. I was merely shocked upon hearing this. Sima Yu saw that they misunderstood her and explained, with the present conditions, I do not think that the bird clans would reject. Does that mean you agree? No. Sima Yu waved her hand, I am willing to put forth some effort in this, but as for your proposition of me taking up the Vice Alliance leader position, I think you should forget it. Relax, even if I'm just a small fry, I will still do my best. What a joke. The position of Vice Alliance leader? What kind of huge responsibilities would she have to shoulder? She didn't have that much time to deal with these things. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? She wouldn't accept it. Xia Chang Tian said. What position of power? This would never entice her. It's like this, Yu, the position of Vice Alliance leader is not going to lock you inside anywhere. It'll be just like your honorary position of elder at the Alchemist Guild. It's just a title. You don't usually have to do anything. You just have to contribute once in a while. He Chen Dong said. Sima Yu blinked, was there such a good thing in this world? I told them before that if you had to do anything on this front, you would never accept this. Why not give you a position in name, so that it would be proper when the time came and we needed you? Xia Chang Tian said. Sima Yu pursed her lips. President, you really were very direct. Although you'll just be the Vice Alliance leader in name, only we know about this. To the ordinary members, you are the Vice Alliance leader. As such, you have the right to issue orders and activate them. Xue Chonglin clarified. You're giving me such a high position of power, aren't you afraid that I'll abuse it? Sima Yu was rather taken aback at the amount of trust they had in her. It's just the position of Vice Alliance leader. It seems like it's not a higher rank as compared to the King of the Rocks. Xiang Yang said. It seemed so. Sima Yu thought it over and said, when I joined the Alchemist Guild, I told President that I have many of my personal things to settle. If you want me to be the Vice Alliance leader, I still will say the same thing. When I have things I need to do, you cannot mandate my assistance in things on your side. That is only natural. Since we said that the position is only one in name, we do not have too many requests. He Chen Dong sighed. All right then, to agree is my sincerest form of respect for you all. Sima Yu smiled. This is your nameplate. In the future, once they see this, they will obey your orders. He Chen Dong took out a nameplate. A servant girl who was standing by the side walked over and took it, handing it over to Sima Yu. They had even prepared the nameplate beforehand. It seemed like they had come prepared. Sima Yu took the nameplate and examined it. It seemed similar to others. The word Alliance was written on it, and her surname, Yu, was on the back. It represented her identity. Yours is silver in color. The Alliance leader's one is in gold. He Chen Dong explained, you should drop a drop of fresh blood on it and insert some spirit energy. Then, the nameplate will register your aura. Even if someone else picks this up, they will not be able to use it. Sima Yu followed his instructions and dropped a drop of fresh blood on it and inserted some spirit energy. After the blood and spirit energy entered the nameplate, a white ray of light shot out from the nameplate and surrounded her. It seemed to make her feel connected to it. This is. She looked at He Chen Dong with shock. This is what old he has specially crafted for you. It's a lot higher in rank than the ones us old guys have. Ours are merely low-ranked divine artifacts. Yours is a high-ranked one. He Chang Tian explained faintly. High-ranked divine artifact. Sima Yu sucked in a deep breath. It was just a nameplate, did it have to be such a high-leveled one? He Chen Dong nodded, based on your circumstance, it might be useful for defense to refine this for you. It can take 3 attacks from 1 paragon ranked and below. Although it might not be that useful to you, it's better than nothing. This is also a form of our thanks to you. If not for her, Xiao Hong would have been killed by the Ghost Clan that day. They might also not have survived the disaster. Although this thing really wasn't that useful to her, she still kept it away carefully to show her gratitude. At this time, Baita came in from the outside. Vice Valley leader, there are people looking for you from the outside. There were others here? Seemed like there was no one else that she knew. Who is it? There are many of them, it seems like they're the clan leader of the Bird Clan or some sort. Baita said, they asked to see you and His Honor Crimson Flame. Sima Yu went blank, she contacted Crimson Flame who was in the Spirit Pagoda and asked if he wanted to meet them. Crimson Flame was silent for a moment and said, I'll go out and see them, you can just wait here. You don't want me to come along with you? Don't you have guests here? Sima Yu looked at the president and the rest, they understood and said, we're here to check on your condition and tell you about this, since we're almost done and you've other things to handle, then we'll go back first. I'm really sorry. Sima Yu didn't keep them any longer, she wanted to go with him as it was the first time that Crimson Flame would be meeting the Bird Clan. We'll head back first, we'll talk about the union stuff next time. Xue Chonglin said as he stood up. Alright, I'll look for you guys after my injuries recovers. When are you guys leaving? Sima Yu asked while she sent them off. Soon. Xia Chongtian continued, then we'll notify you after we decide on the union matters. Sure. I might have some other things that I've to settle, it's best that you could let me know directly. Sima Yu was grateful for their understanding. You got injured because of this and you've so many things you need to handle, we ought to help you out in any way we can. Xia Chongtian continued, but Yu, don't you forget that you're my Alchemist Guild member even after becoming assistant union leader. Sima Yu saw his bitter gaze and scoffed, President, don't worry, I won't forget. That's good. Oh right, where is Guard Gao? Sima Yu remembered that Xia Chongtian always sticked closely to Gao Zhihong, she thought he had something on when she didn't see him, it was odd since it had been long since she last saw him. I asked him to check on that force. Xia Chongtian said. Sima Yu was astonished, then, who will be responsible for your safety? There are other guards. Xia Chongtian said. Can other guards protect you well? Sima Yu was concerned. That force might do something to them if they knew about the union, it would compromise their safety if the guards couldn't protect them well. Shouldn't be a problem. Xia Chongtian continued, no matter how strong that force is, they wouldn't dare to make a scene in the union. I hope so too. Sima Yu pursed her lips. She was still worried after they left, so she secretly sent some scarlet bees to follow him. After Xia Chongtian and the rest left, Baita brought a group of people in, Sima Yu scanned through them, and there were close to 20 people. We've been waiting to see you, Miss Yu. They greeted Sima Yu. No matter how proud they usually were and no matter how much they looked down on human beings, today, they put their pride down to the lowest. If they continued disregarding her just because they experienced the evolving of legendary rock, with Vermilion Bird's appearance, they couldn't ignore Sima Yu's status in the Bird Clan. You guys are. Sima Yu didn't recognize them. We're the clan leaders of Bird Clan, as we weren't here that day, we rushed over here when we were notified that young Miss was injured, that's why we are here to visit today, hope young Miss and his honor forgive us. I know you guys are here today to see Crimson Flame. Sima Yu continued, Crimson Flame, come on out. Crimson Flame came out, the clan leaders of Bird Clan couldn't withstand his pressure and kneeled down. Good to see you, His Honor Divine Bird. Crimson Flame looked at them indifferently and said, the next time you see her, respect her the same way you respect me, do you understand? Yes, we understand. Cold sweats broke out on the clan leader's forehead, although they acknowledged Sima Yu's status, they weren't that respectful towards her, because in their eyes, Sima Yu was only a younger generation. They didn't expect this would provoke Crimson Flame, he gave them a taste of his strength while emphasizing Sima Yu's status. Seemed like they couldn't take this little ancestor lightly in the future. Crimson Flame kept his pressure, sat beside Sima Yu and said, you guys may get up. The clan leaders stood up falteringly, the pressure he showed just now made them think that Crimson Flame could kill them straight away just with a thought. Alright, you guys have already seen me, and also know how to treat my contract master in the future, you guys can go back now. Crimson Flame said. Sima Yu was speechless. Speechless, he asked them to leave after waiting for so long. The clan leaders were astonished and didn't move in their seat. His Honor Divine Bird, could you not be grim? His Honor Divine Bird. I'll call you guys if there's anything. Just leave your contacts and address. Crimson Flame said. Although they really wanted to interact with His Honor Divine Bird for a while more, they couldn't defy Crimson Flame, in the end, those clan leaders had no choice but to leave, and also spreading the order of Crimson Flame, unless Yu and him look for them, they weren't allowed to disturb their life. Sima Yu felt Crimson Flame's attitude was arrogant, but she didn't expect that those clan leaders would leave obediently. Crimson Flame looked at flabbergasted Sima Yu, he casually held her cup and took a sip and said, this is the world based on hierarchy, you'll get used to it. That's my tea cup. Sima Yu refuted. Since your Wu Lingyu isn't here, he won't say anything. Crimson Flame said with no regards. Don't you have mysophobia? Used to it. Crimson Flame put down the cup after another sip and went back into Spirit Pagoda. Sima Yu saw that he went back in on his own, she sighed, good to have power. Come to think of it, if Crimson Flame were to rebel, there was nothing she could do, right? Fortunately, he didn't have that intention. Now everyone was gone, she took a deep breath, stood, unknown to the situation in the backyard, when she walked out of the courtyard, the exchange she heard between great-grandfather and Wu Lingyu didn't sound good. But, no matter what, he was still her biological great-grandfather, although she had gotten grandfather's acknowledgement, he still had to pass the test of her next of kin. She thought she would see an awkward scene when she got back, she didn't expect that she would see a joyous and harmonious scene when she returned to the backyard. Backyard. 4 of them were sipping on tea and chattering happily, it didn't reflect how she thought it would be. She remembered when she left, she faintly heard how great-grandfather was interrogating him, how did they get close in such a short time? This guy really had his ways. People came looking for Sima Yu. They were pushed away with the excuse that her body had yet to recover fully. She didn't bother to entertain them because she didn't even know where all these forces came from. Although Sima Zhiyuan felt that it would be nice to be on good terms with all these forces, he didn't say anything about it since his great-granddaughter didn't like it. A few days later, Shimin Feng brought Bai Sheng and the rest back. "Fenger, where did you guys go?" Sima Yu asked as she saw Shimin Feng and the rest walking into the courtyard. "We went to Fair Eastern City and counted the loss of inventory there." Shimin Feng continued, "I thought it would only take a few days, so I didn't tell you since you're busy." "How was it?" Sima Yu asked. "Every occupation loses a little, but it's not too serious. The worst is the spirit cloth store. It was eroded by the ghost aura that all of it can't be used anymore." "What about the shop assistant?" 10 of our shop assistants died. We've already compensated their families. Others were being controlled, they suffered mentally so they can't work temporarily. I've sent someone to send them back to Heartbreak Valley. In regard to Fair Eastern City's business, I asked them to close temporarily for a few days to stock up the resources and wait for Valley to send someone and start again. It's nothing much anyway. We can start again after settling everything." Sima Yu continued, "What about Lu Yongkai, Bai Sheng and the rest?" "I asked them to take a rest. They have been busy these few days." Shimin Feng responded. "Ask them to come over to discuss some matter." Matters after they're done resting. Sima Yu said. "Are we going to fight with Yin Yang Palace and Zhongzhen clan?" Shimin Feng asked. "What do you think?" Sima Yu asked in reply. Shimin Feng brushed her hair behind her ears and said, "The valley is long prepared, but let us handle it. You're injured, you don't have to worry about all this." Sima Yu could feel the love and fear in his speech. She smiled and said, "My injuries have recovered, you know it. Although I know your injuries have recovered, when I close my eyes, all I see is the image of you being burnt by the lightning." Shimin Feng's voice trembled. Sima Yu saw the fear in his eyes and knew that this traumatized him badly, and she realized that she was lost in her emotions these few days. She held his hands, stared into his eyes and said, "Don't worry, since I'm able to live again, I won't let myself die so easily. If you didn't have Wu Lingyu's help that day, can you even persevere till the end?" He felt a chill just by thinking about that day. "Of course I can. Just that it would be worse." Sima Yu continued, "I'm close to Cloud Spirit, it won't strike me to death. Regardless, you better rest, let me handle Valley's matter." Shimin Feng continued, "What you have to do now is to ignore everything else and take a good rest. I'll notify you at once if there's anything." Sima Yu saw how persistent he was. She shrugged her shoulders and said, "All right. If the things here are settled, then we'll go back to Heartbreak Valley. How do you intend to handle this?" Shimin Feng took a glance at Sima Zhiyuan's room. "To be honest, I don't know." Sima Yu continued, "I don't know what Sima clan are like, so I can't make a decision now. I think we'll talk about it after I find father. I can see that the Sima clan are very persistent." Shimin Feng hesitated, changing shameless to persistent. "I feel that Heartbreak Valley's members are very loving. If that clan is cold and indifferent, I will definitely stay with the Brothers of the Valley." Sima Yu didn't care if Sima Zhiyuan heard it. Or to say, she wanted to use this chance to express herself. Sima Yu who was in the house frowned. This girl actually still bears grievance towards the clan. It seemed like it would be a tough journey in order to get her home. Sima Yu and Shimin Feng were chatting happily. Both of them looked over in alertness when they suddenly felt a movement. Wu Lingyu and Sima Zhiyuan who were in the house also came out. "Who?" A dark mist congealed, slowly transforming into a human shadow. That person kneeled in front of Sima Yu. "I've seen young Mississippi." "Ghost clan members?" Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. "Yes, I'm a member of the guards, Di Wu." That guy said. "Di Wu? Di Lu's elder brother?" Sima Yu asked. "Young Miss is indeed intelligent. Di Lu said that I can't hide anything from young Miss even for a minute." That guy laughed. "I didn't expect that you're the captain of the guards, get up quickly." Sima Yu lifted his arm. Di Wu stood up and took out the token plate. The token plate was shining and bright in his hand, which showed that he was the owner of the token plate. Deja once told her that she could only believe people who had this kind of token plate. "Did cousin ask you to come? Did anything happen to him in the ghost realm?" Sima Yu questioned. "Master asked me to come, but it wasn't because something happened to him, it was because the thing young Miss did and it caused an uproar in the ghost realm, so Master asked me to come here to tell young Miss that you shouldn't go to the ghost realm anytime in the near future." Di Wu said. "Me? Yes. Young Miss killed quite a lot of Ghost Clan members with lightning tribulation. Some of them were the brothers and talents of our clan, so there was an uproar in the Ghost Realm, requesting Ghost King to send an army to suppress you." Di Wu said. "They can't come to human realm as and when they want, right?" Sima Yu said. "Usually they can't, but if they have help from something, they can." Di Wu said, "It will be extremely dangerous if they send someone who is more powerful to assassinate you. So the master wants to warn young Miss, to prevent you from being assassinated by the Ghost Clan. Go back and tell him that I'll be careful." Sima Yu said. "Master didn't ask me to go back." Di Wu said. "Didn't ask you to go back? He asked you to stay?" "Yes, the master asked me to stay here and protect young Mississippi." Everyone in the courtyard was silent. Shimin Feng looked at Di Wu and said, if they really sent someone to assassinate, how can you fight them by yourself? You will bring us more trouble if you stay. As long as I keep my aura, even one of a paragon rank can't notice me. Di Wu continued, and I'm more sensitive to Ghost Clan's aura, I'll notice right away if any of the Ghost Clan gets close. Are you born in the year of the dog? Sima Yu said. Young miss is really witty, I'm the Hellhound. Di Wu said proudly. Sima Yu was speechless, she was just teasing, little did she know that he was really a dog. She only thought about it but she didn't say it out loud. Then again, wasn't a Hellhound just another dog? If she said it out, it would hurt him. You really don't have to follow me. She wasn't used to strangers following her, it would be inconvenient if she wanted to do anything. But I can't go back even if I don't follow you. Di Wu looked at Sima Yu with an aggrieved face. Can't go back? What do you mean? The tunnel I used is one way, I can only come from there, I can't go back from here. Di Wu said. Sima Yu said with a dull face, did cousin make you do that? Young miss is really smart. Lingyu, can you send him back to Ghost Realm? Sima Yu's gaze turned to Wu Lingyu. I can. Wu Lingyu nodded. Young miss, please don't. They will mock me if you send me back. Di Wu cried out, I'd rather die in the human realm. Weren't people from the Ghost Clan always gloomy? What was with all the teasing? Why was Di Wu so different from Di Lu who was calm? Di Wu, you really can't follow me. Sima Yu continued, I have a lot of things to do, I can't do it if you stick by my side. Young miss, just disregard me, I won't speak or make a mess, I'll only be aware of your surroundings to see if there's any danger, I won't interrupt with anything you do. Di Wu claimed. Sima Yu realized that this guy had the potential to make her speechless, why didn't he understand anything she said? She didn't mind if there were many people by her side, but it was because she had her own secrets. But this guy didn't seem to get what she was trying to say, and even put up a front by saying he wouldn't make a mess. Do you want me to do it? Wu Lingyu asked. You. Sima Yu saw the pitiful look on Di Wu, the word do it was stuck in her throat. Who taught this guy how to act cute? Di Wu saw Sima Yu soft-hearted, he quickly stick to her and said in all smiles, young miss, don't worry, I'll be a quiet pretty boy. Sima Yu shot a glance at him, his facial features were indeed proportional, but with that dull face, it didn't suit the restless eyes that betrayed him. I feel that it's better to send you back. Shimin Feng continued, we just settled the Ghost Clan thing, if people found out that you're together with someone from Ghost Clan, it might cause some problems. Di Wu looked at Shimin Feng with resentment, young miss had already dismissed the thought, but this guy here still instigated about it, why was he so mean? I agree with Fenger. The Ghost Clan just created a huge mess and people from the continent hate the Ghost Clan even more now. Even if you save them, they won't diminish the hatred towards the Ghost Clan just because of that. Instead, they'll blame it on you. Sima Zhiyuan had more experiences therefore he understood the way others thought. Sima Yu smiled and said to Di Wu, see, I'm not the only one who disagrees, it's really inconvenient if you stay. I don't care, I won't go back, I want to follow you. Di Wu continued, if I go back, I won't be able to face anyone anymore. When Baita came in, the first person he saw was someone that he hadn't seen before, trying to throw a tantrum or acting shamelessly towards Sima Yu. Valley Master, Vice Valley Master. This is. Old Bai, can you sense his aura? Sima Yu questioned. Baita tried to sense and said, I can't sense it, which clan is this son from? He's a member of the Ghost Clan? Valley Master, why is there a member of Ghost Clan here? Baita was astonished, he really didn't know this guy was from the Ghost Clan. Sima Yu was somehow flabbergasted, she thought this guy was bluffing, she didn't expect that he had such skills. Let's try again. Sima Yu continued, go get Old Bai and the rest here and test, don't tell them in advance. Sure. Just as Baita wanted to turn and get out, he suddenly remembered why he came in, he turned back and said, Vice Valley Master, member of the Divinator asked to see you. Divinator? Did Yin Lin come? It's not his honor Yin Lin, it's a very young man. He said he's the little helper. The little helper is here? Where is he? He's waiting in the hall. Baita was unsure why Sima Yu was so excited. I'll go there straight. You bring Old Bai and the rest here to test. After Sima Yu spoke, she left a whole courtyard of people there and ran away. That's right, she ran. This had never happened before. This girl wasn't that excited when she saw me. Sima Zhiyuan was unhappy, jealous and aggrieved. She wasn't this excited either when she saw me. Wu Lingyu chimed in. You don't have such treatment too. Sima Zhiyuan felt more balanced now, it seemed like it wasn't only towards him. Oh right, why did a clansman of the Divinators look for her? He must be here to tell her news about her father. Although Wu Lingyu was just guessing, his tone sounded assuring. What did you say? Sima Zhiyuan was excited too, Divinator will really tell her about Xiener? Your Sima clan didn't know about it? Wu Lingyu saw how shocked he was and said, Yin Lin asked you to get the cleanest water from Immortal Land, if she managed to find it, he would tell her about her father. Then, when she got out, Yin Lin told her it wasn't the time yet, I think it was because her spiritual power was sealed at that time. Now that her spiritual power is back, I'm guessing that he's here to tell her about it. Sima Zhiyuan's face was dull, I don't even know such an important thing. Both uncles didn't tell you? Wu Lingyu said subconsciously. Those scoundrels, why didn't they tell me such important information? See how I'll deal with them when I get back. After Sima Ji Yuan spoke, he walked towards Sima Lu Feng's house to deal with them. Wu Lingyu smiled cheekily. You guys didn't help me put in some good words and still tackled me when I'm down, you guys would have to suffer now. This method is ruthless. Both uncles are afraid of old grandpa for the longest time. Shimin Feng continued, did they provoke you? No. Wu Lingyu said, but he didn't really think that way. Di Wu, who was at the side, saw everything amidst the clouds and mist, but he could see that Wu Lingyu wasn't someone to provoke, better not provoke him next time. Sima Yu came to the hall and saw that the little helper was actually there waiting for her. Little helper, did your master send you here to give me some news? Little helper smiled seeing her being eager and said, yes. What did your master say? Where is my father? Sima Yu asked anxiously. Miss Yu, calm down, my master said that he will tell you when everyone is here. Little helper's indifferent look really looked like his master. Isn't this my own business? Why do I need to wait for anyone to gather? Sima Yu asked puzzledly. My master said, it's because you gave us too much, so we'll have to reciprocate. Initially, we could only tell you about your father's news, but now we'll help you to save your father. So we're going with you. Little helper said. I thought you guys can't participate in this. If you guys join in, will it bring you any harm? Sima Yu asked worriedly. Miss Yu, master said because you changed my future, if we don't reciprocate, I won't be able to eliminate the karma. It will obstruct my future development. Little helper continued, and master also calculated for me, there'll only be scares but not mishap, I won't die. Sima Yu felt relieved with what he said and asked, those that you said we have to wait for, who are they? One of them is me, one of them has already arrived. One is on the way, he should be here soon. Little helper said. One of them is already here. Who? The ghost clansman in your backyard. Little helper said. Di Wu? Why does he need to come with us? Sima Yu asked in shock. Master said, he'll be very useful when we go there. Little helper said. Sima Yu calculated in her mind, it seemed like Di Wu's arrival wasn't a coincidence. Then who's the other one you mentioned? She asked. Another one is your old friend, master sent someone to look for him, he'd already agreed to help. Little helper said. My old friend? Who? Sima Yu thought to herself, wasn't her only old friend Qin Mo and Third Mo? Of course it's me. Third Mo's voice came from outside, followed by the dissolute shadow walking in. Rascal Third, it's really you. Sima Yu looked at Third Mo with pleasant surprise. Of course. Third Mo walked over, patted her shoulders, and said, how can I not come when you have problems? Hee, thank you. Sima Yu used her fist and bumped Third Mo's chest, she turned around and asked Little Helper, but why must he come with us? Master says, he's the best in spirit seeking. With him around, he can guarantee that your father will be saved. Little Helper said. Spirit seeking? I can do that too. Since Master already said that, he must have his own reason. Little Helper said. Alright. Then why must Di Wu come with us? Sima Yu asked. With it, we can go to that place. My father is in Ghost Realm? Kind of. Little Helper continued, you do know that there's a place where Ghost Realm intersects with Human Realm, right? Sima Yu frowned, why didn't she hear of this place before? Ghost City? Third Mo said. Yes. Isn't that place a myth? No, it really exists. Little Helper continued, because it's not where we are, so humans actually didn't know about this. Then where exactly is Ghost City? The intersection of Human Realm and Ghost Realm. Little Helper continued, I don't know where it exactly is. You just said that. Third Mo continued, then where is the intersection of Human Realm and Ghost Realm? I don't know either. Little Helper shrugged his shoulders looking innocent. You're a divinator, your master is Yin Lin, how can you not know this? Third Mo stared at Little Helper. Master didn't say where it is, he said that only that Ghost Clan member would know. Little Helper said. Then get that Ghost Clan member over and ask. Wait. Sima Yu stopped both of them, since when did Human Realm and Ghost Realm intersect? I thought the spirit of a dead human will automatically go to Ghost Realm after they die, but members of Ghost Realm can't come over? If there's an intersection, why would things like Fair Eastern City happen? Although Ghost City is an intersection of Ghost Realm and Human Realm, if you want to come out from there, it's harder than reaching the sky. Ghost Clan will rather choose a method like Fair Eastern City rather than coming from Ghost City. Third Mo explained. Why? Why did they need to use this method when there was a proper path to walk on? Lightning tribulations are keeping watch there. And human beings. Little Helper said. Then they should take the alternative way. Sima Yu said. Members of Ghost Clan thought about passing through the lightning tribulation, but that was almost impossible. Moreover, even if they passed through the lightning tribulation, there were also human beings keeping watch outside. If they saw any injured ghosts, the human beings would kill them immediately. It's not that no one tried coming over. In the past, very little did. Can human beings go through there freely? Sima Yu questioned. If humans want to go through there, they will still need to pass through the lightning tribulation. Little Helper continued, however, ghosts excavate a tunnel from time to time, but if living human beings want to get to Ghost Realm, they can only pass through there. No matter who died, their spirit would automatically get into Ghost Realm, but if a human being wanted to get into Ghost Realm, they could only pass through Ghost City. So, father went to Ghost City wanting to go to Ghost Realm to find mother. But how did he know where Ghost City is? Sima Yu was in doubt, but this could only be answered when they found him. If your father really wanted to go through there to find your mother, then he might be trapped there. Third Mo continued, both your uncles have been looking for him for so long, if they don't know about Ghost City, then obviously, they wouldn't find him. Possible. Sima Yu continued, you guys follow me, let's ask Di Wu where Ghost City is. At the same time we can ask uncle if they know about Ghost City. 3 of them went to the backyard, Bai Sheng, Feng Kai and the rest were there, they surrounded Di Wu in circles, they were walking in circles while rubbing their chin and said, is he really from the Ghost Clan? How did I not sense even a little aura from him? Di Wu smiled proudly. Sima Yu walked over and said, Di Wu, you can stay. Really? Young miss, you agree to it? Di Wu danced with joy. Shiman Feng and the rest felt odd with Sima Yu's sudden change of decision, why did she change her mind after going out? I agree. Sima Yu continued, but, I have a request. Tell me young miss, as long as you don't chase me back, you can have as many requests as you want. If you want to follow me, you'll have to listen to me, if I say 1, you can't say 2, if I say go to the east, you can't go to the west, if I say stop, you can't walk. Can you do it? Di Wu was stunned momentarily upon hearing Sima Yu's request. Sima Yu's face sunk, why, you can't do that? If you can't, then you should go back. No, it's not that I can't do it. Di Wu quickly denied, I'm only shocked. Shocked about what? Before I came here, Master told me that I've to listen to young miss when I get here, when you say 1 I can't say 2, you say to go east and I can't go west. I'm shocked that Master and young miss's order are the same. Di Wu explained. Cousin said that too? Sima Yu's heart was warm, since cousin said the same thing, will you listen? Of course I'll listen to young miss. When you say 1 I will never say 2, if you ask me to go east, I'll definitely not go west. Di Wu said. You said it yourself. Sima Yu said. Di Wu nodded, showing that he would listen. Great-granddaughter, why did you let him follow you? Sima Zhiyuan somehow disapproved, it would be dangerous if a ghost clan stayed by her side. Shiman Feng and Sima Luyun also looked at her with disapproval. Great-grandfather, you guys calm down, I keep him because I have a use for him. Sima Yu continued, little helper said, only he can bring me to look for father. What? Really? Everyone looked at little helper and Di Wu, they could bring them to her father? Great-granddaughter, are you sure? If you guys don't believe little helper, you guys should at least believe his master, Yin Lin. Sima Yu said. Then where's your father now? Sima Lu Feng asked. Ghost City. Sima Yu continued, Di Wu, do you know where Ghost City is? Ghost City. Di Wu almost jumped with shock hearing this word. Looks like you know. Sima Yu continued, do you know how to get there? Di Wu's facial expression became bad, he looked at Sima Yu in dilemma, young miss, Ghost City is not a normal place, you really want to go there? I must go. Sima Yu said firmly. But that place is very dangerous, my father is trapped there. Sima Yu continued, you said you'll listen to me. Di Wu fell silent. Great-granddaughter, is your father really at Ghost City? Sima Zhiyuan frowned, it seemed like he knew about Ghost City. Clan leader, you know about Ghost City? Sima Lu Feng asked. I heard about it before, I always thought it's a myth. Sima Zhiyuan continued, but I didn't think that he would go to that place. Where is that? Sima Luyun asked. If the directions weren't right from the start, wouldn't it be a waste of effort after searching for so many years? That's an intersection of human realm and ghost realm, but not many people know about it. Sima Zhiyuan continued, I thought it was a myth, I didn't expect it to exist. How is that place dangerous? Sima Lu Feng questioned. People who reside there are dark spirit masters or ghost clan members, so you guys can imagine what it is like living there. People don't usually come out alive from there. Di Wu said. All spirit masters there use the dark attribute? I heard it from master, I think master heard it from your mother. Di Wu continued, I don't know where your mother heard about it. Going in and not coming out alive? Sima Yu felt sorry for her own father, since he knew about that place, he would definitely know how dangerous it was there. Even so, he went there to look for mother without a second thought. Yu, when are you going? We want to go together. Sima Lu Feng said. That place is very dangerous, it might not be a good idea for many people to go. Di Wu continued, you guys aren't dark attributed spirit masters, it'll attract problems if you guys go. But I will be worried if only a few of you go. Sima Zhiyuan disapproved. Why not let us get in your little realm? Sima Lu Feng continued, we won't feel at ease here if we don't follow you. Sima Yu went silent for a while and said. That will do. I will go with you too. Shiman Feng said. Sima Yu shook her head and said, Fenger, you and Heartbreak Valley members can't go. Why? You guys got your own things to do. I don't know how long it will take, you will need to oversee Heartbreak Valley, you can start gobbling up their economy. Sima Yu continued, who will do all these if you go? But I won't feel at ease. Shiman Feng said. With Blood Fiend City members and me, what's there to worry about? Sima Yu said. But. Fenger, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Sima Yu continued, they need you here. Shimin Feng could only agree seeing how firm she was. You have to be careful. We'll wait for you to come back in Heartbreak Valley. Don't worry, I'll come back. Sima Yu said. Shimin Feng looked at Wu Lingyu and said, you have to protect her. Of course. I want to go too. Sima Ji Yuan said. No. Sima Yu rejected without hesitation. Why? Sima Ji Yuan was hurt, why did she reject him straight away? Sima Yu saw his reaction, went up to him, held his hand and smiled, great-grandfather, I don't know how long it will take if I go Ghost City, you're the clan leader, there's so many things happening in the clan now, if you go, what will happen if they need you? This was the first time Sima Yu got so close to him, this kind of intimacy made him happy, but her words didn't make him happy. Clan leader, I think you shouldn't go. Sima Lu Feng said as he shrunk his neck when he saw Sima Ji Yuan staring back at him. Clan leader, the clan and Gu's clan has reached an intense phase, right? Sima Lu Yun said. Both of you, scoundrels. Sima Ji Yuan raged, why did these two guys stop him like Sima Yu? Clan leader, I'm just stating the facts. Sima Lu Yun had some resistance with his power, unlike Sima Lu Feng hiding behind. Sima Ji Yuan knew it wasn't a good time too, but he kept thinking of following them. But seeing Yu didn't agree to it, he sighed and said, alright. But you guys can't go just like that. Then how should we go? Sima Lu Feng asked. You stay aside. Sima Ji Yuan glared at him and continued, I'll get Xiao Qi to bring some people to go with you guys. Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun were shocked, elder uncle and the rest are back. Who is Xiao Qi? Sima Yu questioned. Your grandfather, Sima Xiao Qi. This was the first time that Sima Yu had heard news regarding her paternal grandparents and was rather surprised. Before this, none of them had mentioned her grandparents and she had believed that they were no longer in this world. Now that she had suddenly heard news of them, she was rather unable to react. Grandfather and grandmother. Sima Yu lightly furrowed her eyebrows, you want them to go with us? They had initially been outside all the while searching for Lu Xian. I can contact them and get them to return. Sima Ji Yuan said. If these two brats are the only ones going with you, I don't feel reassured. These two brats. Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun were speechless, but they were powerless to contend against it. Cough cough. Sima Yu forcefully suppressed her emotions. Only then could she stop herself from bursting out with laughter. These two brats? They were already a few hundreds of years old but were still referred to as brats. It was probably something that they hadn't experienced in a long time. Cough cough, clan leader, how long will it be before uncle and the others are able to return? Sima Lu Yun changed the subject. I've always been updating them about Sima Yu. If they knew that you returned, they would definitely hurry back immediately. Much less needs to be said since your father's whereabouts have been made known. Sima Ji Yuan said. Paternal grandfather. Sima Yu thought of Sima Lai. They had recently remained in closed-door cultivation because they felt like they were lagging too far behind her. They wanted to stay with her because they loved her so much that they didn't want to drag her down. To be honest, she knew that she was rather afraid towards the unknown relationship. Just like how it was in the beginning when she first got to know Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng. When she first met Sima Ji Yuan, she would subconsciously rebel against his words too. However, after a few interactions, she would still quickly accept them because she would slowly accept the relationship. Now, there was going to be another person who was blood related to her that she didn't know. She didn't know whether or not she would be able to handle it well. Sima Lu Yun patted her shoulder, saying, if your father's older brother and auntie, the wife of your father's younger brother, knew that you had returned, they would definitely be very happy. Don't worry. Sima Yu lightly mumbled in reply. She was a little expectant towards meeting them as well as a little worried. As she waited for the day to come, she also wished that Shimin Feng and the others would hurry up and return. However, they had insisted that she had to go before they returned and casually met up with her paternal grandparents. Sima Yu wanted Fatty Chu and the others to return as well because they were not yet strong enough. If they left, it would cause them great danger. This caused the few of them to feel rather dejected. They were getting further and further away. However, they finally decided to follow along. They did promise, though, to remain in the Spirit Pagoda. As they waited, the Alliance would send back some news and tell her some information about the Guild Alliance. These days, she and Wu Lingyu were enjoying a rare opportunity to live in a world with just the two of them. Shimin Feng, Bai Sheng and the others went to settle the things back at Heartbreak Valley. It was rare, but Sima Ji Yuan had also taken the two brats with him. Fatty Chu and the others had already found an excuse to lock themselves in seclusion in the Spirit Pagoda for the sake of catching up to her and continuing to stay by her side. The two of them sipped tea as they chatted about their day. This is such a rare occurrence. We finally have time alone. Sima Yu saw that he was complaining and smirked. This guy finally couldn't help but complain. Wu Lingyu saw her smile and lightly pursed his lips, saying, don't you feel the same? It'll be fine once this season passes. Sima Yu smiled lightly, there are many people now so I've neglected you. Don't be so petty. Petty? Wu Lingyu leaned forward and sat beside Sima Yu. Doing this, he was almost leaning completely on her. He placed his mouth beside her ear and said in a light chiding manner, his voice bewitching, I'm not being petty. I just hope to find your parents earlier. This way, we can get married earlier and I can have a bite of you earlier. Sima Yu couldn't help but blush as she used both hands to push his head away. She changed the topic and asked, once you meet my parents, wouldn't you have to pass another barrier? This really isn't something that I enjoy. Wu Lingyu leaned forward again after she pushed him away and his long fingers toyed with hers. This time, Sima Yu was too lazy to push him away and let him play with her fingers. Now that you mention it, how did you deal with my great-grandfather before? I remember that you were both at odds with each other when I left, but you were already chatting with each other so happily the moment I returned. This is a secret between men. Even this was considered as a secret between men? I remember back then that grandfather and my brothers did not like you either, but they accept you now. Is this also a secret? Your great-grandfather is a lot more sold on me than your grandfather and brothers. I believe that you won't be able to deal with my parents so easily. Sima Yu teased. It's troublesome to have to deal with more relatives. Wu Lingyu said, look, how great it is to be me. I don't have any relatives and you don't have to deal with so much. The only one who has relations with me is Master. However, that guy likes you way more than he likes me. He might even stand on your side to test me when the time comes. Master has been gone for so many years. Are we really not going to look for him? Sima Yu played with the teacup using her other hand. She was rather worried for the safety of Old Man Devil. His life jade is perfectly fine. Even if we can't find him, he won't be suffering. Wu Lingyu said. Once Master returns, Master Uncle and the others will go crazy. He's abandoned the valley for such a long time. Sima Yu said. He's always been this way. Those from the valley have long since gotten used to it. Wu Lingyu said, if you worry about him, you can contact your Auntie Feng. Her soul imprint is different from the others. You can look for her directly. The ones who came before to collect the pills were all her subordinates. If nothing terrible happens, I do not wish to contact Auntie Feng. I have this feeling that, once I contact her, I will enter a world that I do not know. I feel like I'm not ready to enter that world yet. Sima Yu said. That's true. It is a little too early for you to know about it. Wu Lingyu said. There are times where I feel like I am just too weak, and too far away from your world. I try my best to improve myself in order to enter your world sooner, but it still feels impossibly far. Sima Yu said a little sadly. You have already improved at an incredible speed. Wu Lingyu said, I'll wait for you at the front. You can take your time and walk over. I will catch up to you. Sima Yu said as she lifted her head to see a head resting on her shoulder with a beautiful expression besotted by love. She rolled her eyes helplessly. You are the royal devil king of the devil realm, is it okay for you to be like this? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Although her words were filled with dislike, the expression on her face was extremely tender. I love how you smell. Wu Lingyu didn't find it shameful at all. If your subordinates found out about this, the reputation that you've spent hundreds of thousands of years building up would be shattered in an instant. Hey, the reputation you've just built up will also burst into flames. Sima Yu teased him as she stretched forth a hand to flick at his forehead. Wu Lingyu sat straight and held on to her hand. In a moment, he had pulled her into his embrace. Sima Yu conveniently saw across his legs and leaned back, resting on him. As he wrapped his arms around her, she rested her head on his shoulder. Yu. Sima Yu waited for a moment. When she saw that he didn't continue, she lifted her head and looked at him. What's up? But you have to be even more cruel. That's unlike you. Sima Yu played with his fingers. Are you worried about my grandparents or worried about going to Ghost City later on? If possible, I really wish that you didn't have to go to Ghost City. It's too dangerous there. Wu Lingyu said, but I know as well that it's impossible to stop you from going now. Sima Yu turned around and placed both hands on his shoulders, saying, no matter what I wanted to do in the past, you were not as worried as you are now. What's up this time? Ghost City. It's not a place that humans can casually roam. Wu Lingyu said, I have a feeling that I will enter a deep sleep again and lose all my energy. If you are there, what if I cannot protect you? However, Sima Yu's attention was no longer on it. She immediately grabbed onto his hand and examined it, asking, were you unconscious that time because of the Wonderlands? Wu Lingyu took 2 seconds too long and she astutely noticed his eyes and said, you even fainted in the middle. Wu Lingyu pulled his hands away and said, don't worry. It was only once or twice. It's not right. Sima Yu grabbed onto his hand again, examining it closely. When did I ever lie to you? It really was only once or twice. Wu Lingyu looked at her as if he was shocked and laughed in reply. I'm not saying that that's not right. Sima Yu said, according to reason, after going into a deep sleep, your soul should fuse even more. But why does it seem like your soul is even weaker than the last time I took your pulse? It's just a little bit weaker. You even realized this. Your medicinal skills are too powerful. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu used both hands to squish his face, not letting him move around. With a solemn expression, she said, don't mess with me. Tell me. When did this start? 2 years after I went to the Devil Realm. Wu Lingyu replied honestly. What happened when you went to the Devil Realm? Nothing much, actually. Just a little killing, fighting and recruiting, stuff like that. You hurt your soul back then. Sima Yu said, or are you saying that your soul caused you to be injured, which in turn hurt your soul again? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. The hand that grabbed onto him trembled, and her eyes filled with self-criticism. Wu Lingyu wrapped a hand around her waist and with his other hand, caressed her face gently, saying, "It's no problem. Don't blame yourself. I'm fine. If it were not because you took the initiative to break off the contract with me, how could you? If I had let you get injured back then, I would have hated myself for a lifetime." Wu Lingyu said, "In any case, to let a woman hurt herself for a man's sake is something no man should do." However, this was completely useless to her. Apart from being self-deprecating, she tried to remember if she had ever encountered something similar when she had studied the medicine books before. With the hand that was wrapped around her waist, Wu Lingyu pulled on her and brought her attention back to him. He seized her lips and bit down lightly, like a punishment for her disobedience. However, the moment he got close to her lips, he couldn't control himself. He wanted to plunder them even more. Only by allowing himself to go deeper and deeper did he manage to placate himself temporarily. MFPH, someone's coming. Sima Yu could sense someone heading towards their courtyard and lightly tapped his shoulder. Wu Lingyu left her lips. As they parted, an ambiguous thread remained. "I really want to punish you." He lowered his head to rest on her forehead, his voice husky because it was lowered. Sima Yu slapped his shoulder and got up from him, saying, "All right, someone is really coming." Wu Lingyu grabbed onto her hand, allowing her to sit back down on her seat. The tea on the table had already cooled down as well. Sima Yu waved her hand and the tea set completely disappeared as a new one immediately took its place. Just as she was boiling water, Sima Ji Yuan brought in an unfamiliar male and female. The moment they saw Sima Yu, the both of them walked even faster. "It seems that your grandfather and grandmother are coming over. Do you want me to hide?" Wu Lingyu asked. "No need. In any case, you have to meet them too." Sima Yu said. "Clan leader, is this Xian'er's child?" The lady stopped in front of Sima Yu and looked at her emotionally. She seemed at a loss and said, "Child, I am your grandmother." Grandmother. Sima Yu subconsciously glanced at Sima Ji Yuan. Seeing that he didn't deny it, she knew that they really were her grandparents. Yu, my child." Huang Yingning stepped forward and wrapped Sima Yu in a hug. It was a long while before she released her. She touched her face and her lips quivered. "Although you are very similar to your mother, you bear resemblance to your father as well." Sima Yu was immediately moved by the warmth in her eyes. Most of the people by her side were male, and although she had her third Aunt Yi and the others, they were not her real blood family. Now that she saw Huang Yingning, it was truly different. Yu, this is your grandfather." Huang Yingning pulled over a Sima Xiuqi, who hadn't opened his mouth a single time since he entered, and introduced them. Sima Yu looked at Sima Xiuqi. He was her real grandfather, and he really was another attractive person. She had never met her parents and didn't know what they looked like, but he did look rather similar to Sima Ji Yuan. However, he was a lot more solemn than her great-grandfather. There wasn't a big smile on his face. If not for the rare joy clear in his eyes, she would have wondered whether or not he was upset with her. "Grandfather," she called out. "Don't put on such a long face. You'll scare Yu." The only one who dared to criticize Sima Xiuqi was only his own father. He noticed that Sima Yu did look a bit scared, so his expression warmed up and he smiled a little, saying, "It's good that you're back." He really did speak like a superior. Sima Yu pulled Wu Lingyu over. "Grandfather, grandmother. Let me introduce you. This is my senior, Wu Lingyu, the holy son of the Sage Pavilion. Also my boyfriend." Sima Xiuqi's initially calm expression lit up with rage when he heard the last part of her sentence. He glared at Wu Lingyu and repeated slowly, "Boyfriend?" Previous chapter. "Don't be so surprised. He's a boyfriend, and they'll eventually be a couple," Sima Ji Yuan said. "I guessed the meaning." Sima Xiuqi glared at Sima Yu who was pulling on Wu Lingyu's arm. His gaze seemed like he wanted to glare a hole into that part of his arm. "Wu Lingyu. Come here." Wu Lingyu went forward and Sima Yu saw that Sima Xiuqi's expression was dark, so she subconsciously grabbed onto his arm. "It's fine." Wu Lingyu patted her arm to comfort her. "Grandfather, let's talk later if there's anything up," Sima Yu said. Huang Yingning swatted at Sima Xiuqi and said, "What is the situation?" "Situation now. What will you do if you scare our granddaughter?" "I haven't done anything." Sima Xiuqi tried to defend himself. "How was this scaring their granddaughter?" "Great-grandfather, grandfather, grandmother, since you're all here, let's set out to Ghost City," Sima Yu said. When he thought of his son who had been missing for more than 50 years, Sima Xiuqi let go of Wu Lingyu for the time being and said, "You can't just go to Ghost City anytime you want to. You have to make the proper preparations." "I have already made those preparations." Sima Yu sighed, "We can head out once grandfather and grandmother, you both have rested." "It's been prepared?" "Yes." Sima Yu sighed, "When we were waiting for you, I asked Di Wu to prepare everything we need." Actually, Di Wu made it sound simple. She just had to prepare pills, spirit tools, and array stones. Especially the pills. That was because the other side had dark spirit energy and death aura, making it difficult to rest and recover if they spent it. They had to depend on pills to replenish. However, he didn't know that Sima Yu had her little realm and spirit pagoda. With those two items, they just had to rest in the little realm for a moment and they would recover. However, just to prepare for the worst-case scenario, she still prepared a few things that Di Wu asked for. "Since you have already prepared everything, we can head out now." The earlier we set off, the sooner we can find your father. Huang Yingying said. If you have no objections, we can head out sooner. I'll gather everyone, then we can go. Sima Yu said. Alright. You can go ahead. Sima Yu pulled Wu Elinjiu out and went to look for third Mo and Di Wu. As they watched them leave, Sima Ji Yuan smiled with a nod. The two of them are truly very matching. Just watching their backs is pleasing to the eye. Sima Xiuqi was upset by this. He said with a frown, "Clan leader, how could you simply approve of them being together? Yu is a child of the Sima clan. How could she be with someone from the Sage Pavilion? Then are you able to split them apart? See if Yu won't treat you badly after that. I dare bet that if you dare to do so, Yu will immediately leave without you." Sima Ji Yuan said. Even clan leader approves of this person, it naturally won't be bad. Huang Yingying said, since clan leader has no objections, then you shouldn't bother about his identity. Exactly. Sima Ji Yuan looked pointedly at him, saying, Yu, this child, is moved by soft methods, not harsh ones. As long as she acknowledges you, she will treat you wholeheartedly. If you face off with her, be careful that she never acknowledges you in the future. I spent a lot of effort to get her to acknowledge me, but didn't manage to get her to join our clan. That is why she hasn't had a change of heart yet and is still unwilling to return. We are her blood relatives. How dare she not return with us? Threatening her is useless. I have gotten rather familiar with her personality during this period of time. You cannot force her, you can only use your sincerity to persuade her. That is why you guys should pay a bit more attention. Aside from wanting to protect her, you also have to try and convince her to return to the clan. Sima Ji Yuan ordered. We understand. This ghost city has always existed in the legends, and nobody has ever seen it before nor encountered it before. That is why nobody knows how the situation is inside. When you are there, you must be careful. Bring Yu there and you must bring her back. We will, clan leader. Sima Xiuqi replied. The clan leader didn't seem to be like this before, but he seemed to have gotten rather naggy. In the future, if no outsiders are present, you should just call me father. Sima Ji Yuan said. Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying were stunned. Ever since he became the clan leader, everyone was to address him as clan leader. Even his own son and daughter-in-law were not allowed to call him otherwise. They had addressed him as such for such a long time, so why did he suddenly think of this? Yu was right. An address like clan leader is too formal, it takes away our closeness. That is why, when nobody else is around, you both may call me father. Yes, father. Sima Yu brought in third Mo and Di Wu. Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng came in after. Later on, it was Shimin Feng and the others who had led them in earlier. Alright, everyone is here. Let's prepare to set off. Sima Yu said. Sima Xiuqi saw that, apart from them, there were not many others. He frowned and said, if we only have the few of us, will it be too dangerous? While they were waiting just now, Sima Ji Yuan had told them of the many dangers in Ghost City. However, if they went there with only the few of them, were they not just going to be sent to their deaths? Grandfather, you are mistaken. It's not them. Then how many others are there? It would be safer if we had more of us. Huang Yingying sighed. Grandmother, that's not it. Sima Yu said, Fenger, Old Bai and the others are just here to send us off. They're not coming with us. They're not coming? That's right. Sima Yu explained, Yin Lin said that third Mo, Little Tong and Di Wu would be enough. However, since grandparents, you are anxious, they said that they would come with us. It's just that there are fewer than the numbers you see right now. If it's just the few of us, will we be able to survive it? It was not that Huang Yingying did not have faith in herself, but when Sima Ji Yuan was giving them instructions earlier, they finally understood just how dangerous Ghost City was. Grandmother, relax. It's not just us. Sima Yu said, it's just that we have to walk this route. She did not explicitly say that the men from Blood Fiend City would go with them, but she said that there would be many of them. Sima Ji Yuan didn't voice out any objections either, showing that this was what was going to happen. Only then did Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying relax, saying, did they already go ahead? Then we should go as well. Sima Yu turned around to look at Shimin Feng. Shimin Feng stepped forward and gave her a hug, saying, we will wait for your return from Heartbreak Valley. If you do not return, I will lead my people and kill our way there. Sima Yu saw the terror and worry in his eyes and smiled lightly, relax, I will definitely return. With my father. You guys are in the valley, so you should go ahead and carry it out once you are done with the planning. I hope to hear good news once I return. Alright. We definitely will. Take this. Sima Yu placed her life jade into Shimin Feng's hands, and Sima Ji Yuan was immediately upset and his expression turned into a frown. Previous chapter. Sima Yu handed her life jade over to Shimin Feng, which meant that the Sima clan would not know how her current situation would be. The moment he got angry, the aura in the room completely changed. Sima Yu understood his thought and went up to hold onto his hand, saying, Great-grandfather, you have grandmother and grandfather's life jade. If anything happened, he would know the current situation through Sima Xiuqi's life jade. But that isn't yours. Sima Ji Yuan said. Great-grandfather, isn't it the same no matter whose it is? Sima Yu held onto his hand and acted coquettish, I'm still the Vice Valley Master no matter what, and they need to know how I'm doing. It's not like I can leave grandfather's name jade with Heartbreak Valley and give you mine, right? Then there's still nothing that. Alright, let's just leave it at this. Sima Yu said, great-grandfather, we're going to set off. You won't make me go off in a bad mood, right? Sima Ji Yuan saw her beaming at him coquettishly and didn't want to make her unhappy, so he said helplessly, alright then. You can agave your way this time, you have to behave. I definitely will. Sima Yu hurriedly replied. Once we rescue your father, come back to the clan. Sima Ji Yuan said, if you can't bear to let go of Heartbreak Valley, they can come with us. They'll be in the inner regions as well. Great-grandfather, they're perfectly fine in Heartbreak Valley. Sima Yu said, Heartbreak Valley has a strategic terrain, as well as poison creatures to act as protective barriers. It's good for my members who have many enemies. As for me, let's talk again once we find my father. She didn't put her foot down, meaning that it was possible for her to return and possible for her not to. It all had to depend on how Sima Lu Xian was. Sima Ji Yuan had always known her position. Knowing that it was useless to push her, he patted her shoulder, saying, then you definitely have to rescue your father. I will wait for you both at home. I definitely will. Great-grandfather, you can rest assured. Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingning saw the way they interacted with each other and looked at each other. Dad really pampered you. They saw the way they acted so closely with one another, and Sima Yu was probably the only one who could act like that with him in the entire clan. Bark 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 dash. The barking gave everyone a shock. They actually didn't realize that there were spirit beasts nearby. Nobody knew where Blackie came from, and he came beside Sima Yu. In his mouth was a short flute. Sima Yu squatted down and patted its head, saying, where did you run to these few days? Bark 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 dash. Blackie hurriedly placed the flute that was in his mouth into her hand and barked twice more to curry favor. What is this? Sima Yu looked at that little flute. It was about 10 centimeters long and had a milky white body. On the end was a skull, feeling ice cold to the touch. Di Wu, who was standing by the side, jumped up with shock and shouted, bone flute. Bone flute? What is that? Sima Yu raised her head and asked. The ghost realm has many dark artifacts. The tune that plays from a bone flute can control a person's mind. It is one of the top 10 great dark artifacts in the ghost realm. If my guess is not wrong, the last time something happened in Fair Eastern City, it was because someone used this bone flute to control your people and opened the portal. Di Wu said. This is the one. Sima Yu looked at the bone flute in her hand. Now that you mention it, there was really the sound of a flute playing in Fair Eastern City. Was this the item that produced it? Should be it. Di Wu said, you definitely cannot let anyone know that you possess the bone flute. Otherwise, those people from the ghost clan will definitely cause trouble for you. Is this that enticing? Sima Yu said. How could it not be? It's one of the 10 great dark artifacts of the ghost realm. The 100 ghost fan, bone flute, soul drowning seal and the like are all at the top few. If any one of these dark divine artifacts appeared, it would cause the ghost realm to fight each other, causing great storms of blood. So powerful. Sima Yu smiled, she loved treasure. Bark 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 dash. Blackie saw that Sima Yu was happy, so he became happy as well. Sima Yu kept the bone flute away and picked up Blackie, saying, the previous owner must have been struck to death by the lightning calamity, so he left this here. Blackie, you specially went to pick it up for me, didn't you? Bark 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 dash. Blackie wagged its tail happily. I'll wait till we return home and have more time before looking into this more. Alright, let's go. She took out a one-time use teleportation array and said to everyone. Be careful. Shimin Feng said. Boss, I believe that you will all return safely. Feng Kai said. We will take good care of all the things on this side. When you go over there, there's no need to worry about things here. Bai Sheng said. Sima Yu looked at them and nodded before going to activate the array, and everyone walked in. The light from the array surrounded them and the few of them quickly disappeared. If any trouble crops up at Heartbreak Valley, you can use this to find me. Sima Ji Yuan placed a jade pendant into Shimin Feng's hand. You guys should know how to use this to look for me, right? We do. Shimin Feng said. Since she's gone, I'll help to take care of you. Since you know what to do, I won't say more. After speaking, he opened a portal through space and walked through it. Bai Sheng saw that Shimin Feng was rather worried and said, relax. You know how hardy Yu is. She'll be fine. In any case, there is still so many of them from Blood Fiend City. Let's go. It's also time to deal with the Yin Yang Palace and the Zhongzhen clan. This array was one that Sima Yu had gotten Fong Ming to help her make during the time she spent waiting. The distance this time was too far, and she was still unable to fix up an array that could take them so far. Although Fong Ming was rather curious why she wanted to head to the Southern Desolation, he still didn't ask too much and quickly made it for her. The southern part of the Southern Desolation had an endless marsh. It was known as the most dangerous marsh in the central regions. It was even said that the mud was shallow but viscous. If one were to go in, it would be extremely hard to get out. In a space somewhere in the marsh, an array entrance suddenly appeared and Sima Yu's group walked out. Sima Xiuqi recognized the place after a few glances and said, this is the Southern Desolation Swamp. Southern Desolation Swamp? Why are we here? Sima Lu Feng knew about this place. They didn't think that they would come here immediately. Is the ghost city here? Sima Lu Yun frowned. I used the coordinates that Yin Lin gave me to ask President Fong to make this array, so it should be right. Sima Yu said. Master said before that one needs to set off from the southern desolation swamp to head to Ghost City. Little Helper spoke, ascertaining the authenticity of their location. But we came here before and we didn't find anything special. Sima Lu Feng said. In order to look for Sima Lu Xian, they had gone to many places all those years. The South Desolation Swamp was one of them. When they came here before, they didn't find anything unusual. Since Little Helper knows, lead the way. Nobody expected that Little Helper would shake his head and say, I don't know the route after this either. Previous chapter. You don't know? How are we supposed to get to Ghost City then? Sima Lu Feng asked. Little Helper looked at Di Wu and said, you'll have to depend on him to lead the rest of the way. Me? Di Wu pointed at himself with confusion, I have no idea where Ghost City is. Black lines filled everyone's head. So this meant that nobody knew where Ghost City was? They had always thought that Little Helper knew where it was, and Little Helper thought that Di Wu knew. In the end, nobody did. None of you know where Ghost City is? Sima Yu asked. Master said that he knows. Little Helper said. I've never gone there before. I've only heard of it before. Di Wu said helplessly. Your master knows to come here. Could it be that he didn't say exactly where it was? Little Helper nodded. Yin Lin really didn't say. So what do we do now? Everyone looked at each other. None of them knew what to do. Little Helper, did your master say why Di Wu would know the way? Sima Yu asked. Didn't he just say that Di Wu knew the way? He didn't say why. Little Helper said. Didn't Di Wu say that he heard of it before? Maybe the one you've heard of before is right. Wu Lingyu said. Let me think. Di Wu said, it was something I heard of a very long time ago. I heard a saying before, where the sun sets over the western hills, man and ghost are connected. Could this have anything to do with it? Sima Xiu asked. Western hills? Right. The rumors of Ghost City did involve the western hills. Di Wu cried out. The western hills are the western hills of the human realm, so it should have nothing to do with the ghost realm, right? No, the ghost realm has a mountain known as the Western Hill. Di Wu said confidently. But there isn't a mountain here known as the Western Hill. Sima Lu Yun said, we came to search this area before. We searched all over but didn't find anything. At that time, we knew that there was no place known as the Western Hill. Whether or not there is one, we just have to find a spirit beast and ask it to know. Sima Xiu finished speaking and powerfully sucked in, and a spirit beast who was hiding in the swamp got pulled over. Mercy! Mercy! The little mud fish wriggled about in midair, crying out loudly. Don't shout, we're not going to kill you. Sima Xiu said, I ask you, within the southern desolation swamp, is there anything known as the Western Hill? When the little mud fish heard that they were not going to kill him, he immediately calmed down. When he heard what Sima Xiu said, he thought for a moment and said, no. There's no place known as the Western Hill in the southern desolation swamp. Really? There's none. Little mud fish said confidently. Do you know if there is one nearby? All us spirit beasts here walk around very often. If there was one, we would definitely know. There is definitely no place known as the Western Hill. Little mud fish said. Sima Xiu saw that he did look rather honest and let him go. He caught another spirit beast and asked him the same question, but the outcome was the same. Seems like the Western Hill really doesn't exist. Di Wu said. Sima Yu looked at the mountains in the distance and it just happened to be sunset. The sun set right in the middle of two hills and slowly set. Sun sets over the Western Hills. Could it be that the Western Hill is not the name of a mountain but refers to the mountains on the west side? Mountains on the west side? Huang Yingying followed Sima Yu's gaze and also saw the sun setting on the west side. That isn't too possible, right? Sima Lu Feng said, we are now standing on the west side of the mountains, but what if we weren't standing right here? If we were standing to the west of that mountain would be our east. That sounded reasonable. Sima Yu didn't agree, though. The more she looked at those mountains, the more probable she felt it was. In any case, we don't have any other ideas, so we might as well give it a try. That's true. Don't go there. The little mud fish from before suddenly poked his head out. That place is suspicious. Spirit beasts always disappear there. It's very dangerous. Oh. Little mud fish's words immediately evoked everyone's attention. There seems to be nothing special about those mountains, though. Why would it be that dangerous? I know. In any case, at this time every day, that place will become particularly dangerous. That is why we do not go near that area at this time. Little mud fish said. Is it the same for other times of the day? No, it's normally 2 hours before and after the sun sets that the area will become terrifying. All the spirit beasts that go there will disappear. Little mud fish said. We understand. Thank you, little mud fish. This is a present to thank you. Sima Yu took out a pill and tossed it at little mud fish. Little mud fish didn't know what pills were, but it smelled good, so it was definitely something of good quality. Hence, it grabbed the pill and swum downwards again. Based on what it said, this should be the place. Sima Lu Yun said, I really didn't think that the place where the human and ghost clans intersected was in such an inconspicuous place. Let's head over. They flew towards the mountains. Who would have thought that, although it looked so near, it was actually really far. By the time they reached the place, the sun had already set past the mountain. They had no choice but to wait till the next day. On this day, they had gone one round around the mountain. Finally, they didn't see a single spirit beast. This place was truly strange. On the second day, when the sun was about to set, they left the mountain range. Then, they slowly headed towards the center of the two mountains. Just as they were about to traverse the space between the two mountains, the scene changed right before their eyes. What used to be swamp turned into a dusky land. There was no setting sun, nor any emerald green vegetation. They looked behind them, and although they still saw the two mountains from before, it felt like it was in a different space. Did we go in? We should have. This place is so overcast. Where is Ghost City? This I know. Di-Wu said. Didn't you say before that you didn't know? What I didn't know was how to get here from the human world. Now that we're here, I know the way. Di-Wu explained. So where do we go? It said that, from the point where the human and ghost realm intersect, no matter which direction you walk towards, just walk in a straight line and you will end up in Ghost City. Di-Wu said. The direction you head towards will be Ghost City. Exiting from Ghost City will bring you to a different world. So mysterious? This was the first time that Sima Yu heard about it. She felt like it was a little inconceivable. She looked all around here and there truly was only one direction. That was a little strange. However, for a special place like this wasn't too difficult to accept. So you're saying that, no matter where we head towards, we will be heading towards Ghost City? Then what was the point of you saying that you knew the way? Sima Lu Feng rolled his eyes. That's considered knowing the way too. Di-Wu retorted. Without him, they wouldn't have known this face. Then let's just randomly choose any direction and walk there. Sima Yu bit her lip. Did her father end up there like this as well? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Since every direction looked the same, they randomly chose a direction. Sima Yu summoned Halcyon, getting him to lead everyone. Who? A gale blew against everyone and it was so strong that they couldn't open their eyes, hence Halcyon's speed decreased. Halcyon, change the direction. Sima Yu said. Alright. Halcyon responded and changed another direction. But changing to another direction was the same. The strong wind blew directly at them too, the other directions didn't seem to have any wind. It's useless. Huang Yingying continued, the moment we go forward, no matter which direction we go, the wind will blow directly at us. Sima Xiuqi congealed his spiritual power, and it transformed into a faint ripple that surrounded everyone, including Halcyon. With this layer of protection, the amount of power from the wind lessened a lot. Let's continue. Sima Xiuqi told Halcyon. Alright. The strength of the wind lessened and they became faster. After that layer of protection dispersed, Huang Yingying created another one, followed by Sima Lu Yun, Sima Lu Feng, then Wu Lingyu, and they took turns. Who? The further they went, the stronger the wind became. Halcyon could no longer take it and they switched to Little Rock. You guys look, is it brighter there? Little Helper cried out pleasantly while looking at the sky ahead of them. It seems like it. Are we passing by this place? Although they didn't get into any danger in this journey, that strong wind drained them out. If it wasn't for the pills they took for recovering spiritual energy, their spiritual energy might be depleted in this journey even if they managed to pass this area. Little Rock kept going forward, suddenly the strong wind ahead disappeared, the pressure was gone too. No more. Di-Wu lifted his head and looked at the sky, there wasn't any pressure, their breathing became smoother. Seemed like we passed through it. Sima Lu Yun said. The sky here is much brighter than the one before, it's much more fresh and clean and not as ashen as before. Sima Yu said. There's plants here, except there's no sun. It's almost the same as outside. Little Rock flew a distance and suddenly descended. Yu, I can't fly here. Little Rock said while he descended. Everyone, protect yourself. Dropping from a height like that, if they didn't protect themselves, they might become fragments when they fall. Fortunately, when they were a few meters close to the ground, Little Rock flapped his wings and ascended a few meters, balancing the speed and power of descent and landed everyone smoothly. There's restriction in the space here, we can't fly here. Sima Xiuqi looked at the sky. If they couldn't fly, their trip would be slowed down. There's not only spatial restriction here, there's also a strong pull of gravity here. Don't you guys feel that your legs are heavy? Sima Xiuqi said. It is actually heavy. Huang Yingying said. Sima Lu Yun and the rest nodded too. I feel fine, there's not much sensation. Little Helper said as he lifted his legs effortlessly. I think it's fine too. Sima Yu took 2 steps. Although it was heavier than usual, it wasn't a problem to her. You both looked more relaxed than us. Sima Lu Feng continued, could this be based on power? The stronger the power, the stronger the gravity is. Maybe. Huang Yingying continued, I can obviously feel it, it's difficult to even lift my legs up. Me too. Sima Xiuqi said. Aya, why don't I feel anything? What about third Mo? Di-Wu asked. Both my legs felt like they're filled with lead. Third Mo said. It seems like the gravity's effect is less on Yu, Di-Wu, and Little Helper. Sima Xiuqi tried to walk a few meters. It usually took a few seconds, but it took him a few minutes this time. We can't go on like this, I'm afraid we might not get out of this place even after a few months. We got to think of something, see if we can lessen the effect of gravity. Huang Yingying said. I do have an idea. Sima Yu continued, since me, Little Helper and Di Wu are not affected, we'll walk outside, you guys can come into Little Realm. Oh Yu continued, since me, Little Helper and Di Wu are not affected, we'll walk outside, you guys can come into Little Realm. Little Realm? Whose Little Realm? Huang Yingying asked. Mine. Sima Yu took out Little Door, opening the door of Little Realm, you guys go in first and come out after this section. As a member of the Inner Regions force, Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying weren't surprised to see Little Realm, but they were shocked by her Little Realm. She never relied on her clan at all. How about it? Sima Yu looked at everyone. It's a good idea. Sima Luyun continued, but if we come out only when there's danger, wouldn't it be too slow? After all, he was worried about their safety. Don't worry. Little Realm opens up fast, there won't be a problem if you guys come out. Sima Yu said. We can only do this for now. Everyone went into Little Realm except for Yu, Little Helper and Di Wu. Sima Yu kept the Little Realm and said. It's only 3 of us now, let's go. There won't be any danger, it will only take up some time and energy. Little Helper said. With this, Sima Yu and Di Wu continued walking at ease. Just like what Little Helper said, they didn't get into any danger the whole time. It was just that they couldn't fly. They could only walk and, with the effect of gravity, they had a hard time walking this path. On the way, they saw quite a few skeletons. There were humans and spirit beasts ones, and there were more spirit beasts compared to human beings. Most of the spirit beasts came here by mistake, and they could only walk forward as they couldn't go back. As they couldn't resist the effect of gravity, they stayed here forever. This journey seemed like traveling over water and land. After 2 months, they finally walked out of the area of gravity. They went through a mountain, and there was still the effect of gravity on the mountain, but on the other side, the effect of gravity immediately disappeared. Little Helper's condition got worse towards the end, so Sima Yu put him into Little Realm too, leaving only Di Wu and her. We finally got out after walking for so long. Sima Yu gasped. They couldn't fly or use high-power spirit beasts, so they could only depend on their legs. It had been many years since she felt that. I'll bring them out first. Just as Sima Yu took out Little Door, she saw rolls of black clouds whistle past from far. What is that? Di Wu shouted. Black clouds flew over speedily. When it got close to them, they realized it wasn't black clouds, it was a group of black flying beasts. The flying beasts were different from the one in human realm, every one of them was ugly and their eyes were all red. Previous chapter. As Di Wu saw the birds getting closer, he pulled Sima Yu and ran away. Do you know what those birds are? Sima Yu asked as she ran. There's a kind of bird in the ghost realm called the Dark Fiend bird. It looks like that, except that their eyes aren't red. Are Dark Fiend birds powerful? It's not powerful, but there are a lot of them. Look at them, they've almost covered up the whole sky. Sima Yu turned back and looked at the black sky. It was obvious how many of them it would be. We have to think of something. Di Wu continued, we'll be dead if we're caught. What other ways can there be right now? Sima Yu ran while she took out Little Door. She opened Little Realm and ran in with Di Wu. Chirp chirp. Those dark field birds chirped angrily as they almost caught Sima Yu, but she disappeared into thin air. Sima Yu looked at those angry dark fiend bird from Little Realm. She patted her chest and said, luckily, we have a place like this to hide in. What's outside? Wu Lingyu asked while holding her hand when he saw her change in expression. Dark fiend birds covered the whole sky. Sima Yu said. There are actually dark fiend birds here? Wu Lingyu was flabbergasted, I thought they only exist in Ghost Realm. They can actually survive at this kind of place? Seems like there's some sort of variation, their eyes are red. Sima Yu said. Are those dark fiend birds powerful? It's not if it's alone, but it will be hard to deal with if they gather together. Di Wu said. Let's wait inside here. Sima Yu continued, we'll wait for the dark fiend birds to leave before we get out. Then you'll have to wait for a long time. Wu Lingyu continued, those dark fiend bird are very intelligent, since they saw you coming into Little Realm, they'll definitely wait for you outside. Then how long will it take for them to give up? Dark fiend birds are very patient dark beasts, they won't leave anytime soon for sure. Di Wu said. We've got no choice but to wait. Since you guys can't go out, then you guys can take a rest in here. Sima Lu Feng said. We definitely need a good rest. It was tiring to walk through this. Sima Yu then took out a specially refined pill and passed to Di Wu. Both of them were mentally drained, having to walk through this and also had to be on guard if there would be any danger. Sima Yu went to rest. The others couldn't see what was outside, so they waited with a heavy heart. 2 days later, Sima Yu who was meditating was woken by movements outside. She called the others and used her thoughts so that everyone could see what was happening outside. Those dark fiend birds weren't like before, it looked like they were scared by something, so they flew everywhere frantically and far away. What is with those dark fiend birds? Look in the sky. Sima Yu reminded. In the sky, dark clouds rapidly coagulated just like someone was going to invoke a lightning tribulation. Someone is invoking a lightning tribulation here? I heard if someone from Ghost Realm wants to get into Human Realm, they'll invoke a lightning tribulation after leaving the city, someone from Ghost Realm must be coming out from the city. Di Wu guessed. That means Ghost City is not far from here. Sima Luyun said. It's good someone is invoking the tribulation, at least those dark fiend birds are scared away. Third Mo said. That's right. I thought we'll be waiting here for a month or two, I didn't think they would fly away so quickly. Sima Yu was happy that those dark fiend birds were scared away, so they could get out after the lightning tribulation. We can also see the level of lightning tribulation from here. Sima Lu Feng continued, it'll help us to understand the situation here. The tribulation cloud outside coagulated rapidly, it seemed like the ones who had to go through the tribulation would be in trouble. This wasn't something that anyone could easily pull through. Could it be that some almighty ghost from Ghost Realm trying to use this path to get out? Di Wu hiccuped from the scare of seeing the power of that tribulation cloud. If it was an almighty, why would they use this path? Sima Yu said. At that level, they tore open spatial portals directly, just like when Wu Lingyu went back to Devil Realm and Mo Yu went back into Ghost Realm, right? With this powerful tribulation cloud, the invoker must be guilty of terrible crimes. If not, it must be a group tribulation. Sima Xiuqi continued, regardless, it will benefit us when we continue our journey later. That's right. The power of the tribulation could intimidate the spirit beasts here and stop them from acting blindly and roaming around, so it could help them cut down on a lot of time and energy. As the distance was too far, they didn't get to see who the tribulator was. The lightning tribulation dispersed after striking for half a day, and Sima Yu brought everyone out after confirming there wasn't any danger outside. We can get to Ghost City following the direction of tribulation. Sima Yu looked at the direction while calculating how long it would take to walk to the tribulation location. That. Di Wu trembled when he got out, can I go back in first? Sima Yu remembered that he was also a ghost when she saw him tremble uncontrollably. The remaining power left in the air made it unbearable for him, so she opened the door of Little Realm and let him in. She only let him out after passing by this path. They sat on a flying beast and flew towards Ghost City. After flying for 2 days, they saw a group of burnt bodies on the ground. Over 10 ghosts went through tribulation together, no wonder it was so ruthless. Sima Lu Feng continued, Yu, if it's you, can you persevere through that lightning tribulation? What do you think? Comparing this with the one at Fair Eastern City. Sima Yu asked in reply. Oh right, you persevered through the huge lightning tribulation in Fair Eastern City, so this is nothing to you. Sima Lu Feng continued, Yu, tell us, how are you immune to lightning? Those lightning-attributed spirit master can't even handle it like you do. Teach me, I'll learn, who knows, I can be immune to lightning next time. In regards to this, it's actually very simple. Sima Yu looked at Sima Lu Feng in all smiles, just get struck by lightning tribulation a few more times, the stronger it is the better it is, then you'll get used to it. Sima Lu Feng gave a serious thought to what she said, then he came back to his senses thinking that she duped him and said, you don't respect the elderlies at all. I'm speaking the truth. Sima Yu looked at him innocently, I was struck a few times, unknowingly, my body had lighting attributes. Later, suddenly, I could invoke lightning tribulation and the rest comes in after. Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingning thought she was joking, but after hearing what she said, they patted her head feeling sorry and said, I can't imagine how you pulled through all this while. Pitiful child, you don't have to suffer anymore next time, just let us handle everything else. Previous chapter. Sima Yu shook her head smilingly when she felt the love and guilt from Huang Yingning. Actually, those problems I met were nothing compared to what I've achieved. Many people who were hurt more than me didn't achieve as much as I did. She smiled in comfort. This child. Huang Yingning extended her arms and hugged her. With such an understanding child who wasn't proud of her achievements, how could they not be in love with this granddaughter? Sima Lu Feng pursed his lips, and was called the Iron Lady in the house. Elder brother, little brother, daughter-in-law and others were scared of her as they were scolded by her a lot. But she was so loving towards you now, it was hard to come by. Come to think of it, this showed how charming she was because even the clan leader was so loving to her. Who wouldn't love a talented and understanding child? I wonder what Ghost City looks like, is it any different from other cities? Sima Yu said. I don't think it will be any different, if you have to pinpoint one, it will be the dark spirit masters and ghosts inside. Third Mo said. I wonder what happened to father all these years, there has always been a crack on his life jade, I wonder if it's because his injuries never healed at all these years. Everyone went silent when they spoke of Sima Lu Xian. The atmosphere was dull because they were worried. Sister Yu, don't worry, your father will be fine. Little Helper continued, Master said, your father will affect the future, so he won't die so quickly. Thank you. Sima Yu smiled lightly at him. She didn't ask how it would affect the future because he wouldn't be so vague if he knew. Not long after seeing those corpses, they saw a city hanging in the mid-air. It was different from the hanging Cloud Sea City, Ghost City really was hanging in the mid-air, there was nothing supporting it from below. As it was the intersection of Ghost Realm and Human Realm, the other attributes of spiritual energy were very rare in the mid-air. The closer they were to Ghost City, the lesser it was, close to none. It would be completely gone if they got out from the end of Ghost City. They were flying around the outside of the city and didn't see the city's gate. How do we get to Ghost City if there's no city gate? Let's look around. They flew for a few days and it was the same everywhere. Same walls, bricks, and tiles, with no difference at all. They would have thought that they came back to the same area if they didn't keep to one direction. Ghost City is so huge, we don't see anything even after walking for days. It won't be easy to find father if he is really in there. Sima Yu sighed. It's really big. We have to find an entry point first. Wu Lingyu continued, we didn't see anything even after walking for so long, it might not be because it's huge, but because it's originally like this. Possible. Sima Xiuqi continued, let me try to see if I can get in. He flew towards it. When he reached the height before even landing on the walls, he was hit by a black ripple. Sima Xiuqi felt the power of that ripple and prevented himself from being injured as he used his full power to defend himself. But he was bounced back forcefully. Is there a defense array? Sima Xiuqi went back to everyone with a heavy-looking face. I can't even break this forcefully, that defense array is quite powerful. He got bounced back by the power of that ripple even when he was a paragon ranker. It seemed like the power of defense in this ghost city was very powerful. Seems like it won't be easy going into this city's gate. Third Mo looked at the city's wall with interest. We won't be able to barge in like that, we have to think of something. Do you have any idea? He looked at Wu Lingyu, the holy son of Sage Pavilion should have some experience. Indeed, Wu Lingyu actually nodded and said, I heard of some ways, but I am not sure if it will work. What idea do you have in mind? Sima Lu Feng questioned. Wu Lingyu looked at Di Wu and said, go and try. Me? I don't have such strong power. Di Wu shook his head quickly. Go and try, you won't get hurt. Wu Lingyu said. Alright. Di Wu took a deep breath and flew towards the entrance of the city. Bang. As Di Wu didn't have powerful strength and trusted Wu Lingyu's words, so he didn't protect himself and was bounced away from the power of the attack. Wu Lingyu waved his hands, and a ray of power caught him and brought him back. It hurts. Didn't you say there wouldn't be a problem? Di Wu rubbed his injured arm and stared at him unsatisfyingly. You believed it anyway. Wu Lingyu said faintly. Di Wu was speechless, he felt cheated. Don't get angry, this injury has a purpose. Wu Lingyu said. Did you think of something? Sima Yu asked. Don't you notice that the bounce is lesser on ghosts? Wu Lingyu asked in reply. Seems like it. Sima Yu gave it a thought. Both of them didn't attack, but the power of the defense array was different. It seems like this has a difference. Is there any difference for strength too? Sima Lu Feng asked. You can try. Third Mo said. Third Mo was just teasing him, he didn't expect Sima Lu Feng to fly over just right after responding to him. Bang. Sima Lu Feng didn't get any serious injury as he prepared beforehand, but it was obvious that the attack was more powerful than Di Wu's even when his power was equivalent to Di Wu's. Why is it that humans get attacked stronger than ghosts? Little Helper asked. The person who built this last time probably has hatred towards humans. Sima Yu guessed. Looks like this will need to be accomplished by you and Di Wu. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu understood what he meant and brought everyone into Little Realm, leaving only Di Wu and her. How are we going to go in? Di Wu asked. Sima Yu kept her spiritual energy, then released her dark aura and called out for Little Roar to fuse with her. After all this, the aura on her completely changed. Di Wu smelled the aura on her body and his eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. Oh, this smell is Princess's smell. Di Wu danced around her, I smelled it before, but it's been so long since I smelled it. Sima Yu saw his excitement, she smiled and said, alright, let's go in. How are we going in? Sima Yu held his hand right after he asked, they flew speedily towards the city's wall without a care if the defense array was going to hurt them. Di Wu flew involuntarily towards it as his hands were held by Sima Yu, he screamed in shock as there wasn't any defense. Release your ghost aura. Sima Yu ordered. Di Wu wasn't sure what she was doing, but he listened to her and released his ghost aura, he then felt a warm aura wrapping him up. He closed his eyes in shock as he saw that they were getting close to the wall, but the impact he was expecting didn't happen, he only felt them passing through a piece of thin film, they were already standing on the city's wall when he opened his eyes. This. He looked at the city's wall in surprise, then looked at Sima Yu, how did we get in? What do you mean by this? Sima Yu released his hands then defused her and Little Roar and kept it in Spirit Pagoda. How did we come here? Di Wu was still in disbelief, no one could come in earlier, but he got in with a blink of an eye, this was amazing. You won't understand even if I tell you. Don't be bothered about it. Sima Yu continued, let's go down and look around. As she spoke, she walked around Di Wu and went down the stairs behind him. Are you getting them out? Di Wu asked as he chased her when he came back to sense. No rush, they're all light attributed spirit masters, even if they come out now, they can't help much as this place is filled with dark attributed spirit master and ghosts. We can call them out after I get a clear picture of what happened to father. Sima Yu said. Then they'll be driven mad in Little Realm. Di Wu sighed, but why did you let me stay? You're a ghost. Sometimes, it's more convenient for you to ask around. Sima Yu said. You even planned this out. Di Wu slanted his lips, It's not me who got you in. You brought me in incidentally. Sima Yu laughed, you're not so slow after all. So from the start, you never intended to let them in. Di Wu said assuredly. You guessed right. But there's no prize. Sima Yu said. Then how did you know that you can come in? Because I'm smart. The narcissist was back again. It's because of that spirit beast you have, right? Di Wu continued, you can only come in when you guys fused. Sima Yu stopped and turned to look at him, seeing him pursuing relentlessly, she explained, I can already see it when you guys tested it. This protective array was made by a spirit barrier. As long as it's a spirit barrier, it can't stop me. Oh. That spirit beast can go through any spirit barrier, isn't it? Di Wu looked as if he realized and remembered something suddenly, is that beast the ancient sacred beast Ho? You got it right again. Sima Yu continued walking down the stairs, she thought in her mind, although Di Wu didn't look reliable, he was actually quite smart. But also, if he wasn't smart, why would cousin send him over to look for her? They came to the bottom of the city's wall, all they saw was empty streets, there weren't any ghosts or humans. Why is it empty here? Maybe the place we came in is a no-people zone. Sima Yu guessed, if not why wouldn't there be anyone watching while they were making so much movement earlier? We know too little about this place, let's ask someone. Di Wu said. Alright. They observed the situation as they were walking and realized there was no one at all. Di Wu, since you said you heard about Ghost City, tell me, what did you hear? It's nothing much, it's about how cruel the people here are and how they love to fight. Di Wu continued, but if those people don't establish themselves in Ghost Realm, and if they know about this place, they'll definitely choose to come here. Sima Yu frowned, they took this place as a shelter, wasn't it the same as Blood Fiend City then? What a quiet city, I can't hear anything at all. I will never come to this place if it was up to me. Di Wu said as he pursed his lips. His nose suddenly moved and took a deep breath and said, there's a smell of human here. Sima Yu stopped, he really looked like a dog sniffing left and right. What did you find out? She kept herself from laughing and asked when she saw him sniffing so seriously. I can only smell a few human and ghost smell, there's also the smell of blood too. Di Wu continued, if I'm not wrong, someone is fighting. There's someone finally. Let's go there and take a look. Which direction is it? They were just right at a crossroad, both of them ran speedily after Di Wu pointed to their right. I'll kill you, little scoundrel. You hide upon seeing me, amazing. Ah. Beat him. You won't learn anything if I don't teach you a lesson today. They heard loud chidings, kicking and punching sounds before they got close. Get up. Wasn't you arrogant earlier on? Didn't you say you want to do something to me? Here, I'm waiting for you right here. Such useless rubbish. Rubbish like you can only be stepped under my feet. Ha ha ha. Young master, I think we should go back first. This is a restricted area, we'll be punished by the city lord if someone finds out we're here. A voice persuaded. What is there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, father will block it for us. Who is the city lord when my father is authority? Nothing will happen if we're caught. Zhang Shua, your father is a dog of the city lord. What else can you do other than doing bad things in your father's name? I'll see if your father can protect you if you're found out trespassing here. I don't need my life anyway, before I die, I'll drag you along. Haha. How dare you threaten me? Beat him ruthlessly. My surname won't be Zhang if he's not dead today. Yes, young master. Young master, he's also that guy's child, what if you kill him and he comes back suddenly? What are you afraid of? Zhang Shua shouted, his father is missing for so many years, he must be dead. Kill him. Sima Yu saw a group of people surrounding a juvenile in the middle of the street when she turned into a corner, they kicked and punched like ordinary humans without using spiritual energy. That juvenile laid on the floor with both hands guarding his head, preventing his head from being injured. Sima Yu looked over and her eyes came in contact with his stubborn eyes. Who's there? Other than the juvenile on the floor, Zhang Shua and his subordinates also noticed Sima Yu. Initially, they thought that people from the city came over to watch, but they didn't expect that they were people they had never seen before. Who are you guys? With a wave of hand, Zhang Shua's subordinates immediately surrounded both of them. We're just passers-by. Sima Yu said. But they obviously didn't believe it. How can a passerby pass by here? Then who do you think we are? Sima Yu asked in reply. Humph, I don't care who you are. Zhang Shua sneered, I don't care who you are, as long as you know about us, you'll have to suffer with him. I think it's not because I witnessed what you did, it's because we're in your so-called restricted area. Sima Yu continued, although you said you're not afraid of being found out, your father isn't as powerful as you mentioned who can protect you. That's why you want to kill us. Am I right? Zhang Shua stared at Sima Yu coldly, they only said a few sentences and she could actually guess it right. What a scary woman. Yu was right, Zhang Shua was afraid that she would spread the news of him coming into the restricted area, if it was only rumors without witnesses, his father could totally exclude him, but it was different now since someone witnessed it. That old witch would definitely kill him. So, both of them could not live. But after seeing that Sima Yu was good looking, he changed his mind. If he could bring her back and win favors from the few people in the clan who liked beauties, who would know that they came to the restricted as long as she didn't get out? Young miss, this guy's gaze changed, there's no intention to kill anymore, now it has become lecherous. Di Wu whispered to Sima Yu. Zhang Shua didn't expect both of them to be so sharp, they could feel it when he changed his mind. He sneered and said, I'll give you a chance now, if you follow me obediently, I'll let you live. Young miss, he asked you to go follow him so he can eat you later. Di Wu continued, no, that's not what he was thinking, he's thinking to get you back home to let others eat you up. By eating, it wasn't anything like having meals. But did this guy have to put it so bluntly? The opponent was raging out of humiliation because of him. Zhang Shuo was indeed angry, but it wasn't to the extent of raging out of humiliation. He was unhappy because his thoughts were exposed. Kill that ghost. Bring the girl back and give her to those lecherous clan elders, they definitely won't have anything else to say. Ah, it's indeed what he was thinking. Young miss, we're in danger. Di Wu cried out while pulling her sleeve. Sima Yuyu's face was filled with black lines. How did cousin and Master Ghost handle his silly character? She thought everyone around her cousin was as matured and steady as Di Lu. She took a glance at those guards. There was Ghosts and Dark Spirit Master. This meant that he had higher status. If not, he wouldn't have 2 guards with high status around him in such a city. She was thinking how to deal with them. Would it inconvenience her if she killed someone who had high status right after coming here? But she wasn't willing to let him go just like that. Secondly, they found her in some restricted area. What would happen if they spread anything about her? To kill or not to kill? Before she made her decision, the opponent had already decided for her. Some of them attacked Di Wu and they were out to kill. Di Wu subconsciously wanted to counterattack with his spiritual energy but realized that he couldn't use spiritual energy at all. No wonder those people decided to use punching and kicking to attack people. It turned out they couldn't do anything else. Ah. Oh my god. It's so painful. Although Di Wu was a spirit beast with coarse skin and thick flesh, the opponents were also spirit beasts, so there was no advantage when it came to body strength. They were outnumbered, and he cried out in pain while being beaten. Although he was crying out loud, his skills weren't bad either. He punched a guard and kicked another with powerful strength. It was hard for 2 fists to counter 4 enemies, and they were outnumbered badly, so he was beaten into a pulp. Sima Yuyu saw how badly he was beaten up and people there were coming for her, so she cracked her hands and murmured, "It's been long since I solely used strength to fight, I wonder if my body is rusty." After she spoke, she punched them directly on the face and they flew away. Bang! That guy flew over 10 meters away and fell heavily on the floor. That loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Was it possible for a gentle girl to have such power? They were dumbstruck while looking at the person with a half-caved-in face and then looked at Sima Yuyu who didn't change her expression at all. That guy was a spirit beast. How could their strength be compared to a mere human? Guess what they saw? A human's punch beat up a transformed beast, with half of their face caved in. Sima Yuyu didn't care if they were shocked. She flashed to Di Wu's side and kicked all those people away. Di Wu still thought that he was getting beaten. He didn't expect everyone beside him to disappear. He looked at Sima Yuyu with respect after being shocked. Young miss is amazing. How is it possible? Zhang Shuo cried, how can a human defeat a spirit beast? In addition, it was 1 punch to defeat 1, this was too incredible. A shadow was flashing non-stop right before his eyes. The next thing he knew was all his members being all on the floor. Before he could get back to his senses, there were only 2 members standing on feet. He became terrified after seeing Sima Yuyu's murdering gaze. In his mind, he was hating himself as to why he had to come to the restricted area with this scoundrel. No spiritual energy could be used in this area. He had no chance against Sima Yuyu at all. You, don't kill me. He stepped back with his eyes full of fear and his body trembling non-stop. Didn't you say to kill and catch us? Should I let you have a taste of it too? Sima Yuyu slowly walked towards him. She pressured him without taking any action. Zhang Shuo saw her hands holding together. He fearfully swallowed and said, if you let me go, I won't investigate anything, take it as nothing happened. PFFFF. A dagger pierced into his body. Zhang Shuo's eyes widened till he died. He didn't expect that he would lose his life. Previous. Sima Yuyu stood firmly seeing the corpse falling slowly and then at the youth who was catching his breath heavily. Blood stained on the youth's hands with his eyes filled with blood. His facial features were swollen beyond recognition. He stared at the body with hatred. As Sima Yuyu watched the youth crawling closer to Zhang Shuo, she hesitated for a second but didn't stop him. Young master has been killed? Those guards cried out in shock seeing Zhang Shuo who fell. Catch them. If not, we'll die when we get back. They wouldn't be able to stay alive even if they caught the murderer because they failed to protect their master. But their survival instinct gave them a little hope. Floey, I'll leave them to you. Floey appeared in front of everyone after she waved her hand. Yuyu, I didn't expect to have good food once we get here. Floey was elated seeing that she could eat so many people. A few vines flew out from her sleeve and speedily split into many vines. Each vine was as tall as a human. It was monstrous yet enticing. Once the man-eating flower king came out, everyone there was stupefied. There would be hope if it was against a human, but now, their hopes vanished as they were against a man-eating flower king. Why is there a man-eating flower king? You guys aren't from Ghost City. You guessed right, there's a reward. The reward is being eaten, hahaha, Floey laughed. Those that could walk, turned around and tried to run. They felt remorseful at the same time. Why did they come into this place? Now they couldn't even ask for help. Ah. Floey caught them one after another, and the alley became empty in a short while, with a few pieces of huge flowers left. This is. The youth was dumbstruck. He thought he could kill Zhang Shuo undoubtedly and call it a day, but he didn't expect that the situation would change in just a few minutes. Sima Yuyu looked at the youth and asked, what's your name? The youth came back to his senses, shot a glance at her and walked away without saying anything. Is this how you repay me after I saved your life? Sima Yuyu shouted behind his back. You shouldn't be in this place, leave before anyone finds out. Also, you just killed Zhang Shua, if his clan knows about it. You guys should leave this city as soon as possible. The youth stuttered while he dragged his broken body as he walked. Young miss, are you going to let him go just like that? Di Wu asked as he covered his swollen face. Sima Yu smiled without saying anything, while looking at his back, her fingers counted to 3. 1, 2, 3. Bam. The youth didn't persevere and fainted. Sima Yu walked over, shook her head and said, Di Wu, bring him along. Ah, bring him along? Di Wu walked over, young miss, this person offended some high-status personnel. Problems will fall on us if we bring him along. Why not we just leave him here and give him a pill? He definitely won't die. Sima Yu glared at Di Wu, he had goosebumps from her stare. Di Wu. She looked at him solemnly. Young Mississippi. Are you really a hellhound? Sima Yu went to him, walked in circles around him, took a close look while doubting him. Di Wu quickly clarified her doubts, he nodded like a chick, yes, I'm a hellhound. Sima Yu stood straight and said. But I don't think you're a hellhound. The hellhound I imagine will do anything without talking. But why do I feel that you talk without doing work? Di Wu was at a loss for words, the main point young miss was trying to point out was this. Which part of him didn't look like a hellhound? Pfft, he doesn't look like one, he is the hellhound. He finally carried that youth after Sima Yu's constant glare, then he relied on his thousands of years old dog's nose to avoid everyone and safely brought him out of the restricted area. Actually they didn't know why that place was a restricted area, but after seeing a bustling street, they knew they got out of there. Zhang Shua chased the youth all the way into the restricted area. He was caught not long after, so the place they were at wasn't far from the exit. Sima Yu made Di Wu follow behind her while carrying the youth along. They walked down the street to look for an inn. But they didn't find any inn after looking around. It's weird, why are there no inns at all? Di Wu whined. Just carrying a person on the street walking around would attract a lot of attention by default. In addition to Sima Yu's beauty, they couldn't let the rates of heads turning be too high. There's no inn in Ghost City. The youth on his back woke up, struggled to get off his back even when he didn't have any energy. Sima Yu turned around looking at him and said, did you say there's no inn here? Yes, even if you guys walked through the whole city, you won't find any inn at all. The youth said. Why? Not many people will come to Ghost City, those who come here will choose to join a force so that they can be established here. People seldom pass by here, who would want to start up an inn here? Since that's the case, then we'll stay at your house. Sima Yu said. The youth went silent for a moment and said, let me down. Sima Yu eyed Di Wu and he released that youth. The youth looked at the people on the streets and told both of them, follow me. He went into a small alley at the side, Sima Yu and Di Wu followed closely. The youth didn't let them walk on the streets. They turned corners in the alley, and finally, they came to a ruined house and went in after opening the door. Sima Yu looked around the house, there were a few thatched houses, the house was crooked, the fence around it was decayed, and she was thinking if it would fall if she just used a little bit of strength. The courtyard wasn't clean either. There was wood all over. With the jagged sides, they knew immediately it wasn't broken normally. They guessed it was broken when bullies came over. Just that they didn't know who was the one being bullied. When they went into the room, it was considered clean because there was nothing in the room, not even the basic table and chairs, there was only a mat on the floor. I've got nothing here, make yourself at home. What's your name? This time, the youth didn't fight back, he fell silent for a while and said, Mu Si. Sima Yu didn't talk, but Little Helper who was in the little realm shouted all of a sudden. Sima Yu was shocked by Little Helper's reaction so she asked using thoughts, what's with Mu Si? Why is your reaction so huge? Elder sister Yu, master said that Mu Si has something to do with you finding your father. He asked me to come to help you find Mu Si. Little Helper explained, I didn't expect to find him so fast, doesn't that make me useless now? Sima Yu looked him up and down. She didn't expect that Mu Si would have something to do with her mission. As a bullied youth, she even offended a big force when she met him, could he help her to save her father? Mu Si's expression didn't change knowing that she was looking at him. He didn't even pause when he was checking on his wounds. You don't have to look anymore, the pill I gave you is one of the top-graded pills, your wounds are mostly healed, the rest will take time. Sima Yu said. Mu Si checked his own wounds. It was mostly healed like what she said. Initially, his wounds would take half a month to heal to the state that it was now, but he didn't think that it would recover just in half a day. Sima Yu walked over, squatted beside him, poked his swollen wound and said, you didn't even thank me after I saved you and gave you a good quality pill? Mu Si fell silent for a moment, just when Sima Yu and Di Wu thought he wouldn't speak, he spoke concisely. I gave you guys a place to stay. It meant, this was an expression of gratitude. So concise. There wasn't any chair, so Sima Yu just took out a mat and sat beside Mu Si. Mu Si lifted his head, his eyes filled with precautions. Other than his father, no one ever sat so close to him. Don't worry, I'm not interested in taking your life. Sima Yu continued, would you still be alive if I really wanted to kill you? Mu Si understood what she was trying to say, but deep down, he had already despised humans, so he wouldn't put down his guard just because she said that. But that gaze wasn't that cold after all. Who are those people today? Why did they bully you? Sima Yu questioned. Speaking of those people, Mu Si's eyes were filled with hatred. Sima Yu frowned. Zhang Shua was already killed by him, but it didn't eliminate his hatred towards him. Was it because the hatred was so deep, or was it because there were other reasons? But Mu Si didn't seem to want to talk about it. He closed his eyes, leaned against the wall and ignored her. What a proud kid. Sima Yu wanted to force him to say something. She told Di Wu, go out and check the situation here. Sure. Di Wu nodded and almost got out. It's best you don't go out now. Why? Di Wu was curious, he was a ghost, so it shouldn't be a problem if he went out, right? Zhang Shuo is dead, it will be chaotic outside, if they find new faces at this point of time, they will definitely capture you. Mu Si said. Is Zhang Shuo's status high? That old devil didn't care about Ghost City in recent years, so now the authority will be made by Zhang's clan. That Zhang Shuo was someone important in Zhang's clan, now that he's dead, they won't let it go just like that. Mu Si said. Since you know Zhang Shuo has a high status, why did you want to kill him? Sima Yu questioned. I've always wanted to kill him, but there wasn't a chance. Mu Si said ruthlessly. Did he get people to beat you up this often? Mu Si clenched his fist, acknowledging what she said. Looks like it. Sima Yu continued, those things outside were broken by them when they beat you? Silence. Those broken things in the courtyard were his chairs and benches, it was damaged when those people used it to beat him. Sima Yu felt sorry for this stubborn guy and asked. Why did they beat you? They couldn't fight with my father. They were scolded by my father last time, so they focused their attention on me. Mu Si said. Sima Yu noticed that his eyes were filled with respect when he talked about his father, but there was a faint sadness in between his eyebrows. Is your father powerful? My father is the most powerful person in Ghost City. Mu Si continued, they wouldn't dare to provoke his dignity if he wasn't missing. How long has your father been missing for? 7 years. Mu Si continued, he has never come back since I was 8. They started to bully you ever since your father went missing? 2 years later. When my father went missing, they were worried that he would come back, so they didn't dare to make any trouble. Mu Si continued, 2 years later, my father didn't come back and they started to find problems with me. But because there was no news of my father, they didn't dare to take my life. But recently, the news of my father being dead was spread throughout, so they thought my father really died. That's why they'll be ruthless to me. Humph, my father will definitely come back. No wonder there were those things lying around in the courtyard, they didn't dare to kill him, so most of the time they would kick and punch and smash things around. How old were you? I was 8 when my father went missing. Went missing when he was 8, started getting bullied at 10, he had been bullied for 5 years. No wonder the hatred in his eyes was so deep, if it was her, she would have killed them. Other than him, were there others who bullied you? There are many ignorant and incompetent people in the city, as well as those who take advantage of the situation. Those that boot-licked will change in a second. Mu Si answered. With that said, there must be a lot of bullies. You and Zhang Shuo already have problems, why did you dare to bring us here? Aren't you afraid that they will search this place? Sima Yu asked. They won't come here. Mu Si continued, although they know I've always been bullied by them, they don't think I have the capability to kill him. On the streets, many people saw how I was beaten half to death. I'm not that capable of killing someone who has so many guards around him. Sima Yu felt that there was logic to what he said. Usually, those people would look for someone who was more powerful than him. People like Mu Si who were pressured without any strength, he would be the first to be eliminated from the list. She didn't expect that he would be smart despite his age. Mu Si. Mu Si. An anxious voice came from the courtyard, the indifferent Mu Si stood up quickly upon hearing it, he rushed out and said, Uncle Yang Zi, I'm at home. You're home? That's good. I heard someone killed that rascal, Zhang Shuo, are you alright? I'm fine. Mu Si, Zhang's clan are searching for potential suspects. Stay at home and don't go out, alright? The guy was shocked when he came in and saw Sima Yu and Di Wu who were sitting on the floor. Instinctively, he pulled Mu Si behind his back and looked at them with his guard up. Previous chapter. Who are you guys? What are you doing in Mu Si's house? He clenched with one hand, if Mu Si replied that they were bad people, then he would attack immediately. We're Mu Si's saviors. Sima Yu said. Saviors? Yang Zi turned around and looked at Mu Si. He put down his guard after seeing him nod. He cupped his fist towards both of them and said gratefully, please forgive me for being offensive just now. Sima Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Mu Si, are your wounds caused by those people again? Yang Zi asked. Mu Si nodded. Yang Zi didn't care about his manners as he turned around and questioned Mu Si, I heard you were caught by them again, they saw them chasing you and found him dead not long after. Mu Si, tell uncle the truth, is his death related to you? Just when Mu Si wanted to confess, Sima Yu spoke. Mu Si's strength is so low, do you think he could have killed them all when Zhang Shuo brought 10 to 20 men? Mu Si looked at her astonishingly, he didn't expect her to say that, but he played along and said, they had a lot of people with them. He didn't deny it, but he didn't admit it either. Yang Zi gave a thought to what Sima Yu meant. He also felt that it wouldn't be Mu Si's doing, he then moved his focus to them and asked, did you save him from Zhang Shuo and kill them since you know it so clearly? Sima Yu shrugged her shoulders, I did kill a few guards, but I didn't kill Zhang Shuo. Really? Ask Mu Si if you don't believe me. Uncle Yang Zi, they didn't kill Zhang Shuo. Mu Si said. Yang Zi stared at Mu Si to make sure what he said was the truth, then he patted him on the shoulder and said, I'm worried about you, Zhang's clan forces are too strong, you'll be in deep trouble if they know you killed Zhang Shua. I understand. Mu Si nodded, but they didn't kill Zhang Shua. I killed him. He said it in his heart. It's good that you aren't involved in this. Yang Zi sighed in relief, that thing might be leaked if you're caught by them. Then you won't be able to look for your father. Did you manage to find that thing? Mu Si shook his head and said, Uncle Yang Zi, I can't find it. Either that thing doesn't exist or it's been taken away by father. Try looking for it again. Your father will definitely leave a backup at home when he leaves so others can look for him in case anything happens to him. Yang Zi said assuredly. But father has never told me about this, and Mu Si looked around his surroundings and said, the whole house can be seen in one glance, if there's anything, I would have found it long ago. You might have overlooked it somewhere. Yang Zi continued, this is the key to finding your father, we won't be able to locate your father if we can't find that place. Do you understand? I understand. Mu Si lowered his head in disappointment. He wouldn't be able to locate his father if he couldn't find that thing. He searched through everywhere in the house but still couldn't find that thing, one could imagine how he felt. Yang Zi said as he saw him feeling down, try looking for it again, don't go onto the street for this period of time to avoid them venting their anger on you. I understand. This is your expenses for now, your father is a hero, don't stop cultivating. Yang Zi passed him a bag. Mu Si took the bag and looked at him gratefully, I'll try my best, thank you Uncle Yang Zi. Oh right, although they're your saviors, you don't know who they are. You better be careful to prevent any trouble. Uncle Yang Zi, I'll take note of it. Alright, I'll take my leave. I'll notify you if there's any news. Yang Zi turned and left after he spoke, Mu Si sent him off and came back quickly. He sat on the mat and opened up the bag to see what was inside. Sima Yu took a glance, there were only a few pieces of low-graded dark spirit stones apart from the other two middle-grade ones. Sima Yu placed her hand below her chin while looking at him and asked, who is that Uncle Yang Zi? Mu Si kept the spirit stones, he wasn't worried at all knowing Sima Yu wasn't any ordinary individual, she definitely wouldn't even want these little spirit stones. Uncle Yang Zi is a good friend of my father. He has been taking care and helping me these past few years, if not, I would not have been able to live this long. You trust him? But you lied to him just now. Sima Yu continued, if you trust him, why didn't you tell him the truth? Mu Si lowered his head and grasped the bag tightly in his hands without saying anything. Although he only knew her for half a day, he trusted her ineffably. Sima Yu sighed and said, little kid, I asked you 3 questions but you only answered 1, it's tiring to talk to you. Who are you? Mu Si suddenly lifted his head and looked at her, with tears in his eyes, you're always asking me questions but you never told me who you are. Why was a mere stranger so concerned about him? Although he was still young, his sharp intuition from his past experience helped him to see who was true to him and who was fake. Sima Yu didn't expect the stubborn him would suddenly become like that, she blanked, smiled and said, I'm Sima Yu, just like you, I'm also looking for my father. Your father is missing too? That's right. Sima Yu changed her pose, she hugged her knees with both arms, rested her head on her knees and said, come to think of it, we're both in the same situation. You lost your father at 8, for me, I was sent to another place right after I was born, I've never seen my father before, I don't know how he looked like, I don't know if he misses me like how I do. For now, I know that he's not living well, so I need to find him as soon as possible. Your father is in Ghost City? Mu Si asked. I came here to look for my father. Sima Yu took out Sima Lu Xian's life jade. The top-graded jade was filled with cracks, one could imagine how its owner would be now. Maybe because they empathized with one another, both of them got closer. Sima Yu sighed and said, do you know, your Uncle Yang Zi isn't as simple as you thought. Mu Si grasped tightly on the bag and said, I know. He didn't take care of me because of my father, there are other reasons. But I can see that you're excited upon hearing his voice. You even ran out excitedly. Don't you care? Sima Yu asked. He can feel it from the outside. Sima Yu was flabbergasted, did he act close on purpose? You already knew he was not treating you sincerely. Sima Yu affirmed. After my father disappeared, other people started bullying me, and I had no source of finance. Uncle Yang Zi was the only one who came close with me. Mu Si said. I am not strong, and don't know how to do anything. Without Uncle Yang Zi, I might have starved to death. When did you discover he was not sincere to you? Sima Yu took out several dark attribute spirit fruits. She threw one to Di Wu and stuffed one into Mu Si's hand. Mu Si held the spirit fruit in his hand. He stared at the water droplets on it and began, 2 years ago, he asked me if there was a treasure map left by my father at home. Treasure map? This is indeed a reason to be good to him. He said that father went out to find treasure. He must have left a rubbing of the treasure map at home so we can find him. He also said that father mentioned it before. But I never saw such a thing. Mu Si continued. When I told him, he didn't believe me. He told me to look for it. He even yelled at me after I told him a few times. Sima Yu understood that this little guy was already sensitive. Although Yang Zi was kind to him before. His performance in the past 2 years was too obvious, and he naturally became suspicious. If I didn't interrupt you just then, would you have told him the truth? I might have. If Zhang family knows about this matter and arrests me, when he gets hold of this, he will at least find a way to save me. After all, he hasn't gotten that thing yet. Mu Si said. Then why didn't you reveal it when I interrupted you? I don't know either. Sima Yu chuckled and stopped talking about this. She glanced at the spirit fruit in his hand. Eat it, this thing is much more useful than these few low crystal stones. I'm going out to buy food first. Mu Si said as his stomach grumbled out loud. Sima Yu suddenly recalled that Mu Si was still at the growing stage where he needed to eat every day. No wonder he treated these low crystal stones preciously. Don't go out. We can't go out anyways. Why don't we find something to do? She got up and walked into the courtyard. Mu Si followed her. What are you going to do? Mu Si asked. Cook. Are you hungry? Sima Yu waved her hand. Her pots and pans appeared. When Mu Si saw those things, even the pots were spirit tools, he had labeled her as a descendant of an eminent family. As he watched her cook skillfully, he leaned over. I didn't expect you to cook. What is so strange about cooking? I thought that every lady like you wouldn't want to touch the spring water. Mu Si was honest. Sima Yu smiled. I like to make food. The things sold outside aren't good, so I cook myself. After doing it for so many years, I have a mastery of cooking. The place where you grew up must be nice. Mu Si said affirmatively. Yes. Thinking about Sima Lai and the others, her smile became more radiant. My grandfather and brothers were very good to me. At that time we lived in a barren place. My grandfather was a general of that country. I have 4 older brothers that are all very talented. They never despise just because I was adopted. Then you're so lucky. Mu Si said enviously. Although she had no father, she had a family that loved her. While he had nothing. I am really lucky on that part, Sima Yu did not hide it. But I also have my worries. Do you still have troubles? Mu Si did not believe it. Of course there was. I didn't know how to cultivate at the same age as you. People in the whole country said that I was the #1 waste. Sima Yu replied. How is it possible? You're so amazing. Mu Si displayed a surprised expression for the first time. What's impossible? Sima Yu retorted. At that time, I was poisoned and couldn't cultivate. My father didn't know the reason why. Then how did you cultivate later? Detoxifying the position. I remember when I was the same age, I detoxified, cultivated, and then entered a whole world. Later, life slowly changed. Sima Yu offered, here, try the barbecue I made. Mu Si hesitated for a moment. He took the barbecue from her HND. He bit in, and surprise flashed in his eyes then recovered to calmness. Sima Yu knew was aware of the level of her skill. She was surprised for a moment. She thought this little guy had strong self-control. What do you usually eat? She put the barbecue meat on a plate. Di Wu brought it to the side table. I ate the same as ordinary people. You can buy a lot with a low-grade crystal stone. Mu Si answered. He can eat those foods for long, but it would not help his cultivation. After he finished his plate, he didn't go to take food from the table. Di Wu stepped forth. There are many on the table. Let's wait for her. Mu Si suggested. Sima Yu smiled. I will be cooking for a while. You can eat first, otherwise it won't be delicious after a while. In the past, everyone acted casually. Basically, she would finish barbecuing before eating. Sometimes, while barbecuing someone would help her. Mostly, once a plate is done, everyone would start eating. It's been a while since someone said they would wait for her. Especially someone who was so hungry. Although she had said so, he didn't move. She had to say that he had good manners. This made her curious of his father, who could teach such a tough and self-controlled child. He surely wasn't some normal person / When she finished barbecuing, she made roast duck and a stewed pot of snake soup. When everything was done, the barbecue meat had gone cold. It was no longer flavored, but it was still delicious. The 3 of them sat at a table. Sima Yu broke off the roast duck legs and put them in Mu Si's bowl. Miss. As soon as Di Wu went to get the duck legs, Sima Yu beat him back with her chopstick. Now that he saw her give it the duck legs to Mu Si, he protested weakly. Sima Yu broke off the duck's neck and stuffed it in his bowl. Eat it. Di Wu felt wronged. Why could this guy eat duck legs, while he can only gnaw on duck necks? Come on, eat up, this is the best for you. Sima Yu murmured. PFFF, Mu Si, who was overwhelmed in joy, laughed for the first time. Di Wu felt even more wronged. What, don't you want to eat? Sima Yu asked. No, the dishes that Miss gave me are naturally the best. Di Wu looked at Sima Yu's long face and hurriedly smiled. This fellow, Di Lu never told him he had eaten a meal from Miss, let alone being offered on by her. When he goes back later, he must brag about it. When Sima Yu looked at Mu Si, she had seen herself at the same age with the same stubbornness. Thinking of his experiences over the years, her heart was filled with pity, which she had never had before. She served him a bowl of snake soup. Don't just eat the meat, try this. This is stewed with 1,000-year-old black jade snake meat. Drinking that will be good for your health. Mu Si took a spoonful and it tasted good. After eating that, he could feel a gentle force coming from his stomach, which made him comfortable. Why do you have so many good things? They were slowly accumulated. Sima Yu replied. The more you experience, the more you accumulate things. But you are not much older than me. Mu Si said. How do you know? Maybe I am hundreds of years older than you. Sima Yu chuckled. Anyways, spirit masters could maintain their appearance such that those who are thousands of years old can make themselves look like they were in their 20s or 30s. Intuition. Mu Si answered. Hee, have porridge. You haven't said how old you are. Mu Si looked at her persistently. I am in my 50s. Sima Yu pondered for a bit. Why are you so surprised? Mu Si stared at her with a stunned expression. This could be said to be the longest expression that was on his face. You're just in your 50s. Right. Those who are hundreds of years old in the city are not as good as you. Mu Si exclaimed. Those ladies in their 50s only know how to play. We have different experiences. Sima Yu didn't feel that she was remarkable. To a large extent, her achievement relied on external forces, such as encountering Mo Sha and contracting spirit beasts, etc. Without these external conditions, she would not have this high strength. Of course, she herself worked very hard. Her dedication could make everyone ashamed. Anyways, you are amazing. If you work hard, you will have a promising life too. I don't want a promising life. I just want to find my father. How did your father disappear? Hunting for treasure? Sima Yu asked. Yeah. Mu Si was silent for a while before responding. Sima Yu saw that he didn't want to talk about his father much. She turned her attention to other things. She asked about the ghost city. Sima Yu had though that ghost city was a place where fish and dragons mix together. But she didn't expect that after a long time, some family clans and forces established themselves there, as well as the city lord Luo Liansha. She heard before that Luo Liansha was a stunning beauty, but unfortunately, she was devious and cruel. She was also strong. Everyone in the ghost city was afraid of her. However, it was said that she rarely appeared. It was unknown what she was doing. Since the city lord was not managing things, there would be someone else who did that. Therefore the 4 major stewards under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion were promoted. One of them was the head of Zhang Shua's family. The ghost city was bigger than the city Sima Yu had visited before. It could be seen that after flying inside for a few days, they still had not seen the city gate. Zhang Shua's talent wasn't good, and he was even incomparable to his several brothers. But because he was the direct young master, his status was still very high. Unexpectedly, she had already killed off such a character as soon as she arrived. No wonder the men of Ghost City retreated. She understood the thought of these big family clans. Although he was not very aggressive at home and his family members bullied him, the people above would turn a blind eye to him. But once a family member was killed by an outsider, the situation would turn terrible. They would only be reconciled until they investigate everything and kill the murderer. Because the former was a private issue within the family, and the latter involves the face of the entire family clan. Since someone dared to kill the descendant of the family, wasn't that slapping them in the face and a challenge to their rule? The former could be tolerated, while the latter absolutely could not be tolerated. Mu Si also spoke of other forces in the city, but because it had nothing to do with them for the time being, he said sparsely of them. Mu Si, have you ever heard of this person's name? Who? Sima Lu Xian. Your father? Yes. Mu Si pondered for a while. If you ask someone else, you won't get an answer. But to me, you will. You heard of it before? Sima Yu's eyes lit up. I once heard the name mentioned by people in the city accidentally. But it seems that this name is taboo in the city and no one can mention it. I heard 2 people talking when I passed by, and one of them mentioned it. Soon, the other person hurriedly stopped him, but even so, when I walked back, I saw the 2 were being taken away. Mu Si recalled. Sima Yu was startled, it couldn't even be mentioned? What did her father do here? So don't go around asking people. If you get heard by the patrol team, you will be arrested immediately. Mu Si said solemnly. I got it. Sima Yu nodded. But do you know what he did here? Where is he now? I don't know. I only heard them mention his name. If it weren't because they were arrested at the time, I wouldn't remember it. But looking at the reactions of those people, I think your father must have done something serious. It's a pity that I wasn't there then, so I don't know. Mu Si said apologetically. Thank you anyways. Sima Yu smiled at him. At least, you can confirm my father did come here back then. The possibility of him being here is relatively high. It means that I am in the right direction. But if you want to find your father, it will be very difficult. Mu Si said. As long as he is here, I will be able to find him. Sima Yu declared confidently. Seeing her smile, Mu Si nodded without understanding why. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would also go find his father. Oh, right. There's one more thing. Sima Yu saw that he was almost done eating. She changed the plate to fruit slices and offered him a fork. You didn't say what kind of place is the forbidden area in Ghost City? This forbidden area in the Ghost City, from my memory, I heard the most that it was a place that one cannot get close to. If one gets caught, they would not only be killed, their family would be too. Mu Si explained. Oh. How can there not even be a single guard in such a mysterious place? Sima Yu was puzzled. How did she know that it was not that no one was there, but something strange happened at the forbidden area? Everyone went there to help. No one dared to transpass into the forbidden area after a mass killing of a lot of people. Who expected there would be a situation of her and Mu Si? Mu Si, you bitch, get out of here. A high-pitched voice ranged outside. Then a figure in a blood-red dress kicked open the shaky fence. Seeing someone come in, Mu Si concealed his rare smile and his aura returned to the Colden front when they first met. He stood up and looked at the girl and her attendant. He said coldly, Meng Tianshan, what are you doing here? Little bitch, did you kill Zhang Shua? Meng Tianshan ran up to Mu Si and pushed him hard. Although Meng Tianshan was a girl, she cultivated a body refinement technique, so she had a lot of strength. With this push, Mu Si fell heavily to the ground, but Sima Yu on the side pulled him back up easily. She had lowered her head to think about things. Meng Tianshan, who was filled with grief and anger, did not notice her then. Now seeing her face, the jealousy in her eyes overflowed. Who are you? You dare to help this bastard? I'm from the old Lu family north of the city. I met Mu Si today and am currently talking with him. It doesn't seem to be good for you to rush in here and beat people. Sima Yu sneered casually. What old Lu family or old Wang family? Since you dare to help this little bastard, I will make you pay today. Meng Tianshan shouted. The part north of the city could make her Meng family fearful. Besides, for a few families, no one else could. The Lu family was not a big family clan. She could kill her or she could disfigure her as well. It happened that a poison master at home had given her 2 bottles of powder. She planned to use it today to test its effectiveness. Meng Tianshan, what are you doing? Mu Si cried. You can offend some people, but there are some you can't afford to offend them. If you bring disaster to your family because of this, don't regret because of your impulsive action today. Meng Tianshan was taken aback by Mu Si's reproach. She then laughed in anger. Mu Si, what kind of thing are you? Can you lecture me? Okay, kid, so you're bewitched by her appearance, so much that you're in love? Alright, I didn't expect you to be passionate that you dare for this love fight back. What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Si blushed and retorted. Get out of here. I really can't see that you little bastard would become brave in front of person you liked. TSK, tell me, if I ruin her face, would you still resist me so courageously? Meng Tianshan sneered. Meng Tiansha, you dare. Mu Si shouted. What do I don't dare? Meng Tianshan jeered. I will destroy her face first in front of your eyes. Will your heart hurt? After you suffer, I will kill the 2 of you to go meet Zhang Shua. He liked to bully you the most while he was alive. He felt God every time you were beaten up. Now that he is no longer here, you'll go and accompany him. PFFF, dash. Di Wu laughed out loud. He shrugged his shoulders as if he heard a funny joke. Ugly, what are you laughing about? Meng Tianshan shouted. Laughing at your stupidity. Di Wu rubbed his face. Although he wasn't as handsome as his master and Wu Lingyu, he wasn't that bad. How was he not good looking? It seemed that this girl was not only stupid but also blind. You dare say I'm stupid? That's right, you said you can disfigure if you want to, kill if you want to? Di Wu said. You treat us as we're dead. But we're clearly still alive. That only means you are stupid. Humph, you are still alive now, but in a while, you'll be dead. Meng Tianshan snorted. You guys, arrest the 3 of them. Yes. Mississippi. The followers behind her had done those things quite a few times. Arresting people was very familiar to them. They came behind the 3, ready to tie them up. Look how I deal with you all. Di Wu was ready to use his spirit power. Di Wu, didn't you listen to Mu Si? Sima Yu sat in her seat, showing no interest in the attendants who came over. What did Mu Si say? Di Wu asked. He said that we can't spirit power, otherwise it will alert the patrol team. Sima Yu reminded. Di Wu remembered that Mu Si indeed said it just then. Generally, people like Meng Tianshan and others would not use spirit power when bullying others. Although they want entertainment, they didn't want to get involved with the patrol team. Because it was said that the people in the patrol team had extraordinary methods in interrogation. Mu Si was relieved when Sima Yu remembered this. At this moment, it was better not to be involved with the patrol team. Otherwise, if they were arrested, they would have to answer to 1 being close to the forbidden area, 2 Sima Yu's suspicious identity, and 3rd the murder of Zhang Shua. If they were caught, they wouldn't be able to come out alive. Those attendants controlled the 3 of them. When they saw that they had no resistance, they scorned them that they would be a waste if they had no spirit power. Bring me that girl first. Meng Tianshan pulled a stool and sat aside. Make her kneel for me and raise her face so I can work on it. She took out the medicine bottle. She removed the cap. When the cap, which was stained with medicine, fell to the ground, it immediately corroded a small hole in the ground. Since a hole can be made on the ground, it was needless to say the effect on the face. Sima Yu's face sank. Her gaze on Meng Tianshan grew colder. Meng Tianshan also noticed the small hole. She was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect the poison master poison would have such a good effect this time. Hehe, I can't wait to see the effect when it drips on the face. Make her knelt down. But no matter how hard the attendants tried, Sima Yu just stood still. Did you guys not eat? Neither of you can press down a human? Meng Tianshan frowned. It's not that they didn't eat, they just don't have the strength. Sima Yu replied. She grabbed onto the hands on her shoulder. The 2 people were thrown out by her. Then, before everyone could react, she flashed to Meng Tianshan's side. She easily snatched the medicine bottle from her hand. At the same time, a strange fragrance diffused into the courtyard. How did you escape their imprisonment? Meng Tianshan shouted. You like to disfigure others? Like to kill people? Sima Yu raised the corners of her mouth. How about I do that to you today? You dare? Meng Tianshan yelled. What are you doing? Come kill her. From Sima Yu's action, her strength couldn't compete with her. She already struggled when using physical strength to deal with one person, let alone someone who can deal with two people easily. Miss, we can't move. Someone said. What do you mean can't move? Meng Tianshan's face paled when she saw the medicine bottle in Sima Yu's hand. Can't move just means can't move. Sima Yu explained kindly. Since you can use poison, can't you tell that you've been poisoned already? Meng Tianshan was stunned at her words. She only knew to use poison, but she had never been poisoned before. So she did not know the feeling of being poisoned. When did you poison me? When she found it, she wasn't able to move. She shouted at Yu in fear. Sima Yu stepped on the stool with one foot. She leaned over. You don't even know when you were poisoned. It seems you never were taught. It's the fragrance just now. Meng Tianshan said with afterthought. You finally reacted. Sima Yu shook the bottle in her hand. Tell me, if I drip this thing on your face, what will be the effect? It will definitely look good. I haven't configured this poison yet. I really want to see the effect. No. No. Don't ruin my face. Meng Tianshan screamed. Slap, Sima Yu slapped her across, interrupting her cries. No? But didn't you just intend to disfigure me? Why didn't you think about it then? I was wrong. I was wrong. Forgive me. I will let my father give you many treasures and apologize to you. Meng Tianshan said naively. TSK, you are a young miss well sheltered by your family to be able to say this. Sima Yu sighed. It's a pity you didn't cover up the hatred and killing intent in your eyes, or I'm afraid I would let you go. In an hour, you will get your family members here to kill us. Meng Tianshan didn't expect her to express her thoughts out loud. She quickly denied, I won't. As long as you let me go, I won't put blame on you. Hee. Sima Yu smiled. Why do people like you think so beautifully? You all feel that as long as you said you won't pursue this matter, it would actually pass. One Zhang Shua, one you, both said to let this be bygone. Have you asked about my intentions? Did you ask if I want to let it go? You really killed Zhang Shua. Meng Tianshan cried out. No, I just killed his guards. Sima Yu replied. It's the kid who he keeps bullying that killed him. Meng Tianshan glanced at Mu Si in shock. Although she felt that Mu Si that had been beaten by Zhang Shua disappeared, she didn't think he really had the ability to kill Zhang Shua. She really didn't expect it to be really him. There was a bad premonition in her heart. Since they told her this secret, it seemed that they didn't plan on letting her go. With such a thought, she took out a flare and prepared to launch it. This flare was developed for this kind of situation. She only need to calm her mind, pull the upper ring off, and the flare would rise into the air by itself. Swoosh, when she saw the signal flare rushing into the sky from her hand, a glimmer of hope flashed in her heart. However, before the flare exploded, it was stopped by Di Wu. Oh, it's a pity. The signal flare was useless. Sima Yu smiled. It was really dangerous just now. I almost let you succeed. It seems for the sake of insurance, I should kill you earlier. Meng Tianshan watched as the bottle dangled in front of her. Her face pale in fright. A scent of urine came from below, and her skirt was wet. Sima Yu squinched her brows in disgust. So disgusting. She retracted her feet and took a step back. She pinched her nose in front of her. I really didn't expect you would pee your pants like this. It's so disgusting. My Flowey would also find it disdainful. Flowey, do you want to eat such a person? As her words fell, Flowey appeared. When she saw the frightened person, she disdainfully said, I don't want to eat such a disgusting person. I'd better eat the other people. She opened her flowers, one flower for one person, and ate all those people. Meng Tianhua watched Flowey. She was already speechless in shock. My Flowey disdains you. Sima Yu said. It seems that I would have to deal with you by myself. No. Don't kill me. Don't ruin my face. Meng Tianshan collapsed and cried uncontrollable. Where is the momentum you just came in with? Sima Yu shook her head. At this time, you're still thinking about your face. Should I say you are stupid or naive? Don't. Meng Tianshan didn't know what to say anymore. She kept shaking her head. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of disfiguring others. Sima Yu said. But Meng Tianshan still couldn't stop crying. Don't cry. If you cry again, I will disfigure you immediately. Ugh. Meng Tianshan stopped the instant. Because she did too quickly, she even burped. Flowey had eaten everyone else and returned to Yu's side. She looked at Meng Tianshan in disgust. You're really bad. You obviously want to kill you, but you have to torture her. Where did I torture her? I'm thinking. Sima Yu spoke honestly. She is a young miss. I have to think of a decent way for her to die. That's true. She's already ugly, not if she died uglily, it might give us nightmares. Flowey echoed. Isn't that right, so I have to think of a beautiful way to die. Sima Yu said seriously. But Yu, look at her like this. Is she about to faint from fright? If she faints, it won't be fun. Don't worry. This poison will make them immobile, but it will make the nerves very excited, so she won't faint. That's good. Mu Si, who had been standing still just now, pursed his lips. These two girls were cruel. Cursing people without swearing, torturing people's hearts, and making people unable to faint. He thought Sima Yu was a good person before. It seemed that he thought too much. But was there a difference between good people? There was no clear boundary between good and bad people. Looking at her bad behavior now and from other angles, she wasn't a bad person. Another stream of heat flowed along the feet of the stool to the ground. Sima Yu and Flowey took 2 steps back at the same time. Too disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. Flowey covered her nose. It's really too much. Sima Yu looked at Mu Si. How do you want to deal with her? Mu Si stared at her bitterly. He recalled their bullying on him for so many years. I want to personally deal with her. Okay, then I will leave it to you. Sima Yu nodded. When she saw he was still standing, she finally remembered that he was poisoned alongside. She gave him a detoxifying pill. Mu Si, who was now freed, walked towards Meng Tianshan. He took a dagger from his spatial ring. The dagger had only been soaked in Zhang Shua's blood a while ago. Mu Si, you dare to kill me, I will make you die miserably. Meng Tianshan shouted in despair. But you'll be dying in front of me first. After saying that, he raised the dagger in his hand high and stabbed down forcefully. Stop. Accompanying the rebuke, a long sword aimed at Mu Si's chest. The sword was extremely fast. It came before Mu Si in the blink of an eye. He wasn't able to react as he stared blankly at it approaching his chest rapidly. With such speed and strength, he couldn't dodge the sword, more so when he felt locked in place by a force. He couldn't move at all. The white blade shined with cold light. He was dazzled for the moment, and he smelt death. Just as he watched the death god move closer and closer to him, a soft hand grabbed his shoulder. A warm force flowed into him, which pulled him out the illusion. When he recovered, he saw Sima Yu holding his shoulder with her left hand while wielding a sword in her right hand. The two were pushed by the sword's power and flew for a long distance before stopping. Clang. The sword was flung to the ground. Sima Yu shook her hand in pain. She took out some powder and applied it on. The blood stopped immediately. It hurts a lot. She took a deep breath. If it weren't for her body that had been tempered countless times, making her body equivalent to a spirit weapon, then she would not just be bleeding, but her entire palm might have been severed. Mu Si looked at her complicatedly. It was unknown what he thought. Meng Tianshan thought she was bound to die, but she didn't expect someone would come to rescue her at this time. After seeing the person, she cried excitedly, Pang Yuan, save me. Shan, don't worry. I will definitely save you. The boy in lead ran up to Meng Tianshan, trying to help her up. He didn't disdain her for peeing her pants. It seemed to be true love. Sima Yu paid no interest in this Pang Yuan. Her eyes fell onto the old man who came in behind. He was the one who shot the sword just now. She was not sure of his strength as she wondered if Flowey and them could defeat him. More importantly, when the fight began, people from the patrol team would be attracted over. Her purpose of attaining news secretly wouldn't be achieved. Who are you? The old man stared at Sima Yu in shock. Although he couldn't tell Sima Yu's current age, he could sense that she was young, at least not the kind of person who lived for hundreds of years. At such a young age, she could already take this blow with her bare hands. Although he didn't use all his strength, his spirit weapon was something a normal person could take on. But she took it with her bare hands. Though she got injured, it did not sever her palm. You don't need to know who I am. Sima Yu replied. Grandpa Qi, it was them. It was them who killed Zhang Shua. You actually killed Zhang Shua. Regardless who you are, you can't be let off. He used both hands to condensed spirit power. He didn't plan to underestimate Sima Yu and went all out. As Sima Yu watched him use spirit power, her tensed heart fell. Since his strength was not upper monarch rank, there was nothing to worry about. Although Pang Qi didn't underestimate Sima Yu, he was not aware how strong she was. He was not careful as the whole area was within her spirit realm. Sima Yu didn't extend her spirit realm any further, but only used its spatial attributes. Others couldn't detect it, only the most powerful of the group, Pang Qi did. Spirit realm, how is it possible? He stared at Sima Yu. She was very young, that was not false. But when the spirit realm aura connected to her, he also felt that wasn't false. But how was it possible? How could a young person comprehend a spirit realm? However, he didn't want to accept these facts, but reality was reality. He had to admit he was trapped in the spirit realm. He looked back on Sima Yu. He no longer dared to act rashly. He started to calculate how long it would take him to break this spirit realm. Flowey, can you deal with him? This guy is only a mid-level monarch rank. If there are no other people, I can. If there's more, it would be a bit difficult. Although she could divide her flowers numerous times, her strength would also be divided. Then you deal with that person. Little dream, I leave this person to you. Alright, Yu. Flowey branched out to deal with those attendants. Because Pang Yuan had a higher status in the family clan, he was alarmed when Zhang Shua was killed. The people he brought over were much stronger than those by Zhang Shua and Meng Tianshang. He wanted to use them to protect his safety. But now that he encountered Sima Yu and them, this was not enough. When Mu Si heard Sima Yu mentioned another name, he thought she had another more powerful contract spirit beast. She was too powerful. One Floey had already surprised him. Now there was another one. How strong was she? As Little Dream appeared, the cold air radiating from her body made Mu Si shivered subconsciously. She didn't speak, instead directly attacked Pang Chi. Sima Yu sighed slightly. Little Dream was so domineering. What a lovely, lively, and innocent girl she used to be. Since her memory was restored and her seal was lifted, her aura had become colder and colder. If she hadn't contracted her at the beginning, and wanted to subdue her now, she was afraid that would be a big question mark. Especially since she started to digest the dark aura. The more she digested, the more her strength would increase, and thus her aura grew colder. Mu Si was watched as Pang Chi was defeated by Little Dream. He sighed, so strong. He knew Pang Chi and was aware of his strength. Now he couldn't even match Little Dream, which indicated her strength was higher. As a result of Spirit Realm spatial extension, it appeared to be inside the courtyard, but the fighting ground actually was very wide. Mu Si could feel the majestic spirit power across, but the people outside didn't feel it at all. Soon, Floey and Di Wu cleaned up these people. When Floey saw Little Dream was about to deliver the final blow to Pang Chi, she hurried up. Little Dream, such good nutrients, don't kill them. Little Dream's ultimate move landed to the side. Pang Chi evaded death in that instant. But before he could feel relief, a huge flower fell from the sky, directly going to embrace him. In the end, only the frightened Peng Yuan and Meng Tianshan were left. You can't kill me. Peng Yuan saw Sima Yu looked at him. He was frightened. His hands felt weak. Meng Tianshan fell to the ground directly. Here it came again. Oh. Why can't I kill you? Sima Yu asked casually. She was clearly an extremely beautiful lady and there was clearly a smile still hung on her face, but he felt his heart plummet into terror. It was as if he was looking at an old witch. He gulped his saliva and did his best not to be afraid, saying, my position in the clan is high and I have on me an imprint left behind by my ancestor. If you attack me, not only will you be attacked by the imprint, my clan will immediately receive news. You will be in danger like this. Sima Yu naturally knew about this kind of soul imprint. She had quite a few left in her sea of consciousness. However, she looked at Mu Si. Seeing him nod, she believed him. Alright, let's assume that you're telling the truth. Sima Yu shrugged. She didn't say whether or not she was going to kill him or let him go. However, he still let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Since she had already believed him, that meant that he was already safe. As long as you let me go, I definitely will not look into this. I will even send you some compensation. He tried his best to look sincere, not only that, I'll even hail you as my boss. If you want me to go east, I definitely won't go west. If you want me to be a cow, I definitely won't act as a horse. If you don't believe me, I can swear it. As long as I swear it, I definitely will not dare to harm you. Sima Yu looked at Pang Yuan who was full of sincerity. It went without saying that this guy was a lot smarter than Zhang Shua and Meng Tianshan from before. The two of them were still going back and forth between her status as young miss or young master, thinking that it would be enough as long as they spared her. They were really too stupid and too naive. This Pang Yuan was not blindly arrogant. He saw that his men had been killed and immediately let go of his pride and knew how to apologize and offer compensation. However, whether or not he was sincere was something they had to judge carefully. Since you dare say that you will swear it, you can swear it. Sima Yu said. Pang Yuan's eyes flashed with joy and he immediately swore. Pang Yuan, swear on the dark deity that, as long as you let me off today, I definitely will not pursue this matter or make any trouble for you. When I return, I will send men with compensatory gifts. Pang Yuan felt as if his oath was flawless. As long as she let him go, he would be able to return. As long as he could return, what would happen after that? However, he didn't think that Sima Yu's expression would turn icy after hearing his words. She said slowly, I thought that you were a wise man. Pang Yuan was shocked when he heard her say this. He hurriedly thought back to his vow. He didn't think that there would be something that would make her mad. Could she have guessed what he secretly thought? Sima Yu looked at him, saying, there was really nothing wrong with your vow. You also look sincere. However, you should not have assumed that my IQ was as low as the woman you were following. I didn't. Pang Yuan refused to admit it. What you said was that, when you returned, you would not make trouble for us. However, what you were really thinking was only for yourself. When the time came, you would tell someone else about it and your clansmen would take revenge for you. As long as you don't appear and pretend that you don't know about it, you wouldn't be considered as reneging on your word, right? Pang Yuan wanted to say that he truly didn't think that way. However, Sima Yu's eyes were that sharp and he knew that she wouldn't believe him even if he said that. I was careless. I will make a new vow. However, Sima Yu shook her head, saying, there are some opportunities that will not return once lost. You can't kill me. I have a soul imprint. It will do you no good to kill me. I can make a new vow. I vow that Zhmei clansmen will not make any trouble for you, how about that? As long as you do not kill me. His analysis was not wrong. It was more useful to let him go than to kill him. It was a pity that he didn't know how many methods she had to deal with him. She thought that this person wasn't too bad, so she didn't have to kill him. As long as he was smart, she could possibly let him go. It was a pity that he wasted this opportunity. Relax, I won't kill you. Sima Yu said, it's just that I will not let you off either. When he heard that she wouldn't kill him, Pang Yuan released a sigh. He continued to try to worm his way out. It wouldn't be good for you to kidnap me either. If my clansmen see that I do not return, they will definitely send men to investigate. They will find me by following my scent. At that time, it will not bode well for you. If I want to kidnap you, I naturally have my ways of making it impossible for them to find you. The Pang clan has a secret method. They can use the life jade to divinate where their general location is. Mu Si said, if they can catch up to us, we'll be in trouble. Relax. I have my own arrangements. Sima Yu said, Floey, your flowers can capture a person without taking their life, right? It can. Floey said. Capture him then. Whenever I am done with what I need to do, I'll decide whether or not to kill him. I don't want to capture that woman. She stinks of piss. Floey listed a condition. If you don't want to then it's fine. Sima Yu didn't insist on it. Didn't the woman want to destroy my appearance and kill me? Just kill her. Mu Si? Earlier on, it was because Mu Si wanted to kill Meng Tianshan that he had been attacked by Pang Qi. Right now, she was handing her over to him again. Mu Si's dagger was still in his hand. He walked over and saw the person who had already been scared silly and raised his dagger, letting it fall heavily. The entire dagger sunk into her body. When he pulled it out, blood splattered everywhere, landing on his face and body. Pang Yuan's mouth moved when he acted. As if he thought of stopping it, but eventually gave up. Even though she smelled bad, he did not disdain her. It was clear that his feelings towards her were real. It was a pity that, in the face of death, it was fleeting. Sima Yu didn't think he was cold-blooded because of this. This was merely a normal reaction. Those who were willing to die together were few and far in between. Floey. She called out. A vine shot out of Floey's sleeves and a bud quickly grew out of the vine. It arrived beside Pang Yuan, swallowing him whole. Pang Yuan did not resist. He knew that resistance was futile. Floey saw that all the guards were killed. This power was not something he could contend against. If he didn't resist, he would be able to ease himself of some sins. Sima Yu felt like this kid wasn't too bad. A wise man submits to circumstances. He was also only one step away from being a genius. If it wasn't because he thought too highly of himself and was unable to let go of the idea of dealing with her and missed his opportunity. Alright, let's head out. Sima Yu kept her domain away. Those people were no longer around. Meng Tianshan's dead body was the only thing left lying there. Floey wouldn't eat her, so Sima Yu used her fire to burn it into ashes. Sima Yu kept Floey and Little Dream away. The remains of a few of their dishes lay on the table. A perfectly good meal was ruined by them. Di Wu lamented. Weren't you full by the time those people came? Sima Yu said. He had finished eating all that she had prepared. It was the remaining fruits that he didn't get to finish. Is that thing of yours safe? Mu Si asked. I heard that the secret art of the Pang clan is particularly powerful. That is, after all, your contracted beast. If they find you, you'll be in trouble. Relax, it'll be fine. Sima Yu said confidently. If it was just in her contracted space, the trail might still lead to her. However, Floey was inside the spirit pagoda. That was a different space. Even if the secret art led them there, they would not be able to find her. Seeing how confident she was, Di Wu and Mu Si relaxed. Then, they used their spirit skills to wipe out all traces of their aura. That's finally settled. She said with a smile while patting her hands. Mu Si looked at her and suddenly came in front of her, kneeling immediately. It gave her and Di Wu a shock. Mu Si, what are you doing? Mu Si kowtowed to her twice, saying, please, save my father. If you're around, you'll definitely be able to find him. Sima Yu looked at him. She didn't think that he would have this request. She didn't ignore him and took out a chair and sat down, saying, I have things I need to do. You know this. I know, which is why I do not need you to help me immediately. Once you are done, could you help me find my father? Mu Si asked. Your father has been missing for many years. And you have no leads. How could it be that easy to find a person? Sima Yu said, also, we've only met. Why should I help you? To say it straightforwardly, what benefit do I have to help you? As long as you are willing to help me, I will do anything you ask. Mu Si said. Anything I ask? Sima Yu said, once I rescue my father, I will leave this place. I may never come back here. What could I ask you to do? Mu Si's face turned red. She was right. He was completely useless to her. This was a realistic world. Who would help him without benefit? Even Yang Zi treated him well because of his own goals, much less should be said for someone he didn't even know. However, his instinct told him that if he missed this chance, he would never know when he would be able to find his father. If you can find my father, I will follow you out. Although I am not that powerful, I am still young. There will be a day that I become someone useful to you. Sima Yu looked at him, wondering inwardly whether or not she should agree. Although they had not known each other for a long time, she was relatively fond of him and pitied him. They were both lonely people, but as she journeyed along, she had many friends and masters with whom they had mutual admiration. However, he had nobody. Mentioning it now, it was clear that he was a lot more pitiful. However, if he agreed, she didn't know what she would end up implicated in. Mu Si saw that she was still hesitating and he made a firm decision. He took out a black jade letter, saying, Father left seeking treasure. If you find him, you will be able to find the treasure, and the treasure will be yours. Sima Yu was slightly stunned when she saw the jade letter. It turns out that he had found this item long ago, but he had never told anyone else. This brat really acted well earlier on. Aren't you afraid by taking this out, that I'll snatch it from you and do absolutely nothing? You won't. Mu Si said confidently, I trust you. Sima Yu watched him and took the jade letter from his hands, saying, don't you know that there are times you cannot blindly trust another? Furthermore, we've known each other for less than a day. Mu Si didn't speak. To say that he trusted her fully was impossible. However, he was betting on it. If he won, he would be able to find his father. Furthermore, although they didn't know each other long, his intuition told him that she would help him. Seeing that he had changed and looked like this, Sima Yu sighed, I'll think about it. You should stand up first. Mu Si thought about it for a while before finally standing up. Have you seen the item inside? She toyed with the jade letter. Was there really a treasure map inside? She was still suspicious. Mu Si shook his head and sighed, there's a seal on it. I still can't open it. Oh. She used a bit of her consciousness to probe inside, and it really met with a bit of resistance. This seal was difficult for Mu Si, but it was simple for her. She used a bit of force and her consciousness went past the restriction. There was no treasure map inside the jade letter like what Mu Si had said. There was only a silhouette left behind. It must be the consciousness left behind by the father. Sensing that a person had entered, that consciousness opened its eyes. It saw that the one who entered was not his son, but was an unknown female instead. Its expression changed immediately as he asked, where is my child? Relax, Mu Si is fine. Sima Yu said, he is the one who let me come in. He's outside right now, you can sense it. Mu Si's father, Lian Jia, sensed for a moment to confirm that his child was fine. Only then did he turn to her and ask, why did Mu Si hand this to you? He thought that this was a treasure map and handed this to me as a means of asking me to look for you. However, seeing things now, this isn't a treasure map at all. Sima Yu said. There is treasure. I just didn't leave behind any treasure map. Mu Lian Jia said, if you can find me, you might be able to find treasure. You didn't go to look for treasure. Sima Yu said confidently, if you don't tell me the truth, I won't promise him anything. The place I am at does contain treasure. It's just that I did not seek it. I went to save somebody. Save somebody? Yes, I knew a friend. Although we did not know each other long, I swore that if anything ever happened, would come to his rescue. Who is he? I cannot tell you who he is, but I think that you might be able to guess it. Because you have a similar aura to his. Sima Yu was stunned, saying, you went to rescue my father? So Sima Lu Xian is your father? Mu Lian Jia smiled lightly. That's right. Where is he now? I don't know where he is either. I only know that he disappeared over at the Sunset Mountains as well. I have to head over and look for him to know. Mu Lian Jia said, child, I want to entrust something to you. What? If I am dead by the time you find me, I wish for you to take Mu Si and leave this place. Sima Yu thought about it for a moment and said, okay. Mu Lian Jia went back into a deep sleep after receiving her promise. It seemed like this was all he planned to say to her. He had to preserve his energy for when his child entered to give him instructions. Previous chapter. Sima Yu was deeply moved as she said to the consciousness, if you have already met with an unfortunate event, I will definitely take care of Mu Si. Mu Lian Jia's mouth curled up into a light smile. It seemed as if he had heard her. Mu Si watched Sima Yu. When he saw her expressions change, he knew that there probably were no problems. After a moment passed, Sima Yu came back to her senses and returned the jade letter to him, there's no treasure map in here. There isn't? Mu Si cried out loudly, how could there not be? My father very clearly said that this was very important. If he ever went missing, I could use this to find him. There is a bit of consciousness that your father left behind. Sima Yu sighed, he used a barrier to seal it. He wanted to wait until you were powerful enough to enter. Mu Si was rather disappointed. If it was not a treasure map, how would he have anything left to bargain with her? There's no need to be disappointed. I promise to take you to look for your father. However, I cannot guarantee that we will definitely be able to find him. That is because even he does not know what he will encounter when he reaches that place. Sima Yu said. Mu Si heard the meaning behind her words. She was saying that his future was uncertain and his father was possibly not around anymore. Since there was no treasure, why did father tell others that he was going to look for treasure? Mu Si didn't understand. I'm guessing that, 1, he wanted to fool others or 2, he wanted to become a form of protection for you. Sima Yu said. Since the fact that her father was here was a taboo that should not be uttered, Mu Lian Jia would be unable to reveal so openly that he had gone to save him. However, he had to go out, so he had to find a reasonable excuse. Also, if anything happened to him, as long as the treasure didn't appear yet, Mu Si would be fine. At the very least, people like Yang Zi and other friends like him would protect and nurture him with hidden motives. However, she could not yet tell Mu Si these things. It would be the best if they were able to locate Mu Lian Jia. If they weren't able to, she would tell him the truth. After being harassed like this, the few of them no longer had any mood to eat. Sima Yu kept the things away, then took out tables, chairs, and the like. After tidying up the place, it did seem like people lived here. There were only 2 bedrooms in total. After Sima Yu put Di Wu in Mu Si's room, she closed her door and pondered about Mu Lianjia and her father's situation. However, she didn't obtain any information and couldn't think of anything, so she sighed. She decided that she would just use this night to cultivate. In order to ensure her safety, she casually set up a barrier around her courtyard. Then, among the three of them, those who slept soundly, while those who cultivated well. The noise in the courtyard finally quieted down in the afternoon. On the outside of Ghost City was in absolute chaos. The young master of the Zhang clan had been killed in the morning, then Meng Tianshan's name Jade shattered in the afternoon. The seventh master of the Pang clan had died as well, while the young master of the Pang clan had gone missing. Even though they used the mystery art, they could not figure out where he had gone. This series of events exploded in the few clans. If they said that they were suspicious in the beginning that Zhang Shua had gone to chase after that rogue, then they really had no options anymore. That was because there were so many guards. It was not something a simple guy could contend against. Especially Pang Qi. He was a person who was half a step into the Paragon realm. It was precisely because he was so powerful that he was sent to protect the young master. Now that he had died and the young master had disappeared, they had cast their suspicions into the realm of those who were Paragon ranked and above. However, there were still quite a few of those people in Ghost City. It wasn't easy to figure out who it was. However, no matter how difficult it was, they still had to check. It was someone who dared to kill their young master, and all their guards. How could they let that person so easily? Especially since it was a multifaceted problem. There was no way they could not check. Most importantly, the Pang clan had to check it out because their young master was currently missing with no trace. If it were not because his life Jade was well and fine, they would have thought that he had died like the Zhang clan's one had. Zhang clan residence, main hall. Below the Zhang elder, Zhang Qi knelt along with the others who had gone to investigate today. Zhang Shua's position in the clan wasn't particularly high. Although he sent men to investigate, it wasn't enough to warrant the attention of all the elders and the clan leader. The fact that the clan leader had sent Zhang Qi over to take charge of this already meant that this situation was taken in a relatively high regard. If it were anyone else, he probably would have just let a manager deal with it. What did you find out? Zhang Qi asked. In response to Elder, we went to check on the journey that young master Zhang Shua went on, and everyone said that he chased after Mu Si, that kid, and entered a remote area, the leader of the guard said. Then why don't we capture Mu Si? Zhang Qi asked. We doubt that Mu Si is the one. Furthermore, his identity is special. It would be hard for us to capture him. The guard replied. Why so? His father's name is Mu Lianjia. Hearing Mu Lianjia's name, Zhang Qi's eyes narrowed, saying, so it was him. It was. Because of the city lord's decree, we can easily go and capture Mu Si. The guard replied, but it's quite impossible for Mu Si to kill young master Zhang Shua. Mu Lianjia's son, should he not be relatively powerful? Zhang Qi asked. In response to Elder, this Mu Si should not be Mu Lianjia's real son. He is one that he brought back from the outside 15 years ago. The guard replied, that is why he is just a 15-year-old child. He has just started cultivating a few years ago. How could he have had the power to kill that many guards and young master Zhang Shua? It would be child's play for the young masters and misses from the other class to beat him half to death. Zhang Qi thought about it and struck Mu Si off his list as well. Since he was person of low caliber, there was no need to think much about him. Since the last time those people saw Zhang Shua, he was chasing after Mu Si might have realized something. Look for him and check it out. See if he has any leads. Zhang Qi said. Yes, Elder. On the second day, Sima Yu was awoken by the sounds coming from the barrier. As she woke up, Mu Si had already gone for a walk around outside. Her barrier was set up to stop people from coming in from outside. However, it did not stop those inside from going out. Mu Si didn't think that he would be obstructed when he wanted to enter his room. He covered his head and walked forward. When he felt the courtyard, he continued in, but unexpectedly ended up stuck outside. He tried to rush in again, but ended up being knocked down by a bolt of energy. He was still wondering why he was unable to enter the courtyard when a ripple flashed and Sima Yu's voice was heard. Come in. Mu Si crawled up and patted the dust off his clothes. He slowly tried going in and found out that there was nothing blocking him anymore. Where did you go? Sima Yu asked, opening her room door. I went for a walk around to see how things were outside. Mu Si said, what was that just now? A barrier. Don't you know? Mu Si shook his head, saying, my father taught me very little about it. By the time I could cultivate, he had already disappeared. Sima Yu saw the curiosity in his gaze and subconsciously asked, do you want to learn? Mu Si's eyes glowed. Can I? This barrier isn't exactly difficult, but it's not exactly easy either. If there's a chance in the future, I can teach it to you. Sima Yu said. I think that your father should know it as well. He can also teach it to you when we find him. Mu Si knew as well that Sima Yu currently did not have time to teach him. If she had time in the future, he would sit down and learn well. When you went outside, how was the situation? Can we leave the city? Sima Yu asked. We can't. Mu Si said, I heard that there's something going on at the restricted area and the whole place has been sealed. Whether it's the human or ghost clansmen, none are allowed to leave the city. Furthermore, the Zhang, Meng and Pang clansmen are searching everywhere. Whenever they bump into somebody, they interrogate him. That's why there are very few people along the streets these days. Didn't they catch you when you went outside? Di Wu asked. They just caught me and looked me once over. However, the moment they saw that it was me, they let me go. Mu Si said. You've been bullied since young, so it's natural that they would not believe that you would dare to kill Zhang Shua and the others. Sima Yu said, furthermore, they've already set their sights on people in the Paragon rank and above. For someone who is able to kill a person half a step into the Spirit Paragon rank, from their perspective, will naturally be someone who is also half a step into the Paragon rank and up. Sima Yu said, this is okay too, this will cut out quite a bit of our troubles. You're saying that they will still look over to us? Di Wu asked. Zhao Shua chased after Mu Si when he left, then he was killed by someone. Sima Yu said, whether or not he actually did it, they will send people to question him. That's true. Di Wu nodded, these guys just love to take their anger out on anybody. Once they can't figure it out, they'll beat on the little guys anyway. Alright, don't scare him anymore. Sima Yu said, but, Mu Si, do you know what to say when those people come looking for you? I already told them that I was chased into a little alleyway. Then, I bumped into you and you saved me. When we left, he was still well and fine. Mu Si said. Alright. Anyway, it's not like anyone saw what happened after. As to how that guy went to the forbidden area, how were any of them to know why? But, young Ms., we have to think of a proper identity. Otherwise, if we remain cooped up in here, how will we ever go out? Di Wu said. If those people ask, we'll just say that we're a small household in the northern side of the city. Then we just happened to be walking by when we saw them bullying Mu Xian, so we casually lent a helping hand. Sima Yu said. Just like that? Those people aren't idiots. How could they believe us? The moment they send people to check, we'll be doomed. Di Wu said. They have to bother with finding the murderer. How could they have the time to check out our background? Sima Yu said, furthermore, the north and south sides are like oil and water. Even if they wanted to check it out, it wouldn't be easy. How so? If someone else went to check it out, it might be a little smooth, but if it's the Zhang clan, it's more likely that the moment one of them enters the northern area, they will be dragged down and beaten. Sima Yu said with a smile. That's true, isn't the Zhang clan managing the south side of things? The people on that side will definitely be keeping an eye on them. However, young miss, what if they manage to check it smoothly? Di Wu said. Then we're just unlucky. We'll figure out a plan then. Sima Yu said, right, have you eaten breakfast? A little. Mu Si replied. What he didn't say was, after eating the dishes she had cooked yesterday, the buns he used to eat no longer had any flavor. Although he usually ate 3 big mantus, he only ate 1 today. Didn't finish eating, I bet. I'll cook some food for you. Sima Yu said as she took out some cooking utensils. She cooked a bowl of porridge, made a few pancakes and then fried 2 more side dishes. Although they often ate porridge and pancakes, the ones she made were just delicious. Di Wu felt like he had some benefit being with Mu Si, this brat. At the very least, he could eat more of the dishes that young miss cooked. However, why did young miss treat this brat so well? Just what was inside the jade letter? Sima Yu watched Mu Si's head and felt regret, a little heartache and a little pity for him. She never expected that his father would have gone missing because he had gone to save her father. If Mu Lianjia still lived well, she would help him find his father. If he was no longer on this earth, then she would have to spend her whole life trying to make things right with him. Especially when she thought about how he had to live all alone ever since he was a young child, all because of this, being bullied all these years, she felt like she had to properly make it up to him. Mu Si could feel her gaze. He looked up and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Sima Yu smiled, how is it, does it taste good? Yeah. You're a young boy, it is especially at times like this when you are growing that you have to properly nourish your body. Eat more. Mu Si? Yang Zi walked in from the outside. When he saw the delicious spread on the table and the picture of warmth, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Uncle Yang Zi. You're here. Mu Si broke into a smile and waved at him, saying, see, you cooked some dishes and they're delicious. Do you want to try? Yang Zi glanced at the pots and bowls by the side, recognizing with a single glance that those were spirit tools, and his guard against Sima Yu increased again. They do smell good. However, I no longer eat these kinds of things. You can go ahead. As he spoke, he walked over and realized that all the dishes that Yu had made for Mu Si were all made using spirit ingredient. These things were much more useful than the few low-ranked crystal stones that he had sent before. You are called Siyu? Yang Zi looked at Sima Yu. Indeed. Sima Yu replied lightly. Uncle Yang Zi, what are you doing here? Did something happen outside? Mu Si asked. You could say that the outside is already extremely messy. Yang Zi said, the Zhang, Meng and Pang clan are just going around capturing and interrogating people. How can you still? He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clearly asking why he still let these people stay in the home. Uncle Yang Zi, Yu is not a suspicious person. They are the Xi clan from the north part of the city. Yang Zi sighed. Su Tai said that they've never come to the southern side of the city before, so they came this time to play. Now that things are so chaotic, they would definitely be unable to find a place to stay. They rescued me yesterday, and it's rare that they not disdain our lack, so how could I just let them walk away like that? But the northern and southern parts have never gotten along. If the Zhang clan was to find out about it, they would cause trouble. Yang Zi said, Aya, look. The Zhang clansmen have come. Everyone raised their heads and looked up, and happened to see a group of people walking in from the outside. Previous chapter. Sima Yu looked at those people. They bore the Zhang clan's mark on their clothes, so they should be the guards from the Zhang clan. Yang Zi stepped forward and cupped his fists in salute to the guards, smiling as he said, "Guard Peng, which winds have blown you over to our little abode today?" "Ah, so it's you, Yang Zi. What are you doing here as well?" Zhang Peng appraised Yang Zi, wondering whether or not this guy could have killed young master Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua bullied Mu Si, and this guy had always had a good relationship with Mu Si. He took good care of him. It wasn't impossible for him to kill young master Zhang Shua on his behalf. Yang Zi could tell what he was thinking from his expression and hurriedly explained, "Guard Peng, don't think wildly. I did not kill your clan's young master." "Was it really not you?" Zhang Peng did not believe him. In his eyes, any one of them who was a suspect was the perpetrator. "It really wasn't me. You can check yourself, when your young master Zhang Shua died, I was in the shop busying about." Yang Zi said, "Humph, I will." Zhang Peng snorted coldly, "I hope as well that it was not you. We have a rather good relationship. If it really was you, that little bit of relationship would not be enough. I will definitely capture you. Realks, relax. It wasn't me. I have alibis." Yang Zi said with a smile, "Oh right, Guard Peng, is there a reason why you're here? Could you be suspecting that Mu Si killed young master Zhang Shua? Based on Mu Si's strength, can he even kill them?" Zhang Peng said, "I have come on the order of Elder Feng Qi, to ask him some questions. Is Elder Qi going to be the one in charge of this?" "Not really, Elder Qi is the most strict of all the elders. The perpetrator will definitely be unable to escape." Zhang Peng said, "Enough, go stand at the side. Don't interfere in my business." All right. He saw Sima Yu and Di Wu and felt like their features were striking. They definitely were not from here. He came in front of Di Wu, asking, "Who are you?" "This lord." Di Wu was about to blurt out something arrogant, but held it back under Sima Yu's glare. Cough cough, "I am Di Wu, I am the traveling companion of my clan's young Mississippi." Zhang Peng looked at Sima Yu said, "Young miss? Which clan's young miss? Why do you look so extremely unfamiliar?" Sima Yu placed her chopsticks down and smiled, "I am Siyu, from the northern city's C clan." "From the northern city?" Zhang Peng frowned. He did see very little of the people from the northern city. However, he had once heard of the C clan. They seemed to be a rather large clan in the northern side. It seemed like they didn't have a bad relationship with the manager there. If she was really from the C clan, he would have to be more careful. "Yes." Sima Yu said, "If Guard Peng does not believe it, you can send your men to check it now. I doubt anyone dares to masquerade as a C clansman." When Zhang Peng heard her speak, his belief in her identity increased by 7 times. There really would not be anyone who would dare to masquerade as a C clansman, much less that anyone who would masquerade as them would dare say these words. "Since you are young Miss C, why for have you come to this side of the city, and be with Mu Si, this child?" Sima Yu blinked in surprise. Previous chapter. Zhang Peng's face turned red from holding it in. He wanted to rage, but he became guilty instead after seeing Sima Yu's arrogance. For those decisive minds, they would understand to not lower their head under their roof. She was definitely someone one could rely on, seeing how arrogant she was. "Mu Si went out this morning. I heard that not only was young master of Zhang's clan killed, even the young miss from Meng's clan was killed too." "Oh right, half of the paragon rankers from Pang's clan were killed as well, and their young master went missing, even their secret array was untraceable. Mu Si is only a kid. What you are looking for is a person who is at least stronger than a paragon ranker." Sima Yu continued, "Does Mu Si look like it?" "Young Miss Si, don't be angry, we came over to see if there's anything suspicious because everyone last seen Mu Si with young master Zhang Shua." Zhang Peng continued, "I don't think you know what happened after since you said you left with him. We'll take our leave since we need to investigate other places. I won't see you out then." Sima Yu said faintly. "Goodbye." Once Zhang Peng waved his hand, his subordinates all backed away. He left without even looking at Yang Zi after cupping his hands to Sima Yu. "Come, let's continue eating, don't let these things affect your appetite." Mu Si looked at Sima Yu thinking that she was so domineering earlier on. She showed him many sides of her even though they just met 2 days ago. When she saved him, she was crafty. When she was killing people, she was fierce and firm, but she treated him kindly and warmly while being aggressive towards Zhang Peng. How could someone have so many sides? Forgive me for I have offended you earlier on, I didn't know that you're young Miss Si. Yang Zi said. "Forget about forgiving, but I'm thinking of staying at Mu Si's place when I'm in Southern City, that shouldn't be a problem, right?" Sima Yu said. "No problem, why would there be a problem?" Yang Zi continued, "That is Mu Si's home, there won't be a problem if he says so." "Great." Sima Yu looked at him while smiling, "Mu Si listens to you since young, if you say no, he won't go against you either." "Mu Si, your uncle Yang Zi says that there's no problem, so can you let me stay now?" See you, what are you talking about? Of course, you're welcome to stay. Mu Si said. That's good. Yang Zi had no idea why Sima Yuyu smiled so warmly towards Mu Si, but when it came to him, although she smiled, it felt cold. Did she know about the hidden treasure map? Mu Si, since you're fine now, I'll take my leave since the shop needs me. Sure, Uncle Yang Zi. Yang Zi didn't dare to look at them, but he had to turn around and leave. After no one else was left, Di Wu then started questioning in peace. Young miss, why did you let this guy address you as CU knowing there's a C clan in North City? I didn't know that there was a C clan in North City. Sima Yuyu shrugged her shoulders, I didn't know about it too. Probably just got lucky. From the looks of those people, C clan must be a big clan in North City, will be exposed if they check. True. Sima Yuyu continued, initially, I wanted to casually use a small clan's name, they would need to use more time if they wanted to check. Seems like this C clan is quite popular, they could have just gone there straight to investigate. Didn't you say that they won't find out anything even if they went to North City? Mu Si didn't think so much since he was still young. If the Zhang clan wants to send someone to North City to investigate, it won't be easy if there is no target, but if there's a target, they will just need to ask to find out. After all, everyone will focus on big clans. Sima Yuyu explained, then won't you be in danger? Are you worrying about me? Mu Si lowered his head and said, why will I be worried about? Sima Yuyu looked at him smilingly, this dishonest and proud little guy was actually quite cute. On a serious note, young miss, won't we be in trouble if they find out? What do we do then? Have you ever heard of doing what is necessary? But they're huge in numbers, just this city itself has over 10 of thousands of people, how can we handle all of them? Di Wu said worriedly. True. Sima Yuyu sighed, seems like we've to think of something to leave this city as soon as possible. How would we get out when they're sealing the city? Mu Si said. Don't worry, I have my ways to avoid these people if we're exposed. Sima Yuyu said. She would just transform into another person if they were exposed, this would be a piece of cake with 1,000 residents around. Di Wu and Mu Si subconsciously trusted her seeing her confident self. It looked as if there wouldn't be any problem as long as she was there. Mu Si stared at her blankly. His father was just like that, saying everything confidently. But he didn't come back after so many years after saying that he would be back for sure. Father. Sim Yuyu saw his sad look and she knew he must be thinking of his father and said, are you done eating? Let's go for a walk if you're done. Go for a walk. Both of them looked at her in disbelief. Yes. There's nothing to hide since the Zhang clan knows about us. Sima Yuyu continued, we have to take a good look around since we came to this city. Who knows, we might find something. Sounds right. Di Wu became excited, speaking of which, rarely anyone can come over to Ghost Realm. I can let those guys know how it's like here since we're going to go for a walk. If not, those guys will laugh at me if they know that I know nothing after coming to Ghost City. Sima Yuyu looked at that guy helplessly, he wanted to show off to his brothers about everything. He was really. Since that's the case, I'll bring you guys around and give you guys a tour. Mu Si said. Sure. They went out after packing up. When they got out, the road was full of wrecked houses as the place Mu Si stayed in was a slum area. At the same time, Zhang Peng reported this to Zhang Qi. Once Zhang Qi heard that it was someone from Xi's clan, he got shocked and went silent for a moment before saying, send someone to Xi clan in the North City to check. Be careful not to attract any attention. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report. North City, Central District, behind the courtyard of a sumptuous mansion, two people were talking secretly. After that, they left satisfyingly after one of them passed a bag of items to another. North City's replies came back to Zhang's clan in less than half a day. Zhang Qi sat on the chair looking at Zhang Peng who was on his knees. Have you found out anything? Yes, Elder Zhang. Zhang Peng continued, they have already replied, Xi clan indeed has a young miss, she recently left North City and went to another district to tour around. Can you confirm that's the one who was with Mu Si? Zhang Qi asked. Should be. They said that she only brought a ghost guard with her when she left. Siyu only had a ghost guard with her too. They also said that young miss coming out for a tour was a secret, not many in North City knew about it, nobody talked about it. If it's not Siyu, then she definitely won't know about it. With that said, then it's really Xi clan's eldest young Mississippi. Zhang Qi said. Seems about right. Zhang Peng said. Although that guy is close with Xi clan, it will attract a lot of problems if we kill their young miss now. There's no progress to Zhang Shua's matter and the Paragon ranker is nowhere to be seen, since Xi clan and us don't have any grudges, we'll let him off temporarily. Yes, Elder Qi. The rest will continue to investigate, we must find the person who killed Zhang Shua. If there's not enough manpower, I'll move another 200 men for you. Yes. At the same time, Sima Yuyu, Mu Si and Di Wu were touring around in the city, they didn't even know about this coincidence. If she knew about it, she would have to thank that low-profile young miss, such a great person. However, the ones she had encountered recently were the young misses from the Shi clan, and it was only Xiao Hong who was a low-profiled person. That was why she never thought that there would be such a low-profiled young Mississippi. What she expected less was that young miss came out to play at just the right time. Everyone on the street looked like they saw an idiot when they saw Sima Yuyu walking together with Mu Si. How dared she came in contact with people like Mu Si, did they not want to live anymore? Who is that? She has some guts. Right. Zhang Shua went missing after chasing Mu Si, Zhang clan definitely went to look for him. Aren't they asking for death being with him? They'll be in trouble if they take them as accomplices. Would it? I thought the one who killed Zhang Shua and Meng Tianshan is the same person. Also, they must be killed when they're together since Pang Qi from the Pang clan and Meng Tianshan died at the same time. Pang Qi was halfway to Paragon ranking, the one who killed him must be very powerful. This lady looks so young, how can it be her? You can put it that way, but the way Zhang clan handle matters, they rather kill the wrong one than make a mistake in releasing the right one. Mu Si won't be able to escape even if he has nothing to do with Zhang Shua's death. This girl dares to be with him, you don't even need to think to know what will happen. This girl is very pretty. Didn't the Zhang clan have a few lecherous guys? If they find out, she won't lose her life, but she might have it worse. Haha, you guys didn't know about this? Someone laughed loudly, I've already seen it this morning. What did you see? Zhang Peng brought some men to Mu Si's house early this morning. I was far away at time, I didn't hear much but I saw them running away after being lectured by this girl. This girl isn't some ordinary person. Really? Of course it's true. That person continued, if it isn't that case, would Mu Si dare to come out on the street? That's true. With that said, this girl is someone with status? Definitely. If not, how did she make Zhang Peng run away? What a pity, I was thinking that I can catch this pretty girl back to have some fun. Fatty, don't even think about, you'll be castrated if you try, you won't even be a man next time. Haha. Haha. Even through Mu Si's power wasn't that strong, he could feel those wretched gaze from those people behind them, for some reason, he, who had seen many of these suddenly felt a fire raging in him this time. Sima Yu could feel that he didn't feel right, she stopped and asked, what happened? Those people. Mu Si clenched his fist and glared at those people. She was the only one who treated him well in so many years, he didn't want her to be tainted with those guys' vulgar thoughts. Sima Yu glared at those people and said, what's the use of you being angry when their eyes are grown on their body? You can't possibly go up to them and kill all of them, right? But, they're irritating. Mu Si said. Wait till you get stronger, they will be filled with fear and won't dare to do that to you anymore. Sima Yu said. You can make them fear you. Mu Si said confidently. He believed that if she was willing to, she could make these people shut their eyes forever. Sometimes, making someone fear of you doesn't mean you have to go up to them and beat them up. Sima Yu smiled evilly. Young miss, what kind of bad idea do you have in mind now? Di Wu gathered over curiously seeing Sima Yu's evil smile. Do I? There is. Di Wu said assuredly, I heard that you'll smile like that every time you want to do something bad. Two black lines dropped down Sima Yu's face immediately, she squinted her eyes as she stared at him and asked faintly, who said that? Di Lu and the others. Di Wu saw something wasn't right about Sima Yu's expression, he smiled cheekily and looked at both sides. Di Lu. Di Wu's heart thumped when he heard Sima Yu saying Di Lu's name, he felt like he sabotaged old Lu. Sima Yu took a glance at those people and said, we've already walked for the whole day, let's go back. Mu Si must be hungry. They headed forward after they had made the decision, Sima Yu turned around and smiled at those people after walking a short distance, then she brought the two of them and left. For dinner, Sima Yu made a feast for Mu Si. Mu Si had never eaten such delicious food before and he was hungry, so he gorged himself. Di Wu too. And she was in a good mood thinking of tonight, so she also ate quite a lot. After eating, she kept everything and said, there will be guests tonight, we must welcome them. Guests? Who? Sima Yu smiled, you'll know when the time comes. Previous chapter. Sima Yu fixed up a spirit barrier when it was time to rest, it was opposite from the one from the night before, this one allowed people to come in and not out. Mu Si was watching blankly when she set up another two arrays. How many things did she know? In the late night, Sima Yu woke up at a specific time. She put on her shoes after getting down from her bed, then waited for those few to come into the courtyard. Why are you here? Fatty, didn't you say you're not coming? You stinky old ghost, why can't I when you come too? The tramp came too. Many people came tonight. What should we do? Should we see who's the victor? Are you guys dumb? We came here secretly, how can we let anyone know? We will be in trouble if we make too much noise. True. But we have 3 people here, how do we divide this? We'll decide after we catch her, it's not like we never shared a woman before. The very least we could do is do it together later. Hee, I like that idea. Someone else is coming. Before the 3 of them went in, they saw another 2 shadows approaching. Sob, there's really a lot of people tonight. These 2 will definitely snatch her from us, let's go in and catch her first. Before they could open the tottering gate, they jumped over the fence from the side. The 2 guys ran and sped up in a rush and jumped in when they saw 3 guys already flying in. But these 2 guys got blanked when they got in. They saw Sima Yu sitting in front of her room door with a smiling expression as Di Wu and Mu Si stood beside her. Welcome to Mu Si's little house. Sima Yu looked at the 5 people who were frozen. Array? You're an array master? Their facial expression turned ugly, if they knew she was an array master, they wouldn't have the guts even if they had the lecherous thoughts. Look at the changes in your expressions. Sima Yu continued, why, if I'm not an array master, do you guys intend to take action? Ha! Even if you're an array master, this array won't trap us. Then you guys can try. Sima Yu continued, if you guys can escape from my array, I'll spare your life. And let you guys go. Ha ha ha, little kid with a wild mouth. Do you know who we are? Stinky old ghost laughed. Who else? You guys are just a bunch of lechers. Sima Yu said. Haha, you don't know, but the little guy beside you definitely knows. Rascal, tell her, who are we? Fatty said. Their nicknames are, Fatty, Old Stinky Ghost, a tramp, 3 of them are musketeers. They tarnished countless women. Mu Si continued. The other two's reputation isn't that sounding, but they're also famous at women. See, I knew you guys are just lechers. Sima Yu said. In the 5 of them, 4 of them are at the peak of monarch rank, 1 of them is halfway to paragon rank. Mu Si added. If they're teamed up, they'll be powerful. No wonder they did so many bad deeds. Sima Yu continued, but too bad, you won't be able to get out of this array if you're not paragon rank. Her. Young lady, just wait for us to come out and bring you out for some fun. I'll wait and see then. Sima Yu continued, it'll be a long night. Mu Si, are you hungry? Should we order some supper? That sounds good. The person who answered was Di Wu. Mu Si didn't answer if he wanted or not, but Sima Yu knew he wanted. Barbecue meat would be suitable for a night like this, along with some wine. This is what I call pleasure. Sima Yu continued, wait a while, little Moo. Mu Si didn't respond to how she called him, he already tried to protest it earlier in the day but it was ineffective, so he let her be. Sima Yu took out the barbecue rack and the ingredients that she prepared and started to barbecue. The ingredients were already prepared. Quickly, the smell of barbecue drifted out, attracting the gluttonous worm in Fatty's stomach. This array is hard to handle, I can't break it even using spiritual energy. He ruthlessly attacked the array, but the array was as good as new no matter how he tried. Mu Si heard them and said, see you, would it attract others here if we let them attack like this? Nope, I've already fixed up a spirit barrier, it can block out the sound of spiritual energy, no one will find out about this. Is the spirit barrier that powerful? Of course. Di Wu continued, little Moo, you're still young and don't have much experience. When you grow up, you'll learn more things. You'll come to realize that there are many exciting things in the world. Mu Si was hooked. He started being curious to the world and not only staying here to just wait for his father. Sima Yu quickly barbecued a few big plates of meat, she left the leftover ingredients there, she would barbecue again if there wasn't enough. Sima Yu opened a jar of fruit wine for Mu Si, then opened a jar of liquor for Di Wu. Before they even started drinking, they heard the sound of breathing from the outside. Smells nice. The smell of barbecued meat and the fragrance of the wine. Young miss, slow down. Creak, bang. Mu Si watched as his gate fell on the floor, a lady walked in with a servant. The lady looked at the people who were trapped in the courtyard and said curiously, they're trapped in an array? What a weird courtyard. Young miss, it's dangerous. The old servant walked to her side and looked at the people in the yard with guards up. Hey. There's really something nice to eat here. The lady saw Sima Yu and dawdled over and sat down with no trace of politeness. Hello, can I eat this? The lady asked. Yes. Sima Yu nodded. She watched her ever since the lady came in. Although she was fast, she accurately avoided her array. This person was an array master who was skillful in arrays. Hebo, this barbecue meat is so delicious. That lady ate a few, ran over to the old servant and said, come, try it. Young miss. Hebo was helpless, young miss was too open-minded, how could she casually eat someone else's food when she didn't even know them? What if something was wrong? Eat it, it's really delicious. The lady pulled Hebo to sit beside her. Sima Yu watched her, she wondered which clan this young miss was from, she had unusual guts. Wow, the wine is so fragrant, it's so delicious. That lady drank as she hugged Mu Si's wine jar. Wow, barbecue accompanied by fragrant wine, it's so fine. Sima Yu looked at her and asked, I wonder if young miss. Don't address me as young miss, addressing me as Siyu will do. PFFF. Di Wu and Mu Si spat out the wine they just drank. Luckily Di Wu and Mu Si's heads dodged to the side and their wine was spat on the floor before it could get on the barbecued meat. Sima Yu's hands paused in the air with the wine cup in her hand. Who did you say you were? Di Wu looked at Siyu as if he saw an alien. My name is Siyu. Siyu said proudly with her chin up. Are you the young miss from C clan in North City? How did you guys know? Siyu looked at them curiously, no one knows about me coming out to play. Di Wu and Mu Si stared at her in horror before they shifted their gaze to Sima Yu, it was too much of a coincidence. Why? Siyu looked at them. Their gazes were too strange. Ahem, nothing. Sima Yu coughed twice and said, we're just curious why a young miss from the North City would come to South City. Just to have some fun. Siyu continued, I'm bored of there and wanted to see how other places looked like. So I just came out for a spin. How long have you been out for? Not long, about a year. Siyu continued, I've only been to East City, but you guys know that there isn't anything fun in East City, so I came to South City. Cough cough, it's not that long. Sima Yu lowered her head and took a sip of the wine to cover up her embarrassment. She embarrassed herself big time, the identity she came up with was actually real, moreover, she met the real person in less than a day. The chances of it happening were so slim, but she was the only one who got it. I haven't gotten your names. I'm Di Wu, this guy here is Mu Si. Di Wu said. What about you? Siyu asked while looking at Sima Yu. Sima Yu initially wanted to cook up some names, but seeing her quick-witted pupils, she said, I'm Sima Yu. Hey. I'm Siyu, you're Sima Yu, our names are somehow similar. Siyu said excitedly. Her. Of course, my first and last name added up to your name. Siyu felt close to Sima Yu as their names were similar, but Bo, who was sitting at a side, was deep in contemplation. Oh right, Yu, who barbecued these meat? It's tasty, I haven't eaten such delicious barbecued meat before. Siyu was in a great mood eating barbecued meat while sipping on fruit wine. Wasn't that too pleasurable? I made it. I had a show tonight and I thought it would be boring, so I made Mu Si some supper. Sima Yu said. These are made by you. Is this wine yours as well? I made it when I was bored. Sima Yu snatched Little Spirit's credit bluntly. Wow, you're amazing. The ones you made are tastier than mine. Siyu admired. As a young miss in C Clan who loved food, she knew how to cook delicious food as well, but those that she thought were nice were far from the good food and fine wine before her eyes. The food on the table was finished quickly after she joined in. Sima Yu stood up as she saw the crumbs of the barbecued meat and said, I'll go make some more food for you guys. Sure, I want to see how you do it anyway. Siyu continued, can I watch? Of course you can, it's not a secret anyway. Sima Yu came to the barbecued rack and started the fire from the charcoal. She then barbecued the meat when the charcoal turned red. Siyu came over when she started barbecuing. She took note of every step carefully and compared it with the way she usually cooked and realized that her method was much better than her own. Do you intend to just leave them there? She asked as she looked over to the 5 people in the array. Aren't you curious who they are? From the start when she came in, her focus was on the barbecued meat and wine, never once did she mention about the people in the array. Although I don't know who they are, I know what they wanted to do. Siyu continued, in the afternoon, I heard that they were planning to catch a beauty tonight, that's why I followed and wanted to be a hero, but I didn't expect that you'd handle it yourself. Sima Yu frowned and looked at her doubtfully. She was wondering why a young miss like that would come to a slum area like Mu Si's house. It turned out that she followed these people here. Yu, they came here for you, what do you plan to do to them? Sima Yu asked while brushing the seasoning on the meat, what would you do if it was you? Siyu gave it a thought and said in seriousness, if it was me, I will chop off their limbs, dig out their eyes, cut off their tongue and ears and turn them into swine. Then apply poison to their injuries and there will be worms all around their wounds, wait till the worm finishes sucking their blood, then I'll let them die. A few drops of sweat flowed down Sima Yu's forehead. She thought Siyu was a kind-hearted young miss. To her surprise, her answers were unexpected of her. Looked like there were no good people in Ghost City. Yu, what do you think of my idea? She asked as she blinked at Sima Yu. I'm not sure, but just by thinking about it, don't you think that it will affect one's appetite, did it? Siyu didn't feel so. So, I won't be looking at them when I'm eating anyway, so it won't affect my appetite. Sima Yu shook her head while laughing. What a pure yet ruthless woman. You haven't told me your plan. Siyu chased. I don't have a plan. Sima Yu continued, I've already told them that I'll spare their life if they can walk out of my array. Their life will be mine if they can't get out when the sun rises. Your array is so complicated, I won't be able to get out the whole night even if I'm the one who gets in. Look at them, they don't even know about arrays, I guess they don't have to come out in this lifetime. Siyu said affirmatively. The faces of those people in the array became heavier when they heard her. It showed that Siyu knew about arrays when she came into the array and didn't get trapped. There were no changes even after attacking the array for so long, they became restless after they heard what she said. Sima Yu quickly barbecued a few plates of meat and Siyu started eating happily. Mu Si, who was still hungry, ate with Siyu. Young miss, since they can't come out, we don't have to keep watch here, right? Don't rush, we still have other guests, let's wait slowly. She took out some melon seeds to snack on as she spoke. More? Let's wait, there should be more. Sima Yu said carefreely. When she went out during the day, she felt others gaze apart from theirs. There are many lechers in Ghost City, there are definitely more than these few. Especially areas like yours, those without backgrounds living in slum areas would definitely want to join in. Siyu continued, sometimes, people with backgrounds can also intimidate others. Ahem. Sima Yu choked and quickly drank a few mouthfuls of fruit wine. Didn't she use her identity to intimidate Zhang Peng in the day? Wonder what would happen if she found out about this. She felt awkward with the sudden appearance of the real person. Just like what she expected, there were others who came that night. More than 10 people were trapped in the array by daylight, and every one of them had outstanding strength. Yu, I guess there won't be anyone else since the sun had already risen. I reckon those who wanted to come would be here already. Sima Yu continued, should I be happy with how attractive I am, seeing more than 10 of them come in just one night? I rarely acknowledge that anyone else is prettier than me, but if it's me, I reckon that there won't be as many people too. This acknowledged Sima Yu being more attractive than her. She attracted so many people just by touring one round in the streets. Sigh, there were so many lechers just at the start of the year. Young miss, how should we settle them? Di Wu questioned. Decapitate. Sima Yu pursed her lip, this girl didn't only say it for fun yesterday. But she wasn't interested in decapitating them. Let Floey eat them up. Who is Floey? Siyu asked, is it a human-eating dog? Doggy is here. Sima Yu pointed to Di Wu, but he doesn't eat humans. I'm Hellhound, not Doggy. Di Wu cried out, Hound, isn't that a dog? Siyu asked as she blinked her round eyes. Di-Wu was speechless. There was a huge difference even if it was the same word, alright? Men wouldn't fight with women. He should just keep drinking then. But who is Flowey? Siyu wasn't interested in the difference between hound and dog, she was more interested in who Flowey was that would eat up a whole bunch of strong people. Flowey is my contracted beast. Sima Yu continued, Flowey, come out and meet Siyu. Flowey came out, her petite and exquisite appearance attracted Siyu's attention. Yu, are you going to stuff someone that petite with so many things? Aren't you afraid that you'll choke her to death? Siyu cried out, PFFF. Di-Wu spat out again. Ch. Choke to death. Ha ha ha, he wiped off the leftover wine on the corner of his lips and laughed, how can she choke to death with just a few people? She won't choke to death even with over hundreds of people. Why? Siyu looked at Flowey in uncertainty. With such a petite body, how could she eat up so many people? These people are strong, can Flowey really eat them up? Mu Si asked worriedly. The power of these people were higher than Zhang Shua's guards, so it would be hard to eat them if they resisted. It would be hard to eat them up just like that. Sima Yu continued, but little Mu will always have to come up with ideas if it doesn't work, do you understand? What idea do you have in mind? Siyu questioned. It's simple. Sima Yu took out a bottle as she spoke, the sky is going to light up soon, we have to hurry. She threw the bottle into the array, those people subconsciously shot a glance as they saw the bottle. Smells nice, what is that? Something good. Sima Yu continued, something that will keep you guys still so that it's easier to eat you guys up. Wah! It's poison. Siyu shouted, poison them so that they can't resist. This idea is great. Treacherous and cruel. Sima Yu drew her lips, what did she mean by treacherous and cruel? But they are so powerful, if you want to poison them, your poison has to be very strong, that's not a problem. Sima Yu said confidently. Very quickly, the people in the array looked at her in disbelief while becoming unconscious one by one. Flowey, eat up. Someone is coming. Sure. Flowey nodded and extended her hand, 2 vines flew out from her sleeves and it extended another 10 vines, a flower as tall as a human bloomed on each of the vine. Man-eating flower king. Hebo immediately recognized Flowey. Sima Yu then removed the array, just in seconds, Flowey had 1 human in each of the flowers and kept her vines. They were fine because Sima Yu gave them antidotes while she was talking. Hebo was in great shock seeing the man-eating flower king, Siyu jumped in shock, hopped to Flowey and said, so it turns out you're the man-eating flower king. I've only seen it in books, I didn't expect to witness it today. Flowey gave a thought and shrunk herself while the vines were retrieved back into her arms. Hey, don't rush. Let me see your vines. Flowey was scared by Siyu's excitement and hid beside Sima Yu. Are you afraid of me? She's not afraid. Sima Yu continued, it's just that Flowey isn't used to being touched by outsiders, she's just afraid that she will hurt you unintentionally. So you're saying, she's not afraid of me but disdaining me. Her. It could be put this way. Sima Yu continued in her heart, she kept the array stone so that the courtyard would look like how it used to. Ow, a night just passed like that. Siyu stretched, I didn't expect you'll settle it so easily, I thought there would be a huge war last night. You seem rather bored. Sima Yu said, not really. Siyu smiled, I wouldn't follow them here if I didn't hear them talking about raping, then I wouldn't be able to eat such delicious barbecued meat and fruit wine. Young Miss Siyu. Zhang Peng came in with a few men and looked around the courtyard subconsciously, but he didn't see any blood. I heard someone is planning to do something inappropriate to you, are you alright? Sima Yu's heart thumped, oh no, she would be exposed. For those people who came early, it was not Sima Yu and the group had no opinions, but it was not the time for that. Because as long as the Siyu on the other side spoke her identity would be exposed. Di-Wu and Mu Si both looked at Siyu nervously from behind, praying she won't open her mouth. Miss Siyu, are you alright? Sima Yu flanked at Siyu. Although her eyes expressed surprise, she didn't speak, which gave her relief. I'm fine. I couldn't sleep last night, because of the mosquitoes. She turned to Zhang Peng. Why did you come here? I heard news early this morning that some people intended to mistreat you. I was worried about your safety, so I came to see. It's good that you're fine. Zhang Peng replied. She is. I am her sister, Si Qin. Siyu took the initiative to introduce. I got news that my sister came south of the city, so I came to look for her. So you're also Si family young miss. Nice to meet you. Zhang Peng said. Nice to meet you too. Siyu replied. Little sister, father said that I need to bring people to protect you. You can't be willful. It's father's intention, you won't decline, right? Sima Yu's lips twitched. What was this eldest miss doing? She glanced at Hebo. Don't you want to manage your young miss? But Hebo just squinted his eyes as if pretending to nap. His miss loved to play. Except for danger, he wouldn't care about what she wanted to do. That was why out of so many people, Miss only wanted to have him by her side. Little sister, if you don't let me follow, and drive me back. Next time, father will come. What, do you want father to call you back? Siyu winked at Sima Yu. Sima Yu gritted her teeth. This was an obvious threat, but Zhang Peng was present, she couldn't refute her. She nodded. If you want to stay, then just stay, there are so many bad people outside. With me here, you're much safer. Zhang Peng thought she was talking about last night. He was unsure how much they knew about it. Young Miss Si, I need to investigate the murder of young Master Zhang Shua. So I will leave first. After that, he cupped his hands to everyone and led his men away. After they walked far, Zhang Peng stopped. He looked back at Mu Si's room. Leader, none of the people who went in last night came out. A guard beside him muttered. Moreover, there were no visible movements. I went in and found no blood stains. To be able to quietly dispose of so many experts, it seems this place is protected by experts. Zhang Peng commented. They also inadvertently learned that a group of perverts were going to attack Sima Yu last night. They wanted to use this chance to test whether Sima Yu was protected by an expert. After that, they still had some suspicions of her. But they didn't expect her to only use an array and poison to defeat them. There was no such thing as a hidden guard. So many experts silently disappeared. So professional experts shouldn't be messed with, especially array master and poisons master that can fight. Since the result was similar to what they had thought, they didn't need to spend more energy here. Let's go. He took his men away. He truly had given up on the idea of testing Sima Yu. In the courtyard, after Zhang Peng's group left, Siyu circled Sima Yu twice. No wonder you reacted so weirdly when you heard my name last night. You pretended to be me. Quickly tell me, what happened? Actually, it's a coincidence. Sima Yu shrugged. When Zhang Peng brought people over, he discovered I was with Mu Si. Because Mu Si was implicated in Zhang Shua's murder, he questioned me. I thought since the north of the city was far from the south of the city, I casually said that I belonged to the Si family in the north of the city who just came out to play. Who knew, there is really a Si family in the north of the city, and there was a young miss of the Si family who came out to play. Unexpectedly, you actually came here. Siyu was stunned. Then she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, my god, there are actually such coincidences. Your chances are too small. I also thought it was impossible. Sima Yu said. But didn't it just happen? She sighed in her heart. If she really did something earth-shattering with Siyu's name, and the real person came to find her, she thought it would be okay. But having directly encountering one another, it was rare. But we really didn't expect there really would be a Si family in the north of the city. Si family really has a low-key, playful miss. She added. I can probably guess that you directly used the first and last words of your name to create my name. Siyu was not angry that Sima Yu pretended to be her. But, why didn't you just name? Are there any dark secrets? I have a lot of secrets on me. Sima Yu retorted. Really? I like to dig other people's secrets the most. Siyu replied. Little Mumu, do you still have room here? You don't really want to stay? Sima Yu asked. Didn't we already agree? You said whatever. Siyu had an expression of don't you regret. But we just met. Aren't you afraid I may be a bad person? I will do bad things and implicate you. Sima Yu said. Really? Are you going to do something bad? Sima Yu saw that she did not look worried or fearful, but rather excited and happy. She subconsciously asked, what do you want to do? Nothing, just asking. Siyu stepped forward and placed her hands on Sima Yu's shoulders. She grinned, Yu, I found that you are just my appetite. I like people with secrets and doing bad things. You don't even know who I am, or what I am going to do. Aren't you afraid I'm going to hurt you? Not afraid at all, it's exciting. Sima Yu turned her gaze to Hebo, hoping he would persuade Siyu. Anyways, since Miss liked to play, he'd support it. Don't be like this. It's actually nice to have me along. Siyu convinced. If something goes wrong, you'll have a big tree like the Si family to hold on to? I want to think so, but I fear that I won't be able to hold on to the big tree, instead I would get dragged down into a pit. Sima Yu frankly expressed her thoughts. Siyu laughed sheepishly. Don't say it like that. I won't bring you trouble. I just want to see how you're going to play. Sima Yu couldn't help but rolled her eyes at her. Your words are unbelievable just from looking at Hebo. I'm very thankful that you didn't expose me. But I really have something to do. Rest assured, I promised, I will not spread your matters outside. Siyu patted her chest. Your promise. I think you don't even believe it yourself. Sima Yu retorted. Heh, not true. I am really quite dependable. As long as I promised not to spread it, I won't. Siyu affirmed. Sima Yu actually wanted to say that they were not familiar with each other. But the fact that she used her identity was her own shortcoming. If she were to tell that to her, there would definitely be some impact. Since she couldn't leave the city now, it would really. You really want to go with me? If I find that it isn't fun, I will leave, and continue to lend you my identity. How about it, not bad right? Siyu gave her a look as if she was not taking advantage of her. It's not bad. Sima Yu replied. However, if you really want to come with me, you have to listen to me. If you can't do that, then you have to leave as soon as possible. Little sister, you're so unfeeling. How can you say it so smoothly? It hurted sister's heart. Is this your room? Later on, we will be living together. Siyu entered Sima Yu's room. Like this, she acquiesced her words. Di Wu and Mu Si looked at her. Did she really agree to let Siyu follow them? Sima Yu shrugged her shoulder helplessly. Do you think I can drive her away? After getting along for the night, they understood Siyu temper better. She was easy to get along if her intentions were followed. If not, she would let one know what a savage miss she was. But, if she follows, won't she hinder us? Di Wu asked. I hope not. Sima Yu replied. She really didn't know where to put uncertainty on her side. But she had always acted accordingly to circumstances. She wouldn't be soft-hearted if Siyu were to make trouble. No matter what, it couldn't affect her saving her father. Alright, Mu Si, you stayed up all night. Eat something and go rest. She made a simple breakfast. Siyu had a sharper nose than Di Wu. She came out as soon as she smelt something fragrant. Wow, I didn't expect to have breakfast. She consciously sat down at the table. She looked at the simple but rich breakfast. Little Mumu, you are really lucky. There are people who make broth for hand-washing. Go away, don't talk nonsense. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at her. How could she talk about making broth for hand-washing? Hee, little sister, you have much free time to cook early in the morning. Siyu commented. Little Mumu is still at the stage of growth, so he has to eat 3 meals a day. Sima Yu said. What are your plans after eating? Siyu asked. Let Mu Si go to sleep. I'll go walk around. Sima Yu sat down after she finished cooking. I'll take you on the tour. I've been in the south of the city for a while, and have some understanding. Siyu volunteered to act as the tour guide. Sima Yu looked at her suspiciously. This guy wanted to be a guide, how kind. Don't look at me like this. Siyu said. I am just curious about your affairs. If you really want to go, I am more familiar here, so I can be your guide. Whatever you want. Sima Yu said. Then it's decided. After breakfast, Mu Si went to sleep and the rest went out. Sima Yu and Siyu walked in from, followed by Hebo and Di Wu. It seemed that Siyu didn't lie either. She did know a bit about the south of the city, at least more familiar than her who just arrived. But compared to Mu Si who had been on the streets since he was child, she was incomparable. After they strolled for a while, Siyu suddenly mysteriously said, I will take you to a place. Where to? You will know when we get there. Siyu replied. Sima Yu followed Siyu to the said mysterious place. The more she walked, the more she felt the building before her was very familiar. At last, she recognized this place. Why did you bring me to the forbidden area? You know about the forbidden area? Siyu asked. I heard there are treasures here, so I took you here. Didn't you say it was closed to the forbidden areas, which is why they closed the city? Maybe we'll be able to find out why here, and I can help you leave the city early. In fact, I am a bit confused. Why are people prohibited from leaving because of the situation in the forbidden area? Sima Yu asked. I also heard one of my family member mention this. Siyu said. It seems that there is a lifeline that affects the existence of the entire ghost city in the forbidden area. If it is broken, the ghost city would no longer exist. That important? Sima Yu was surprised. She had thought it was a normal forbidden area that hid treasure. Yeah. I don't know what happened in the past decades. It seems that there were always accidents that happened in the forbidden area. My father and them have come here several times. Siyu added. Then do you know what happened? Sima Yu asked. But isn't this ghost city in midair? There's nothing below. It's Qi. Siyu answered. Because of Qi support, the ghost city exists. I am guessing that this lifeline will affect those Qi. That's strange, it was all good bad then. Then. How did it get so recently? Wouldn't you know after investigating? Sima Yu said. I'm going to investigate. You're not going with me? I still have my things to do. Sima Yu declined. Besides, the ghost city has nothing to do with me. I don't want to risk going to such a place for this. She wanted to go back. The purpose of her coming here was to find her father. If she were to get involved in these things, she would lose out. Are you not curious at all? Siyu asked. Curiosity depends on the situation. Sima Yu replied. Have you ever heard of this phrase, curiosity kills the cat? You can't say that. Siyu persuaded. Since you're alive, if you aren't curious about anything, what is the meaning of being alive? If you are still interested in this place after I finish my thing, I will accompany you. Sima Yu said. She suddenly sensed something in the little realm. When she checked she found it was caused by Little Helper. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Because of the presence of Hebo, Sima Yu did not contact them. She returned to Mu Si's home. Although Siyu was very interested in the forbidden area, she didn't force it. She'd need to wait for a few days. It was close to night time when they returned. Mu Si was waiting for them with the lights on. Why are you still awake? Sima Yu asked. Waiting for you. Mu Si replied. Have you eaten? I went out and brought something to eat. Mu Si said. He didn't say that after eating her cooking, those things outside tasted terrible. But he was not the kind of person who would forget his hardships after a good life. Although the white buns were bland, he still ate them. Then go rest. Sima Yu said. How was your stroll? Mu Si rarely took the initiative to ask her. It meant that he had gradually accepted her in the past 2 days. It's all right. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to take a rest. She went to her room ahead. Before Siyu came in, she contacted someone in the little realm. Little Helper, what's up? Sister Yu, did you meet someone, or go somewhere? Little helper asked. What's the matter? I have a feeling today. There seems to be your father's aura. Little helper replied. Either you are loose to where your father is, or you met a related person. This person is like Mu Si who can affect your matter. You mean? Siyu? Sima Yu asked. I don't know her name. But there must be something related to your father today. Little helper answered. I did know of an eldest Mississippi. Today, I did go to a special place today, the Forbidden Area. Sima Yu said. The Forbidden Area has always been there. Father should have nothing to do with this. Is it Siyu? So, did she really have to keep Siyu by her side? That's very possible. Little helper said. Unfortunately, I am not as good as my master, or else, I can clearly find out what it is. You are already very good. Thank you. Sima Yu said gratefully. By the way, Sister Yu, Wu Lingyu's condition is a bit bad. He won't let me tell you. But I still think it's better to let you know. What's wrong with him? Sima Yu suddenly became nervous. I can feel his power disappearing. Little helper replied. How is his health? Good. Little helper answered. Sima Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I see, thank you, little helper. Yu, are you doing okay outside? When will you let us out? Sima Lu Feng asked. Uncle Lu Feng, you are not a dark attribute spirit master. It will be very noticeable when you appear. I'm still investigating my father's matter. When I find father, I will let you out. Okay, Siyu comes in. Let's end it here. Sima Yu cut off contact and avoided answering anymore. When Siyu entered, she happened to see Sima Yu opened her eyes. Am I disturbing you? No. I'm just a bit tear. I adjusted my breathing. Sima Yu replied. That's true, you didn't sleep at all last night. Then you went out for a whole day. Siyu waved her hand, and a bed appeared by the wall, facing Sima Yu's bed. Fortunately, the room was big enough, and there was nothing here except Sima Yu's bed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to place two beds down. Siyu washed up and climbed into her bed. She plopped down on the side, looking ungraceful. It's hard to get up with everyone ***** like this. Sima Yu stayed cross-legged with her hands on her knees at will. Siyu leaned sideways, propped her head with one hand. My father also said that I don't look proper. But my mother passed away soon after giving birth to me. I am the only daughter while the others are all sons. So I am treated precious. I don't get complaints. Then you must be happy. Sima Yu said. How do you know? Although you are a bit. Your eyes always appear happy. There is no sadness at all, which means you are very happy. Sima Yu said. I also have several older brothers, so I know what it's like to the youngest and only sister in the family is like. Really? Siyu blinked her eyes. Then where are your brothers? Why aren't they with you? They are not here. Sima Yu replied. Oh, I remember. You are not someone from the Ghost City? Huh. Huh. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Why did she suddenly say this? When we were at the Forbidden Area today, you said things about the Forbidden Area and the Ghost City has nothing to do with you. You did not appear to worry about them at all. So, you definitely are not from the Ghost City. Siyu said affirmatively. And you have to use a pseudonym and pretend to be someone else. That means you just got here. You don't want people to find out who you are. Sima Yu smiled but did not respond. I guessed it. You are very good at analysis. Sima Yu admitted. Then what are you doing here at Ghost City? Go to the Ghost Realm? Sima Yu hesitated whether to tell her about herself. However, Siyu took her silence as an acquiescence. Do you really want to go to the Ghost Realm? Siyu sat up all of a sudden. You should just go back and find other means to go to the Ghost Realm. Don't go from here. It's too dangerous. I saw it with my own eyes. There were human who want to go to the Ghost Realm and some of the Ghost Clan who wanted to go to the human realm. But they were all obliterated by the Thunder Tribulation. None of them survived. You are so young, so don't lose your life in vain. I'm serious. Siyu persuaded. This Thunder Tribulation is not easy. It is our nemesis. It is much harder for us to survive the Thunder Tribulation than those of other spirit masters with light attributes. Even they don't dare try it. You should not go. Sima Yu saw she was being anxious to where she was speaking fast. She smiled, don't worry, I didn't say that I'm going to the Ghost Realm. You don't want to go to the Ghost Realm? Siyu asked. I can't go to the Ghost Realm yet. Sima Yu said. I'm here to find someone. Find someone? My father came here decades ago. His whereabouts now are unknown. I heard my father was here. So I came. Sima Yu revealed. So you came to find your father? Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. Who is your father? When did he come here? What did he come here for? He probably passed by, but didn't leave. He should still be here. Then it will be hard to find. Siyu said. The ghost city is so big. If there is no clue, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Do you have any clues? Yes. What is it? Dusk Mountain. Siyu was taken aback. She stared at her in disbelief. What did you say? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. It was the first time that Sima Yu saw Siyu that surprised. She asked, what's the matter with Dusk Mountain? How would I know about Dusk Mountain? Siyu retorted. I heard it from someone. Sima Yu said. Is there something wrong with Dusk Mountain? Of course, there's something wrong. Dusk Mountain is not a place that normal people can go to, let alone live there. Siyu replied. I heard that place concerns the survival of the ghost city. There are experts guarding in there. How is your father related to that sort of place? Most people don't even know this place because everyone who has been there has been killed. Then how do you know? Sima Yu didn't expect Dusk Mountain to be so mysterious. How did her father come to be related to such a place? If it wasn't for our family's good relationship with Ant-Man and her adoration for me, I wouldn't know about Dusk Mountain. Siyu replied. Sima Yu knew Ant-Man was the overseer of the north of the city, Wu Man. As the overseer of the north of the city and as the old witch's capable subordinate, Wu Man must know about Dusk Mountain. No wonder Siyu also knew. Yu, where did you hear of Dusk Mountain? Did they say your father was at Dusk Mountain? I have an uncle, and he said that he went to Dusk Mountain to save my father. That's why I thought he was there. Sima Yu said. At the same time, her heart sank. She had her father's life token with her, so she knew her father was alive. But what about Mu Lianjie? After going to such a place and not returning after so many years, was he still alive? If he was gone, and Mu Si was still young, what would he do in the future? If your father is really there, it won't be easy to save him. Siyu said. No, it should be. If your father is still there, are you sure he is alive? Sima Yu revealed Sima Lu Xian's life token. Siyu could recognize it at a glance. Although it is full of cracks, they're not dead yet. Is this your father's life token? How long has it been? It's been for decades. It has never been fixed nor has it been completely broken. Sima Yu replied. Siyu laughed suddenly. Decades? You mean your father has not died after decades of injuries? Your father must be a god. What's your father like? Siyu said with admiration. After decades of being injured, he's still alive. This was not something ordinary people can do. I don't have any impression of my father. Soon after I was born, I was sent to my current family. Sima Yu said. So, then your brothers are not your real brothers? Right, although not blood-related, they treated me especially. Before I could cultivate, whenever others called me a waste, they would help me beat those up. They wouldn't let me feel aggrieved. When she thought of her brothers, a smile appeared on her face. It seems that your brothers really love you. Siyu said. But then again, how are you going to save your father? I want to find out if he is at Dusk Mountain. If he is not there, I wouldn't be able to find him even if I go. Sima Yu said. Make sure before we go. It's best if we don't need to go to the Dusk Mountain if we don't need to. Siyu said. Even a curious person like me doesn't want to go there. You can tell how dangerous that place is. I understand. Sima Yu said. What she didn't say was regardless if her father was there, she would have to go Dusk Mountain. Because Mu Lianjie went there to save her father and hadn't returned. Of course, this was not absolute. By then, it would have to depend on the situation. She couldn't enter blindly to die. However, she felt that the possibility of her father being there was relatively high. Go investigate first. Sima Yu watched Siyu's eyes moved restlessly. She wondered what sort of bad idea she was thinking of. She had thought of asking Siyu if she knew about her father. But when she recalled what Mu Si had said, she didn't trust Siyu totally. So she gave up. She really did not know where to start on investigating this matter. It was a bit troublesome. There were too few clues in her hand. There was only Dusk Mountain, her father's name was taboo here, and nothing else. How could she be able to find her father's whereabouts? Incorrect. Since her father's name is taboo, he must have done something that wasn't some trivial matter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so. In that case, many people should know him. As long as she found the right person, she would be able to ask about her father. Having figured this out, she also knew what to do next. Go rest first. I'll go out for a while. She told Siyu as she prepared to go out. Where are you going? I want to go too. Siyu jumped out of bed and went after her. I need to go to the latrine. Me too. 10 minutes later, she looked at Siyu and sighed silently. In Siyu's words, it was nice for her to have her go along. With her, she would be able to get ideas for her. She could help her rescue her father. When Sima Yu remembered what Little Helper said, she also wanted to see if she had any connection with her father, so she agreed to take her. Where are we going now? Siyu asked. I'm going to find someone to ask. Sima Yu's footsteps suddenly stopped. If she were to go everywhere asking, wouldn't her affair be exposed? What's wrong? Sima Yu looked complicated. Should she take her along? Who are you going to find? Siyu asked. Is it something I can't know? It's about my father. I can't let you know. Sima Yu hesitated before admitting. Oh, I see. You don't trust me, right? Siyu pouted. I really want to help you. But it looks like I don't have your trust. It was the first time Sima Yu spoke so directly that she couldn't answer. It's about my father, so I have to be cautious. Understand. Siyu waved her hand, indicating she understood her meaning. But although she understood, it still felt uncomfortable. This guy obviously made people feel close, but how could she be so guarded? But the more Sima Yu was like this, the more she wanted to know what she was going to do. It was like scratching a cat's paw. Since you're uneasy, how about I make a vow? Siyu didn't wait for her to respond. She immediately continued, no matter what I know about your father, I won't tell anyone else, otherwise, I will go to hell, never ever to leave again. Siyu was so fast that Hebo was too late to stop her. Miss. He wanted to stop her vow, but he could watch as the light of the vow entered her chest. Miss, why did you? Hebo felt very regretful. He really shouldn't let young Miss mess around and casually make a view. What if someone took advantage of her? Sima Yu was also surprised. Did this guy swear as she said? Well, I have already sworn. Can you tell me now? Siyu urged. Sima Yu sighed. Why do you have to do that? Who let you arouse my interest? Siyu retorted. I seldom take interest in people. You suit my appetite. I also believe that you will not use this to do anything to me. Okay, don't worry about this. Tell me, who do you want to find? I don't know either. Sima Yu admitted. You don't know either? Do you know Sima Luxian? Sima Yu inquired. It's him? Siyu looked at Sima Yu in surprise. Then a realization dawned on her. Right, your name is Sima Yu, and his name is Sima Luxian. Your surnames are Sima. I never thought of this before. It's normal to not expect that. Hebo rarely spoke. Sima Luxian's name is taboo. No one has mentioned it for decades. You know my father? Of course I do. Siyu exclaimed. Your father is famous. Then do you know what happened to my father? Sima Yu looked at her expectantly. If she knew, she would not need to find someone about it. I know what happened before. There are few who know what happened later. Siyu said. No wonder your father was so strong. It's not surprising that he's him. Before and after? That's right. Siyu said. Your father did several great things after he came to Ghost City. It seems that he went to the Forbidden Area too. Later, an old witch got interested in him and wanted him to stay. But he said he was going to the Ghost Realm. We're not sure what happened later. I thought he went to the Ghost Realm, but he's still here. Old witch? Di Wu looked at them. That's the city lord of the Ghost City. Sima Yu said. Mu Si said it before. I remember you were too busy eating at that time. Oh, it's the woman who had lived for thousands of years. Miss, your father caught the attention of the old witch. TSK, his charm must be really grand. Could he have submitted to the old witch and stay to become the city lord's husband? Di Wu grinned. Sima Yu's face turned dark. She pulled Di Wu's ears. My father belongs to my mother. He won't go with the old witch. You bastard, if my father went with the old witch, will he stay injured for decades? That's true. Di Wu pressed his ears hard, trying to avoid her evil claws. Humph, next time, don't say nonsense about my father. Or I will cut off your tongue and bake it. Sima Yu let go of him. Di Wu rubbed his ears and quickly promised. I see. After Sima Yu let him go, she turned to Siyu. Siyu, since you knew about my father, can you tell me about it? Maybe we can find some clues. I can tell you, but I think you'd better not hold any hope. It may not help you find your father. Siyu said. Why? Because what happened later is a secret. Siyu grabbed Sima Yu's shoulder and mysteriously said, I will tell you a piece of information quietly. Ant-Man also likes your dad. She was secretly planning something before. I don't know if it involved your father. According to my speculation, Ant-Man knows what happened later. Maybe my father also knows. But they won't tell me. Sima Yu pursed her lips. Her father was really lucky with women. So if you want to know, it's best to find your father and them. But will they tell me? Sima Yu asked. This, maybe. Siyu was not certain. She once had asked her father before but was scolded instead. He told her not to mention this name again and said nothing else. However, if his biological daughter asked, her father might tell her. This shouldn't be delayed. Let's go find your father. Sima Yu said. Going back now. Siyu didn't want to go back. But seeing Sima Yu's anxious look, she sighed. Well then, let's go back first. I don't know if my father will allow me to go out to play again. Sigh, let's go. Boom. Just as they were about to leave, an astonishing force suddenly burst from within the Forbidden Area, spreading out from the center of the Forbidden Area. But it was trapped within the spirit barrier outside the Forbidden Area. Hebo looked over and shouted, No. There is an explosion in the Forbidden Area. Miss, let's leave here quickly. Explosion in the Forbidden Area? Siyu's face paled drastically. She grabbed Sima Yu's hand. Let's get out of here. What's wrong? Sima Yu looked toward the power surging above the forbidden area. It was like a prisoner gaining its long-lost freedom, attacking the spirit barrier recklessly. I don't have time to explain to you, but there is an explosion in the forbidden area that happens once every 10,000s of years. Many people had died from it. We're close to the forbidden area. We have to leave quickly. Siyu shouted. You go first. Sima Yu pulled her hand away from Siyu's and flew back. What are you going to do? Siyu yelled. Mu Si is still at the house. Sima Yu replied without looking back. Siyu didn't expect her to think of Mu Si at this time. Her eyes flickered and hesitated for a few seconds. Then she ran back with her. Miss. He Bo wanted to stop her. It's not too late anyways. Siyu replied. They returned to Mu Si's broken hut. Mu Si had woken up from the shaking movement. His face paled in shock from seeing the commotion in the forbidden area. He once heard his father mentioned about the forbidden area explosion. Realizing what it was and his own strength, he knew he wasn't able to escape. Yu? He went to Sima Yu's room. The room was empty. Di Wu wasn't there. He Bo wasn't there, so was Sima Yu and Siyu. They must have left when he didn't know. He laughed at himself. He didn't see Di Wu when he woke up. Didn't he already understand? He looked at the black fog above the forbidden area and felt hopeless. Why did his heart hurt a little when he found out he was abandoned? Mu Si. Suddenly, an anxious voice called. His body shook in this darkness and despair. He stared blankly at the people flying in from a distance. Mu Si thought he was hallucinating. Why did they appear again after they left? But the sound of calling was so clear to his ears and her silhouette was deeply etched in his mind. Why did she risk being in danger to look for him since they only knew each other for 3 days? Mu Si, how are you feeling? Are you alright? Sima Yu asked as she walked to Mu Si and saw his blank look. Why did you come back? Mu Si questioned. I went out for some business, but I came back after I saw some revolt happening in the restricted area. Sima Yu continued, let's leave here quickly. I thought you'd abandon me here. Abandon you? Sima Yu blanked and smiled, don't worry, I won't abandon you before we find your father. She would hand him to his father if they found his father. She would bring you with them if they didn't find him. The corner of Mu Si's lips raised after seeing the smile on her face. This time, he really smiled. It felt nice that she didn't abandon him. Alright, both of you, don't waste any more time, we need to leave here quickly. Siyu rushed after seeing both of them chatting in the courtyard. Sima Yu pulled Mu Si's hand, ran outside and said, let's go. Mu Si ran out with Sima Yu, seeing the lily-white arms that were pulling his own arms, his eyes became wet. Get up the flying beast quickly. Siyu summoned her flying beast and called out to everyone to board. Sima Yu held Mu Si's waist and flew him up on the flying beast with Di Wu and He Bo followed behind. Black Phoenix, see if we can get out by the city wall. Siyu said. Sure, master. Black Phoenix started flapping its wings and flew towards the city wall. It would be the best way to get out of the city since they weren't far from the city wall. Others thought the same as them, there were a lot of people on the way just like them, flying towards the city wall to get out of the city. However, they were disappointed. They were not sure if it was because of the restricted area or if there was an invisible power on the city wall stopping anyone from getting in and out. What do? We can't get out. Heaven, are you trying to kill us? Don't give up. Let's try attacking it together. See if we can make an opening. Sure. Sima Yu watched as they attacked the spirit barrier, but no matter how powerful the attack was, the impact was so little as if a fist was hitting a cotton ball. Should we give it a try? DY said. It's useless. He Bo said. Why? The ancestors once passed down rumors, saying that if this city were to perish, in order to protect the spatial area here, a crack will appear in the spatial area outside the city to break Ghost City away. He Bo continued, so no matter who it was, no one can break it. You're saying, there won't be any more escape route if the restricted area stays like this. Sima Yu said. So to say, it will be useless no matter which part of the city we escape to. We can only survive if we solve the root of the problem in the restricted area? Di Wu shrinked his neck. I'll try. Sima Yu flew towards the city wall after she spoke, she summoned Little Roar to fuse with her when others weren't paying attention. Before she could reach the city wall, a block of force blocked her way, she could feel the ripples, but no matter how she and Little Roar tried, they couldn't get through. Yu, this isn't a spirit barrier, I can't get through it. Little Roar said. She had to give up after a few tries and went back on Black Phoenix after releasing the fusion. Young Mississippi. Di Wu looked at Sima Yu worriedly. He knew Sima Yu was capable of getting through the spirit barrier, but now she couldn't get through it, which meant that they would be trapped here. Sima Yu's face sunk, she didn't know how to describe her own feelings. She ran into such things after coming here for 2 or 3 days, and she wondered if she was lucky or not. If it was lucky, why did she run into such things when she just got here? If it was unlucky, it would be completely gone if she came a few days later, then she wouldn't be able to look for her father forever. Before she came, she had heard how Ghost City was chaotic and scary. She thought it would be the same as other cities. But now, it was really dangerous. Black Phoenix, let's go to North City as fast as possible. Siyu ordered. North City was the furthest from here, the impact would be the least there. Sima Yu looked at the crowds, then looked at the insurrection on the restricted ground and said, it's useless even if we go to North City. We need to solve this problem from the root. What is underneath the restricted ground? I don't know either. Siyu said. I might know a little. He Bo continued, Ghost City is a city that floats in mid-air. It exists because there is an entrusted force below that is supporting it. Force? Is it a force from the mine? Sima Yu asked. He Bo nodded, I don't know where the force comes from, but it's always related to all the issues. I once heard from the previous clan leader saying that it's related ever since the start of the flood period. Everyone didn't understand and looked confused, but Sima Yu was fearful. There would be forces before every mine was formed. Before the mine opened up, it must release the force. If it didn't release and opened up directly, then the mine would be destroyed along with those who were mining. Kong Xiangyi once asked for help from 3rd MO because they found a mine that was complicated. If this force existed from the flood period, then it would be harder to deal than any other force. With what it looked like, it seemed that the force was already spiritual. I'll go take a look at the restricted ground. Siyu, bring Mu Si to North City. I'll look for you guys later. She told Siyu, please take care of him from now on if I don't come back. Siyu subconsciously held her arm and said, no, Yu, it's so dangerous at the restricted ground, what are you going to do there? I'll go see if I can be of any help. Sima Yu said. It's so dangerous there now, what can you help there? I'm familiar with forces, if this is related to force, I might be able to help. I'll hand Mu Si to you. Sima Yu took a glance at Mu Si before flying into the air. I'll wait for you to come back. You promised to teach me about the spirit barrier and you haven't done it, I'll wait for you. Mu Si cried out looking at her back. Sima Yu turned around and waved to him, don't worry, I'll definitely go look for you guys. She turned back and flew towards the restricted ground after she spoke. Previous chapter. Next chapter. 3 days earlier. Just when Sima Yu and Di Wu jumped off the city walls, they were in the heart of the forbidden area. A group of them were in the huge plaza. This plaza was different from other plazas. There were 81 1-meter-tall black stone pillars surrounding them. 4 pillars towered in the 4 corners of the plaza. Each one was inscribed with a variety of ancient spirit beasts. In the center of the plaza stood not a strong stone, but a giant pond. At this time, the liquid that was similar to water was moving restlessly. On the surface of the pond rippled in a semicircular shape. The liquid surrounded the pond, not allowing it to spill over. Everyone in the plaza focused on the activity in the pond, worry written on all of their faces. Why isn't Wu Man here yet? A senior grumbled lowly to the 2 beside him. This senior was appointed as one of the clan leaders in the Zhang clan. He was the one and only Zhang Hao, first of the current 4 great decision-makers in Ghost City. To his side were 2 others. One was the decision-maker of East City, Luo Qi, and Meng Sha. Luo Qi, who was more than 2 meters tall, was a lot taller than the average. Adding his mustache to that look, he looked like a complete barbarian. The other one, Meng Sha, looked a lot more gentle. It was just that his eyes were too icy, and it felt like he could freeze you to death with a single glance. Zhang Hao, Wu Man is coming from the north and will need a bit more time. Luo Qi said. Is her heart still with managing Ghost City at all? Meng Sha said icily, I'm afraid that she no longer cares about whether this city lives or dies. She probably thinks males and females are all the same. Meng Sha, I think it's best that you never open your mouth at any time. An enchanting girl appeared from the void and glanced at him coldly. Dressed in a fiery red skirt that slit all the way up her thigh, a red fan was in her hand. Even her eyelashes were red. She glanced at everyone, enchanting them. I'm very sorry. This mouth of mine just loves to speak the truth. Meng Sha said, we were all here and you were the only one left. It's hard for everyone not to think that way. There will be a day where I poison you and turn you mute. Wu Man said. Alright, what time is it now? You're still standing around bickering. Zhang Hao stopped the 2 of them from continuing. If this were any usual time, he would just let them continue bickering. However, the situation now was different. This was no time to let them war with words. Wu Man came to the side of the pond and watched as it continued to attack the barrier non-stop. A bit of it had even managed to break past the barrier and turned into a bout of black smoke and wanted to rush outside only to be fanned away into nothingness by a wave of Wu Man's fan. Why would it suddenly turn so agitated? It's even grown so much more powerful. She casually fanned her fan, every movement extremely alluring. Even her doubtful state was enticing. We suspect that it might be due to Sunset Mountain. Zhang Hao said. Ever since that thing happened, the activity here has been increasing in frequency. The hand Wu Man held the fan with, hesitated for a moment. She quickly regained her composure and said, there is a strong link between this place and Sunset Mountain. It is normal that it affects each other. It seems that this seal is going to be broken soon. I'm afraid that it will not be able to hold on for much longer. Luo Qi said. Have we notified the city lord? We cannot contact the city lord. No one else can enter that place. Meng Sha said. If the city lord does not return, I'm afraid that this seal will no longer be able to hold it back. Zhang Hao said. Its strength has been growing all the while. The people who keep watch here have said that its strength has recently been amplified by something, and it has grown much stronger very quickly. Luo Qi recounted what he heard. Since we cannot contact City Lord, we can only suppress it for the time being. Then, we can look for City Lord and redo the seal. Wu Man suggested. We can only do that for now. Is everyone here? All the guards from the forbidden area have arrived. Zhao Hao said, right now, we were only waiting for you. Then let's begin. Everyone, get ready. Zhang Hao waved his hand and all the guards stood in a circle around the pond. 81 people flew onto the pillars while Wu Man and the other 3 flew to the 4 poles in the specific 4 directions. Seal. With the single command, everyone poured their spirit energy into the pond. The spirit energy fortified the seal on the barrier. The initially tottering barrier was returning to normal right in front of their eyes. Roar dash. The power in the pond could sense that the seal was getting strengthened and started to toss about with increased intensity. It seemed to be giving it a final push. The initially recovering barrier once again weakened considerably. Again. We definitely have to seal it. Zhang Hao said to everyone. Agreed. Everyone activated their spirit energy again, pouring even more energy into the seal than before. The power started to equal with the one inside. This won't do, this will not be able to suppress the power inside. Luo Wei said. Wu Man. Zhang Hao cried out. Bullying this lady? Wu Man cursed as she tossed the fan in her hand. The fan grew huge in the sky, only stopping when it was as big as the pond. The power of the pond seemed a little afraid of that red fan. When that fan was in midair, it seemed to weaken the resistance quite a lot. Now! Meng Sha cried out and everyone increased the power they poured in. A portion was inserted into the seal while a portion attacked the inside directly. Eng dash! A wretched and disgruntled cry rang out from the inside, and it slowly died down. The chaotic energy also slowly returned to normal. Disperse! On Zhang Hao's command, everyone slowly stopped releasing their spirit energy. Only in this way would nobody get hurt. However, every single one of them was exhausted. Although they did not have to hold on for a long time, only about an hour to so, one of them felt like their spirit energy had been drained dry. Everyone, eat some pills to replenish some energy. Zhao Hao said. All the guards had energy replenishing pulls. They ate the pills before sitting down and resting to recover their spirit energy. Wu Man waved her hand and her fan returned to its original small size before flying back into her hand. Although they managed to successfully suppress the energy this time, their expressions did not appear completely relaxed. Although we suppressed them for the time being, we don't really know if it has really quieted down. Luo Qi said. I could sense that it has not completely given up. Although it is hibernating for now. If it attacks again, I'm afraid that we will face even greater resistance. Wu Man said worriedly. I could sense it too. Meng Sha said, that is why we cannot yet leave this place for another 2 days. Just to prevent it from attacking suddenly. This is all we can do for now. If the power suddenly bursts out of the seal, we would likely be powerless to resist. The entire city and its people would be swallowed. Then should we notify them before that or not, to let them try to avoid this? Luo Qi suggested. How will we tell them? The moment they find out, it will cause chaos. Zhao Hao said icily. I agree. We will continue to observe. If it is really dangerous, it will not be too late to tell them then. Meng Sha said. However, none of them could have thought that the situation would turn so quickly and that there would be no time to react. The peacefulness of the pond only lasted 3 days. In the afternoon on the 3rd day, the power once again started to thrash about. In the beginning, it was not very powerful. The tossing of the things inside was not too strong either. Wu Man, Zhang Hao, Meng Sha and Luo Qi stood by the side of the pond. When they saw the liquid thrashing about, their hearts suck. This was a lot quicker than they had expected. It's only been around 2 days, but it started again. Wu Man swayed her red fan and would occasionally fan towards the pond. The liquid would slow down whenever she did so. It's a good thing that everyone has more or less recovered. If it puts up too much of a resistance, we can only suppress it again. Zhang Hao sighed. That may not be so. Meng Sha looked at the liquid in the pond. A dark black barrier was above it. In the past, this was all black fog. However, it has turned so dense that it is like liquid. This proves that it has grown too strong. Look, is the color of this liquid not much deeper than it was 2 days ago? It has grown more powerful. That's right. I'm afraid this dam is going to burst out. Can we not suppress it? Only if City Lord returns. Zhao Hao said, only City Lord knows how to seal this. In the past, he would have to reseal it every 100 years. However, it's been a few years since 100 years have passed but she has not yet returned. Could it be that she is really going to abandon the entire ghost city for the sake of one man? Luo Qi said with dissatisfaction. If this thing really does break out, the entire city is gone. Wu Man's expression was also filled with worry. Huh, that's not too bad. The entire city perishes together. That's an exciting scene as well. Meng Sha guffawed, as long as that thing bursts out, in order to protect this space, it will naturally drag Ghost City down with it. Nobody will be able to leave, everyone will die together. I'm amazed that you're still able to smile. Zhao Hao glared at him, if that really is the case, the connection between the human and ghost realms will no longer exist in Ghost City. What else can I do now besides laugh? Meng Sha said, do you guys still think that we will be able to hold on if it attacks with full force? This seal is bound to break eventually. Even if it breaks through this, there's still the seal of the forbidden area. As long as we guard one, there will be an opportunity to suppress it back. Luo Qi said. I've never even seen the seal of the forbidden area. We still don't know whether it's of any use at all. The others didn't continue talking after Meng Sha because they also had their own reservations about it. As time passed, the thing in the pond started to attack more and more aggressively. Everyone had no choice but to use their spirit energy to push it back again. However, it was no longer any use against this energy. It was like an erupting volcano as it burst out from below, bashing against the seal again and again. It was just when Siyu swore that the energy in the pond finally broke through the seal. That seal first ripped a small tear, then the black fog started to pour out non-stop. No way, we can't hold it back anymore. Everyone, if you don't get out now, we'll all die here. Luo Qi cried out. Hurry up and disperse. Wu Man said to Zhang Hao. Zhao Hao knew as well that this situation was beyond redemption. He hesitated for a few seconds before yelling, everyone, disperse and get out of here now. Head to the forbidden area. All the guards stopped attacking and dispersed in an orderly manner. Wu Man and the other three flew out as well. Just as they were running outside, it was when Siyu was making her vow. The black fog poured out with great force and quickly filled the plaza. Just as the black fog was heading outside, rays of light shot out of the 81 bulk pillars. The rays of light combined into one and locked the black fog inside the plaza. It helped everyone by some time to escape. You want to stop me with just this bit of energy? Ha ha ha. Within the black fog, a sinister voice sounded. Everyone who was there was filled with a deep sense of terror. Did it already form a spirit? Hong dash. The barrier that shot out from the black pillars was broken by that energy. It released an ear-splitting noise. At the same time, a thick barrier formed around the forbidden area, trapping the energy inside. The speed of which was so quick that a few of the slower guards were also trapped inside. They were very quickly drowned by the black fog and could not even utter a cry before they were turned into a pile of bones. So powerful. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear as they watched the tumbling black fog. With the barrier protecting them in the past, they had never encountered this directly before. It was only when it chased after them that they realized just how powerful it was. It was a good thing that the seal existed in the forbidden area. Otherwise, the entire ghost city would perish here. Those in the city already started to sense the chaos happening in the forbidden area. Their intuition told them how dangerous it was and every one of them started to fly out of the city. The city has turned chaotic. You couldn't leave now even if you wanted to. Is there any other option? Luo Qi asked. Wu Man, you were the closest with City Lord in the past. Has she ever told you about this? Why would you say this to me? Wu Man sneered. This was the reason she was able to secure her seat as City Lord. How could she ever tell me? That's true. The City Lord has always been the only one to know it. They never tell anyone else either. Meng Sha said. It was precisely because of this that nobody else could covet the position. It's a good thing that this seal is strong enough. Otherwise, it would break out. However, it can't hold on for too long either. We have to find a way to force it back. Eng dash. The black fog within the seal grew denser, and it swirled even more chaotically. The sounds it would occasionally make would set everyone's hairs on end. Do we really have no other options? Luo Qi watched as it kept attacking the seal. If this continued on, it would really break out of the seal eventually. We were able to use our spirit energy to fortify the seal in the pond. Maybe we can do it again. Wu Man said, let's try. Alright. The four great decision makers flew to the sky above the barrier and continued to pour their spirit energy into it. However, much of it had already been consumed, and this little bit did nothing much to strengthen the barrier. Eng dash. The thing inside continued to attack with increased intensity. The four of them were heavily pushed back by its power. The more time it spends outside, the stronger it becomes. Luo Qi clutched his chest as he spit out a mouthful of black blood. However, now that we're outside, we're powerless to stop it from coming out. Wu Man used her blood fan to defend herself during the crucial point and was faring much better than Luo Qi. Someone's coming. Meng Sha happened to look toward Sima Yu's direction. Because she was different from the others, he saw her with a single glance. Everyone looked over and happened to see Sima Yu flying towards them. This person really is interesting. Everyone else is fleeing for their life, but she's rushing over to send herself to death's door. Meng Sha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he said lightly. Sima Yu flew over and saw everyone watching her. Even before she could speak, a terrifying aura could be felt from the inside of the barrier. That aura went past the barrier, dispersing outside. The moment that the aura reached outside, everyone who was in the air fell to the ground. The same happened to her and the four great decision makers. The floor was filled with people who had just crashed to the ground. Just the aura made it unbearable for them. Just how scary was the thing inside slash. It hurts. Sima Yu rubbed her painful bottom. She wanted to stand up, but the aura made her body go weak. Bark 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 da. Blackie, who could feel the aura from Sima Yu, cried out. Sima Yu thought about how the incident back at East City was solved with Blackie and that its reaction had been the same last time. Could this be the same as well? She called out Blackie, and the moment it appeared, she could sense that the terrifying aura had disappeared. Bark 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 dash. Blackie wagged its tail and barked twice at Sima Yu before turning around and running towards the forbidden area. Blackie, stop. Sima Yu grabbed onto its tail. Bark 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 dash, Black turned around and barked at her. Blackie, you can't just run over. Sima Yu hugged it and stood up. You don't know anything about the thing inside the forbidden area. It's too dangerous. Blackie blinked its eyes. It couldn't understand what Sima Yu said. However, whether or not it understood, it proceeded to do something that would render everyone speechless. Bark 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 dash. Blackie barked ferociously at the forbidden area, and everyone heard that bark. What was surprising was that, after Blackie barked, the aura actually retreated. It retreated? Everyone was stunned. Especially so for the prodigies like Zhang Hao and the others. They all stared blankly at Blackie, who was cradled in Sima Yu's embrace. What's going on? Those on the ground crawled up. Wu Man happened to land rather near to Sima Yu, and also just realized that Blackie was not an ordinary thing. She watched him and felt like she was looking at a treasure. Is this your spirit beast? Sima Yu nodded. The thing inside seems afraid of it. Could you let it try to see whether or not it can suppress it? But Blackie doesn't have a bit of attacking ability. Sima Yu hugged it. If you wanted to attack, that would be impossible. No ability to attack? Right, Blackie has no ability to attack. It's okay if it has no ability to attack. Wasn't that aura scared into retreat by a simple bark? Just let it bark twice more to test. Wu Man said, the lives of everyone in this city is in its hands. Sima Yu agreed as well. If the entire city was gone, she wouldn't be able to live, and much less needed to be said about finding her father. Blackie, you wanna try? Bark 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 dash. Blackie wagged its tail, showing how happy it was. How do you want to do this? Wu Man didn't know either. This was the first time she had seen a living thing able to deter that. She said with uncertainty, why don't you let it go up and try barking like it did earlier? Alright. Sima Yu hugged Blackie and came to midair. She got close to the barrier around the forbidden zone and realized that the closer they got, the more then black fog retreated. Without needing to say anything, little Blackie immediately started to bark upon seeing the black fog. It felt like its dignity was being challenged in a public place. Just now, the black fog was insufferably arrogant, but hearing Blackie's bark, that unbridled aura immediately disappeared and the speed it was tumbling decreased. Wu Man glanced over and saw that it was really useful, and let out a sigh inwardly. I wonder what creature Blackie is. That thing is actually afraid of it. Others flew over and were stunned when they saw what was happening in front of them. What is this thing? It's actually so powerful. When Blackie heard that someone asked what thing it was, it shot an angry glare at the person. The person was so terrified that he directly fell from the sky and almost died. This spirit beast belongs to that little lady. It has no ability to attack, but the thing inside seems terrified of it. Wu Man explained. Is this that little lady who flew over before? Your spirit beast is actually able to suppress it so much. Just what spirit beast is he? Luo Qi asked. I have no idea myself. When I met it, it was already like this. Then, I don't know how it ended up forming a contract with me. It looks like a dog, but its intelligence isn't high and it can't talk either. That's why I don't know what it is until now. Sima Yu weaved this lie together bit by bit. When they saw her clear eyes, everyone believed that she was telling the truth. After all, there were many strange and powerful creatures in this world. Previous chapter. Little lady, you should walk ahead. Wu Man and the others did not dare to draw close. They could only tell her from afar. Sima Yu nodded and hugged Blackie, walking towards the direction that they talked about. For every step forward that she took, the black fog retreated by a step and the area it occupied reduced by that bit. The initially chaotic city was quiet at this moment. The aura that made them terrified grew weaker. Could it be that the danger was settled? They wanted to go to the forbidden area to watch, but after Zhang Hao discovered it, he sent his men to keep guard over the outside and forbid anyone else from getting close. On top of Black Phoenix, Di Wu and Mu Si watched anxiously from the side. Young miss, you better be safe. If anything happened to you, how could I ever give an account to master? Di Wu looked like he was going to cry. Nothing will happen, you will be fine. Mu Si said confidently. She said that she would return to us. She will definitely return. Although he said it confidently, the hands that were tightly clenched together and trembling revealed how worried and anxious he was. Even Siyu was a little uncertain as she said, we've only known each other for 2 days, so why am I so concerned about her? This is so different from before. Ever he both felt like Sima Yu was different. If Sima Yu were a male, he would even be worried that his young miss had developed some feelings for her. However, she was a prim and proper lady. Unless she had undergone some changes. She looked very confident as she left. I think that she'll be fine. He assured his young miss not to worry. Hebo, you tell me. Yu said that she was familiar with reading forces. Does that make her a seeker spirit master? Siyu thought of how Sima Yu was before she left and asked. That's right. She's even like me. An array master. So many vocations. Siyu sighed, for someone like her, she's blessed by heaven. She won't die so easily. She even used 2 situations to assure herself. This proved that she was not really that confident. It's a pity we can't get closer to watch. I wonder how young Miss is right now. Di-Wu worried. Closer? Siyu's eyes shone, there's not much danger now. We should be able to get closer. It's better than being worried from afar. Black Phoenix, head over. Black Phoenix flapped its wings as it flew towards the forbidden area. As they got close, they were stopped by the guards. The forbidden area is up ahead. Nobody is to come close. My little sister is inside. I must go in and see. Siyu said without blushing at all. Your little sister? The guard obviously didn't believe her. That's right. She just went in. Siyu said, she's dressed in a long black skirt and she's extremely beautiful. The one you're talking about shouldn't be the little lady holding the dog, right? The guard said. Little lady holding the dog? Siyu blinked in surprise. She could tell that the way he spoke about her was filled with respect. But leader said that nobody could get close. Am I the same as the rest of them? My little sister is inside. Are the little sisters of the others inside? But. There's no buts. Just let me go in. If anything happens to my younger sister, I will die along with her. Siyu burst into tears as she declared that, and her tears flowed continuously. Don't worry, your little sister is powerful. She'll be fine. Do I even need to say how scary those things in the forbidden area are? But we can't break the rule. The guards looked at her and she looked at them. It was a very difficult situation. If it were any average person, they could just directly turn her away. However, although they did not know Siyu's identity, they could tell at a glance that she was someone from a large clan. It was a good thing that the commotion here attracted the attention of those at the forbidden area. Wu Man saw the person causing trouble and frowned, saying, let them come over. When the guards heard it, they immediately stepped to the side, saying, please. Black Phoenix led them beside Wu Man and Siyu cried out, Auntie Man. Little sister? Why did I not know when your father bore another daughter? Wu Man asked. Siyu flew beside Wu Man and grabbed onto her hand, saying, hee, Auntie Man, you know it. Another one of your friends that you made outside? Wu Man cast her gaze towards Sima Yu and actually praised her. You made a pretty decent friend this time. She's different from your dog friends from the past. Wu Man's voice wasn't loud, and she didn't really think of questioning Siyu. The situation now didn't need her to say much either. Siyu also casually cast her gaze to Sima Yu. When she saw Sima Yu alone in the forbidden area, she immediately cried out. Auntie Man, why is she down there alone? It's so dangerous. Sima Yu heard her voice and turned around to look. She saw her worried on her behalf, so she smiled at her, then turned around to continue. Based on what I can see, she seems fine. Wu Man said, the spirit beast she holds seems to be able to subdue that thing. Don't you see that for every step she takes, the black fog retreats? Siyu and Mu Si, who was on the back on Black Phoenix, took a look. It was indeed so. Only then did their anxious hearts calm down. Who would have thought that the brat would be so powerful? She said that she had an idea, and she really did have one. Di-Wu watched this scene and wasn't too surprised. He had heard much of young Mrs. adventures. In his heart, there was nothing she couldn't do. However, believing or not, he still had to see it with his own eyes in order to relax. You seem to be very familiar. Meng Sha would occasionally look for Wu Man in the north and was also acquainted with this niece that she doted on. He was rather curious towards Sima Yu's identity. If Siyu knew her, he should be able to find out more about it. Not really, we've known each other for 2 days. Siyu thought about how they met 2 days ago and a smile broke forth from her lips. She became your little sister after just 2 days. Although Wu Man was rather appreciative of Sima Yu, if she was trying to climb up the ranks by clinging onto her power, that good feeling diminished quite a bit. You're mistaken, Auntie Man, it's not that she wanted to be my little sister, but I insisted on being her older sister. Siyu explained, this brat knew that I was a young miss of the Sea clan and didn't agree in the beginning. It was after I made threats and promises that she finally agreed. Even as she mentioned this, she felt proud of herself. Wu Man wanted to say that she was making trouble again, but she didn't manage to finish her sentence when she was interrupted by a joyous cry. The thing has returned to the pond. Everyone looked towards Sima Yu and only saw that she had already reached that stretch. She came to the plaza. However, when they were here, the black fog no longer tried to retreat and seemed to be making its last efforts to strike instead. Sima Yu had finally been able to see the pond, and all the black fog had retreated to that area. Thinking about it, all of this must have come from inside the pond. Little lady, chase all of them into the pond. Zhang Hao ordered. Sima Yu pursed her lips. Was this person really doing nothing and giving her orders? That tone of voice really pissed her off. Blackie seemed upset as well as he hopped out of Sima Yu's embrace. It sat where it was, unmoving. When it sat down, everyone else was stunned by looking at it. It was already going to chase it back, so why was it not moving anymore? Little lady? What's going on? Sima Yu lowered her head and looked at Blackie. She knew that this guy was upset. Blackie, what's wrong? Let's continue. Bark 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 dash. Blackie barked at her and wagged its tail, then it sat down and refused to move. Little lady, it's almost going to be completed. Don't screw up at the crucial point. Zhao Hao opened his mouth again. Sima Yu got even more upset. The more upset she became, the more upset Blackie was. It stood up and barked twice at Zhang Hao, then it even lay down. It lay down? Is it throwing a tantrum? Everyone watched Blackie act this way. If it wasn't because the time wasn't right, they would definitely have laughed. Little lady, time waits for no man. You should hurry. Even before Zhang Hao finished speaking, Blackie immediately rolled its eyes at him and lay down and slept. This. Everyone was stunned. They could tell now that Blackie was upset with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao could tell as well, and his expression turned incredibly dark. It was even comparable to the fur on Blackie's body. However, he couldn't bicker about it like a barbarian. He could only stand by the side and ask Sima Yu, little lady, what is going on? I don't know either. Sima Yu said, although it formed a contract with me, I can't understand how it thinks. Maybe it got tired after chasing it all the way here. After she said it like that, it was hard for Zhang Hao to push him. The group of them could do absolutely nothing to the thing while Blackie had chased it all the way back here. Could it be that he was going to complain that Blackie was taking too long? And not even allow it to rest? However, anyone could tell that Blackie was not tired. It merely cried out twice, how could it be tired? We let you solve this issue because we're thinking highly of you, don't take it for granted. A male shouted out with dissatisfaction. When Wu Man and Meng Sha heard this, they whispered a curse under their breath and only had the time to glare at that male. Before they could say anything, they saw Sima Yu laugh coldly, saying, since that's the case, you can cry out now. Who knows, maybe that thing will retreat into the pond after hearing your cry. After speaking, she squatted down, hugged Blackie and walked back. After she walked off, the barrier could not hold on anymore. The black fog started to come nearer, scaring all those who had come near such that they rushed back into the sky. Zhang Hu, nobody will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Meng Sha scolded him. The one called Zhang Hu wanted to retort, but when he saw everyone glaring at him, he could only swallow his words. Little lady, don't be mad. Zhang Hu was just speaking casually. Zhang Hao said. Speaking casually? I don't think so. Sima Yu watched Zhang Hao, although everyone is trapped here, I'm guessing that, even if I don't do anything, I can wait till everyone in the city is dead before getting involved and still nothing would happen to me. So I can choose to help with this, or I can choose not to. I do not need any random person to come and chide and lecture me. This person also said earlier that it was just a matter of calling out twice. I'm guessing that he should be able to as well. You don't need us here, we'll take our leave. After speaking, she hugged Blackie and wanted to go. At this moment, everyone was getting displeased with the Zhang clansman. Zhang Hao had obviously been the one to piss the lady off earlier, and now he had even spoken to her like that. If it were them, they would up and leave as well. Little lady, don't be angry. Meng Sha cupped his fists at Sima Yu. I'm not angry. I'm just thinking that my Blackie's strength is too meager and unable to be of help. Sima Yu smiled icily. Being able to appear in the forbidden area, apart from the usual guards, meant that they were all people who held prestigious positions. When did they ever endure this kind of attitude? However, with Sima Yu acting this way, there was no way they could take a knife and point it at her either. Not only could they not do so, they had to properly pacify her. Because their lives were currently in her hands. Isn't that so? My little sister said that Blackie has no spirit energy, so it gets tired very easily. To push such a scary thing back so far must mean that Blackie is very tired. Siyu spoke up, little sister, aren't you tired? Hurry, come back to big sis. Those from North City did not recognize Siyu, but they saw her addressing Sima Yu as little sister. They were puzzled, when did the Sea clan produce another daughter? The Sea clansman had noticed Siyu long ago, but with her standing by Wu Man's side, nobody went to look for her. Hearing now that she called Sima Yu her little sister, the Sea clansmen were somewhat unable to react. Father, when did little sister get another little sister? How come we didn't know? You couldn't have brought back one from the outside, right? Does mother know? Siyu's third brother laughed as he asked. Siyu's father, Si Kong, turned irritated as he glared at his son, saying, your younger sister is playing around and you're doing so as well? That little lady should be someone that little sister met while playing around outside. However, seeing it now, little sister is rather protective of her. The eldest son of the Si clan said. Why didn't he Bo send any news back? Who is this? Si clan's second son frowned. It had better not be a person borrowing her identity to climb up. He Bo didn't send news back, meaning that little sister didn't let him, or they haven't met for long. Si clan's eldest son said, no matter what, little sister treats her differently from the others. Sima Yu didn't think that Siyu would still protect her at a time like this. When she saw her helping her, she hurriedly nodded and hugged Blackie as she walked over. So it turns out that you are young Miss C. Young Miss C, look, your father is here as well. If anything were to happen, he would be unable to escape. Meng Sha pointed towards the Si clan's direction as she spoke. Sima Yu looked over and actually saw quite a few people who looked similar to Siyu. Oh, father, when did you guys all get here? Little sister, father is here. Don't worry, if you're tired, we'll just go home and rest. Siyu acted as if she had found someone to rely on, but in actuality, she was telling the Si clan not to blow their cover. With Siyu's hint, the Si clan didn't reveal that Sima Yu wasn't a Si clan member. Sima Yu walked to Siyu while carrying Blackie in her arms. Siyu held her and checked on her to see if she was alright before releasing her. This scenario really looked like an elder sister caring for a little sister. Little sister, are you alright? Siyu patted her shoulders and blinked at her. I'm fine. How could Sima Yu not know what she was trying to do? It was obvious that she was trying to cover up, she better not expose herself. Although she didn't know how Siyu managed to make C clan members remain silent, Sima Yu remembered that Siyu once said that she was doted on by the whole clan, so it was expected that they wouldn't let her down. Are you sure you're alright? Siyu asked dearly, it was so dangerous just now, I don't know how many people would have died if it wasn't for you. You guys must be so tired using so much energy to push this back here step by step. Sima Yu pursed her lips thinking that Siyu wasn't lying when she said she could lie. But it was good against the Zhang clan, their faces turned red from holding back. So it turns out to be C clan's young miss. I heard C clan was really small, why are there two young misses now? Someone from the Zhang clan was unhappy and started blaming them. Can't she be my father's goddaughter? Siyu continued, or do we need the Zhang clan's permission for my father to adopt a goddaughter? You what? Siyu was unhappy when Zhang Hao ordered Sima Yu to do things. She didn't think that the two brainless guys would jump out of nowhere and were unhappy with the Zhang clan now. Not only her, it was the same for others. Why did the Zhang clan make up so many things even at this time? If they really offended Sima Yu, who could solve the problems before their eyes? Fortunately, the black fog didn't cover up the whole area even though some of it came back. Everyone sighed in relief. If that thing counter-attacked because of this, then the Zhang clan would be the one to be blamed. At this point, the Zhang clan's members were unhappy. Sima Yu and Black is stopped because of them, and they couldn't let their pride down because everyone blamed them. Little sister, this is Ant-Man that I was telling you about, you haven't seen Ant-Man when you just came in? Siyu introduced. Sima Yu blinked and looked at Siyu, would this be alright? What if we were exposed? Siyu gave her a glance, don't worry, we wouldn't be exposed. As expected, before she said anything, Wu Man spoke. I heard Big Brother C adopted a daughter, I didn't think that we'd meet so soon. Thank you for today, I can't imagine how it would be like without you and your spirit beast. Since you're Big Brother C's daughter, then you can address me as Ant-Man, the same as the way Siyu does. Wu Man said that because she was truly grateful to this young lady. Although she felt that Sima Yu went overboard a little, it was also because the Zhang clan was being annoying. Man, Ant-Man, you flatter me. Sima Yu didn't expect the in-charge of North City would help Siyu to cover up a lie, it seemed like everyone doted on her. Come to think of it, the character she had could only be shaped under the environment she grew up in. If she grew up in an environment where everyone tried to outwit each other, then she wouldn't have that pair of pure and crafty eyes. Take a rest since you're tired. I'm keeping watch here anyway, it won't dare to come forward. Wu Man intentionally shot a glare at Zhang Hao and Meng Sha. Meng Sha twitched his lips when he saw her glare and swallowed the things he wanted to say. Although he was always against Wu Man, their relationship was better than Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was different, he could see that Wu Man was obviously trying to warn him that he shouldn't let Zhang clan members stir any more problems. Sima Yu was only saying that she was tired and wanted to take a rest, if he stirred any more problems, she might just quit and just leave. In short, she wouldn't lose anything even if everyone in the city dies. So for now, if the Zhang clan didn't give in, then don't blame them for being impolite. At this point of time, C clan members flew over, others didn't stop them. Father. Siyu saw coldness in her father's eyes, she pulled a smiling face and went up to coil her arms around his arm. You're being naughty again. Si Kong glared at her and chided. She was unsure whether he was talking about adopting Sima Yu as little sister or about shaming the Zhang clan in front of everyone. Father, I'm just worried about little sister. Siyu acted coquettishly to Si Kong, but pleaded at the same time. Sima Yu's gaze became sad when she thought about her dead father from her past life as she saw Siyu being close-knitted with her father. With that said, she didn't have any memories of who her father was, be it in name or even biological father. Even after coming into this body for a few decades. Even though she had big brother and grandfather's companionship, she longed for her father and mother. Siyu remembered that Sima Yu came here to look for her father and that she once said she was given away ever since she was young, it seemed like she missed her father. Little sister, don't worry, father won't blame you. Siyu continued, father, it's my idea that we sneaked out, don't blame little sister. She even shook Si Kong's arm after. A shock flashed through Sima Yu's face but there was a trace in her eyes. How did this become sneaking out to play? Huh, little sister. Si clan's third brother smiled to Sima Yu, tell third brother, was this trip fun? Sima Yu saw everyone looking at her, especially Zhang clan's members, she even mentioned that she was from the Si clan, if they knew she was lying, then the death of Zhang Shua would definitely be linked to her. She didn't want to handle this for now, so she could only put on a fake smile and replied, it was fun. You've to come back early even if it's fun. Si clan's eldest brother said, little. Your elder sister always wants to have fun, you can't follow her when eldest brother isn't there. If little sister wants to have fun, let second brother bring you guys along. It's dangerous to go out alone. Understand? Si clan's second son said in all seriousness, as if he really had two younger sisters. I understand. Sima Yu's lips twitched. Were these three brothers from the Si clan doing a self-introduction? Were they afraid that she was exposed in front of everyone? Even Si Kong looked at her and said, how? Are you injured anywhere? No, I'm just tired. Sima Yu followed in reply, take a rest if you're tired. There's others here anyway, you don't have to be here. Previous chapter. Sima Yu didn't expect Si Kong to say the same. She was taken back for a moment, then raised a big smile. Thank you. Godfather. It was a bit embarrassing to call a stranger godfather. Si Kong, is this okay? Someone was displeased. The situation is critical. If you can't deal with it appropriately, everyone won't feel at ease. That's right, Si Kong, this is related to the safety of the people in the entire city. It isn't good for you to do this? It's not. Sima Yuyu scanned her surroundings. The people who were speaking just then were with the Zhang family. If they are not from the Zhang family, they would be from the south of the city. Were they targeting the Si family because of dissatisfaction with her? She didn't expect it would implicate the other family because of their spite of her. When she was about to speak, she heard Si Kong casually respond, "How does it concern us? If you are so righteous, then you go. The people of the city will be thankful of you." Sima Yuyu raised her eyebrows and looked at Si Kong weirdly. This godfather was different from others. His tone made people quite happy. Si Kong, what do you mean? Those people were stifled by Si Kong, and almost couldn't breathe. I mean literally. Si Kong said. Since you are so concerned about the safety of the people, shouldn't you go solve the problem immediately? That being the case, of course everyone will thank you. If we can make that thing go back, we wouldn't be here idling and make fun of the lives of the people in the city? After the man finished, he glanced at Sima Yuyu. His meaning was obvious. Others couldn't do it, but Sima Yuyu who had a way was still idling. She was not taking the lives of the people in the city seriously. Oh, you also know that you don't have the ability. Si Kong shot a glance at the person indifferently. Since you have no ability, then don't compare yourself. Is it interesting to just say not going to? Sima Yuyu burst out in laughter. He was really sharp and hilarious. He was not afraid of offending these people. But regardless of whether he was defending her or because of Siyu he protected her. She accepted this concern. Si Kong, does your Si family want to watch people die? What are you doing? I have long heard that your Si family is at the top family in the north of the city. The people in the city are not even in your eyes. Sima Yuyu frowned. Her aura grew colder. She stared at the person who spoke and said sarcastically. I don't think it's you who cares about the lives of the people in the city. What nonsense are you talking about? How am I talking nonsense? Sima Yuyu sneered. I am from outside of here. It was not long after I accepted my godfather and them. To be honest, I don't have a good impression of Ghost City. The life and death of people is not important to me. When she said this, many people's faces changed. If she really thought that way, how could they ask her to save everyone? How many cultivators would involve themselves for irrelevant people? Sima Yuyu looked around and continued, don't be angry, do you think I am evil? Think it in another way. If it were you, would you definitely stand up for others? Many people were silent. If it was them, would they really stand up without hesitation? If it weren't for me taking action just now, I'm afraid this ghost city will actually become a ghost city. Sima Yuyu ignored them. The reason for my action is nothing more than to protect my godfather and them. And conveniently save the people in Ghost City. If godfather and them weren't there, would not necessarily get involved. Therefore, the entire Ghost City are stepping on the halo of godfather and them. In that case, what qualifications do you have to blame them and irritate me? I don't care about any of this. Tell me, are you guys the one who is disregarding the lives of the people? You. What you? Sima Yuyu interrupted. Did I speak wrongly? With so many lives in your hand, how can you be so selfish? Zhang Hu reproached. I'm selfish? Sima Yuyu stared down at them and suddenly smiled. Smiled. I think you got something wrong. What is it? What is your life to me? Is it because I save you all, you are willing to become slaves and servants to serve me? Or, you have prepared countless heavenly treasures to give to me after I save you all? Sima Yuyu sneered. It is my right to save you, not my duty. Zhang Hu's group's faces turned ugly. But they couldn't find a rebuttal. What do you want? Zhang Hao said. Is this Steward Zhang? Sima Yuyu looked at Zhang Hao. I don't want anything. Your tone makes it seem that I am taking advantage of a fire. Then what are you going to do? I didn't do anything. Sima Yuyu shouted innocently. I just said that I'm tired and want to rest. But you seem to wish that I did nothing so you can impose some unnecessary accusations on my godfather and them. Alas, my godfather and them just got duped by you all for no reason. How can I as the goddaughter just endure? I think I should do nothing and let my godfather and others take the blame at the least. PFFF. The Si family all laughed out loud. Although she clearly said to herself that she shouldn't do anything and let the Si family take the blame, everyone could tell that she was being ironic. Only she was able to contain that thing, how could she do nothing? But this little girl described herself selfishly to protect them? They were being protected by a little girl. It was the first time in history. They never cared about what others had to say, but it felt good for someone to defend them. Others only thought of the family's power, she was different. No wonder his darling sister liked her so much. This girl was indeed worthy of being liked. What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Sima Yuyu replied. I said it earlier. I do not have any sympathy for those people nor do I want their gratitude. I just want to save my godfather and them. You say my godfather doesn't care about the people in the city. Of course, I want to help my godfather settle this accusation. After that, she shrugged indifferently as if you were unsatisfied, go bite her. Si Kong, what do you say? Zhang Hao coldly said. Brother Si. Before Si Kong responded, Wu Man gently shook her head. She obviously knew what he was going to say. Si Kong glanced at Wu Man. All right, for her sake, he'd be kinder. Previous chapter. Sima Yu also looked at Si Kong, waiting to see what he would say. Si Kong understood Wu Man's hints. He swallowed his words and switched it with euphemism. Zhang Hao, are you idle enough to find problems? He gleamed at the people who were talking. My child didn't say she won't do it, but only said she'd like to rest for a while. You're making it all awkward. My child has a bad temper. I usually have to coax her, yet you're giving her an attitude. Tell me, are you deliberately not wanting her to do it? We didn't. Those people seemed to have realized how serious the consequences of making Sima Yu angry. They calmed down. Everyone has seen it. I don't need to say any more. Si Kong continued. They were wrong just now. Little miss, don't be angry. Zhang Hao coaxed. Sima Yu curled her lips. Saying that others were wrong, he didn't expect the first person who made her uncomfortable was him. Since he didn't recognize his own mistake, she remained silent about his words. All right, child, this is not only them. Wu Man said. Although you said that, we all know that you actually care about the people in the city. Isn't that so? The Si family wasn't there then, but you came right after the accident. Isn't that to protect everyone? Luo Qi chimed in. Yeah. We all saw it. What you said just now was out of anger. Others added. Sima Yu's lips twitched. These people were flattering her. Si Kong, what do you have to say about this situation? Zhang Hao didn't have the time to coax a child. Zhang Hao, I've said it countless times. My child is tired. Tired. Since she is tired, of course she should rest. Only after rest would she have strength to deal with such a scary thing. Si Kong said. When can she rest well? This is hard to say. Si Kong replied. You also know that this thing is so powerful. It takes a lot of energy to drive it back. Right, child? But I think others won't believe what Godfather said. Sima Yu affirmed. Didn't they just say that it's simple? Let them try. Let them howl, or let their spirit beasts go howl. It might be useful. Anyways, to them it is a simple matter. That's right. Si Yu clapped her hands. They said it like it's so easy, let them go experience it. If their howl is useless, then try Black's method. Maybe that'll work. Right, little sister? Sima Yu held back her smile. Did this guy want them to learn how to bark? But there was no expression on her face that revealed she was scamming them. On the contrary, she looked very serious, as if doing that was really useful. She nodded in agreement. Yes, I think during the rest period, they should try that. Maybe it will work. How can this do? Impossible. Those people immediately objected. Let them go learn how to bark, wasn't this insulting them? I think it's okay. Meng Sha interjected. Anyways, little miss is tired now. So let others try. Maybe it will work. We don't have to look at Si family's face to do things. Sima Yu glanced at Meng Sha. Although this guy looks soft, he seemed to be one of cruel masters. His statement showed that he was clearly dissatisfied with Sima Yu and Si family. But on a closer look, this was helping them because he said to try not saying who could do it. Then they wouldn't have to look at their mood. Everyone understood his meaning. Only Blackie, who was in Sima Yu's arms, could do it. Not everyone could accomplish it. I also think it's feasible. Luo Qi said. The situation now is special. If others can't force it back, we might be able to feel relieved sooner. Wu Man, what do you think? I have no objections. Wu Man replied. Sima Yu looked at these stewards who were speaking nonsense with a serious face in amazement. She thought to herself, these people had high levels of entrapment. However, she didn't think these people were all helping her. Wu Man had a good relationship with Si family. She would be, but Luo Qi and Meng Sha, it was not necessary. Maybe they were just dissatisfied with these people and taking the opportunity to scam them. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that was the case. These people offended her, so they created such a scene. Otherwise, they would have rushed the thing back now. Since you all agreed, you can try it. Meng Sha said. See if this is so easy. If it is, then this little miss won't have to hang out in the ghost city in the future. If not, we can't wrong her. Yes, that's right. Uncle Meng is right. We all have to be fair. Si Yu said. Zhang Hao wanted to refute, but the other three had agreed and understood that they had offended Sima Yu. If her anger couldn't subside, this matter would not be able to advance. The people were not from the Zhang family. The south of the city had made allies with the Zhang family. If they really were to do that, wouldn't it be slapping their face? The Si family was really hateful. When this matter is over, he'd teach them a lesson. He eyes Si Kong and the group. He didn't hide the hatred in his eyes. With his gaze, Sima Yu understood his thoughts. She wasn't afraid of offending the Zhang family. Besides, after her father gets found, she would definitely want to leave. Moreover, she killed Zhang Shua, so this hatred was already there. However, C family was different. She could leave but the C family would still be here. Though she heard Wu Man's relationship with Zhang Hao wasn't good. There were few exchanges between the North City and South City. After all, Zhang Hao was in charge of South City. If a fallout occurred, it would be troublesome. Just as she was about to say something, Si Kong spoke up in the same tone as before. I also think this method is feasible. When my child is resting, we can see the skills of old Zhang and your family. They all say this would be easy. It's not good to do nothing. Isn't that so? Si family third brother also echoed. I heard Zhang family always said that they are better than Si family. Today will be an eye-opener for us. If so, we'll admit that. We'll be waiting. Si family eldest brother said. Right. When I was playing around the city, I heard the Zhang family claim they are the largest family in Ghost City, no one can compare. As long as they're here, the other families have to stand aside. Steward Zhang, since your Zhang family have said so, we have to see if it's true. We are all acquaintances. If this is true, we must acknowledge you're number one. Do you see that thing is about to come up? So all of you, quickly go howl. Otherwise, it'll get back up. Previous chapter. Her voice was tense and it frightened the others. They also felt that black fog was spreading out more. Sima Yu looked at the Si family amusedly. It turned out Si Yu's temperament was not only because of living in a happy family, but also of genetic factors. Didn't they see that this family was anxious to see the world in disorder? Even at this time, they were not afraid of offending the Zhang family. But what she wasn't aware was that the Si family and Zhang family were equal in strength. They were the rulers of their respective side of the city, south and north. So there was no need to fear the Zhang family. Except for a person at the helm like Zhang Hao in the Zhang family, the relationship between Si family and Wu Man was not a cover-up. The thing is about to counterattack, don't you want to hurry up and try it? Meng Sha said solemnly. No. How can we do such a thing? Zhang Hu shouted. That's right. It is impossible to do this. Others objected as well. How could it be possible for them to do this? How were they going to boss around in the Ghost City in the future? Really? Sima Yu shrugged. Just then you were so righteously talking about the people in the city. You haven't even tried, how do you know it won't work? I think you don't want to. Little miss, don't go too far. Sima Yu revealed a smile. I want to ask, how am I going far? I wasted so much energy, yet I got nothing. Instead you accused me of all kinds of charges. It seems I can't be a good person. You. Since local people like you don't think for the people, I think I also don't need to do anything. Sima Yu continued. Little miss, didn't you just say you were tired? After taking such a long rest, you should be good? Zhang Hao asked. Oh, I am alright after half an hour. Everyone obviously should contribute, but it has become only my problem. Others are there to watch the fun. I do not feel fair. Once I do not feel fair, my heart gets tired. Sigh, I guess I haven't had a good rest. Sima Yu shook her head and sighed. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Si Yu would definitely have laughed at her image. On the other hand, Si Kong gave her a thumbs up. What do you want? Zhang Hao was furious. This junior has disregarded his face from time to time repeatedly. His heart was moved with murderous intention. How could Sima Yu not feel it? He wanted to kill her for this petty matter. But she was the only one who held that thing down. What a good steward. Nothing much. I said before that this is only my problem. My heart is tired. If you want me not to be tired, then you should at least show that everyone is working hard on this matter. Otherwise, this tired heart can't be cured. Little sister, since you're so tired, let's leave it alone. Let's go to the North City. Anyways, if this thing spreads, the people in the South City will be killed first. When everyone in the South City dies, you'll be well rested. By then, you would have a better chance of winning. People in other places won't have any losses. Si Yu looked distressed for Sima Yu. Sure. Then let's go back. Si Yu came beside Sima Yu. Father, open a space tunnel, let's go back for rest. Si Kong did as she said. He drew seals with one hand as if he really wanted to open a space tunnel. The black fog seemed as it heard Sima Yu wanted to leave and felt that it could counterattack. It began to surge again. You guys go try it. Zhang Hao reluctantly ordered. His face had turned increasingly dark. As he said that, Si Kong stopped his movements, waiting for the following action. Those from the Zhang family were completely stunned. He really wanted them to try? How could that be? What are you standing there for, go. Zhang Hao kicked Zhang Hu down when he saw they were still here. Zhang Hu arrived a few meters before the black fog. Though Zhang Hao was angry, he still knew his measures and didn't directly kick the person into the black fog. Seeing Zhang Hao was furious, he didn't say anything. Even if he went back up, he'll force down again. In fact, if he didn't go up, he couldn't go down. At this moment, many people were standing midair outside the forbidden area. They couldn't enter. Though they were far away, they could still see. The patrol team couldn't block everyone out. At most, they could keep them from getting close. As for whether they were able to see, it didn't matter to them. Those people had been watching for a long time. At first, they heard Sima Yu said she wouldn't go, and they complained about her in their hearts. But slowly they realized that it was the Zhang family who was causing trouble again. People in the city were already disgusted with the Zhang family. But because how big the family was, who dared to mess with them? In addition, everyone had heard what Siyu said. Zhang family indeed had said they were the most powerful. Since the Zhang family was so good, let them prove it. Elder Zhang Hu, our lives are up to you. Someone shouted from outside. Zhang Hu's group noticed a lot of people were watching the excitement. Whether they want to do it, they would have no. Otherwise, these people would say Zhang family did not care for them. No matter how powerful the Zhang family was, if they offended the entire city, they would lose their position in the city. Zhang Hu. Zhang Hao shouted through gritted teeth. Of course, the target of him gritting his teeth was at C family and Sima Yu. Zhang Hu knew that he couldn't escape it today. His hands condensed spirit power to attack that thing. But before he released his spirit power, he was poured down by a basin of cold water. If you dare attack it, I guarantee you won't live for another second. Sima Yu said quietly. This thing was afraid of Blackie, so it stayed in place and didn't come out. If it was attacked, it wouldn't continue being passive. Then what should I do? Zhang Hu regretted as soon as he asked. Didn't you just say that Blackie only howled twice? Then you should also howl. Remember, it's more useful to howl like my Blackie. Sima Yu stroked Blackie. Impossible. How could Zhang Hu let himself learn how to bark? He continued to condense spirit power then attacked toward the black fog. The black fog was originally suppressed by Blackie. It was already uncomfortable. Now it was being beaten by someone else. Anger welled up, and the black fog surged over in an instant. Zhang Hu was enveloped before he could escape. Soon, the black fog retreated. A pile of bones remained in Zhang Hu's place. When Sima Yu saw the pile of white bones, her heart felt similar to when she first met Blackie. Blackie understood Sima Yu's thoughts. He glanced contemptuously at the white bones on the ground and whimpered twice as if dissatisfied with her. What was this thing? How could she compare it to him? Yu was too much. The scene was similar to when Sia Yu first saw Blackie, so she wasn't as surprised. But for others, it was different. Many people were shocked. So powerful. This Zhang Hu is also a Paragon rank expert, but he has been reduced to bones. What is this thing? No matter what it is, as long as it sees, as long as you touch it by a bit, it will kill you and me. That is so. I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. Fortunately, we didn't go down. The Zhang family people were frightened. The strength of Zhang Hu wasn't high nor was it low. He turned into a pile of bones in a while. It wasn't going to be an easy task ahead. It's all you. It was your fault for threatening them to go down. You have a way to save everyone, why didn't you? You have to kill brother Hu Zi. What kind of heart does your C family have? A girl burst into tears when she saw Zhang Hu. She wanted to rush to kill Sima Yu, but seeing the C family behind her, she didn't dare to. Sima Yu surprised at her calling him brother Hu Zi. Why would anyone use such a nickname? From this point of view, the relationship between her and Zhang Hu was pretty good. Siyu wanted to yell at this girl, but Sima Yu grabbed her arm, stopping her. Siyu knew Sima Yu was good at refuting, so she didn't speak, instead waiting for her to speak. This old lady, what you said is wrong. As soon as Sima Yu spoke, she poked Shirley Shah's sore spot. Anger appeared on her grieving face. What old lady, are you blind? Shirley Shah cried out. This Zhang Hu is the elder of the Zhang family. He is definitely not young, most likely older than my grandfather. Since you called him brother Hu Zi, your age wouldn't differ from him much. Otherwise, why didn't you call him Uncle Hu Zi? Sima Yu explained slowly. You. Old lady, I'm showing you respect because of your age and I think you're a reasonable person. I reminded Zhang Hu before he began to not use spirit power. But he didn't listen. Can you blame me? Sima Yu interrupted her with an innocent look. If it weren't for you to make him go down, how would he? Shirley Shah looked at Sima Yu hatefully as if she couldn't wait to tear her. Old lady, you are wrong again. Didn't make him go down. Wasn't he kicked down by Steward Zhang? I didn't say that I wouldn't care if he didn't go down. From start to finish, I've said that I'm tired and need to rest. What she said was correct. But everyone could tell that Sima Yu let them go down on purpose. You. Furthermore, old lady, this Zhang Hu relied on his own strength. He doesn't care for the reminders of us little shrimps. How can you put this on me? If he didn't use his spirit power, he would still be alive now. So, old lady, this person is at fault for his own choice. Sima Yu continued. Isn't that so? My little sister reminded him, and everyone here all witnessed it. Do you still want to deny it? Siyu said. Humph, you want to blame my little sister, my C family will not stand by. Sima Yu turned and smiled gratefully at Siyu. This girl kept calling her little sister. She was almost getting used to it. Shirley Shah knew the status of the C family. She no longer shouted and cried kill in front of everyone. She hated her in her heart, and prepared to find a chance to kill her. It would be strange if Sima Yu could not sense the obvious killing intent. To a bomb that could go off anytime, she would better dismantle it earlier. Since this old lady loves your brother Hu Zi so much, how about you go down to collect his bones? It's been a while since a corpse is exposed in full view. Sima Yu reminded her, kindly. I don't need you to tell me. Shirley Shaw snorted coldly. She hesitated before flying down. She thought that when Zhang Hu first went down, the black fog didn't react. It was only when Zhang Hu attacked with spirit power. So as long as she didn't attack, the black fog shouldn't attack her. It was a pity not everything was what she thought. In other words, perhaps without Sima Yu, everything would be what she thought. Unfortunately, she wanted to kill Yu, so Yu didn't want her to live either. Just when she landed and leaned over to pick up the bones of Zhang Hu, Sima Yu poked Black's head lightly. Black shrank his neck unhappily and a low whimper sounded. Everyone knew Shirley Shaw and Zhang Hu's relationship. So it wasn't a surprise to them when she went to collect the body. They thought the same as Shirley Shaw. As long as she didn't use spirit power, there would be no problem. But what made them stunned was the moment she went to pick up the bones, this is, when Blackie whimpered, the black fog counterattack again, sweeping up Shirley Shaw. The final result was self-evident. Shirley Shaw didn't take Zhang Hu's bones back. Instead there was another pile of bones on the ground. It seems that this thing is very upset that Zhang Hu used spirit power to attack it. Even the person who went to collect the body wasn't let off. Siyu giggled a few times and clapped her hands. Others hadn't noticed Sima Yu's action just then. She was right beside Yu, so she naturally discovered it. The same went for Wu Man on the other side. For the Zhang family, 1 or 2 deaths had no effect on her. The Zhang family didn't expect to lose 2 lower paragon rank people one after another. Their faces were beyond dark. It was all because of Sima Yu. If it weren't for her, how could Zhang Hu and her died? How could they lose 2 experts? But no matter how they hated her, they couldn't touch her before this matter was resolved. Have you rest enough? Zhang Hao didn't even use a little miss this time. He was furious. No. The more it was so, the more Sima Yu refused to give face and directly refused. Didn't you say that after they go down and try, you'll be well rested? Yeah, that's what I said. When she said this. But wasn't it just one person? There are so many people who spoke just now. They must all try. How would I know if it works? When she said this, the faces of people who had spoken to her all paled. What do you mean? Do you want us to go down and die? Someone roared. This was the same person who reproached Sima Yu before. Now he heard she wanted to make them go down. He immediately jumped in to accuse. Sima Yu scratches her ears. What are you yelling about? You make my ears sore. What kind of heart does your C family have? Are you deliberately targeting us? Another person who had reproached Sima Yu before asked. Targeting you? Siyu sneered. We're targeting you, what are you going to do? C family head, if so, you're not putting Zhang family in your eyes? Because of personal grievances, you don't care about this matter. Are you afraid of receiving opposition from the people in the city? As for what doesn't put the other in their eyes, wasn't it the Zhang family who did it first? Siyu continued, when you talked about my little sister, why didn't you say your family was targeting us? Humph, my dad is right. We are targeting you. What are you doing to do? If it's necessary to say that it was delayed as a result of personal grievances, the people in the city would fault you. Obviously you can go down and try. But you refused. Aren't you the one who is wasting time? C family third brother chimed in. Hurry up. Meng Sha became more gloomy. He glared daggers at the Zhang family. But they still stood still. Zhang Hu had just died. How could they go down now? Zhang Hao didn't force them anymore. After all, he had already lost 2 experts. Zhang family couldn't afford more losses. Seeing their inaction, Meng Sha disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind the 2 people who had just spoken then. No one reacted while 2 had been thrown down. Meng Sha. Zhang Hao was stronger than Meng Sha. Because of current inconvenience, he could only watch them being thrown down. If you want to drag on and wait till that thing counterattack, only you would be left to defend the South City. Anyways, I believe that Little Miss would take action after the South City gets swallowed up. We will still be fine. Meng Sha said coldly. Then he returned to his original position. Zhang Hao was so furious that his face turned blue. Seeing the other 3 people's faces wasn't good, he didn't dare to say anything. Since they are already down, just try it now. Though Luo Qi held the most authority, his temper was the best out of the 4. Even so, he was also very impatient. Zhang family would feel uncomfortable whenever they didn't cause trouble. At first, the 2 people were worried that the black fog would engulf them and turn them into 2 piles of bones, just like the 2 at their feet. Quickly hurry. Wu Man also urged. Remember, do not use spirit power. How could they deal with this thing without spirit power? That thing would come over if they use spirit power. Haven't started yet? Meng Sha's voice held killing intent. If the other party didn't move, he would move. Don't use your spirit power, just called like Blackie. Hurry up, this thing patience will run dry. Sima Yu had been playing for so long and started to feel annoyed. If the Zhang family wouldn't do it, then she really wouldn't make a move. Everyone heard the dissatisfaction in Sima Yu's words. They were afraid that she would really just pack up and leave. The gaze towards the Zhang family became unkind. Zhang Hao didn't speak. It was uncertain if he was too furious that he couldn't speak, or he acquiesced to Sima Yu's method. Faster. What are you standing there for? Can you afford it if things go wrong? That's right. Your Zhang family is so powerful, so hurry up. The people outside who were watching the excitement, all roared. Though they were far, people inside could still hear it, especially those who were not from the South City. They were not so afraid of the Zhang family. They roared the loudest. Everyone is so enthusiastic. You have great expectations, hurry up. The faces of the Zhang family were ugly like scumbags. Since it already reached this point, they could no longer drag it on, lest people started saying that they were unwilling to contribute to the city. Try it. Zhang Hao couldn't resist the pressure in the end and ordered. No matter how reluctant the two people were, they had to do it now. When they thought of learning to bark, they couldn't muster. Finally, the barking sound was smaller than the flapping of mosquitoes. This soft, how is it going to scare that thing back? This time it was not the Si family who spoke. Sima Yu looked over. The person was behind Meng Sha. They were probably from North City. Woof woof woof. The two finally hollered twice or so. Regardless whether it was useful, they immediately flew back. The black fog stood in place, not retreating. Of course it would not retreat. They were as strong as Blackie. This result was expected, so no one was disappointed. It seems that these two wasn't able to change to another set. Siyu said. The rest could not avoid it. But fortunately, the two were safe. It meant it wouldn't be life-threatening. Are you satisfied now? Sigh, I have enough rest. Godfather, I will go down and get to work. Si Kong didn't expect Sima Yu to call him that. Though it was the first time they met, she left him a very good impression, very similar to his family style. If Sima Yu knew what he thought, would she roll her eyes in her heart? She was much better than them, a family full of bad water. When these people saw Sima Yu taking action, their hanging heart fell. Intuition told them that as long as Sima Yu was willing to do it, things would turn out fine. Sima Yu came to the square with Blackie in her arms. The black fog retreated back a little once it saw them approach. Although the distance was no more than a few centimeters, the little distance was hope for the onlookers above. Sima Yu looked down at the distance from the pond. Are you going back by yourself? Or do you want us to drive you back? Don't underestimate people. She didn't expect that thing to speak. Does this thing have self-consciousness? Sima Yu stroked Blackie. Do you think if you don't go back today, there will be a second result? The black fog surged more severely. But it didn't dare to get close to Sima Yu. Sima Yu didn't bother to talk more nonsense. She raised Blackie in her hand and threw him towards the black fog. The rest were frightened by Sima Yu's actions. Could Blackie also have turned into a pile of bones by the black fog? But everyone soon recovered. When Blackie fell from the spirit barrier, the black fog took the initiative to avoid him. This time it was the same. The black fog dispersed at the place where Blackie fell. Blackie was upset about Sima Yu throwing him like this. That upset turned to anger. But it couldn't get angry at Yu, so it had to send all the anger to the black fog. He arched his back and the hairs on his body stood up. He let out a low whimper as preparing to attack the black fog. The aura was several times heavier than when he drove it back then. That thing could stand it anymore now, it was even severe. Without Sima Yu saying anything, it quietly retreated. So many people who tried didn't work, but Sima Yu only took 2 minutes to get it done. Needless to say, they all knew who saved the people in the city. Wu Man and the group had been watching the black fog since Sima Yu went down. Since it retreated, they felt relieved. But they weren't completely relieved. Though that thing retreated, it was still churning in the pond. If it couldn't be Seal and Blackie was not here, it would rebound. The seal pond was destroyed by it. There was nothing to restrain it now. It could rise any time. Wu Man's group of 4 flew down and stood the 4 sides of the pond. Wu Man came beside Sima Yu. It finally went back. Thank you, Mississippi. Luo Qi started. Sima Yu didn't expect someone would thank her. She nodded. Steward, you're too polite. Don't call me steward. Since you're Si family's daughter, call me Uncle Luo like Siyu. Luo Qi said. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Sima Yu was startled. She heard Siyu say that there wasn't anyone with surname Sima here. Wouldn't she attract unnecessary attention if she used her name? I'm Si Qin. She used Siyu's fake name. So you're also surname Si. Luo Qi said. Sima Yu nodded. The first letters of Sima were also Si. Alright, now let's think about what to do next. Zhang Hao said with a dark face. What else can we do? We can only find a way to seal it. Meng Sha replied. The previous seal is gone. Normal seals don't work. Luo Qi added. Even if it's useless, we still have to find a way. Wu Man said. We can't let people just keep guarding here. What's wrong with that? Zhang Hao continued, when we go find the City Lord, and City Lord returns, naturally there would be no need for her to stay here. No. Wu Man directly refused. How did it become having Sima Yu stay here to guard? This Zhang Hao wanted to take the opportunity to retaliate. This special situation needed special treatment. I'm not asking her to stay here for a lifetime. Zhang Hao said. If Steward Chang is willing to stay here with me, I don't mind waiting here for a few more days. Sima Yu suggested. Steward Zhang, are you willing? I need to manage all the affairs of the South City, where do I have the idle time to spend with you? Zhang Hao declined without second thought. Oh, you have things to do, you don't have to stay here. Sima Yu deliberately dragged her words. Speaking of which, I have something to do too. I can't stay here. What else do you have? Of course, a very important thing. Sima Yu retorted. Why, Steward Zhang can be busy but ordinary people like us can't be busy. I have no deterrent to it. It is useless for me to stay. Naturally I have other things to do. Who stipulated that you have to stay here if you have a deterrent to it? What benefits have you offered to me? Can you give me your position? Sima Yu snorted coldly. I will give you 2 days at most. If you can't find a way, then let's stay here together. In Sima Yu's view, these people were not dumb. 2 days were enough for them to figure out a solution. Unexpectedly, everyone looked embarrassed. Even Wu Man frowned. Sima Yu could tell at a glance. This solution would be hard to come up with. But this had nothing to do with her, so she didn't need to worry about it. She had been here for only 3 to 4 days. She hadn't figured out what happened, and she already encountered such a thing. She didn't know what it was or its origin. Besides, she did want to help out in the beginning. After all, after Ghost City settled down, she could go find her father. But that kindness got wiped away by the arrogant fellows of Zhang family. After that, Sima Yu took out a chair and sat on the side. Only then she remembered Mu Si. A day had passed, and Mu Si must haven't eaten yet. They haven't eaten for a day. Then Mu Si hadn't eaten for a day and 2 nights. She looked around and didn't see Mu Si. She frowned and asked Siyu, where's Mu Si? Siyu looked back. Because there were too many people, Black Phoenix flew behind the crowd with Mu Si. There. Bring him down. Siyu didn't know what Sima Yu wanted to do, but she obediently took Mu Si over. As soon as Mu Si landed, he tugged at Sima Yu's clothes. He asked nervously, are you okay? I'm okay. Didn't you see everything? Sima Yu smiled at him. You haven't eaten for a whole day. Are you hungry? Mu Si didn't expect her to still remember that he hadn't eaten. His nose became runny. Runny. But he shook his head. I'm not hungry. However, his stomach growled uncooperatively. In fact, he wasn't hungry before. When facing this thing and worrying about Sima Yu, he was very nervous, causing him to become hungry. Now Sima Yu was safe and she mentioned it. He was naturally hungry. Yeah, I forgot Mu Si still needs to eat. Siyu patted Mu Si on the shoulder apologetically. Since you're hungry, then wait aside. I will make you something to eat. Sima Yu took out her cookware. When Blackie saw Sima Yu take out these, his eyes brightened and started barking. Blackie has worked hard this time. I'll get you some bones in a minute. Sima Yu laughed. Blackie thought for a while. Dogs in the previous space liked bones the most, so he should like bones. He wagged his tail happily and stuck out its tongue like a dog. Sima Yu pursed her lips. This guy really thought he was a dog. The crowd didn't expect Sima Yu to actually make something to eat in the square. They started chattering in the background. Curiosity, contemptuous, disgust, all kinds of comments were thrown against them in the square. Though Mu Si was more mature than his peers, he was still only a 15-year-old child. He was nervous. Nervous after being discussed by so many people. You. Si Qin, so many people are watching. Is it okay? I'm not hungry now. Your stomach is growling, how are you not hungry? Sima Yu said. Let them watch if they like to. Meat won't decrease from being gawked. But. He wanted to say that Yu would lose face, but was interrupted by her. Mu Si, sometimes you don't need to care what others have to say about you and make yourself miserable. Sima Yu said. If you're hungry, don't bother with how people looked at you. The most important thing is to eat fully. Understand? You have to learn to ignore the eyes of the outside world, you can be your real self. My real self? That's right. You live only for yourself, the people you love, and the people you care about. As for the other people, you don't have to care about them. Sima Yu explained. So the top priority right now is to fill your stomach, not to think about whether people are watching you. Understand? Mu Si looked at Sima Yu and whispered her words repeatedly to himself, seemingly to understand. Sima Yu didn't say anything more. This child was naturally talented and didn't care much about people usually. In fact, he never really did it. When Siyu saw Sima Yu cooking, she didn't care what she was making, instead exclaimed, wow, I can eat something delicious today. You only know how to eat. Isn't Godfather still up to? So hurry up and get up there, father won't mind. Next time, let them try your dish, they'll love it. Seeing Siyu love to eat so much, the rest of C family would also be so. Otherwise, how could they raise a foodie? When she thought of this way, she forgot her brothers and grandpa weren't foodies before. They were changed by her. Are Godfather and the rest going back? If they're not, let them have a taste. Sima Yu suggested. Sure. But I think you don't need to send it up to them. They will come down when they smell the fragrant. Siyu knew her brothers well. Then I will make more. As soon as Sima Yu said that, she took out more ingredients. Soon, the scent of food wafted across the square. Just as Siyu said, before they could deliver the food, the C family came down by themselves once they smelt the hot food. Little guy, did you make it? It's so fragrant. It's nothing. I just made a meal for Mu Si. If you don't disdain it, let's eat together. The C family brothers were waiting for her call. As soon as she said so, they immediately sat down on the table and began to eat the barbecue meat. Third brother, let me tell you, little sister's barbecue is delicious. If it's paired with fruit wine, it will be even more delicious. Really? C family third brother's eyes brightened when he heard the word wine. Little sister, let us have a taste of your fruit wine. Sima Yu saw his urgent look. She could tell he was a wine lover. She took out 2 jars of fruit wine and a jar of strong wine. She threw them over. The fruit wine is not potent. If you are not used to drinking it, you can try this spirit. The taste is very good. Fruit wine? It's made with spirit fruit. C family's third brother unwrapped the seal and took a whiff of the fruit wine. Yes. It is fermented with fruit, so the alcohol content is not high. The spirit is extracted. You can drink this if you like. We'll try them all. We haven't drunk this fruit wine before. I never thought spirit fruit could be made into wine. If it were in the past, it would be impossible for them to sit down like an ordinary person. It would be beyond their identity, or to pour alcohol for others. But today, the meal was made for Mu Si. Since Sima Yu was so caring for him, it was hard to ignore his existence. The fruit wine tastes really good. You can feel energy flowing after drinking it. Can it be absorbed? C family's third brother looked at the bowl of wine in surprise. Yes, but the spirit power contained in the spirit fruit is not much. This spirit power is negligible. Sima Yu replied. These spirit wine were made by Little Spirit using dark attribute spirit fruits. It was made for Deja. Later, she discovered there were still more dark attribute things in the spirit pagoda, so she made this. The food she made for Mu Si were also of dark attributes. I really didn't think spirit fruits could be made into this. This spirit wine has a heavier taste of spirit fruits. It's a bit lacking in alcohol. C family's second brother took a sip. Then second brother, try the strong wine. Sima Yu reminded from the side. C family's second brother picked up a jar of the strong wine and poured a bowl. He smelled the strong aroma of wine. Before drinking it, he already thought the taste would be good. He took a sip and was immediately attracted to the strong alcohol. Sima Yu knew he would like it. She stir-fried the vegetables and brought them over. I casually made these. Hopefully Godfather and you all won't dislike them. Haha, this is the first time I ate the food you cooked. You have to cook more often for us in the future. Sure. Sima Yu cooked very fast, because she was making several dishes at the same time. It didn't take too much time to cook many dishes. The onlookers did not leave. They never expected that Sima Yu would actually have a table of dishes right in front of them. Moreover, the C family would go eat. This is the forbidden area of the ghost city, how could you cook here? Zhang Hao couldn't stand it and questioned. The 4 of them had been discussing countermeasures. Although they knew Sima Yu was preparing food, they didn't pay attention. They didn't expect to eat them right there. Sima Yu raised her head and blinked. If I don't cook here, do you want me to go elsewhere? Previous chapter. Her words made Zhang Hao speechless. Blackie needed to stay guard here, so how could she leave the square? She wanted to cook, where would she cook it beside here? You should quickly think of a solution. Sima Yu said. 2 days is quite fast. I will leave when that happens. Wu Man raised her brows. Her tone did not sound worried, indicating that it was a play. She looked at Zhang Hao's group. She raised her fan but didn't say anything. Some people deserve to be scammed more often. Luo Qi and the others had no complaints on this. They just frowned and didn't speak. Alright, she can't leave here now, so why bother her? Let's continue thinking of a plan. Humph. Zhang Hao snorted in dissatisfaction. You all just give in to her. She's just a kid. She is the only one who can deal with this thing now. If you don't give in to her, do you want to anger her and repeat this all again? Alright, let's quickly find a solution. Zhang Hao was reverting to what he was previously. This kind of ambiguity was unforeseen. What else can we do? We can only go back and look through the ancient books in the city to find a way to seal it. We can only do so. There are so many ancient books. We need more people to help out. Siyu, who was eating on the side, saw Wu Man was not smiling. She asked, Ant-Man, the 4 of you are masters. Can't you seal this thing? No. Wu Man told the truth. She didn't feel it was shameful. Even you are unable to. Not only Siyu, but the rest of the C family were also surprised. The thing in the forbidden area was related to the safety of the city. Not many people knew about it. If it weren't for this incident, not many would be aware that something so dangerous was hidden inside. Si Kong, who was the head of the family, naturally knew about it. But he never told Siyu and the others. They were surprised that the powerful Wu Man and the group had no solution. Yes, otherwise, how could this happen? Wu Man thought that they might still need Sima Yuyu's help in the end. So she created a spirit barrier around the square, blocking the views and divine sense of the onlookers. It was easier for the spirit barrier to block people's view, but to block people's divine sense, it was more difficult. Sima Yuyu watched Wu Man waved her hand and arranged such a spirit barrier. It seemed that these 4 stewards were indeed strong. Thinking about it, how could ordinary people become the stewards for the large ghost city? However, Wu Man's actions gave her a bad premonition. This thing, you probably heard about it before, because it has existed for so long, it has now gained intellect. Wu Man explained. Once this thing comes out, Ghost City will no longer exist. That's why we have sealed him here. It was sealed before, why can't we just seal it again? You are all so powerful. You can't seal this thing? Siyu questioned. We can't seal it. Wu Man admitted. This thing is different from its type. It must be sealed with a special method. Normal seals are useless. Useless. It will be easily broken in a short time. Only the City Lord knows this method. How do you know it'll be useless? One time, the City Lord didn't come back in time to repair the seal. The thing almost got out. The 4 of us managed to create a seal that trapped it for a day or 2. Fortunately, the City Lord rushed bad. It's not as dangerous as this time. Wu Man said. That means the City Lord is not in the city right now. Sima Yuyu concluded. Humph. Zhang Hao snorted. The meaning was obvious. If the City Lord was here, how would they allow her to show off? Sima Yuyu wasn't angry. No matter how high he raised his chin, he still had to look at her face. So that's the case. The City Lord is not here. You can't do anything. Why are you so upset with my little sister? With such a dark face, you don't want my little sister to help? Siyu said mysteriously. What nonsense are you talking about? Si Kong, is this how you teach your daughter? Zhang Hao shouted angrily. His tone was sarcastic. What's wrong with my daughter? I think she's pretty good. Her words are just like what I think. It's worth saying that a daughter is their father's sweet little cotton jacket. Si Kong sighed. PFFFFF. Sima Yuyu looked at the Si family. Their reactions were normal. It seemed that this happened often. In other words, was the Si family old man always been like this? Enough. Look at the situation, you still have time to argue. It was unknown if Wu Man was scolding Zhang Hao or Si Kong. Sima Yuyu felt the possibility of the former was very high. Didn't we say to find a solution? Luo Qi intervened. Let's find others for help. This matter should not be revealed to too many people. Meng Sha rejected. Since you know now, let's work together. I'm not going. Sima Yuyu declined. I'm afraid I might be killed off for knowing too much. I'll wait here with Blackie. Go hurry and find a solution. I still have things to do. Father, don't we have some family matters to deal with? Since there is nothing here for the time being, let's go back first. Si family eldest brother suggested. It's time to go back. Wu Man, if you find anything, let me know. If we can help, we will try our best. Si Kong finished. He took out a napkin and wiped his mouth. He planned to call his children to go. Father, I will stay here with little sister. Siyu said. Don't make trouble. Si Kong knew with Wu Man here, Siyu would be fine. After a word of warning, he looked at Wu Man. Wu Man waved her hand, and spirit barrier disappeared in an instant. This speed made Sima Yuyu envious. After Si Kong left with the Si family brothers, the onlookers also left one after another. Those who were unwilling to leave were driven away by the patrol team. Wu Man warned Siyu before leaving. Now that time was running out, they didn't dare to delay. Sima Yuyu stayed here, while they quickly went through the ancient books to find a solution. Because of the lack of manpower, the guards were transferred over along. Besides the city lord and 4 major stewards, these guards had the most clear understanding of the thing in the forbidden area. They hope that they can find a good solution in the 2 days. Previous chapter. Next chapter. The others had all left. Only Sima Yuyu, Mu Si, and Si Yu were left eating in the square. He Bo and Di Wu flew down once everyone was gone. Some wanted to stop them, but at Sima Yuyu's words, they were able to come down. Miss, do we really have to wait here for 2 days? Di Wu looked at the almost empty today and felt a bit downcast. These people ate too fast. Miss cooked so much, and they finished it all. There was only the Miss's plate left. Sima Yuyu saw his greedy look, and pushed her barbecue in front of him. Di Wu's grievance disappeared immediately. Ha. He grinned as he sat down. Little sister, I also wanted to ask the same question as Di Wu. Si Yu glanced at Sima Yuyu. Are we really going to wait for 2 days? What if they can't find a solution after 2 days? Let it go? What do you think? Sima Yuyu asked back. Based on what you learned of you in the past 2 days, you will definitely not let go. Si Yu said affirmatively. Sima Yuyu raised her eyebrow. You believe in me so much? It's not that I don't believe you. I believe my intuition. My intuition has always been accurate. Si Yu said. Huh. Sima Yuyu chuckled and said nothing. Although she said 2 days, if Wu Man and them really couldn't find a solution, could she really leave? She had no feeling for this city. There were so many lives. If she didn't do something if it was within the scope of her ability, she would feel uneasy to have so many lives ended like that. When Siyu saw her like that, she knew she guessed correctly. I'm right. Even though you said so much to make them think you didn't care about this matter, we all know you were just trying to piss off Zhang Hao and the others. To be honest, you are doing it to appease our anger. You and Zhang family hold a grudge? Sima Yu asked. Competition between families. I don't care about family affairs, but I heard about it. Moreover, Zhang family are really hateful. They are so arrogant that they must be put in place. Isn't it? I am already angry just looking from behind. Di Wu added. If Master was here, he would be reluctant to let Miss be aggrieved. You are the only one who can force Zhang family to learn how to bark. He Bo, who rarely spoke, praised. So don't provoke women. They'll make you pay. Siyu grinned. By the way, I really wanted to thank you, your father and them. If it weren't for them not exposing me and giving me an identity, I am afraid I would be in deep trouble. Sima Yu said gratefully. You don't have to be courteous to me. I already regarded you my sister. Siyu waved her hand. My father and brothers loved me very much. They will definitely allow me to come out. When the matter here is resolved, I will come thank you in person. You thank us? We still want to thank you. Siyu said. If you hadn't suppressed this thing, I am afraid that the entire ghost city would be destroyed now. Therefore, you are our savior. It's probably only you who think this way. I think everyone in the Zhang family wants to get rid of me quickly. They can only think about it. You can save the people in the city. No matter what, Zhang family will not dare to kill you. Siyu analyzed. When this matter is over, come back with me to the North City and ask Wu Man and my father if they know your father's whereabouts. Sima Yu thought of Wu Man's amorous look. She was not sure if she would tell her if she asked. She probably would for the sake of Siyu and saving the people. However, if Wu Man wouldn't tell her, she would have to find other ways to get her father's whereabouts. Why didn't you go back with your father and them? I will stay with you. Siyu exclaimed. If I didn't stay, you will be here all alone. What if you get bullied? Now in the eyes of others, you are a member of our family. They will feel weird if we didn't have someone stay behind. I'm sure they'll trust you to leave you here alone. Thank you. Sima Yu was really grateful to her. If you want to thank me, then you'll have to allow me to stay with you during your time in Ghost City. Don't drive me away. I won't drive you away. With you beside, I can be a fox masquerading as a tiger. Alright, by then you won't know who is the fox masquerading as a tiger. After drinking and eating, Sima Yu cleaned up and stored them for cooking at night. Siyu watched the black fog gurgling in the pond. She wanted to go over, but worried she might get engulfed. I didn't expect there would be such a thing in the forbidden area. She recalled the day when that happened. She wanted to take Sima Yu over for a look. Fortunately, she didn't go. Otherwise she would be caught as soon as she entered. Sima Yu also became interested in that thing in the pond at this moment. Since there was nothing to do now, they might as well interrogate it. To be safe, she hugged Blackie in her arms as she came before the pond. Several other people followed her and came to the side. A faint black fog drifted above the pond. The black fog was thick as it condensed with water. Because the close proximity of she and Blackie, the water in the pond rippled. It was unknown if it was because of fear or wanting to resist. It actually developed intellect. Unfortunately, it's not a law-abiding person. She said with emotion. Unfair. Sima Yu heard the hoarse voice again. It startled everyone. Oh my god, this thing can talk. Siyu patted her chest, looking shocked. What's unfair? Sima Yu was not as startled as when she first heard it. Why am I locked here? I want to get out, I want to get out. That voice yelled. At the same time, the water in the pond trembled severely, indicating it was emotional. Sima Yu could tell his unwillingness and shrugged. It's good for you to stay here quietly. None of us would have so much trouble. Why am I locked here? Why? I want to get out. The black fog shouted. I don't want to stay here quietly. I want to go out. I want to leave. I want to go outside and see the world. Unbeknownst as to why, Sima Yu felt she heard a voice longing for freedom after being imprisoned for many years. Previous chapter. Woof woof woof. Blackie saw the thing inside the pond getting more agitatedly, and surging out. He barked at it, and the other party quieted down. Sima Yu patted Blackie gratefully. Then she said to the thing in the pond, You've never gone out before? Never. That thing seemed to be afraid of Blackie getting angry again. It spoke carefully. From the moment I gained consciousness, they had sealed me in here. I've never gone out before. From the moment you gained consciousness? Siyu was surprised. Isn't it because you did bad things, so you got sealed? Nothing of such. The voice growled. It was not so polite to Siyu. I've never done anything. They kept me here for many years. I want to get out. I want to get out. PFFFFFF. Mu Si was hurt by the thing's aura and spat out blood. Don't make noises. Sima Yu felt her organs tremble. She frowned and shouted. She came beside Mu Si. She checked his pulse and gave him a pill. If you are like this again, I will destroy you. She threatened. The water in the pond calmed down. Mu Si, how are you? Siyu ran over. He's alright. He was injured by the shock. He will be fine after taking some pills. Sima Yu replied. She took out a chair and said to Mu Si, sit here to rest. Mu Si's face was pale. He sat down on the chair according to Sima Yu. In order to prevent this from happening again, Sima Yu set up a small spirit barrier to protect Mu Si. She came beside the pond. I can hear that you want to leave her. However, if you leave, will this city disappear? Is that why you have been locked here? No. That's not the case. The voice retorted, initially, they imprisoned me here to absorb power from me. Later, they were afraid of my backlash, so they wanted to imprison here forever. Who wanted your power? The residents in the city, or the city lord? Sima Yu asked. Humph, no matter how powerful I am, I can't be used for millions of people to cultivate. So, it's for city lord's cultivation. Sima Yu concluded. Not only the city lord, also the city lord's successor. But the successor did not come here much. They wanted to lock you here. As a result, they didn't expect for thousands of years, you gained your intellect. Sima Yu said. Now you don't want to be restrained, so you started to resist. They fear you. They could only suppress you with a stronger seal. That's it. You have accumulated years of resentment. If you come one, you would definitely start a massacre. I thought so before. That thing said honestly. I have been locked for so many years, I am not reconciled. I want revenge. I want to kill everyone. I want to kill everyone. The thing was agitated again, and the water in the pond surged. Fortunately, Mu Si was protected by the spirit barrier this time and wasn't hurt again. Really a pity. Sima Yu said sympathetically. If she was kept in this pond from birth. As she pondered, she shuddered. This idea was too scary. If it were her, she would go crazy. She would be like this thing and wanted to destroy everyone. Sima Yu sympathized with the thing, but she didn't completely believe it. Her thoughts turned. If she could take in such a powerful thing. So, if you leave here, there will be no impact on the residents of the city? She asked. No. The voice replied. I have no connection to this city. How could something like that happen? Its answer was too quick, which made people feel it was unbelievable. Little sister, do you want to rescue her? Siyu asked. Sima Yu did not expect Siyu to be so sensitive. She had guessed her thoughts already. Do you think it's possible? She didn't conceal it. She was looking for her father. Maybe she would need Siyu's help. Before, she had openly defended her in front of so many people. She still remembered this act of kindness. Siyu gazed down at the water in the pond and frowned. I don't understand this thing. If you let it out, what should we do if it hurts people? Also, they won't allow you to let it out. True. If I let it out, the old witch probably won't let me leave alive. Sima Yu said. If you let me out, I will protect you while you leave. The thing was taking the opportunity. If I let you out, would you be willing to recognize me as master? Sima Yu asked. This is a method. Siyu commented. If it recognizes you as master, it won't hurt others without your command. At the same time, it can protect you, even if they would be unhappy about it. They can't do anything to you. You don't want her to recognize you as her master? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Forget it. It's so powerful. I don't have the ability to suppress it, let alone recognize me as master. I will get backlash from it at any time. Siyu could see clearly. She wasn't blinded because the thing was powerful. Bo in the back wanted to say something. He opened and closed his mouth. Finally he decided to remain silent. Young Mist saw things more clearly than him. This thing was so powerful. If there was nothing to restrain it or suppress it, even if it did recognize the master now, it might retaliate whenever it wanted to. By then, the master and servant position would switch. In the worst case, one would directly lose one's life. While Sima Yu had Blackie. Everyone could tell that thing was afraid of Blackie. With Blackie, it dared to not go against Sima Yu. Therefore, only Sima Yu could take in this thing. Sima Yu saw her understanding. She felt she was indeed a girl worthy of deep friendship. Too many people in this world were greedy. How many could recognize the essence that in the presence of great power, to not be fooled by these temptations? If you get it, maybe you can really find your father this time around. But for this thing to recognize you as master, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Siyu said. Sima Yu also felt it wouldn't be easy. She turned and looked at the pond. If you recognize me as master, I will take you out. Are you willing to? Recognize you as master? No. Impossible. I won't recognize a human as my master. But if you let me out, I am willing to do 2 things for you in return. The thing cried. Really? Do you really think I will let you leave here for free? Sima Yu shrugged. Either you accept me as master, or you continue to stay here. You chose. I'll help you to look for your father if you let me go. I know where he is. Black Mist was still trying to negotiate with Sima Yu. Sima Yu's heart thumped, but she didn't show it and said, I've given you the choices clearly, there's only 2. You can take your time to consider. Don't you want to look for your father? I'll help you if you let me go. This is only fair. I do want to look for my father. But I can find him even without you. Sima Yu said with affirmation. You won't be able to find him without me. Oh really? Sima Yu smiled. I still have the hope to find my father without you. But for you, without my permission, you don't even have to think about getting out and you'll have to stay in this small little pond for your whole life. For me, you're redundant, but for you, you need me. It's impossible for me to acknowledge you as my master. That little guy insisted. Alright then. Sima Yu shrugged her shoulders. It's up to you if you want to stay here. I won't suffer any loss anyway. I'll leave once they reseal you. At that time, they'll remake this place as a restricted area and I won't have any rights to come here anymore. That's right. See, you spoke too, little sister. You just came here and didn't know about what happened before. They will execute on the spot for whoever came close to the restricted area last time. I remember once a Paragon ranker came close here and was killed on the spot when he just got to the surrounding of the restricted area. Sima Yu pursed her lips. This little girl hadn't been here before and was unknown to the surroundings, but it sounded so real when she started scaring people. Seems like I really can't come close to here next time. She joined in Siyu while looking regretful. It's useless even if you come close to here. Siyu said. Why? Think about it, can you even break the seal when Ant-Man found a way to reseal it or even when the old Demoness comes back to reseal it? Even though you can suppress it, breaking the seal is another thing. Siyu analyzed. What you said is right. I didn't think of that. Sima Yu continued, Blackie can control it, depending on its aura and power of the pressure, but it can't break the seal. With that said, once it's sealed, then there's nothing I can do. Yes. But it's none of my concern anymore, wait till they seal it, I'll leave here and look for my father. Once I find my father, I'll leave Ghost City and go back to human realm. Right, it's not of your concern anymore. Little sister, since we know how to use arrays, why don't we make use of the time to learn by exchanging experiences? We won't have the chance once you leave. Sure. Both of them stated the pros and cons by exchanging words, then they really went to the center of the arena to discuss arrays and didn't care about that little guy in the pond. And that little guy in the pond didn't speak, it seemed like it was considering what they both just said. Sima Yu and Siyu discussed arrays continuously for 2 days while cooking for Mu Si and they didn't stop before. Mu Si's injuries weren't serious, with Sima Yu's medicine, he recovered well in 2 days. I've lost again this time, your arrays really got my admiration. Who knows, but since it's the City Lord's meeting, maybe her successor might find a way. There's no successor. Siyu shook her head, that old Demoness still has a long life, she has high regards on rights, so there won't be any successor in the near future. Sounds right, I didn't see any other leader the day before. Sima Yu continued, let's just wait a little while, maybe the letter will come soon. Half a day passed, Wu Man and the rest still didn't appear, a messenger came instead. Young Miss Si Qin. That guy cupped his hands in greetings towards Sima Yu and said, I'm one of the guards, in charge. Meng asked me to pass a message. They said that they've contacted the City Lord, she will be back in another 2 days and seal this thing. So, she requested young Miss Si Qin to persevere for another 2 days. They got in contact with the City Lord, for in charge had gone out to welcome the City Lord. That person answered honestly. The City Lord knows how to seal it, so we just need to wait for the City Lord to come back. The water in the pond heard what they exchanged and was already silent for 2 days, after which, it started to roll again. It seems like I'll have to persist for another 2 days. Sure. That guard nodded to Sima Yu and flew away. He came. Even Ant-Man went out. It seemed like they really got in contact with the City Lord. Zhang Hao and Zhang Clan looked at Sima Yu with the murder gaze when they left. They didn't dare to touch her now because she was important to Ghost City, but once old Demoness comes back and reseal this thing, Sima Yu would be useless then. Sima Yu wasn't worried, don't worry, there's still 2 more days before that old Demoness comes back. Go back to the North City with me once the old Demoness comes back to reseal this. Sima Yu smiled at her and said, thank you. What's there to thank me, you're my little sister, I've already acknowledged you as my little sister, so I will definitely not abandon you and leave you in the lurch. Sima Yu responded lightly, but in her heart, her friendship towards her was gaining and really treated her as an elder sister. She had so many elder brothers and rarely had any elder sister. It felt good being cared for by an elder sister. While they were talking, the black mist that was floating on top of the pond became thicker. Why? Are you afraid now that you heard that the old Demoness is coming back? Let's discuss it, you let me out and I'll stay beside you for a decade, I'll run your errands for you for a decade. How does that sound? Previous chapter. With its power, protecting her for a decade was attractive enough to ordinary people. But for Sima Yu, it would be the same as not having it, it didn't attract her at all. It thought that she was considering when it saw her being silent and said, if you think a decade isn't long enough, I can extend it to 2 decades. As long as you let me out, I promise I won't hurt anyone in the city. Sima Yu knew it misunderstood her and said, I'm not considering the conditions. I'm just ignoring you. What do you mean? That thing shouted in anger, feeling like it was fooled. I told you earlier on, either you acknowledge me as your master or you can continue staying here. I don't intend to discuss any other conditions with you. Sima Yu continued, if you can accept my conditions, then I'll let you out, if you can't, then there's nothing more to say. Do you really think that I don't dare to hurt you? That thing became angry, black mist swirled up a few meters tall in retaliation. Woof woof woof. Black's back bent with its one paw off the ground and gazed ferociously as it started to give off an oppressive chi and looked at the thing in the pond aggressively. How dared you threaten you got some guts. Initially, the black mist wanted to attack Sima Yu, but was suppressed by Blacky's aura. The black mist on top of the water dispersed a little. Sima Yu squatted down, carried Blacky and comforted, "Good boy Blacky, let's not be angry with it, we'll be leaving in 2 days anyway. Let it be here forever." "Yes, Blacky, it's had its last chance anyway, since it doesn't want to grab the opportunity, it won't be able to acknowledge her as master when old Demoness comes back." Siyu continued, "Little sister, since there's only 2 days left, let's continue, I've so many other arrays to discuss with you." "Sure." Siyu held Sima Yu's arm and wanted to go back. That little guy immediately became anxious. "Are there really no other ways?" "No." Sima Yu rejected bluntly, as if it was really redundant. That little guy finally gave in after seeing them about to start to discuss arrays. Acknowledging her as master would be better than being trapped here forever. But with Blacky, it could never roll again. Dignity and freedom, it chose the latter. It really wanted to leave here badly. Sima Yu and Siyu's back were facing the pond. When they heard what it said, they both looked at each other and smiled. With both of them working hand in hand, how could they not be able to handle this guy? Both of them turned around, looked at it and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes. I do." It said the last 2 words with gritted teeth. It seemed like it wasn't true. Sima Yu's lip curled. She didn't care if it was really willing or not, as long as there was contract binding and Blacky's suppression. Could this guy still rebel? If others didn't work, there was still top-graded Purple Lightning to keep watch. "Since you've agreed, then you guys should quickly establish the contract." Siyu continued, "There'll be trouble if those people come and realize it's missing. Let's establish the contract and leave here as soon as possible. Then wouldn't it bring trouble for your clan? They might come to my father to look for you, but as long as we say you're gone, they can't do anything to us. There will still be problems. You've already helped us, how can I leave getting into trouble? Also, I have to look for my father, I won't leave before finding him." Sima Yu thought in silence and asked the little guy in the pond, "Can you bluff with a trick? I can leave a doppelganger here, those people won't find out. It will disappear after a while. How long can it last? At least 2 years. Sima Yu calculated in her heart, she should be able to find her father in 2 years. After she found her father, those people wouldn't look for her since this had already passed for so long. Then we'll use your doppelganger method. I knew it, you're a lady of affection. You're so nice to me, how can I be ungrateful towards you?" Sima Yu said. "Establish the contract first." Siyu reminded her. Sima Yu felt awkward, this thing didn't have a shape, how could it establish a contract with her? "Do you guys know how to establish a contract?" Everyone was astonished with her question. There wasn't anything like this before, so they didn't really know how to establish a contract. "I don't know, He-Bo, do you know?" He-Bo shook his head. "I can acknowledge you as master." The guy in the pond said, "I can automatically acknowledge you as master as long as you put your hands in the water." "Putting hands in the pond? Little sister, that's too dangerous." Siyu frowned. How could anyone put their hands in a spirit beast's body? It could escape if it wanted to play a trick while Sima Yu wasn't guarded up and then killed her. "I understand. Don't worry, I know what to do." She carried Blacky to the side of the pond, turned around and said, "You guys go outside. Help me to take care of Mu-Si. We can help if there's anything while we're here. If anything really happened, you guys would be useless even when you're here." True enough, Siyu then brought Mu-Si and flew away from the arena. Di-Wu and He-Bo followed and left. But they didn't go far, they stopped in mid-air focusing. Sima Yu squatted down a few centimeters away from the surface of the pond and extended her hands into the water. She knew it wasn't real water, it was the black mist that liquidized to look like it. After she extended her hands in, she felt a piercing cold sensation. She felt a surge of power entering into her body from her hand. When that power went into her body, it split into different parts of her body offensively and attacked towards her 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Zap zap. Before that power hurt her, it was electrocuted by lightning and dispersed right away. The last part of it was surrounded by top-graded purple lightning. What is that? That power was half destroyed by top-graded purple lightning, the rest of it was fearful of the purple current that was surrounding it. "I knew it, you didn't have any good intentions." Sima Yu groaned coldly, "Do you really think I'll fall into your trap? How does it feel like being electrocuted by the top-graded purple lightning?" That guy didn't think that Sima Yu would have such a powerful thing in her body. It wanted to use this chance to kill her. As long as she was dead, Blacky would die too, then no one else would be a threat to it anymore. Who knew, there was something in her body that could also have restrained it. Previous chapter. Sima Yu looked proudly at the panicked surge of power. "Did you think I couldn't handle you?" But in her heart, she felt relief. She was lucky that she didn't believe this guy and asked the purple lightning to be on guard in advance. "I'll give you one last chance now. I'll destroy you if you try to play any more tricks." Blacky can't do it, do you think top-graded purple lightning can't do it too? Although it was unreconciled to, it didn't dare to play any more tricks, it ended up acknowledging her as master. Sima Yu made a noise lightly after coming in contact with that thing. Sima Yu and Di Wu came down while looking at her curious gaze. "Little sister, what happened?" Sima Yu took a glance at them and said, "I already have a spirit contract, I didn't think that this thing would be contracted with my spirit. So I was just curious, I thought a human can only have one spirit contract. Maybe your spirit is too strong, that's why you can make another contract. Maybe." Sima Yu continued, "If my mental strength is strong, I'll be able to contract more spirit beasts, that means if my spirit becomes stronger, I can have more spirit contract." "That's right." Siyu continued, "Little sister, can you get it to transform into a shape? I'm curious what it looks like." Sima Yu shook her head and said, "It looks like that, it doesn't have any form. But it can transform into another appearance." Because they had a spirit contract, she started to understand it more. "Oh? What kind of shape can it transform into?" "Me-air, let's see how she looks." Sima Yu ordered all smilingly. Mi-Er was a name given to it by her. The black mist floating on top of the pond slowly gathered to form a shape. Everyone took a look after it was done. Wasn't this how Siyu looked? Even her aura was similar. Wow, it really looks like me. Mi-Er, change another. The black mist dispersed and combined again and transformed into Sima Yu. Its aura was identical to hers as they had a contract. It looked like there were two Sima Yu. This is amazing. Siyu looked at two Sima Yu. With Mi-Er, it would be convenient to do anything next time. Sima Yu didn't know that Mi-Er would have such ability. This was the first time ever. Although Thousand Resonance could transform too, but other than her, he could only shape but couldn't transform completely into others. Their auras couldn't be imitated. But Mi-Er could imitate others almost identically. It was more powerful than Thousand Resonance. The most important thing was that Thousand Resonance could only imitate the light ones, but Mi-Er could imitate all light and dark ones. With that said, it could imitate humans, ghosts and devils. Mi-Er was the one and only in the world with the power of intellect. But, little sister, would old Demonis have an inkling of you guys being contracted? Siyu said worriedly. She didn't sense it, but old Demonis was very powerful. They might find out that Mi-Er was different from the past. My doppelganger and I have already cut in contact. My contract won't be on its body, so no matter how powerful that person is, they wouldn't find out. Mi-Er said. Then we'll do as you said. Mi-Er nodded. The transformed Sima Yu then dispersed into black mist then sank into the water. At the same time, the water in the pond decreased, the color became lighter, from black to colorless. Bo. A few drops of water separated from the pond and flew into Sima Yu's left wrist and formed into a faint black plum flower. After that, the water in the pond increased and became like how it used to be. Done. They only knew that it was done segregating after Mi-Er spoke. That will do? It didn't look like there was any change in the pond. Those are residue. It's useless keeping it. Mi-Er explained. Its power was in the black plum flower on Sima Yu's wrist. With it, it could transform into any kind of water from any pond. Sima Yu looked at the plum flower on her wrist. Can the color be changed? You can change the color just by thinking of the color. That works too. Sima Yu thought of red and that plum flower really turned red. It was tender, beautiful and plump. She thought of black, green and purple and the plump flower would change into any color she thought of. It was faster than a chameleon. She then let it change to black. Black would be a suitable color for this part of the body. But she was more curious as of why this contract didn't increase her power at all. She guessed that maybe it was because it was an unordinary spirit. Oh right, didn't it say that it knew where your father was? So where exactly is your father now? This guy doesn't even know at all. He lied to us just now. Sima Yu continued, but it said that he can't get away from the old Demonis. This guy's words can't be trusted. The city lord is coming back soon, right? Then we'll know. This old Demonis is hard to deal with. Why not we ask Ant-Man after we settle this problem? I'll have to trouble you when the time comes. It's nothing. I can see that Ant-Man is fond of you. She remembered that Siyu said Wu Man also liked Sima Yu's father. She was wondering how it was like to face her mother's rival alone. After settling Mi-Er's problem, the arena was not a threat to them anymore. But to put on an act, they had to wait in the arena by making some food and chatting. 3 days passed just like that. Today, while Sima Yu and Siyu were discussing a raise, they suddenly felt a strong power moving towards them. Both of them glanced at each other thinking they had finally come. In a few breaths, a group of people came to the space of restricted areas in a blink of an eye. The first person who came first was a girl with black clothes and thick makeup. Although her facial features were exquisite, one could even say that she was prettier than Sima Yu by a little, but because she had dark aura on her body, it made her look lifeless. Sima Yu suddenly got worried. She was wondering if this old Demonis could see the connection of her father's and her aura. Master, don't worry. You have the dark aura now. You're similar to your mother's, unless they met your mother before. If not, they won't know your identity. Mi-Er comforted her knowing what she was thinking. She became relieved with what it said. These people didn't know about the relationship of her parents. They wouldn't even know that she was Sima Lu Xian's daughter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Wei Mingdai glanced at the people in the arena and asked the people behind her, is it them? Yes, City Lord. Siyu tugged on Sima Yu's clothes and greeted Wei Mingdai and said, greetings to your honor, City Lord. Greetings to your honor, City Lord. Sima Yu, Di Wu and Mu Si followed and greeted. Wei Mingdai looked at Blackie who was on the floor. She frowned her eyebrows slightly and said, who does this dark beast belong to? In reply to your honor, City Lord, it's mine. Sima Yu responded. Wei Mingdai looked at Sima Yu, not sure whether to be happy or angry. After seeing Sima Yu's forehead filled with sweat, she then faintly said, not bad. City Lord, let's quickly seal this thing. Wu Man reminded as she interrupted Wei Mingdai looking up and down on Sima Yu. Sorry to inconvenience you guys. Wei Mingdai nodded to Wu Man, walked past Sima Yu and went to the side of the pond. Sima Yu saw how she stood there without moving. Did she find out anything? If they really found out that something was wrong with Mi-Er, a battle would be unavoidable if they guessed that she established a contract with it. Even though she wasn't afraid, it would be difficult for her to get any information if they went against them, as she hadn't found her father. Master, don't worry, she won't find out anything. Mi-Er comforted. Sima Yu responded in her heart. Although this little guy was full of lies before and wanted to kill her when they were establishing the contract, it was obedient after the contract. Actually, Mi-Er felt that grievance. Not only did Sima Yu had Blackie to suppress it, she also had top-grade purple lightning which was its nemesis. She even had Divine Vermilion Bird and Nirvana Fire. No matter what, all were its enemy and nemesis. If it even intended to do a counterattack, they would destroy it to bits. Since it couldn't retaliate, then it could only accept it. Although it was uncomfortable for it to be bound up with someone, it could also see that Sima Yu was talented and she would definitely soar over the horizon. It wouldn't be taking a loss by following her. Most importantly, it didn't need to stay in the pond ever again. Its master would roam everywhere, it could also follow her and look around the world. Freedom. Its tears flowed just by thinking about it. It was a clever guy. With all these thoughts, he gave in, so he treated Sima Yu sincerely. Although Sima Yu believed what Mier said, she was still a little worried. Fortunately, Wei Ming Dai only paused for a while and waved her hand. A seal then sealed Mier's doppelganger in the pond as she turned to Sima Yu and said, "I heard about what happened from Wu Man. Thanks to you and your spirit beast, after this thing has ended, we'll award you. This is a restricted area. I hope that you guys won't spread what happened after you leave here and never come back here again. Wu Man, lead them out of here." "Yes, City Lord," Wu Man said. "I'll take my leave for now." Not only Sima Yu, but everyone else left too. Wei Ming Dai was the only one left in the arena. "Humph, she chases us out every time she puts a seal on it. Is she that worried that we'll learn her way of sealing?" Zhang Hao said with dissatisfaction. Sima Yu then understood that Wei Ming Dai chased them out so that they wouldn't be able to learn the way of sealing. This was too dangerous. If she was the only one who knew how to seal, even if others had any ill intention, they wouldn't dare to steal the rights of the real one. This was why Zhang Hao didn't dare to attack her a few days back even when he hated her so badly. When was she not like that? What's there to be angry about? If she doesn't chase us out, then wouldn't we learn it? Meng Sha said sarcastically, but no one knew if his sarcasm was towards Wei Ming Dai or Zhang Hao. "Alright, let's go back. See you, Si Qin, you girls come with me to North City," Wu Man said. "Aren't we waiting here?" Si Yu questioned. They wanted to know if that old devil found out anything so that they could prepare in advance. If they left, they wouldn't know. City Lord always seals for 2 days and rests for half a month after. She still has injuries on her body, so I'm afraid that she would need to take a longer time to rest. So it'll be pointless to wait here, she will automatically ask us to come over after she recovers. Wu Man explained. "Oh, I see. Little sister, let's go back with Ant-Man then," Si Yu said as she coiled her arms around Sima Yu's. Wu Man opened up the spatial tunnel and brought Sima Yu and the rest in. Meng Sha and the rest opened up their own spatial tunnels as well and went back to their mansions. When Sima Yu came out from the spatial tunnel, she knew why they needed this even though they were in the same city. This city was way too big. When they came out, the spirit barrier protecting Mu Si also disappeared. Sima Yu was grateful to Wu Man as it prevented Mu Si's frail body from being hurt from the pressure of space. Mu Lian Jia went missing from trying to save her father, so it didn't matter if he was still alive or not, she decided to protect Mu Si as if he were her own brother. I haven't been out for long and I'm back here again. Si Yu sighed. You don't even know how to go back home after playing for so long and you still whine about it being short? I think you won't even remember how home looks like if you stayed out any longer. Si Clan's third brother said as he walked out of the courtyard. Third brother, how could I forget? Si Yu went up to him and coiled her arms around third brother's arm and said, "Where's father and the rest?" Si Clan's third brother poked her nose, showing affection. Affection. He's settling some stuff in the study room with Elder Zhang. They were wondering when would you be back. Ant-Man is already at our house. What is father still discussing about? I heard it's about something that happened outside the city. I'm not sure about the details as father didn't tell me. From here, Sima Yu then realized that Wu Man brought them back to Si Clan. Wu Man lightly responded and asked, "Where did the situation occur?" "I think it's the road to Ghost Realm. Father said that he will discuss it with Ant-Man upon your return." "Discussing it with Ant-Man? Don't look at me like that. I don't know if it's related. You'll know when father comes out." Si Clan's third brother knew what she was thinking just by looking at his little sister's gaze. While they were talking, Si Kong sensed that they were already back and appeared in the courtyard. He, who had always loved his own daughter, acted like he hadn't seen Si Yu, looked at Wu Man and said, "Something happened." Previous chapter. Next, Wu Man put on a serious gaze. Anything that could make Si Kong so serious must be something big. Si Yu rarely saw such an expression from her father. She had never seen it before and asked curiously, "Father, did something happen?" You're back." Si Kong only saw his precious daughter now. "Go take a rest since you're back. I'll come and visit you after I discuss with Ant-Man. Wu Man, let's go to the study room." Wu Man nodded and disappeared with Si Kong right where they were. They could disappear even without opening the spatial tunnel. This kind of power reminded Sima Yu of the people around Feng Ruyen. They also disappeared on the spot. Si Yu pursed her lips after they left just like that and muttered, "What exactly happened that my father doesn't even have time to talk to me?" Si Clan's third brother then put away the happy-go-lucky side of him and comforted his little sister. Something big must have happened that made father anxious. "Don't be angry at father. I understand." Si Yu continued, "I'm thinking that something huge must have happened that caused father to become anxious. Why don't we eavesdrop and see if we can be of any help?" "No." Third brother pulled her and said, "Don't forget father's rule. You can go anywhere except the study room. Don't you have guests here? Why don't you settle them down? Do you want them to cause a scene with you?" Siyu sighed as she looked at Sima Yu and the others. Alright, the courtyard next door has already been cleared up. Bring them there, it's nearer to your courtyard anyway. Sure. Little sister, let's go. Sima Yu hadn't spoken since earlier on. She wasn't sure what happened to Si Kong, but her instinct told her that it might be related to Mi Er's contract. But it wasn't nice to ask since she just got here, so she followed Siyu back to her courtyard. Siyu brought Sima Yu, Mu Si and Di Wu to the courtyard next to hers. He Bo no longer needed to follow her since they were here, but he was called out by third brother for questioning. Although the Si clan had supported and helped Sima Yu, they didn't know much about her, so he was called out to know more about her, who she was and what was her motive. He Bo, follow me, eldest brother and the rest are waiting. Yes, third young master. Si Hui brought He Bo to his own courtyard where eldest brother Si Zhe and second brother Si Yi were waiting for them. Two brothers stood up when they saw them coming in and cupped their hands with their own fist and greeted He Bo. Even the young masters of the clan greeted He Bo. It seemed that has high status in the clan. It has been tough on He Bo this few days. Eldest young master, you're too modest. We have something to ask you, please take a seat. He Bo sat down, Si Zhe and the other two brothers also sat down. He Bo, what's the name of the lady that little sister brought back? How did they know each other? Who is she? He Bo casually fixed up a spirit barrier to prevent anyone from eavesdropping, then he spoke. That lady's name is Sima Yu, she is Sima Lu Xian's daughter. Sima Lu Xian? How could she be his daughter? He Bo, are you sure? Si Hui cried out with surprise. I'm quite sure. He Bo continued, the reason she came here is to save her father. But her father? It would only stir more problems if others know about her. Si Hui frowned. Why did little sister bring a problem back home? Young miss likes her. He Bo continued, according to my observation, she is someone who is worthy to make friends with. She must be good for He Bo to sing praises of her. Isn't that right, He Bo? You rarely praise anyone. Tell us more about her, so at least we have a clear picture of what's going on. Sure. On the other hand, Siyu brought Sima Yu and the rest to an exquisite small courtyard and said, this courtyard wasn't supposed to be used to serve guests, but my father guessed that I would like to have you closer to me, so they prepared this courtyard for you. It's fine. It's good enough for the three of us. This courtyard is beautiful, as long as you like it. No need. I don't have the habit of having servants around, but... Since when did you see any servants around me? If you get someone here, I will feel uneasy instead. Alright. Don't complain about me neglecting you later on. Why would I? Then I'll order the kitchen to prepare something for Mu Si every day. Sima Yu wanted to reject the offer, but she remembered that Mu Si needed to be taken care of when she had something to do later and might not be able to come back. Then I'll have to trouble you for that. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Mu Si if I'm not around. No problem. Thank you. What a rare sight, this guy took the initiative to talk to me. Mu Si pursed his lips without saying anything. Siyu, do you think the problem father said earlier on could be related to Mi Er? Sima Yu asked. You sense that too? Siyu said curiously, I think it might be related, but we won't know if father won't talk about it. She smiled when she saw Sima Yu's worries and said, you came here to look for your father anyway, other moralists don't matter. I'm worried it might be related to my father. I'll ask when father and the rest come out if you're worried. Alright. In Si Kong's study room, other than Wu Man, there were two other elders. It only took one look to know that they were of age and were unordinary elders. Wu Man was surprised seeing them and nodded slightly to them, they both nodded back. What exactly happened? You even troubled two clan elders. The two were not elders. They were of higher status than elders in the family. However, the clan elders were generally those with high strength in the family. They usually are in close cultivation and rarely intervene in the affairs of the family. Their sudden appearance in Si Kong's study room indicated that the master was serious. Manner, the mine is in chaos. Si Kong's single sentence raised Wu Man's anxiousness. She asked, the mine is in chaos? When you were going back to pick up the city lord, I felt some movement on the mine. I took people to check and found that all the people in the mine were dead. All of them died? What happened? It is chaos in the mine. Si Kong replied. According to news we go, not only our mine, other families have also. All in chaos, the other families had forbidden the news to leak. Their problem appeared about the same time as ours. I think the same thing happened. Is there something wrong in the forbidden area? Wu Man pondered for a bit. It's nothing special. Only Yuer and them were there in those few days. Maybe they know what happened. The only way to know is to ask them. Come here, go invite young miss and her friends over. Yes, family head. The guard at the door complied and left. Sima Yu and others had just settled down and was about to go to see you. Young miss, family head invites you and your guests to the study room. Father wants me to go to the study room? They were saying something big happened. Yes, young Mrs. I got it. Go back and tell father, we will be there soon. Yes, young Mrs. When the guard left, worried appeared on their faces. If father asks for me, that would be nothing. Since he looked for you, is this related to you? Could it be related to your contract with Mi Er? I think it is highly possible. I didn't see anything odd during the contract. You made a contract with the thing in the forbidden area, how is it related to other places? Although we didn't witness any, it doesn't mean there are none. Let's go see your father and find out what happened. Sima Yu said. We can only do so. Siyu took Sima Yu to the study room. The guard saw them and opened the door. Family head said to come in directly. Sima Yu and Siyu came in together and observed Wu Man and Si Kong sitting in the main seat. Siyu was taken aback when she saw the two old men. Greetings to father, Wu Man, and two clan elders. Sima Yu didn't expect the two to be clan elders. Si family head, steward. She saluted to the two people in the main seat. Yuer, I called you today over is because I have something to ask you. Father, say it. Did anything unusual happen when you were guarding the forbidden area? Unusual? Siyu was shocked, but no reaction showed on her face. She frowned lightly. Did something happen to the forbidden area? Si Kong looked at her daughter and understood. He sighed. Yuer, if something happened in the forbidden area, you must tell us. Because our family recently encountered a big problem. What happened at home? Is it related to the forbidden area? Do you know where our family mine is? Siyu nodded. Third brother took me there before. Could it be that something went wrong in the mine? That's right. 3 days ago, the mine for some reason went into chaos. Some parts of the mine collapsed. All the people who worked in the mine died. Si Kong replied. The mine related to the fate of our family. Now you know how serious this matter is. Whether it is in the outside world or here, the mine was related to the development of the family's strength. If the mine disappeared, it was equivalent to the family going extinct. No wonder Si Kong was so anxious. It really was a matter of survival. Since it was about the survival of the family, Siyu dared not hide anything. She glanced at Sima Yu apologetically. But the latter smiled in return. That meant it was okay to tell. Why, what really happened? Well, little sister contracted the thing in the pond. Siyu replied. The guys say that by contracting it will not cause any problems. Contacted? Everyone in the room cried out. It was obvious how terrifying the thing was, but she unexpectedly contracted it. But I didn't sense a contract being formed from the pond. I didn't notice any strangeness. The one in the pond is Mi Er's clone. It said as long as it is completely disconnected from the clone, it won't be detected. Therefore, this matter was caused by the contract with thing in the pond? Father, Mi Er said the contract won't affect anything. So you contracted it. Siyu said. Mi Er is also very pitiful. It has been suppressed by the city lord in the past since it gained intellect. It was used for cultivation in the forbidden area. It wanted to come out. Let's not talk about how it's pitiful. It gained intellect through growth of power. Do you know this guy is connected to all the mines in this space for so many years? Once it is contacted, all the mines would be affected, Wu Man said. Why are they related to Mi Er? Siyu was puzzled. It is similar to a king in there, which affects all the forces under it. Moreover, they are connected underground. Mi Er is not just in the pond. That's not a pond. Si Kong said. You won't understand this now. Si, he looked at Sima Yu. He still didn't know her name. Si family head, I am Sima Yu. What? The 3 Si family members were shocked when they heard her name. Their gaze on her changed. On the other hand, Wu Man thought of something and her eyes dimmed. Sima Yu. You're that person's daughter. Si Kong glanced at Wu Man. His gaze was complex. Wu Man blinked and put away all her emotions. Let's talk about the problem right now. Right, let's solve the immediate problem first and then talk about other things. Si Kong agreed. Little friend Yu, can you let me see your contract beast? Sima Yu agreed. With a thought, a small version of her appeared in front of everyone. Is this what she looked like? No, she just looks like this for me. Sima Yu said. I believe she has no shape, right? A clan elder said. It originally was just a source of power, so it wouldn't have a specific shape. Yes. Sima Yu didn't hide it. Both Siyu and Hebo were there at the time. They would know this question. If the current situation is really caused by it, maybe it can also get better because of it. It's possible. Siyu looked at Mi Er. How about you try that? Sima Yu saw their attention had shifted to Mi Er, completely ignoring her. Actually, if this situation is a mess, it would be better to clear it from the beginning. Yeah. Siyu patted her head, startling others. Yuer, what's wrong with you? Little sister. Little sister. Everyone was taken aback for a moment. They reacted and asked Sima Yu. Are you a spirit seeker? Yes. Sima Yu admitted. Yeah, he is a spirit seeker. It's not strange you are one too. But this situation is chaotic, can you guide them? After all, she was too young. Even if she attained her family's inheritance, she would not have completely mastered it. Was she evil as her father? Her father. When he thought of Sima Lu Xian, he sighed. He had secretly schemed people. I can't guarantee that it is possible or not. I have to check the situation first. Let's go take a look. Si Kong said. Our family's spirit seeker has been there for 3 days and still has not found a solution. So you have to be mentally prepared. I understand. Si Kong admired Sima Yu's mentality. She didn't directly say if she could or not. She was not boastful or self-effacing. Sima Yu had a good impression of Si Kong. He didn't disdain her of her young age. Father, I'll go with you too. Si Kong swallowed back his refusal. You can't run around, it is very dangerous. You have to stay beside Clan L. I will not run around. Then let's go over now. Si Kong and Wu Man also stood up. They opened a space channel and took Siyu and Sima Yu with them. When they exited the space channel, they were above a mountain. This mountain range was different from the previous one. Every mountain top was chipped, either broken, had many holes on it or were a pile of rocks. In those pile of rocks, there were still blood stains which hadn't just dried up. Sima Yu noticed that there was a spirit barrier on the outside of the mountain, which prevented it from crumbling. Judging from the impact on the spirit barrier, the power inside the mountain was restless. Seeing that Sima Yu had found the spirit barrier, Si Kong explained, this was arranged by the clan elder immediately after the incident. The clan elders reacted very quickly. Sima Yu commented. The power in the mountain hadn't dissipated much and the impact on the entire mine is not that great. Mining can't be continued in this case. After a long time, the entire mine will be destroyed. Every vein was accompanied by power potential which will form ores. The potential in each vein has its own trajectory. What a spirit seeker needs to do is to figure out the trajectory of the potential so that the absentees can avoid those places. This was commonly known as the opening potential. If the opening potential wasn't done well, then all of the potentials would be released, which would affect the stability of the mine. If it wrongly opened, it would destroy the inside of the mine. In addition, if it was mindlessly done, and the absentees didn't avoid the places, the potential would be moved, finally causing the absentees to die together. So no matter for what reason, they are not what people want to do. Generally speaking, the situation in the mine was relatively stable. If it weren't for any major movement, it wouldn't be messed up like this. Si Kong watched her analysis of the current situation. He believed she had some understanding of spirit seeking. Not far from they were, a group of people were analyzing the situation below. They hurried forward to salute when they saw them entered. Greetings to steward, family head, and clan elders. Si Kong waved his hand, letting them stand up. How is the situation now? Family head, the situation in the mine is still in an uncontrollable state. This subordinate is incompetent. Not only did I not lead them back to their positions, they almost broke the spirit barrier. One of the gray-bearded old men said apologetically. Old Yen, don't blame yourself. The incident was sudden. It was never encountered before. It is reasonable to fail. I just hope that you worked hard to resolve this as soon as possible. Or it will get more troublesome. I will try my best. Yu, this is my family's spirit seekers. Si Kong introduced. If you have any suggestions or comments, you can tell them. Si Kong said very tactfully. Sure. Sima Yu nodded. Family head, who is this? Yu is also a spirit seeker. Previous chapter. Old Yen and the group understood from Si Kong why they brought Sima Yu over. They did not try to underestimate her. Really? In this case, if little friend has any ideas, please let me know. Old Yen said. Old Yen is too serious. If I can think of anything, I will tell you. Sima Yu said. Regardless of whether he was sincere or pretending to be polite, it was already rare that he did not despise her anyway. Little sister, let's go see the situation. Si Yu said. She didn't expect that a family mine would become like this. She was also worried. If she couldn't fix it, wouldn't the family be at their end? Sima Yu noticed her worry. She felt guilty when she thought how it was caused by her contact. I'll take a look. She flew to the top of the mine and around. She then descended down to the spirit barrier. Family head, can she do it? Old Yen waited for Sima Yu to leave before expressing his doubts. Si Kong did not have confidence in her either. We'll try everything possible, maybe she can think of a solution. The situation in the mine is chaotic. Even Old Yen can't do anything about it. Can a little doll like her fix it? The middle-aged man behind Old Yen said. I really don't have a plan. If someone can do, it would be better for the family. Old Yen is indeed far-sighted. The people behind him expressed their admiration. Old Yen did not respond to their flattery. Instead he said with some worry and expectation. I don't know if she can think of a way. If she's able to, that would be great. By the way, family head, did the other families encounter this matter? Did you get any news? The same did happen to the other families, but they blocked the news from leaking. Their specific situation is unclear. I don't know if it is the same as us. But according to the clues gathered, it should be similar. Why did the mine suddenly become problematic? Did something happen? Si Kong glanced at Sima Yu at a distance. We could investigate the specific reason later. The most important thing is now to restore the mine. Father, can little sister do it? She will probably be fine. She is his child after all. Sima Yu checked for 2 hours. She came back only after she understood the situation. How is it, little sister? Do you have a way? I have a clear understanding of the situation. This is indeed more serious than I thought. But it's not completely without a solution. So you have a way? I am not very sure. But I have a friend. If he is here, it'll be fine. Where is he? Quickly go invite him. He came with me to the ghost city. But because of special circumstances, I ask him to stay hidden. Then we will send someone to find him immediately. The place where my friend is hiding is a secret. If I do not go, he won't come out. Oh, that's it. Although Si Kong and them still have doubts, it was not time to be interrogative. I'll send you back. After returning, Sima Yu went off alone. She was going to find a secluded place with no one and take third MO from the little realm. Si Kong originally wanted to send someone to go with her, but she declined. If people were to discover the existence of the little realm, she was afraid it would cause more trouble. Si Kong understood it would be an inconvenience for her, and he abided. But what he didn't notice was after Sima Yu left Si family home, 2 people quietly followed. Sima Yu walked to a remote place. The 2 people who secretly followed her were delighted. They were thinking how to lead her to a remote place. Unexpectedly they did not have to do anything, she went according to their wishes. Sima Yu discovered she was being followed shortly after leaving Si family home. There was only one possibility for those who wanted to follow her. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Since they wanted to play with her, she would play with them. The 2 people followed Sima Yu all the way to a remote place. They found the more remote the place was, the faster she walked. They were afraid that she discovered them. They did not chase too closely. What is this girl doing in such a remote place? Did she discover us? We are both mid-paragon rank. She is just a monarch lower rank. How could she discover us? That makes sense. No matter what she came here for, it is convenient for us to do our thing. We have to capture her without alerting C family. I was worried that C family young miss would be with her, but she came out by herself. She's gone. As they talked, they had chased Sima Yu into an alley. After taking a few turns, they suddenly found she had disappeared. She must be near, let's look around. They must seize such a rare opportunity and capture her back. Are you looking for me? Sima Yu's voice transmitted from above them. The two looked up. Sima Yu was perked on the high wall, looking down at them with a smile. She was smiling. The two people felt cold all over. She was so close to them. They didn't even notice her aura. What did this mean? You don't need to look like you saw a ghost. Sima Yu rubbed her face. She was good looking. Why are you here? Of course, I am waiting for you here. Sima Yu replied. The two of you followed me for so long. It would be a shame if I caused you to tire out. So I waited here to ask you what you want to do. The two's expressions paled. She had discovered them long ago. When did she find out? With her strength, how could she find them? But no matter how surprised they were, they had experienced storms before, so they quickly calmed down. Humph, since you already knew, there is no need for us to say anything. Are you going to obediently go with us, be beaten up and taken back? Sima Yu chuckled. You're from the Zhang family, right? I don't plan to go with you. Since you're here, how about you stay for a chat? Tell me, what does the Zhang family want? Seeing that Sima Yu guessed their identity, the two didn't deny it. They pointed at her. You killed our family young master. You killed Meng family young miss and Pang family's guards, and captured Pang family young master. You better go with us obediently. Oh? Who said I killed those people? Do you have evidence? Sima Yu raised her eyebrow. We have witnesses. Witnesses? Yep. Yang Zi said he personally heard you and Mu Si admit it. You should obediently be arrested. Sima Yu was not surprised when she heard Yang Zi's name. The only person she had come into contact then was Zhang Peng and Yang Zi. That Yang Zi was kind to Mu Si because of the treasure map left by Mu Lianjia. Now she had taken Mu Si away, it would be strange if he wasn't anxious. He probably saw that she and the Zhang family were not on good terms in Mi Er's matter, so he went to slander her. Ugh, it was not actually slander, but to them, it was the same. The Zhang family wanted an excuse to kill and they found one. For the Zhang family, it was like they were dozing off and someone gave them a pillow. They immediately sent someone to arrest her. They sent 2 mid-paragon ranks to capture here, which it was already a big deal for the someone who just entered monarch rank. Only the North City was capable of this. It was a pity these 2 people were not enough. Mi Er, I'll leave these 2 for you. They were confused at who Mi Er was. Then they saw black smoke rising from her hand. Black smoke spread quickly and soon most of the alley was engulfed in it. This is. When they saw Mi Er, their blood flowed backward and their bodies went cold. They had witnessed what had happened the past few days. They had seen Mi Er but they didn't expect that it had become her contract beast. Zhang Hu was stronger than them. They couldn't put up any resistance in front of it. Mi Er, hurry up, it's trouble if you get found. The old witch was still in the city. If she was discovered, she wouldn't be able to escape. Mi Er understood and he enshrouded them 2 into the black fog. 2 breaths passed before it slowly shrank. When it returned to Sima Yu's hands, 2 piles of bones were left. TSK, you are quite efficient. Sima Yu applauded. Of course. Mi Er replied triumphantly. These are just a piece of cake in my opinion. No matter how powerful they are, I can easily handle them. If not. Mi Er did not continue, but Sima Yu understood what he meant. If it hadn't been forced into a contact with her, it would have lived a wanton life. Not to mention being number 1 in the world, it could at least sweep the world. However, all the beautiful visions were destroyed. It failed to sweep the world, but became her contract beast. She ignored its thoughts. She released a few scarlet bees to guard nearby. Then she opened the little realm and entered. As soon as she entered, she was immediately surrounded. Sister Yu, you finally came. How are you? Huang Yingning hugged her and scolded, Kid, why didn't you let us out after getting us in? Do you know your grandma is worried for you? Yeah. Sister Yu, let us go out together. That's bullshit. Alright, Grandma, I will suffocate if you keep holding me like this. Sima Yu patted Huang Yingning's back and spoke coquettishly. What did you call me just now? Huang Yingning let her go with a look of surprised. Grandma. Sima Yu did not know what happened to Huang Yingning. Ha, Grandma. Xiao, did you hear that? She called me Grandma. Huang Yingning cried excitedly. I heard it. Don't get too excited like a child. Sima Xiao said. What's the matter? Sima Yu looked at them confused. Child, no one called me Grandma before. You don't know how much I want someone to call me Grandma. Huang Yingning embraced her excitedly. Sima Yu looked at her. She didn't expect her anxious call to make her so happy. If Grandma likes it, I will call you that way from now on. Sure. Huang Yingning smiled happily. It made people think she had encountered something happy. Also Grandpa. Sima Xiao added. Sure, Grandpa. Sima Yu called him. She looked over. She didn't see Wu Lingyu in the crowd. Where's Lingyu? Did you go into slumber? Yes, he went into slumber 2 days ago. Huang Yingning replied. I'm going to see him. Sima Yu found Wu Lingyu's position and rushed there impatiently. Huang Yingying looked at her back, she shook her head helplessly. A grown girl can't be kept at home. It's normal for her to worry when they are in love with each other. Little helper grinned. Sima Yu came inside Wu Lingyu's room. She observed the sleeping person in bed. She stretched her hand to touch his handsome face. Then she moved her hand down to his wrist to check his pulse. Your health is obviously bad. You still wanted to come here with me. What do you want me to say to you? She leaned over and pressed a kiss on his lips, only to see his small fan-like eyelashes open. Stealing a kiss. The voice was a bit hoarse after sleeping for 2 days and had fatal temptation. He wrapped his hands around her body, preventing her from getting up. Sima Yu did not expect him to wake up at this time and was openly caught by him. But she was not shy. She laid on top of him. Why did you wake up so soon? It's not time for slumber. I just recharged. When you need help, I can still help. You are not in good health, yet you still came with me. It's good that I don't punish you. You dare to ask me for a reward. Alright, since you refuse to give me one, I'll just get one myself. Without waiting for her to speak, he kissed deeply. Sima Yu also responded with her feelings that she missed him. After a long time, the two people separated. What a terrible demon. Previous chapter. Sima Yu let Wu Lingyu lie down. She leaned into his arms and put her head on his shoulder. Something happened outside. I came here to ask Rascal Third for help. What is it that needs his help? Wu Lingyu's hand which was around her neck pinched her face, indicating he wasn't happy. Something went wrong in the mine. Sima Yu explained the situation. I want Rascal Third to come out to help. Humph. Wu Lingyu was not happy. He was good at everything, but his spirit seeking wasn't good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to go for Third Mo for help. Don't worry, if there is anything, I will definitely let you come out and help. Sima Yu said. I will go out with you. Wu Lingyu demanded. What are you going out for? Sima Yu looked up at him. Your body is unstable. It is too dangerous to go out. It can last until I rescue my father-in-law. Sima Yu wanted to refuse, but thinking about it. This guy was worried about her safety. Although his situation was unstable, he would be fine as long as he stays still. Alright, but you have to promise me to not do anything after you go out. Alright. The two stayed in the room for a while before going to find Third Mo and the others. When Third Mo heard her talk about the situation outside, he agreed to go help. The whereabouts of her father still hadn't been found. It was useless for them to go out. Huang Yingying couldn't argue over Sima Yu so she agreed. Sima Yu checked in with the Scarlet Bees. She made sure there was no one in the small alley before they opened the little realm and exited. She stored away the Scarlet Bees and walked back to see family home with Third Mo and Wu Lingyu. Before Wu Lingyu came out, he changed his aura to the dark attribute. It was unknown what treasure he used, his aura was also of the dark attribute. The three of them arrived at C family. The guard saw her come over and secretly chided she was quite fast. Could it be that those people were hiding nearby? But since she returned, he did not express his puzzlement. Instead, he saluted them. Young miss, family head said that when you came back, go directly to the study to find him. Study? Sima Yu thought of how she came to the backyard to reach the study room. She didn't know how to get in from the front entrance. She looked at the guard. How do I get to the study? I can't find the way. Can you show me? Sure, young miss, please come with me. Sorry to bother you. The guard brought Sima Yu to the study. Si Kong was talking to two men in black. He sensed Sima Yu come in. Fortunately, he understood the matters at hand and he waved his hand to let them go out. Sima Yu brushed shoulders as she passed the two at the entrance. Yu, are these two your friends? Yes. Sima Yu replied. This is Third Mo. He is much better than spirit seeking than me. This is my senior brother, Wu Lingyu. Since everyone is here. Let's go quickly. Why, did something happen over there again? Sima Yu noticed he was more nervous than before. The situation there is still the same. It's the other families. Si Kong said. I just got news that the other families met the same situation as ours. But some are not as bad, such as Zhang family. If they knew our situation is that serious, I'm afraid some things would be affected. When Sima Yu heard that the Zhang family was not affected as much, she thought of something. But before that, she had to settle the matter at hand first. Then let's go over. Si Kong opened a space tunnel and took them in. Wu Man, Old Yen and the others didn't expect Sima Yu to return so soon. They were a little surprised to see them. That's it. Si Kong told Third Mo. Rascal Third, I'll take you to see the situation. Alright. Where more attention was needed, where the situation was better, she would mark them. It would be easier for him to check. Wu Lingyu followed the two of them. Although he wasn't familiar with the place and he didn't know any of those people, it was natural he wanted to follow Yu. Family head, is the person Yu found is reliable? Hope he's reliable. Si Kong's expression was very solemn. What's wrong? I just received news that the same happened to the other families. But Zhang family was affected the least. I am afraid Zhang family will take the opportunity to attack us. We are focusing our energy here. If Zhang family attacked at this time, we would be hit. City Lord is back now. Zhang Hao wouldn't act recklessly. Wu Man said. However, when City Lord leaves, Zhang Hao probably will act. He is ready on the move. The City Lord will leave. If I guessed correctly, she will leave when she recovers. Or go there. Yes. As soon as she said this, Wu Man stopped talking and looked at Sima Yu and Third Mo. With the guidance of Sima Yu, Third Mo's investigation time was shorter. They came back after understanding the situation. Yu, Master Mo, how is it? The trajectory of the potential has almost been completely destroyed. It is not easy to restore them. So, is there a way? Yes, it's just a bit troublesome. It needs a lot of people's help. Everyone was relieved when there was a way. What method does Master Mo have? Old Yen cupped his hands to Third Mo. Is this Old Yen? I heard you said you are a spirit seeker. Third Mo replied. I am not familiar with people here. I will tell you the method in a while. As for the specific operation, it would need Old Yen's help. Tell me? Old Yen was a little surprised. Most people would hide it like treasures. How could he tell himself? Naturally. After I tell you this method, you have to be careful and see if it works. You're a part of the family. I think people in your family would naturally listen to you more. Sima Yu watched him speak politely. In fact, she knew once Third Mo takes action, his identity of not a dark attribute spirit seeker would be revealed. Only she and Third Mo knew the real reason. They never intended to tell anyone. That was why C Clan were all praises for his selflessness. Elder Yen, I'll tell you the method and we'll discuss it. If it works, we can team up and begin. Even Sima Yu was almost duped by him with his act. She curled her lips at him while nobody was looking. He really knows how to put on an act. Third Mo furrowed his brows at her. He had his serious side at times too. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. This guy did look a little real when he started acting. Elder Yen, who was behind her, couldn't see her weird movements, said excitedly after hearing what Third Mo said, Sure. I look forward to Master Third Mo to teach. Let's go up and talk. Please. A group of people flew on top of the mine. Third Mo and Elder Yen were in front. Everyone took a position. Then Third Mo told them what to do here. At first, others didn't know what he meant, but after he started connecting the dots, everyone suddenly realized what he was doing. Oh, I see. Everyone started closing on it to force it to go back to the spot where it's empty, so they can go back to their spot. That's what I mean. Third Mo cupped his hands to Elder Yen and said, I'll trouble Elder Yen for the rest of it. Of course, Master Mo, this is originally C Clan's matter. I'll report to the clan leader and send people over to try it out. Sure. Elder Yen left excitedly with others. Sima Yu and Third Mo didn't need to handle the rest of it, they only had to watch at the side. After everyone left, Sima Yu looked at Third Mo and teased, I didn't know you have a serious side. When was I not serious? When were you ever serious? Little sister, will this work? Should be fine. Sima Yu continued, I thought of it before, but I don't know where to enter and exit. I didn't research it as deeply as Rascal Third. That's why I asked him for help. Really? Siyu smiled and didn't ask anymore, just that her gaze would be on Third Mo from time to time. Elder Yen went to tell Si Kong. Very quickly, the clan sent those who were appointed. Sima Yu estimated there were thousands of people and that their strength was above the monarch rank. If they could casually gather so many strong people, it meant that the Si clan's power was not to be underestimated. Third Mo helped Elder Yen to position them, then Sima Yu and Wu Ling backed away to a side and watch. She realized that not only Si clan members were up there, even Wu Man went up. As Siyu didn't have enough power, she was disdained to a side. Siyu, are you close with Ant-Man? Sima Yu asked. Yes. Ant-Man grew up together with my father since they were young. Siyu continued, Ant-Man is an orphan, she doesn't have a clan, so our clan is also her clan. So it turned out like that. No wonder Si Kong looked for Wu Man every time something happened. With that said, why does the Zhang clan doesn't get affected? As far as I know, Zhang clan's mine is closest to the restricted area, it should get affected the most. Siyu didn't understand. Even me Air don't even know how it affects the mine, we definitely won't know why. I'll bring you to Ant-Man after this ends. Siyu responded. Alright, thank you. Alright, why keep the formality between us? Siyu extended her arms and held her shoulders. Little sister, I got a question to ask you. Tell me. That. Are you close with Third Mo? Siyu looked hesitant and it attracted Sima Yu's glances. You like him? Not really. Siyu denied, it's just a good impression, a little. Sima Yu didn't expect that Siyu would have a good impression on Third Mo just from the first meeting. Was this the legendary love at first sight? I have known Rascal Third for a very long time. Sima Yu continued, he is dissolute, has a weird temper, people are afraid and respectful of him. He is a good friend, I won't know if he's good to be in a relationship with, only the person themselves would know best. What are his hobbies? He likes to drink last time, but because he made a mistake after being drunk, now he doesn't even drink anymore. But for now, I don't really know because I'm rarely with him. Sima Yu didn't think that Siyu would really fall for Third Mo, so she didn't pay attention to it. Siyu wanted to ask more about Third Mo, but she saw Wu Lingyu at the side and felt embarrassed, so she decided to leave it till they were alone. And Si clan's members were in position, under Elder Yan's arrangement, those with chemistry partnered up and inserted spiritual energy into the spirit barrier and tried to force the potential back in. Her attention was caught by them. How long does this take? It was rare that Wu Lingyu asked questions. Depends, 3 to 5 days if it's fast, 10 over days if it's slow. Depends on Rascal Third and Elder Yan's chemistry. She saw how complex the situation was, but it was methodically arranged with Third Mo there. Just like what she estimated, 3 days later, the mine started to become stable, 5 days later, the mine was stabilized. That's all? Siyu asked curious. The potential has already recovered, but the damage it did before was unable to recover. It's already good enough. Third Mo is amazing. Once they finished up, everyone felt exhausted. Si Kong left some people behind to finish up the ladder and brought all of them back. As long as the mine went back to normal, absenteeism was nothing. Back to C-Clan, others wanted to go back and rest, the main personnel would go to the study room. Sima Yu tugged on Siyu's clothes when she saw Wu Man leaving. Don't worry, I'll bring you to her tonight. Sima Yu thought that Wu Man would be tired this past few days, so she nodded in acknowledgement. That night, Si Kong arranged a banquet to thank Sima Yu and Third Mo, and because of that, they didn't have a chance to speak to Wu Man. They thought Wu Man would attend, but Si Kong said Wu Man was too busy and she had too many tasks to complete, so she didn't attend. That night, a few of them had too much to drink, so they only dispersed after daylight. Many people came over to give Third Mo a toast. Wu Lingyu held onto him and brought him to Sima Yu's courtyard and threw him in any of the rooms. You're so violent. It's good enough that I didn't throw him on the floor. Siyu came out from Sima Yu's back and asked when she saw two guys in the house, is Third Mo alright? He's fine, he's just drunk, he will be fine after taking a sober pill and a good sleep. Oh. Siyu looked at him who was on the bed. It was the first time she got worried seeing someone who was drunk. How are you? What? Siyu came back to her senses, thinking that she was being asked if she was fine. She responded, I'm fine of course, I drank your fruit wine, it won't make anyone drunk. If you're fine then I'll look for in charge Wu Man. Sima Yu said, alright, I know you're anxious, let's go to Ant-Man's place now. Siyu continued, but, can we really leave Third Mo here? No problem, I'll ask Di Wu and Mu Si to keep watch. True. Then let's go. Wu Man's official residence wasn't far from C-Clan, they only had to walk for over an hour. The guard bowed and greeted Siyu upon seeing her and let them in without report. They saw a scholar walking towards them not long after they came into the residences. Upon seeing them, he came up to greet and said, Miss Yue, what brings you here? I'm looking for Ant-Man, is she in? Master is resting. But she said you can look for her if you came with a lady. She is waiting for you in the room. How did she know that she would come with Sima Yu? I got it, I'll go with little sister. Alright. Siyu brought Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu to Wu Man's courtyard. Initially, she thought that it wouldn't be nice if a guy went to Wu Man's courtyard and wanted Wu Lingyu to wait outside. Two female servants were keeping watch outside Wu Man's courtyard. When they saw them, they said, guys can't go in. Lingyu, why don't you wait for me outside? Sure. Siyu didn't expect that Wu Lingyu would agree so easily. He was like a shadow and followed Sima Yu everywhere except the bathroom. Master, please come to the hall and have some tea. It's alright, I'll wait here. Isn't this following too? Siyu knew he wouldn't change. It was because he listened to Sima Yu and also because this was a lady's courtyard, if not he would have followed in. Miss Yue, please follow me. The servants brought them into the courtyard. When Sima Yu went in, she noticed that Wu Man really loves red colors. The servant brought them to the small hall in the courtyard and said, you both wait here, master will come over soon. She left after she spoke. Not long after she left, Wu Man came in. Siyu and Sima Yu stood up quickly. Ant-Man. In charge Wu. Wu Man sat down on the seat of the host and said, I've told you at the restricted area to address me as Ant-Man like you are. Yes, Ant-Man. Ant-Man, we came here to ask you something. I've already guessed it. Wu Man sighed. That day, he told me he had to find his child's mother. I didn't think that I'd see his child with my own eyes after 10 over years. You mean? My father? Yes, your father, Sima Lu Xian. Wu Man fanned herself. I have already guessed it when I heard your name, you must be looking for your father here. Can Ant-Man tell me where my father is? I do know where your father is, but I can't tell you. Why? Sima Yu was unclear. She could sense that Wu Man had emotions when she mentioned her father, so why didn't she let her save her father? That place is too dangerous. If I told you, you'll definitely go and save him despite the danger. And if you go there, you might not even have a narrow chance to live. So it's pointless even if I told you. But I came here to save my father, I must go regardless how dangerous it is. I will save my father. Sima Yu said unhesitatingly, Ant-Man, please tell me where is my father. I'd been to where your father is. Wu Man didn't respond to her request. Instead, she reminisced about her past. I saw him, he used his own ways to resist. I wanted to save him, but he was unwilling. He said he didn't want to drag me down and he also made me promise him one thing. Ant-Man, what did you promise him? Siyu asked. He said, one day, someone will come here and look for him, either his wife or his daughter. Regardless who they are, he wants me to stop you guys and don't let you guys go near there. And don't tell you guys where he is. Sima Yu's heart thumped. Her father actually didn't allow others to leak his location. This showed that the place was dangerous. She felt sorry and hurt just thinking about that scarred life Jade. Father didn't allow them to look for him because he didn't want them to get into danger, but she couldn't let her father suffer any longer. Father. She felt sorry just thinking of her father. Seeing Wu Man had no intention of telling her where her father was, she stood up and walked to Wu Man and extended her hands in front of her and opened her hand. Wu Man stood up in shock seeing the thing in her hand as tears filled her eyes instantly. I think you know what this is. It's my father's life Jade. Sima Yu continued, my uncle told me it has been like that since I'm 10 years old. It has already been 40 years, my father has already suffered and injured for 40 years. It became worse recently and it's almost breaking into pieces soon. Ant-Man, my father can't hold it any longer. She was choked with sobs as she spoke and looked at Wu Man helplessly. Wu Man's body swayed after hearing what she said and muttered, he said he will come out on his own, he said he will be fine. Ant-Man, just tell little sister. She came here looking for her father and won't stop until she found him. See you persuaded. Also, didn't little sister establish a contract with me heir? It's so strong, nothing will happen. Wu Man was still at a loss, stuck between a promise and worries as she couldn't make a decision. Ant-Man, you're definitely not the only one in the whole of Ghost City that knows where my father is, I can ask others too, I won't give up. Hold up. Wu Man called out to her, you can't ask the others. Sima Yu turned and looked at her, why? Nobody dares to discuss what happened to your father. If you bump into her members, not only will you be unable to get any information, you might get caught as well. Her. Sima Yu saw fear in Wu Man's eyes when she mentioned her. She squinted her eyes. Wei Ming Dai. Wu Man sat on the chair with one hand holding onto the table, sighed and said, "You are as stubborn as him. And also as smart as him. I'm my father's child, of course I'm similar to him." Sima Yu continued, "Ant-Man, I know my father's name is something that shouldn't be mentioned in Ghost City. If someone mentioned his name, they will get caught. Can you tell me what exactly happened to my father here? Why is he being trapped now? Where is he exactly at?" Wu Man closed her eyes as she remembered the last time they met. He smiled confidently while saying that he would leave there one day. No one spoke in the house. After a long while, Wu Man started talking with heartache exhaustedly. "Something happened in the restricted area right when your father just got here. City Lord brought him here as she didn't know why it happened. That was the first time I saw him." Wu Man muttered as she reminisced while describing. He recognized Mi Er at once. At that time, the seal was almost broken by it. For some unknown reason, the City Lord couldn't use spiritual energy too. It was him who thought of a way to suppress it for 2 days so that the City Lord could regain her power and reseal it again. Because of that, Wei Ming Dai treated Sima Lu Xian as a guest of honor and invited him to stay in the city. Sima Lu Xian initially rejected. He wanted to get to Ghost Realm urgently at that time. He wouldn't have the mood to stay for fun. So he bidded farewell to Wei Ming Dai after staying for 2 days. Wei Ming Dai already fell for him that time. To put it straight, she was already obsessed with him. Knowing that he was going to Ghost Realm to look for his wife, she made it sound like an official business and shouldn't interrupt him, but in her heart, she never had the intention to let him go. She said that she would be 1,000 years old in a few days, hoping that he would stay and only leave after the celebration. Sima Lu Xian didn't want to make things ugly for her. Secondly, it might be a great help if he could get some information before going to Ghost Realm, so he agreed. Few days later, Wei Ming Dai actually got some ghosts to come over. Sima Lu Xian got some information from them. Some of it was similar to what Yuka Luo told him, so he believed them. After a few days, Wei Ming Dai's 1000th birthday was here. Everyone in the city celebrated for her. And Sima Lu Xian, as a bright-sides human, he was treated with unprecedented courtesy and some of them were unhappy with it. Although those people were unhappy and wanted to kill Sima Lu Xian, he didn't care about them. Just as he was going to accept the challenge, Wei Ming Dai killed all those people. The celebration turned into a deathly stillness in an instant. Nobody knew why Wei Ming Dai suddenly got so angry. But Wu Man, who was also a woman, knew why, so she sat in her seats without doing anything. "City Lord, those people just wanted to swap pointers with brother Lu Xian, why did you?" Once Wei Ming Dai stared angrily at those who spoke, they kneeled down when they couldn't tolerate the pressure. "Lu Xian is a benefactor of Ghost City, who are you to provoke?" She said grimly, "Those who provoke him equals to provoking me. Why, do I need your consent to kill 2 people? I wouldn't dare." Those who were on the floor exclaimed quickly. They hated Sima Lu Xian to death but didn't dare to say anything else. "Then get out." Those that could get into the City Lord's residence were of high status in Ghost City. She already killed 2 people, but to assure them, she wouldn't kill anyone casually even if she was the City Lord. Those people left the City Lord's residence unwillingly. Everyone looked at Sima Lu Xian differently, but they whispered below. Sima Lu Xian frowned as he heard the discussions. They were saying that he was the City Lord's members so and so. He stood up and told Wei Ming Dai, "Your Excellency, I've stayed long enough in Ghost City. I plan to leave after celebrating Your Excellency's birthday celebration, so, I wish to bid farewell to Your Excellency here. I'll get moving tomorrow morning." Wei Ming Dai's pretty face became dull and said, "Lu Xian, why are you rushing? Today, I have something to announce to the people of the city as well." She clapped her hands after she spoke. "I once got an essence of the Eye of Earth, materialized into an ice crystal. I heard that this is very useful for humans when they are cultivating." Wei Ming Dai looked at Sima Lu Xian. "Today, I will use this in Ghost City as dowry. Lu Xian, will you marry me?" Everyone gasped. The wine cup in Wu Man's hand almost slipped onto the table. The 2 servants opened the boxes. The one on the left had something glittering and translucent inside and the right one held the City Lord's Imperial Jade Seal. They looked at the things in the box. Was Wei Ming Dai proposing in front of everyone? Sima Yu's face turned black like her father did the last time after she heard what Wu Man said. "You old hag. How dare you take advantage of my father? Damn, you better not fall into my hands, or else I will let you know why Flowey is so popular." She scolded in her heart. What happened next? Siyu's eyes widened. She never knew that the old demoness proposed in front of everyone. What was she doing 50 years ago? It seemed like she was in seclusion 2 days before City Lord's birthday celebration. When she asked about Sima Lu Xian after coming out of seclusion, she was warned not to mention that name again. She never thought that she would miss all these just by missing the birthday celebration. After that, Sima Lu Xian's face blackened when Wu Man said all these. He already told her that he would be leaving the next day. She actually said all these in front of everyone. Was she trying to force him to stay? What a pity, he would never be forced by anyone. He saw his wife being taken away with his own eyes on the day itself and it already hurt him so much. How was it possible to accept another woman now? "City Lord, I told you, I'm married and have a kid. This is too much, I can't accept it." A commotion started in the hall. Everyone looked at Sima Lu Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Wei Ming Dai was the most beautiful and powerful person in Ghost City. She was also the City Lord. It would be every man's dream to marry her. But he rejected it without any hesitation. It made people itched with hate as he rejected beauty and rights. Wei Ming Dai's face turned sour when he rejected bluntly, but no one asked her to fall for him. "Lu Xian, I know it's too sudden to say this. But this is from the bottom of my heart. Don't be so quick to reject, give it a thought. I don't have to think as I don't intend to stay. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord. Lu Xian." Wei Mingdai started getting angry as he rejected again. City Lord, I told you just now that I'm leaving the next morning. Sima Lu Xian said. No, I don't allow it. It's my freedom to leave, I don't think I need City Lord's permission. Pfft, this is Ghost City, it's my place, do you think you can be free from disobeying me? Wei Mingdai continued, guards, escort Lu Xian down. 2 guards came up and said, Master Sima, please. Once Sima Lu Xian saw this formation, were they planning to lock him up? He grinned with a cold smile. Before he could speak, Wu Man who sat at the bottom of the main seat said, City Lord, today is your birthday, don't let this get to you. Master Sima couldn't digest what you said as this is too sudden. It would be a loss if the friendship is affected by this. Sima Lu Xian couldn't say what he wanted as she intercepted. Wei Mingdai knew that what Wu Man said was logical, all she wanted was to keep Sima Lu Xian, and not straining their relations. She rubbed her brows and waved to the others and said, I'm tired, let's dismiss for today. Everyone glanced at each other, no one dared to get on her bad side as she was still suppressing her anger and everyone quickly dispersed. Wu Man and Meng Sha left, leaving Wei Mingdai and Sima Lu Xian alone. No one knew what happened after. The next thing they knew was that on the second day morning, City Lord Manor sent people to look for Sima Lu Xian. At last, at the city's gate, Sima Lu Xian and members from City Lord Manor started fighting. One defeated 10 people of the same rank. But Wei Mingdai came and chased him towards the direction of Sunset Mountain. Then he locked himself in the Sunset Mountain and Wei Mingdai waited outside Sunset Mountain. Wu Man took that chance when she was looking for Wei Mingdai to secretly meet Sima Lu Xian who was trapped in the mountain. But because Wei Mingdai was paranoid, they only met for a short while. So, my father is trapped in Sunset Mountain now. Sima Yu felt sorry for her father after hearing what Wu Man said. Yes. So he is really there. You know about Sunset Mountain? Wu Man was curious this time. Little people knew about Sunset Mountain, even people in Ghost City didn't know about it. I know. Sima Yu nodded. Didn't Mu Lianjia go to Sunset Mountain? Thinking of him, she hesitated and asked, Ant-Man, do you know anyone who went to Sunset Mountain 7 years ago? 7 years ago, are you talking about Mu Lianjia? Yes. Did he really go to Sunset Mountain? But he was found out by the City Lord, so. Sima Yu's heart sank, so he really. What do we do with Mu Si now? So it turns out that you heard about Sunset Mountain from here. Wu Man continued, I can confirm that Mu Lianjia is already dead. I saw how he was killed by the City Lord with my own eyes. You better not let the City Lord knows about Mu Si's existence. I understand. Sima Yu nodded. The City Lord was definitely enraged when Mu Lianjia went to save her father, she would definitely take it out on him if she knew about Mu Si. Alright, I've already told you what you want to know. Ant-Man, how did the Sunset Mountain come about? Why is my father trapped inside for so long? Why does nobody knows about it? Where is it exactly? Wu Man stared at her, she sighed as Sima Yu looked at her stubbornly and continued explaining, Sunset Mountain is the most ancient mine, your father used that complex force to separate himself from the City Lord and trapped himself at the same time. How powerful is the force there? Is it more powerful than Mi-Air? Wu Man remembered how powerful Mi-Air was when it erupted, it's probably the same. After all, that is a mine, it will be more complicated. True. Siyu nodded. We will know who's more powerful after they compete. Sima Yu continued, will that mine compromise the safety of Ghost City? How do you know? That day when Wei Mingdai strikes, I noticed that she is very powerful. If it's purely force, I don't think she can't solve it after so many years. The force there must be very important, that's why she doesn't dare to touch it. Right? Wu Man looked at Sima Yu, she didn't think that she would be that smart. Indeed. She opened her red fan and fanned lightly, she came back from her memories and went back to normal. Ghost City is a city that floats in mid-air. The builders realized that the ground floats in mid-air with something dragging it from below, so they followed the power and investigated. At the end, they followed all the way to the direction of Sunset Mountain. I didn't think that my father would go to Sunset Mountain accidentally. Although it was dangerous, it gave him a glimpse of hope. Sima Yu continued, Ant-Man, can you tell me how to go to Sunset Mountain? You're going to Sunset Mountain? Yes. Do you know how dangerous Sunset Mountain is? Although I haven't seen it, I can imagine it. But I know that if I don't go, my father might. So, I must go no matter how dangerous it is. Wu Man sighed, both father and daughter were stubborn. After a long while, she spoke, since I can't stop you. Stop you, then I'll tell you. Since the City Lord is in the city, you won't bump into her if you go there. Sima Yu was happy, she stood up and bowed to Wu Man and said gratefully, thank you Ant-Man. Don't thank me. Leave as soon as possible if you can really save your father, go back to your world. Never come back again. Wu Man urged. I understand. Sima Yu nodded solemnly. Father could hold on for so long because he borrowed the force from Sunset Mountain. Once they left there, they would be chased and killed by Wei Mingdai. They wouldn't have the power to resist. After which, Wu Man told her how to go to Sunset Mountain. To protect Sunset Mountain, she fixed up an illusion array and had to get through the illusion array to go near it. Thank you Ant-Man. Sima Yu bowed again to Wu Man, you should take a rest, we shall not disturb you anymore. After knowing where her father was, she was eager to save her father. Sunset Mountain is very huge, although I've told you where it is, I don't know where he is right now. If you go over there, you have to be quick because the City Lord will go there very quickly. I'll try my best to delay her, but I don't know how long I can delay her. Ant-Man, that old witch is so scary, if she know that you delay her on purpose, will she punish you? Siyu asked worriedly. Wu Man laughed lightly, would I be that obvious? Then what do you intend to do? Sima Yu asked. If she had to give up Wu Man's life to save her father, both father and daughter wouldn't be happy about it. Wu Man originally didn't want to say, but after seeing Sima Yu's gaze, she smiled deeper. It will definitely trouble her. Alright, no harm telling you guys. Didn't my conflict with Zhang Hao get deeper? Since it's already like that, then just let it explode. If both in charge argues, she won't leave it alone. Wu Man continued, you don't have to be guilty of anything, I'd already fallen out with Zhang Hao way before, if I don't explode now, it will be the same sooner or later. I'm only pushing it forward. Sima Yu knew Wu Man said this so she wouldn't feel guilty, but she would keep this in mind. Wu Man still felt passionate and righteous to her father, it was a pity that father already had mother and she was unable to return the favor. She would forever owe her one. She bowed to Wu Man to show her expression. Wu Man was a smart woman, her eyes became bleak seeing her like that and understood what she meant. Siyu saw Ant-Man who doted on her the most was unhappy and sighed intolerably. It seemed like loving someone who shouldn't be loved would be very bitter. What about him? Would he be her right one? At this time, the servant walked in and said, Master Zhe is here, he said he is looking for Miss Yuer and Miss Yu. Looking for us? Did something happen? Siyu stood up and questioned. He didn't say. But he seems anxious. The servant replied. We only came out for a while and eldest brother is here, did something happen? Siyu said as she walked out, Sima Yu and Wu Man went out too. Zhe was waiting impatiently in the courtyard, he only sighed in relief after seeing them. Eldest brother, why are you here? Did something happen? Siyu went up and asked. I just got the news that the Zhang clan sent people over to catch you guys. So I came over to check on you guys. Zhe became relieved, it was all good as long as they were fine. How dare the Zhang clan come here? They're asking for it. Siyu didn't care about the Zhang clan or Li clan because she never asked about all this. But she got angry because recently they learnt that Sima Yu knew about something and dared to come here to make a mess. Zhang clan members are here again? They really won't give up. Sima Yu said. Again? Little sister, you know about it? The last time when I went to look for Rascal Third, 2 Paragon rankers followed me. I ended up killing those 2 people. I didn't expect that they would send people over again. Sima Yu said. How dare Zhang Hao come to my place, seems like he decided to tear into each other. Wu Man sneered. She was worried that she wouldn't get a chance to tear into each other, now Zhang Hao sent himself right to her doorsteps. Alright, I'll send you guys back, also I need to discuss something with your father. She told everyone. Sima Yu and Siyu somehow guessed what it was, they guessed that it had something to do with dealing with the Zhang clan. Although Yu wanted to go over now, out of respect, she still had to go back to let them know. Also, Third Mo and the rest was still at C residence, she couldn't leave them there and walked away. A group of people went back to C clan, Wu Man went to look for C Kong, Sima Yu was prepared to tell Third Mo and the rest and let C Kong know, then immediately head toward Sunset Mountain. She came back to the courtyard and Third Mo was already awake. This bit of wine was nothing to him, in addition to her sober pills, he didn't have any hangover when he woke up. Sima Yu's heart aches when she saw Mu Si, how was she going to tell him that he waited for his father for so long when his father had already died years ago? Mu Si saw Sima Yu coming back, his cold eyes shined and said, You are back? Have you gotten any information? Sima Yu walked over, looking at this teen who was taller than her by a head and said, Mu Si, if your father is not around anymore, would you want to stay here or would you go with me? Mu Si's body froze, he looked at Sima Yu in disbelief. My father is already. Seeing Sima Yu nod her head, his obstinate eyes became wet instantly. Ant-Man is very sure, she said she saw it with her own eyes. Sima Yu knew that this was very cruel, but she had to tell him the truth. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. If she goes to find her father now and found him, she would have to leave immediately to avoid trouble. But before that, she must resolve Mu Si's matter. If Mu Si would be willing to go with her, with Heartbreak Valley, he would be able to make a name for himself. If he's unwilling to leave, she would ask Siyu to give him a worry-free life. Therefore, she would need to tell him the truth and let him make a decision. Mu Si, I know you are sad, but I must tell you the truth now. She patted Mu Si on the shoulder. I know my father's whereabouts, and I will set out to look for him. After I find him, I will leave straight away and never come back. So, do you want to go with me or stay? She was leaving. His father was gone. If you are willing to go with me, I will certainly take care of you. Mu Si didn't expect he needed to make a decision so soon. He felt his heart ached when he thought of her leaving him. No, I will go with you. Mu Si interrupted. I will leave with you. Do you need to reconsider? Mu Si shook his head. I stay here to wait for my father. He is no longer here. It doesn't make much sense for me to stay here. I actually want you to go with me. Ant-Man said your father was killed by Wei Ming Dai. If she knew of your existence, she might go bother you. It's best to leave here. Sima Yu said. Since you have decided, let's go say goodbye to C family head with me. Sure. If someone wanted him to go with them, he would not be willing. But if the person was her, he was willing to take a bet. Sima Yu took them to C Kong's study room. Perhaps Wu Man had already told him. When they arrived in the courtyard, the guard did not stop them, and the other guard at the door went in to report. The guard quickly came back and made a gesture to them to enter. Greetings to Si family head. Si Kong waved his hand. I heard you are leaving. Yes. Sima Yu nodded. I'm sorry to have added a lot of trouble to the mansion these days. Except for the mine, there are not many things. Everyone knew who he was indicating to. We will. Thank you, Si family head. Si Kong watched her take out a spatial room. What is this? This is a thunderbolt bullet. Si Kong willed and a thunderbolt bullet appeared in his hand. His mouth twitched as he examined the small iron ball. Is this thing useful for cultivator? If a low monarch rank injected spirit power into it, it would produce an upper monarch rank power. It only needs a little spirit power. Sima Yu added, and so on. Really? Si Kong and the others had seen spirit artifacts that can enhance the strength of the spirit masters, but this was the first time they saw this. If Si family head is interested, you can find a place to experiment. Alright. Si Kong opened a space tunnel and took the people in the room in. When they exited, they were in a wasteland outside the city. I happen to be a low monarch rank, so let me show you. Sima Yu took out a small iron ball. She injected spirit power into it, and threw it towards the distant mountain. Boom, dash. A mountain was directly blasted away, and rocks sprayed around. Fortunately, they were far away, or the fish pond would be affected. Si Kong and others witnessed the power. Joy flashed in their eyes. They had clearly seen that Sima Yu only injected a small amount of spirit power in it. But it exploded with such great power. As she said before, the effects of spirit power were different for different ranks. Mainly, this thing did not consume much spirit power. If the spirit power for attack was used to activate this, it can activate at least a dozen thunderbolt. Most importantly, Sima Yu gave him a bunch of these things. Not one or two, a bunch. Considering the power that they could unleash, Si Kong looked at Sima Yu more pleasingly. They originally were kind to her because of Siyu. They didn't expect her to return anything. If they were to have a fallout with the Zhang family, they definitely would have fights. This thing is quite good. He glanced at Wu Lingyu. Si family head, since we're here, we won't be going back. Alright, you guys. Before Si Kong told them to be careful, he sensed the space fluctuated. Steward, family head, city lord invites. The city lord is looking for us? Did they say anything? No, but they specified that you must take young Miss Si Qin along. Si Qin, wasn't it a name Sima Yu causally used? Everyone frowned. Wei Mingdai specifically asked them to take along Sima Yu. Could they have discovered something? There was a moment of silent anger, before Si Kong waved his hand and ordered, I see, you can leave. Yes, family head. Sima Yu suddenly understood that this place belonged to the Si family. Otherwise, the two guards would not be able to come here. Father, why did the old witch want us to go other? Even little sister needs to go. Did she discovered something off with the Mi heir in the forbidden area? It shouldn't be. If that's the case, she would be inviting us, rather than sending someone to capture us. Is it just to thank her? Hard to say. Anyways, little sister is leaving. She might as well not go. No, if she doesn't go, it would arouse the city lord's suspicions. She is a very paranoid person. Once she's suspicious of Yu, it would be difficult for Yu to leave. If this is the case, let's go see the city lord. But, what if she is against you? She probably won't. If she really is against me, I have a way to leave. Alright, let's go. Send them back first. Sima Yu didn't want Mu Si and them to go with her. What if something happened to them when she left? She wanted to go back and send them to her little realm. I'm with you. Wu Lingyu understood what she was thinking and took her hand. Although Wei Mingdai was only 1,000 years old, she had been in Paragon rank for many years. If it weren't for Sima Lu Xian who caused trouble in the past 50 years, her strength would be higher. Though he hadn't met Wei Ming did, he knew how dangerous that woman was. Therefore, he must accompany her. Sure. Sima Yu was relieved with Wu Lingyu. She would still have him to depend on if something happened. So, she sent Mu Si and Di Wu back to the courtyard. When there was no one, she opened her little realm and sent them in, leaving her and Wu Lingyu left. The two went to find Si Kong and them. Si Kong and Wu Man were done preparing. Afterwards, Wu Man and Si Kong boarded a carriage. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu boarded the carriage behind. Inside the carriage, Sima Yu leaned on Wu Lingyu's shoulder while holding hands. Lingyu, if we have to fight with the old witch, can we leave unscathed? You were quite confident just now. Why are you asking this question now? Wu Lingyu teased. I don't believe in your strength. Once you take action, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Sima Yu said. However, with your physical condition, can you take action? Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Did that guy follow you? That guy had eaten the old fellow from Sage Pavilion in one bite. Its strength wasn't low. If it was here, Wu Lingyu would not need to take action if something happened. Anyways, they were not outside, so it was okay to not hold back. You should believe in my ability. Sima Yu glared at him. But since he said so, it meant there was no problem. The beast carriage rode them to the city lord's mansion. Wasn't it troublesome to come back and forth every time? Master, it may seem far away from the forbidden area, but there is a tunnel connecting them. Sima Yu noticed she was referring to them. No wonder he yearned for freedom so much. She suddenly felt pity. Mi heir, after we go out, if you want to go anywhere, I won't restrict you. She thought Mi heir would be happy. She didn't expect this guy's reaction was, you don't want me anymore? Huh? Sima Yu was stunned. Your other contract beasts hadn't left, and you want me to leave. You don't me anymore? What are you thinking about? Sima Yu wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry because of his aggrieved look. It's not that I don't want you. I mean you can go out and travel without staying by my side. When I have things to do, if you stay by my side, you would be bound to me. Aren't you eager to look around? So it's not you don't want me. Mi-er was relieved. When your matter is resolved, I will consider whether to leave. Sima Yuyu's lips curved up. This guy wasn't bad. He was just longing for freedom. In their Mi-er heard of what the other contract spirit beasts talk about her previous stuff. Although he did not understand, it made him interested in her life. In their words, if he wanted to go outside, he might as well follow Yuyu. It would be much more amazing than alone. He had never seen the outside world. Based on what they said, it was a good thing to be by her side. He might follow her for a while. If it wasn't as good, it wouldn't be too late to leave. Sima Yuyu was too busy with the matter with mind that she didn't pay attention to the communication between the spirit beasts. The speed of the beast carriage was fast. Sima Yuyu and Wu Lingyu got off the beast carriage. They discovered they were not the only carriages here. Several others were passing by. Wu Man and Si Kong also came down. The coachman drove the beat carriage away to a parking place. Humph. A cold snort with force was directed at Sima Yuyu. Wu Lingyu was about to counterattack, when Wu Man waved her red fan in her hand to stop it. She snapped the red fan casually as she glanced at Zhang Hao, who just got off the beast carriage behind them. She quietly said, Zhang Hao, what, do you want to kill people at the gate of the city lord's mansion? Previous chapter. Faced with Wu Man's questioning, Zhang Hao coldly snorted. He didn't reply and went straight into the city lord's mansion. The air around Wu Lingyu grew cold. If it hadn't Wu Man to intervene, he might have peeled Zhang Hao's skin off. Don't be impulsive, we still need him later. Sima Yuyu grabbed Wu Lingyu's hand. Zhang Hao scented killing intent. When he looked back, he couldn't find who it was. I won't ruin your plan. Wu Lingyu suppressed his killing intent before Zhang Hao turned around. Zhang Hao did not see anyone. He thought it was Sima Yuyu or Wu Man who wanted to kill him. He sneered at them before entering the mansion. This Zhang Hao is getting increasingly arrogant. Wu Man said indifferently. Even without you, the conflict will also explode. Let's enter. As soon as they entered, a maidservant came to greet them. Greetings to Steward Zhang, Si family head. Sima Yuyu nodded at her. Lian Xiang, is the city lord well? Wu Man asked. Yes, the city lord left close cultivation early this morning. She has completely recovered. Early this morning. City lord said that she wanted to host a special banquet for your hard work in the forbidden area. Wu Man and Si Kong were taken aback. Banquet? Why did the city lord suddenly want to host a banquet? They thought it was Wei Mingdai discovered something and asked for Sima Yuyu to come along. After all, she was the one who resolved the matter. That also explained why Zhang Hao and them were invited. Lian Xiang did not take them into the banquet hall, instead led them to another courtyard in the mansion. Steward, Si family head, Miss Si Qing, Master is waiting for you inside. Aren't we directly going to the banquet hall? Master said she wanted to talk to you before the banquet starts. Please. Sima Yuyu and the others entered the guest hall. Before they sat down, Wei Mingdai came in from outside. Greetings to City Lord. Let's drop the formalities. We're all acquaintances, just sit down. Wei Mingdai waved her hand. She came in the main seat and sat down. She glanced at Sima Yuyu. Because of the urgent matter that day, I did not get to properly thank you. You're Si Qin, right? To reply to City Lord, yeah, I really wanted to thank you for this matter. Without you, I'm afraid Ghost City would no longer exist. Wei Mingdai said gratefully. This is what Si Qin should do. I believe if it were someone else, they would definitely help out if they can. Unexpectedly, you have such a good mentality at such a young age. It's really good. City Lord is overpraising. Wei Mingdai clapped her hand. Lian Xiang brought up a plate with black sandalwood and 3 rings. This is a section cut from a 10,000-year-old black sandalwood tree. Thank you, City Lord. The other 3 rings are prepared by them. Did Steward Zhang and others prepare it? Yes. Since you are someone from Wu Man's side. The 3 parties naturally want to thank you. Haha, thank you, City Lord and the stewards. It was full of things. It seems the 3 parties had paid a lot. Speaking of which, I also prepared a thank you gift. Oh. Didn't you say she was a Si family daughter? PFFF, that was something Siyu, that girl made up. Wu Man chuckled. You know, Si family had spoiled that girl a lot. She met Si Qin while playing outside and brought her back. Unexpectedly they met with problems in the forbidden area. Zhang Hao angered so much that she claimed to be Si Kong's adopted daughter. Therefore, we are not familiar with her. That's the case. Where is Si Qin from? How did she meet Siyu? In reply to City Lord, I am not actually from Ghost City. When Siyu was playing outside, she was attracted by my cooking and hence we got to know each other. You're going back? Yes. My father is strict. He doesn't allow me to go out to play. I followed Siyu in without telling my family. Heh, Si Qin was telling me before we entered that she was preparing to go back. Otherwise she would be punished. I originally planned to keep her here for a longer period of time. Since she said that, it was hard to ask more. Ant-Man. You're laughing at me. Sima Yuyu pouted angrily at Wu Man, like a child. Wu Lingyu played with the ring in his hand as his eyes flickered. This girl had never acted coquettishly with him. She always appeared mature and sophisticated since they met. She was different when she acted coquettish. If she acted coquettishly with him. Thinking of this, his mouth perked up. He happily decided that he would have a try when they go back. Wei Mingdai watched Sima Yuyu's interactions with Wu Man. Her eyes flickered. Since you are here in Ghost City, then play some more. If you're afraid your father will punish him, I will send someone to talk to him. I think he will give me face. When Sima Yu heard her words, her expression revealed a trace of distress. Why, this won't do. Your father's not giving me any face? Wei Mingdai asked solemnly. If City Lord goes to talk with my father, it would definitely be okay. But in a while it's going to be my mother's birthday, and I have to hurry back. Sima Yu spoke with hesitation. She glanced at Wei Mingdai cautiously. She appeared to be somewhat angry, so she quickly returned a smile. But my mother's birthday is some time away. I can play for a few more days before going back. By then, I would need City Lord's help. Seeing Sima Yu compelling, Wei Mingdai smiled again. I will leave this to your Ant-Man to do. You will definitely not be punished. Thank you City Lord, thank you Ant-Man. Sima Yu saluted to the two before going back to her seat. Wu Man, Si Qin is our Ghost City's benefactor. You have to deal with this matter. You can't get her punished because we kept her here. Wei Mingdai exhorted. I will, City Lord. Don't worry about that. Can I still handle a small matter like this? Wu Man smiled. It's good to hear you say that. Wei Mingdai was assured of Wu Man's ability. She turned her attention back to Sima Yu. By the way, I heard that thing in the forbidden area was driven back by your contract beast. Can you show me how powerful is your spirit beast? Sima Yu didn't expect her to actually want to see Blackie. Thinking of Blackie's current appearance, she thought that no one can tell what Blackie was. So she called him out. Woof woof woof. As soon as Blackie came out, he barked at Sima Yu twice and then Wei Mingdai twice. Is this a dog? Wei Mingdai was surprised. On that day, Blackie did not utter a sound. She drove everyone away after arriving at the Forbidden area. She didn't pay much attention to Blackie. After listening to her subordinates praised how powerful it was, that it could force that thing to return obediently. She never thought that it would like this. So now when she heard it barked, she was really surprised. Blackie is not a dog. He looks like a dog, but is much more powerful than a dog. Oh. Not a dog? What is it? I am not sure either. When I met him, he was like this. After being with me for more than a decade, I never saw him like this. But Blackie is definitely not a dog. The more she made Blackie extraordinary, the better she could dispel the others' doubt about it. I also believe it is not a dog. Wei Mingdai smiled. A normal dog can't let that thing in the forbidden area stop. The City Lord also thinks he is powerful, right? I knew the City Lord was different. She tried to make herself simple and cute, so that Wei Mingdai felt that she was an ordinary woman and wouldn't continue to place attention on her. However, there was a hint of vigilance in her heart. Wei Mingdai thanked her again repeatedly, and now she asking Blackie. Was she interested in her? If so, how could she save her father? Blackie has no spirit power. Can Blackie recover his spirit power? Should be so. That's great. Woof woof woof. Blackie barked twice. Others didn't know if it was happy or it didn't understand her. Actually, it is easy to check if Blackie is a waste. You don't have to wait for it to regain its strength. Really? Sima Yu looked at her incredulously. There was joy present in her eyes as she asked urgently, really, I can know without waiting for him to recover? Yes. That's excellent. Isn't he very determined for the thing in the forbidden area? It has been sealed by me for now, so I can't use it to prove him. But as long as you find something like it and record the scene of it dealing with that thing, you can prove it to him if you bring it to show others? Is there anything similar to it in other places? Sima Yu became interested. Where is it? In a very secret place. Wei Mingdai replied. If you want to go, only I can take you there. City Lord. Wu Man called out disapprovingly. She attracted Wei Mingdai's dissatisfied gaze. Why, are you against it? City Lord, do you want Blackie to go there? How can outsiders go to that place? What, do this City Lord need your agreement to make a decision? This subordinate does not dare. Wu Man lowered her head. She wondered how to help Sima Yu decline it, but Wei Mingdai did not repeat things twice. If she urged too much, she would become suspicious. But if Sima Yu go with her, then everything would be messed up. Sima Yu's eyes flashed brightly. She also guessed what Wei Mingdai meant. She wanted her to use Blackie to push back the force in Sunset Mountain. Without the force protection, her father would be captured by her again. It turned out that this old witch was planning that. As she thought inside, she smiled at Wei Mingdai. City Lord, what is that place? When can we go? I must make them see that Blackie is not a waste. Sims Yu's reaction startled the others. Did she know the consequences of agreeing to Wei Mingdai? City Lord, no one has ever gone to that place before, more ever so, she is just an outsider. Wu Man disagreed. I have already decided. You don't need to say any more. Wei Mingdai was firm. When are we going to go? Sima Yu asked. We'll go after the banquet is finished, how about it? Go after the banquet? Sima Yu acted embarrassed. Can we go 2 days later? I want to tell Siyu. Although Wei Mingdai was anxious and did not want to explain, she nodded. Then after 2 days, I will send someone to get you in 2 days. Since City Lord has decided, let us go with you. We can take her there directly. Wu Man suggested. No need. I will take her there. You will be taking charge of the city matters. Wei Mingdai refused. Ant-Man, there are so many matters in the city every day, so you don't have to go. Anyways, we will be back when we recorded Blackie forcing that thing back. Sima Yu said. Then. Alright. Wu Man nodded. Lord City Lord, can I come find you when it's time? Sima Yu asked, I don't know if I can come back here alive when I step out of Sea family. Wei Mingdai recalled what the maid said the other day about how she and Zhang family were in conflict. She immediately understood what she meant. Don't worry, no one will dare to touch you. Thank you City Lord. Sima Yu got up and bowed to Wei Mingdai cheerfully. Heh, really a sensible child. Wei Mingdai praised. Sima Yu felt a chill. She appeared to be kind and understanding. If Yu didn't know how she forced her father to marry her and she wanted to use her to force her father out, she would really thought she was a good person. They chatted for a while. Lian Xiang came in and saluted to everyone. Master, the banquet is about to begin. It's already time. Lian Xiang, take them to the banquet hall ahead. I'll change into new clothes. Wei Mingdai ordered. Everyone in the guest room stood up and saluted to Wei Mingdai before following Lian Xiang. Wei Mingdai sat in her position and did not move. At this time, another maid came from behind, waiting to change her clothes. Shiyu, what do you think of that Sima Yu? Wei Mingdai asked. This maid thinks she is like any other young Mississippi. Shiyu answered. Really? But why do I feel she is different? On a closer look, she is the same. Wei Mingdai said puzzledly. It doesn't matter how she is as long as she is able to help master. Shiyu replied. That's right. When she forces these things back, I want to see how he can shield himself. To Sima Lu Shua, Wei Mingdai was ambivalent. The two had been in a deadlock for so long that she no longer could tell if she loved or hated him. But she knew she had to force him out. If they couldn't stay together, she would destroy him and have him live in her heart forever. Let's go. To change clothes. On the other side, Lian Xiang led everyone to the banquet hall. When they left the courtyard, Wu Man told Lian Xiang. Alright, Lian Xiang. We know how to get to the banquet hall. You can go do the other things. This had occurred before. Lian Xiang didn't think much about it and left. After Lian Xiang left, Wu Man set up a soundproof spirit barrier and looked at Sima Yu solemnly. Do you know what you agreed to now? Do you know, what are the consequences of going with her? I know. Sima Yu replied. But by then, besides cooperating with her, do I have other options? Then you shouldn't agree to her so rashly. Wu Man was really angry. If you lose your life because of this, how can I still face your father in the future? Ant-Man, don't worry. I will be fine. Sima Yu said. Regardless of what kind of reason she was protecting her for. She was still grateful for her. Even if you go with her, when you meet your father, how will you escape from her hands? I have Ling Yu. This was a decision she made on her way here. Since Wu Lingyu said there was no problem. It was going to be no problem. Him? Wu Man frowned, disbelievingly. Wu Lingyu seems to be only 200 or 300 years old. How strong could he be? How about I ask City Lord to let me go with you all? She said. I can help you drag some time. Ant-Man, if you go, how can you stay in the city? Manner, Yu is right. Since she promised City Lord, then she has certainty. Don't worry about it. Wu Man also understood Si Kong's reasoning. What nonsense. Ant-Man, don't be angry. Let's hurry to the banquet. If we delayed any longer, it will attract the attention of others. Let's go. Wu Man removed the spirit barrier and took them to the banquet hall. Sure enough, by the time they arrived, Zhang Hao, Meng Sha, and Luo Qi had already arrived. Behind them were seated their elders of their respective area. Why are you so slow? We talked with the City Lord for some time before we came here. What are you at the City Lord's? Do you think everyone is narrow-minded like you? Wu Man rolled her eyes at him. The City Lord wanted to meet Si Qin and thank her for the matter in the forbidden area. By the way, she gave her your presents. Hump. I'll see how long you can be proud. One man smiled complexly and said nothing. After a while, Wei Mingdai came in with Lian Xiang and Shiyu. Everyone stood up to greet them. Forgo the formalities. Lian Xiang and Shiyu had people arrange a seat next to the throne. Previous chapter. Sima Yu noticed everyone's reaction. It was just a seat by her side, why did they have to react so greatly? City Lord, that position was prepared for young City Lord. To let this young child sit here would not be too suitable, right? Zhang Hao was the first to ask. Don't we not have a young City Lord right now? Si Qin saved the lives of all our citizens, so what if she takes a seat here? Wei Mingdai said, child, come here. Sima Yu only now understood that everyone thought that Wei Mingdai wanted her to become the young City Lord. When she saw Zhang Hao Shuai's expression turn increasingly ugly, she smiled as she said to Wei Mingdai, thank you, your highness City Lord. In that case, I, Si Qin, will humbly accept your request. After saying this she went to the short desk that they had prepared for her before arrogantly lifting up her chin towards Zhang Hao. Si Qin is not someone from Ghost City, but is someone that Siyu brought in from the outside. I got her to sit here merely because I want to express my gratitude and also serve as a reminder to you all that she is your savior who rescued you all. The City Lord was usually chosen by the entire Ghost City. That was why any person here, even anyone from any city could become the young City Lord. If a person suddenly appeared and declared themselves as the young City Lord, wouldn't that snatch the benefit from everyone? Hearing Wei Mingdai explain it allowed everyone to recollect themselves. Initially, when the situation occurred in the forbidden area, I did not have the time to rush back. I have troubled everyone. Now, I raise a toast to everyone. This wine was not particularly pleasing to drink, so Sima Yu merely raised the cup and took a light swig. When those below saw her chatting so happily with Wei Mingdai, they started to make calculations in their hearts. He had initially planned to capture her, torture then kill her. Even if Si Kong and the others demanded for her, it would only increase the problems between the north and the south. However, right now, she had Wei Mingdai's attention. She had also openly expressed how she felt about her. If anything were to happen to her right now, he would definitely be caught and punished by Wei Mingdai. It didn't matter. In any case, City Lord was going to return to Sunset Mountain anyway. It wouldn't be too late to act at that time. Some issues had arisen within the minds of those clans. If the issues couldn't be resolved, the banquet didn't last that long because everyone still had to return to deal with the mines. After all, the reason for this gathering was not to gather everyone. It was merely to get Sima Yu to come over and let everyone know that they were not to touch her. Si Qin, we will move after 2 days. When they returned to the Si clan, Si Yu hurried over the moment she heard the news. Little sis, father said that you promised to go with that old witch? How could you agree? She definitely wants you to go just because she wants you to return stability to Sunset Mountain and make it easier to kidnap your father. When the time comes and you've managed to rescue your father, how could you possibly escape right under her nose? It's not certain yet who will end up killing whom. Pfft, you really are confident. I'm guessing she should be around the advanced Paragon rank, and is going to enter the Emperor rank soon. I don't know whether or not she's near Emperor rank, but there was a middle-ranked Emperor who went to challenge her, but she defeated him just like that. Siyu said, that's why you can just imagine how powerful she is. She is pretty strong. But there will always be someone stronger. Sima Yu said, in any case, the situation at that time shows she intentionally wants me to go. If I rejected her, she would probably get bad and it would be hard to carry on the later part of the plan. Siyu felt that it was true as well. Saying these things wouldn't change anything. Alright then, we'll talk again once you're out of seclusion. Sima Yu smiled as she sent her off before getting Wu Lingyu to set up a barrier to block the outside world from coming in here. Then she took him into her spirit pagoda. You're going to refine pills? Sima Yu took out all her pill methods on healing injuries and said, not me though. I still don't know these pill methods, so I'm going to need your help. Wu Lingyu flipped those pill methods and said, these pills are all on healing. They're also rather highly ranked. Father has sustained such severe injuries, and I have no idea how his situation is going to be like. Sima Yu said, that's why I think that it would be better to have some healing pills. One of them might end up being useful, but there are so many here. I can't do it either. I can do those ranked 10 and below. Wu Lingyu said. Then just refine those ranked 10 and below. The later part of pill refinement would need the insertion of spirit energy into the pill. Sima Yu was an alchemist as well, so she naturally understood this point. She went to look for all the pill methods that were ranked 10 and below, then got Little Spirit to prepare the ingredients according to what was written on them. Little Spirit very quickly prepared all the necessary ingredients and Wu Lingyu started refining. However, this guy's mental energy was so powerful that it was scary. If it were any ordinary person, they would have only been able to sustain it for 3 to 5 days. The aforementioned time had arrived. Sima Yu came out from the spirit pagoda and went to look for Si Kong and Si Yu to say her goodbye. Wu Man was there too and she looked at her saying, if you change your mind now, I am willing to speak to City Lord on your behalf. There is no need. Sima Yu said, I expect that City Lord is already waiting for me. I thank you for your help these days. If you head outside, you can head to Heartbreak Valley to look for me. Wu Man's face fell, City Lord is here. The moment Wu Man spoke, Wei Mingdai appeared in the sky above the Si clan. It seemed like she could wait no longer. The moment she appeared, Wu Man had to swallow the rest of her words. Greetings, City Lord. Everyone bowed to her. There is no need. Wei Mingdai waved her hand and looked at Sima Yu, asking, are you done with your preparations? I am. Sima Yu said, City Lord, let us go. Little sister. Siyu called out worriedly. I'll show you how domineering Blackie can be when I'm back. Sima Yu waved at Siyu, then flew with Wu Lingyu to Wei Mingdai's side. Wei Mingdai opened a portal through space and led the two of them through it. Once they reappeared, they were faced with a boundless mountain range. City Lord, where is this place? This is Sunset Mountain. There is a very strong power here. When the time comes, you need to chase it back. I will help you record it using a stone from the side. Wei Mingdai said, really? Thank you, City Lord. Right, I have a situation that isn't really a situation. I have a friend who has been trapped inside. If you see him, please bring him out of there. Since it is a friend of City Lord, if I encounter him, I will definitely bring him out with me. Alright. Then you can go ahead. Sima Yu called Blackie out and carried him. Then, she walked towards the direction that Wei Mingdai told her to. Wu Lingyu followed her from a place not too far away. The place she was at right now was at the edge of a thick fog. Wei Mingdai had been stuck here for a few decades. She would occasionally be able to draw close, but after walking for a bit, she would be forced back here. However, she was unable to resist. The moment she attacked it, not only would it retaliate, it would cause unrest in Ghost City. These few years, she knew very clearly that it was here but she was unable to draw near to it. At this moment, she was standing nearby. When she watched how Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu went in so easily, her hands subconsciously clenched. This little lady was actually able to enter. After Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu walked in, the black fog coagulated once again behind her, blocking Wei Mingdai who was prepared to follow after them. Si Qin, what's going on? Sima Yu did not even turn back. In any case, Wei Mingdai wouldn't have been able to see it. City Lord, this place is different from the forbidden area. It seems to be even more powerful than the one inside the forbidden area. I don't know whether or not I'll be able to deal with him. In order to keep you safe, it would be better for you, City Lord, to wait outside. Then are you okay? Wei Mingdai did not yet feel like Sima Yu was deceiving her. I'm still alright. Sima Yu looked all around here. It was full of dense fog and she couldn't tell east from east, much less talk about finding someone. City Lord, didn't you say that your friend was trapped inside here? Why don't you tell me which direction it is? I'll rescue the person first. Wei Mingdai was even worried just now about whether or not Sima Yu would cower because of the difference and give up on saving her friend. Now that she had taken the initiative to ask, it helped them avoid the conflict. I can sense your position, I can lead you there. Alright. Right at the beginning, the thick fog did not give them much of a berth. They were all chased over by Sima Lu Xian bit by bit. That was why Wei Mingdai did not know Sima Lu Xian's actual position, but was able to guess the general area. It had been more than 50 years, he had isolated it for 50 years but had also been trapped for 50 years. Why would he rather remain trapped by it instead of being willing to follow her? Sima Yu didn't know that the emotions of the woman outside were undergoing changes. After walking for a few hundred kilometers, the fog started to thin out. I know where it is. Wu Lingyu held onto her hand and continued to lead her forward. Her father was somewhere not too far in front of her. When she thought about this, she was incomparably nervous and her palms started to sweat. Don't be worried. Once your father sees how outstanding you are, he will definitely be very proud. I never thought about it before. About what the circumstances would be when I met my father. I never thought about it before either. Under what circumstances would I meet my father-in-law? Dash. Sima Yu was tickled by his response, and her anxious heart slowly calmed down. We're here. Wu Lingyu pulled her out of the dense fog and came to an area that was completely clear. In the center of this area, a handsome man with a head full of white hair sat in the center of a circle radiating energy. His eyes were tightly closed, and although more than 50 years had passed, there was not a speck of dust on them. Sima Yu's tears started to fall the moment she saw the white hair. Father. Her low cry was something that was impossible for Sima Lu Xian to have heard, but the other party seemed to have sensed something as his eyes immediately fluttered open. His gaze was rather empty, and his internal injuries had already caused his mind to full. However, he could sense that someone he dearly missed had come. Father dash. Sima Yu finally could not hold in her cry any longer. Why were his eyes so empty? She wanted to dash over, but Wu Lingyu grabbed onto her. Don't be rash. The speed of which you can run over without thinking doesn't account for Black's strength. Then what do I do? Look at father, he can't hold on any longer. Third MO, he should be able to clear a path through this place. Right, find him. Sima Yu took out little door and opened the space to her little realm. Third MO, Di Wu and the others all came out. Xianer. Huang Yingying came out and was agitated when she saw Sima Lu Xian in the middle. She wanted to rush out but Sima Xiuqi grabbed her. Don't be careless. If you don't check the situation out properly, you might harm him if you go over. Lu Xian. How could he end up like this? Sima Lu Feng and the others were also surprised when they saw him. They never thought that he would end up like this. At this moment, Sima Yu had already calmed down. She said to Huang Yingying and the others, grandfather, grandmother. Calm down for now. Father has been trapped. We have to get rid of this before we can draw close to him. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she looked at Third Mo and asked, do you have a way to open this? Third Mo saw the power flying around Sima Lu Xian and sighed, your father was truly ruthless to himself. This is suicide. Everyone's face was pale with fright when they heard what he said. Suicide? Do you mean that there is no way? Huang Yingying cried out. That's not what I mean. Third Mo saw that they had misunderstood and hurried to explain, what I mean is that he has given himself a death sentence. If anyone dares to attack the surroundings, he will die along with it. Then do you have any idea? Sima Yu asked. I have an idea, but I'll have to plan. Third Mo said, we just have to get rid of the power. I'll have to trouble you, then. Sima Yu said. Then join me. I'll need your help in a moment. Third Mo requested. Alright. Sima Yu knew that for a power as strong as this, Third Mo would not be able to deal with it all on his own, so she worked with him on it. They spent the entire day ascertaining the exact direction the power came from. Only after they managed to clarify this were they able to walk in the correct direction a lot easier. Huang Yingying and the others never let their eyes leave Sima Lu Xian. When Sima Yu and Third Mo returned, they finally drew their attention away. How is it? We did manage to think of a way, but we'll need everyone's help. Sima Yu said. What should we do? Third Mo, Lingyu, grandfather, grandmother, Uncle Lu Feng, Uncle Lu Yun, little helper and myself. We will all take a side and draw power in sequence. Sima Yu said. Young miss, little helper is not powerful, let me take his place. Di Wu said. Little helper is in a weaker position. He only needs a bit of spirit energy. You have other things to do. Then what should I do? Di Wu also wanted to contribute. Di Wu, your job is the most important. Sima Yu said, do you see the death aura surrounding my father? Di Wu focused, and there was really a faint death aura circling Sima Lu Xian. Apart from you here, nobody else can see it. We are planning to open the power, so we have to entrust you to deal with the death aura. Sima Yu said, my father's spirit energy has long since been drained, and he has been changing the death aura into an energy that he can use to hold himself up. That is why his wounds have never healed no matter how many years passed. It is no wonder his life jade has remained in this condition. The death aura gives him energy, but it is not compatible after all, and his body has been injured. Exactly. Sima Yu nodded. This kind of array that depends on power to sustain it actually consumes very little energy, which is why he is still able to use his spirit energy and pills to hold on. However, in the later stages, no matter how little the death aura, it has injured his body. My child. When she thought of how much suffering Sima Lu Xian had gone through, Huang Yingying couldn't help but cry. Di Wu, in a moment, what you have to do is during the moment that we force it open, you have to completely absorb all the death aura surrounding my father. Sima Yu said, during that time, the death aura will rebound, and it will be devastating to my father. You might be injured, but you will not die. Alright. I definitely will. Di Wu said. Alright. Then I'll tell you all now about your individual roles. There are 8 positions in total, and there are 8 of us. As she explained, everyone understood what they had to do as they went to their respective positions. Everyone, we have no opportunity to practice. We only get one shot at this. Sima Yu looked everyone in the eye, especially Little Helper. Little Helper was not powerful. Although his portion was the easiest, she was still a little worried. However, this needed more than strength. It needed mutual understanding. Those in Bloodfield City might have been more powerful than Little Helper, but they were people she did not acquaint herself with much, so they were not necessarily better than Little Helper. She sighed, allowing herself to calm down, saying, let's begin. Third Mo began to condense his spirit energy, and the moment that energy touched the power, it immediately fused and entered. It attempted to open a space through where it went through, but it faced its resistance. Dash. Third Mo spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was unable to wipe it off as he increased his strength to try and merge them together. Sima Yu looked at him a little worriedly. She knew that the first step was the most difficult. If it were not because Third Mo had a special kind of understanding towards these powers, the average person would not even dare to try. Ha! After Third Mo cried out 3 times, that power was finally moved and left its original place. Every single one of these powers came out from the ground in this area. When the first power left the original space of orbit, Sima Yu immediately moved the one that she was in charge of. The third and fourth one followed. Di Wu dash, Sima Yu cried out to Di Wu. Di Wu immediately squeezed into the crack they had created and came to Sima Lu Xian's side. He crossed his legs and sat down as if he were casually meditating, and absorbed every single bit of the death aura into his body. However, because the death aura was forced in so rapidly, after he absorbed it into his inner body, he received the rebound of its power and his meridians hurt terribly. However, he did not let up and continued to absorb it. Even if he was afraid of not being able to convert it into his power, he still had to absorb it all and prevent it from hurting the young Mrs. Father anymore. If he was injured, he would heal. However, if her father received another attack, he would really lose his life. If he failed, he would carry this sin with him forever. When he thought of this, he put in even more energy into absorbing it. Sima Yu watched as Di Wu continued to absorb the death aura without a dare of his own life, and was extremely grateful to him. Although he always seemed to be playing around, he was reliable when the time came. She decided that she would bully him less in the future. After the powers in the 8 positions were pulled out of their initial areas of orbit, Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu immediately blinked out of the way and arrived at Sima Lu Xian and Di Wu. The others retreated accordingly. Sima Lu Yun came beside Little Helper and retreated with him. The movement of these powers were only temporary, and the rebounding powers would be even more powerful. Mi-Er, help him. Mi-Er had kept an eye on the situation the entire time. He was the most apt at dealing with these things. He came beside Third Mo and tossed Sima Lu Feng over before facing the agitated power on his own. Mi-Er, just open up a path for them. Don't attack them. However, she was just one step too late as Mi-Er already sent out his first wave of attacks. Sunset Mountain was currently trembling non-stop. The same scene was happening in Ghost City as some streets and houses had already been torn apart. Previous chapter. This was the first time that Ghost City has seen this kind of occurrence, so everyone was flustered. Was Ghost City about to collapse? Wu Man and the other 3 came to the middle of the air and saw that Ghost City was rocking. Something's happened at Sunset Mountain. Let's go over and take a look. They had just prepared to go over when the shaking in Ghost City stopped. If it wasn't because of the horde of panicking people and the demolished streets and houses, it was as if what happened was just an illusion. You guys stay behind and calm them down. We'll go take a look. After that, Zhang Hao and Luo Qi went over as well. Si Kong and Si Yu came to Wu Man's side and said, Ant-Man, did something happen over there? You guys keep watch over the situation here, I'll go over and take a look. Zhang Hao and the others had already headed over, it seemed like she couldn't go. Furthermore, she was also worried that something had happened over there. Ant-Man, we'll go with you. You stay here. The situation there is too dangerous. But little sis, she said that she had a plan, which means that she definitely had a plan. This was the first time that Si Kong had been so firm in speaking to her, and Si Yu was immediately stunned. Little sis, father is right. City Lord, what's going on? Luo Qi asked. How are things going in the city? Wei Ming Dai replied without answering the question. A crack has formed, and some streets and houses have been destroyed. It is unclear how many people have died. Meng Sha said, things were all well and fine, so how did such a huge catastrophe happen in Ghost City? Wei Ming Dai cast her gaze back to Wu Man. You knew about it long ago, didn't you? Knew about what? Wu Man looked at Wei Ming Dai, puzzled. When the other 3 saw that Wu Man was still rather confused, they were puzzled. However, they tactfully remained silent. Wei Ming Dai glared at her for a moment before retracting her gaze, saying, that person did not simply come here to play. She charged here because of Sima Lu Xian. Charged here? That person came in order to rescue him? Everyone was surprised. After all these years it was actually a little child who came to save him. At this time, Mi-Er had already chased away all of the powers and the dense fog surrounding the outside was dispersed along with it. The five of them flashed and headed directly towards the core of Sunset Mountain. Currently, in Sunset Mountain, Sima Lu Xian was currently muddle-headed. He lay in his mother's embrace and his expression was paper white. Sima Yu took out a few pills and got him to eat it. However, it lay in his mouth and he had no energy to swallow it. If it were not because he was able to rely on his huge willpower, he would never have been able to hold on until now. Sima Yu saw that he merely held it in his mouth and was unable to swallow, and a tear immediately rolled down her cheek. Father, swallow it. Xianer, hurry up and swallow it. Yu, aren't you a doctor? Can't you make him swallow it? Right. You're right. Sima Yu hurriedly took out her acupuncture needles and pulled his clothes away and inserted some needles into his chest. When the needles landed, Sima Lu Xian regained a bit of consciousness and he opened his eyes. Sima Yu saw that he finally swallowed the medicine and she let out a sigh of relief. Father, how are you? Sima Lu Xian's consciousness slowly returned to him and his gaze started to become sharper. Kuluo. Father, I am not mother. I am Yu. Yu. Child. Sima Yu fed him the rest of her pills. These were the pills and Wu Elinjiu had refined 2 days back. The pills slowly released their effects, but Sima Lu Xian's body was still in terrible condition. Yu, let me. Little Seven said from the spirit pagoda. Sima Yu didn't know why Little Seven wanted to come out at this period of time, but she was not in the mood to ask, so she directly called her out. The moment Little Seven appeared, they felt a strong life energy. This is... Sima Yu saw the golden branch in her hands and her eyes flashed with joy. Did Qing Yi give you this? Little Seven bit into her finger and dropped 2 drops of blood in, allowing it to fuse with the essence on the inside of the branch. Let him drink this. Thank you guys. Sima Yu took the branch and fed the essence that was mixed with the blood Little Seven had dripped in, to Sima Lu Xian. Sima Lu Xian's life force that was initially declining rapidly immediately began to fill with a powerful life energy the moment he ate Qing Yi's essence. He looked at Sima Yu and was interrupted by her before he could even speak. Father, you should rest first. Sima Lu Xian could sense that, within his body, boundless life force was dampening his already dried up meridians and internal organs. Huang Yingying saw that their son had recovered so quickly in such a short time and asked, what did you just feed him? Are his wounds healed? Father lost too much life energy. Qing Yi and Little Seven's essence was only able to replenish that. As for his injuries, we will only know after waiting. Their essences are so useful. People are coming. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu raised her head and they saw Wei Mingdai, Wu Man and the other 3 flying towards them. Wei Mingdai had a death glare locked on them and the look in her eyes seemed to want to burn Sima Yu alive. Previous chapter. Wei Mingdai stopped nearby and only saw Sima Lu Xian lying on the ground. Then she looked at Sima Yu again. Your name is not Si Qin. Everything that she had sensed earlier proved that she had been toyed by this little lady. She thought about how she had trusted her and led her here only to be cheated by her. You are right. I am not called Si Qin. Sima Yu stood in front of Sima Lu Xian and said, I am called Sima Yu. I am Sima Lu Xian's daughter. Sima Yu. Sima Yu. You are Sima Yu. Wei Mingdai naturally heard of Sima Yu's name before because it was one of 2 names he always talked about. I really never thought that you would actually be his daughter. It's such a joke that I actually brought you here personally. It's a pity, but I can't bring myself to say thank you. Sima Yu looked at Wei Mingdai with a gaze that was icy cold. If it were not because she wanted to trap her father here, father would never have been stuck here and would have had to use such a self-harming method and not turned into this state. That head of white hair pierced her eyes, and the body that lacked life force filled her heart with hatred. How could you be his daughter? You don't have the aura of his bloodline at all. Wei Mingdai looked at the way she was acting and believed that she did not know about this. Of course you wouldn't be able to sense my father's aura. Sima Yu said while hiding her dark spirit energy and releasing her light spirit energy. My mother was from the Ghost Clan, and the way I showed myself earlier was with my mother's bloodline. When she returned to her original state, the aura of her bloodline became the same as the aura with Sima Lu Xian behind her. As for Sima Lu Xian who was lying behind her, there were some fluctuations in his aura, but he still calmly meditated. Good. Very good. Wei Mingdai laughed from rage. In this world, those who deceive me have never lived to see the second day. After speaking, she immediately sent out a wave of attacks. It was so quick that Sima Lu Feng and the others were unable to react. Big sister Yu. However, Sima Yu remained standing where she was without any reaction. Her expression didn't change at all either. Su dash. When Wei Mingdai's attack got close to Sima Yu, Wu Lingyu, who was standing beside her, moved. He merely waved his hand and the attack was deflected. How could this be? Who are you? Wei Mingdai knew how powerful her attacks were. Wu Lingyu didn't seem to be older than 200 to 300 years old. How could he have deflected her attacks? Wu Lingyu knew that Wei Mingdai was very powerful and did not suppress his real strength. When they saw his power rising higher and higher, everyone watched with wide eyes. Damn, is this guy really the holy son of the Sage Pavilion? Sima Lu Feng cried out with disbelief. He is very obviously not. Sima Lu Feng was a little shaken too. How could the holy son of the Sage Pavilion be so powerful? Devil aura. Sima Xiu knitted his eyebrows together. The gaze with which he looked at Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu changed. Who knew what they were thinking? You are from the Devil Clan. Wei Mingdai could also sense it. Yu has always been awaiting the reunion with her father. We didn't think it'd be like this. Your contributions cannot go ignored, so I will thank you properly in her stead. Wu Lingyu said. Just based on yourself? The both of them started battling the moment they spoke. Wu Elinjiu was afraid of hurting Sima Yu and the others while Wei Mingdai was afraid of damaging Sunset Mountain. The both of them wordlessly took the battle to the skies. The level of their battle was already something that this world was unable to handle. In the beginning, Wei Mingdai did not think highly of him at all. His rank was merely at that level, and probably he used some sort of method to increase his level, so how powerful could he be? However, it was quickly unlike what she initially thought because she realized that the other party was not weak, and his battle abilities were actually higher than hers. It was as if he had gone through 100,000 battles just like this one. The both of them battled in the air, and the remaining people did not dare to interfere. Zhang Hao looked at Sima Yu like a malicious viper as he said with a cold laugh, I really did not think that you would have so many people by your side. The thing that happened back in the southern city, did you do it? That's right. I did do those things. By this time, Sima Yu no longer hid it and confessed boldly to everything. You were the one who killed Zhang Shuio? Zhang Hao glared at her. If she really did kill him, why did her vow not evoke any punishment? Not really, but after I plucked out his claws, anyone could have killed him. Sima Yu sighed, oh, right. I'll give this back to you. Floey. Floey appeared. With a wave of her hand, Pang Yuan appeared in front of everyone. It's no wonder the Pang clan could not find him even with our secret methods. You had your contracted beast capture him. Zhao Hao, tell me. As an undying old man who has lived for more than 1,000 years, if you're always so petty, do you not fall tired or ill? Sima Yu was disgusted with Zhang Hao, who always set himself against her, didn't you want to kill me? Then we should settle this today. Ha ha ha, a little child like you who has just set foot into the monarch rank wants to battle me? Zhang Hao laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, he gradually could laugh no more. That was because dense black fog started to seep out of her arm. As one of the in-charges of Ghost City, he was extremely familiar with this thing. This is the thing from the forbidden area. How could it be here? Zhang Hao's voice had changed. If he had to battle Mi Er, he didn't have a shred of confidence. It was no wonder she did not let Mi Er out when Wei Mingdai was around. It turns out that it was because she had a way to seal it. Don't call it this thing and that thing. Thing. My Mi Er has a name. Sima Yu said, Mi Er, didn't you always want to take revenge? These people are now in front of you, go ahead. Sima Yu, we have never had any sort of grudges with you. If you want to deal with Zhang Hao, we will not interfere. Sima Yu looked at Meng Sha. A wise man submitted to his circumstances. He was very powerful, but in the presence of Mi Er, he did not have any chance of winning. Since that was the case, there was no need to battle to the end. Alright, as long as you don't move against me, I will let you guys off today. She promised. The two of them did not really do anything to her. If she could keep from harming them, she did not definitely have to kill them. In any case, she wanted to let Wu Man go. If she let the other two go as well, it would not look so abrupt. Zhang Hao shouted at Meng Sha after he saw how easily they came to an agreement. Meng Sha, what do you mean by that? What else? Meng Sha grinned, you want to drag us down with you when you asked for it? You were the one who wanted to kill her from the start, not us. Even so, you guys should come together to bring them down. Don't forget, they lied to the City Lord and intend to bring him away. The City Lord would definitely want us to kill them. Aren't you afraid that the City Lord will blame you when she comes back? Zhang Hao interrogated. After Meng Sha heard what he said, his eyebrows frowned and seemed to waver. Then we will see if you guys can stay alive till Wei Mingdai comes back. Sima Yu sneered, also, that depends on whether she is able to come back or not. Even if she comes back, can she bring you back to life when you guys are dead? Meng Sha took a few steps back to indicate his decision. He wouldn't participate in this. Luo Qi hesitated and made the same decision. And for Wu Man, she definitely wouldn't help Zhang Hao. You guys. Zhang Hao didn't expect that the result would be the same. He wanted to pull them along while being flustered and exasperated. If three of them could hold that thing for a while, he would have a chance to escape, but he didn't expect them to not help him at all. Sima Yu didn't give him a chance to speak. You must be thinking that if they helped you, you will be able to escape when they are resisting Mi Er, right? Too bad, they don't want to help you at all, no chance given. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Hao called out. He looked at Meng Sha. As expected, their expressions didn't look too good. If Meng Sha and the rest were wavered, by now, they should have made their final decision. Regardless if what Sima Yu said was true, using others as scapegoats and trying to escape was something that Zhang Hao was capable of. Moreover, they might not even defeat Mi Er if they joined in. Everyone was already over 1,000 years old. Who didn't want to cherish their own life? Sima Yu purposely gave them a chance, so why would anyone risk their life for someone like Zhang Hao? Don't listen to her nonsense. Zhang Hao wanted to drag them along but he saw the sunken expression of Meng Sha and the others and backed away to the side. It seemed like they didn't intend to be involved in this. Zhang Hao, it seems like you fail as a person. Sima Yu continued, my friends would fight with me even if they are no match with the enemy. But you're deserted by your friends. People like you are narrow-minded, selfish and self-centered, it's no surprise that this will happen to you. Mi Er, do it. Mi Er was already eager to start. Zhang Hao didn't tell anyone that he secluded himself earlier and even wanted to kill his own master as the hatred in him slowly rose. It pounded towards Zhang Hao. No one would have expected that Zhang Hao didn't resist at all. He turned and tried to escape, he even flew while trying to open up a spatial tunnel. But no matter how he tried, there wasn't any response in the spatial. Don't waste your effort, Ling Yu locked the spatial here, there's no way you can open a spatial tunnel here. Sina Yu kindly reminded him. Zhang Hao was anxious, he stopped escaping as he turned around and used a spirit skill on Mi-Er. Mi-Er split into two, dodged the spirit skill, then merged back together right after and continued to surround him. Sima Yu didn't focus on them after seeing that Mi-Er was fine, so she turned around and looked at Sima Lu Xian. He was absorbing Qing Yi and Little Seven's life energy, and although his body was getting better, he was still in critical condition. Yu, he will be fine. Little Seven comforted. Sima Yu hugged Little Seven, kissed her on her forehead and said, thank you guys. What's there to thank us for? Her formal remarks got Little Seven laughing, Yu's father is our father too. What's there to thank for saving our own father? She and Qing Yi followed her for so long, and she never once thought of taking advantage of them. The least they could do was to help her. Also, she was even her own contract beast. Sima Xiao and the rest looked at Little Seven, wondering what her and Qing Yi's identity was. Yu wanted to tell them earlier on but was interrupted by them. Little Seven felt their gaze, she came out from Sima Yu's embrace, jumped into Huang Yingying's embrace and laughed happily, grandfather, grandmother, don't even think of eating Little Seven up. Little Seven will be in pain. Huang Yingying was attracted by her cute looks, even the worries in her heart were gone by half. Grandmother will break the legs of whoever that dares to eat you up. I knew Yu's grandparents are nice people. Little Seven didn't forget to bootlick while acting spoiled. But being like this really made Huang Yingying and the rest liked her. Grandmother, don't worry, with me and Qing Yi around, father will be fine. Little Seven comforted Huang Yingying, she addressed them as her own relatives so smoothly. I can see that he is getting much better. Huang Yingying said. Sima Lu Xian's life energy was almost depleted when they saved him, even taking healing pills wouldn't work if it wasn't replenished. But for now, his health was getting better. Although they wouldn't know how it would be, at least his life was saved. Sima Yu laughed seeing how Little Seven made Huang Yingying happy. They were joyous and harmonious while the other two of them were in a confused state of thoughts. After Meng Sha and Luo Qi realized that she didn't care about them, they felt like they wouldn't do anything to them. She is putting her trust in us. Wu Man said. Or you can say that she doesn't find us as a threat. Meng Sha said. Or maybe both. Luo Qi looked at Sima Yu, he didn't expect that there would be powerful people around a young girl like her. Moreover, she actually quietly contracted that fearful monster. Zhang Hao's shriek was heard, everyone looked towards the sound and saw that his arm was chopped off by another him. This is. Everyone was surprised, why were there two Zhang Haos? Who was the one that got injured? Mi-Er can imitate everyone and is also able to use their spirit skill, as long as the opponent uses it in front of him. Then it would be an absolute imitation. Sima Yu explained to clear their doubt. Absolute. Imitation? Everyone was shocked, then wouldn't it defeat everyone? Depends. If the strength is too high, or the spirit skill is too confusing, it might not be possible. Sima Yu continued, but there won't be a problem if the opponent is someone like Zhang Hao. It was game over for Meng Sha. Zhang Hao and their strength was almost the same, with that said, wouldn't their results be the same as him? Now, they rejoiced for the right decision they had made. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Zhang Hao and Mi-Er's spirit skills clashed, and the area they were in was affected as well. Sima Xiao quickly fixed up a defense to prevent the movements from interrupting Sima Lu Xian recuperation. Zhang Hao spat out old blood, not sure if it was from being injured by Mi-Er or being angered by Mi-Er. He suffered hardships to learn that spirit skill but it had learnt it just like that. Mi-Er, stop playing around. Sima Yu rushed. Mi-Er responded and stopped teasing Zhang Hao. It transformed back into its original form and wrapped around him. Zhang Hao became a bunch of ash as it shrunk. Sima Yu noticed that the time it spent on dealing with him was longer than dealing with Zhang Hu. Meng Sha and the others were deeply traumatized after seeing the scene. It wasn't because Zhang Hao was stronger, but because Mi-Er didn't put in effort at all. They did feel a little sad after seeing that someone they had known for 1,000 years had died. Boom. Suddenly, something dropped from the sky, everyone stared at it and it was actually a broken arm. It was obviously a female's with that thin and long finger. After that, a few pieces of clothes dropped and Wu Lingyu flew down. Sima Yu went up to hold him after seeing his pale face and asked, are you injured? It's not the golden age yet, it's a little hard to deal with. Wu Lingyu held his chest, the blood and vital breaths rolled in his body. Take this healing pill quickly. Sima Yu held his wrist and felt his pulse, she took out a pill for him to take after knowing his condition. Wu Lingyu took the pill and felt much better in an instant. It'll take a while for father to wake up, take a rest here first. Sima Yu said. Although she really wanted him to go into Little Realm or Spirit Pagoda but everyone was still there so she could only settle for the second best. Alright. Wu Lingyu sat down on the floor and started to mediate. Meng Sha looked at the broken arm and looked at Wu Lingyu who was perfectly fine despite having injuries, and they knew immediately. He killed Wei Ming Dai. This result was too shocking to them, they couldn't digest this for now. How would they react after those people knew that Ghost City didn't have a city lord anymore? In addition that an in-charge died, wouldn't Ghost City be a mess? Everyone, the show is over, you've got the results too, can you all leave now? Sima Yu asked. Wu Lingyu and Sima Lu Xian were recuperating, she didn't want any outsiders there. Yu, it's not a good idea for them to recuperate here. Why not bring them to Ghost City? Wu Man suggested. There are so many people in Ghost City, it would be troublesome if we have to deal with them even if we have enough people on our side. Sima Yu continued, Ant-Man, it's not that I don't trust you guys, it's because my father is injured, so I have to be extra careful. But we won't feel at ease leaving you here at Sunset Mountain. Sima Yu froze and understood what they were worried about. Ghost City's safety had something to do with Sunset Mountain, there would be a turmoil there if they did anything in Sunset Mountain. You guys can keep watch here then. We'll leave after 2 days. But I hope you guys don't disturb my father and the rest for these 2 days. If not, don't blame me for not playing nice. As she spoke, she took a glance at Meng Sha and Luo Qi. Although Meng Sha and the others weren't happy with what she said, she was strong and was able to restrain them with Mi-air, not forgetting the people around her. In these 2 days, Meng Sha and the others were watching Yu and the rest from somewhere not far away. Wu Man was still in a good relationship with her so she could still talk to her. Are you guys really leaving? Yes. Sima Yu continued, although it looks like my father has regained some life energy, his strength hasn't recovered. So I'm guessing that his internal injuries must be serious. Right. But once you leave, I think you won't ever come here again. Maybe. We'll use another method to get to Ghost Realm, also, given the state my father is in, I don't think I'll travel any time in the near future. Sima Yu looked at Wu Man, she was actually a very nice lady. She didn't annoy him or take advantage of him even though she liked her father. I hope that he'll be fine. Wu Man looked at his head full of white hair and felt sorry for him. Ant-Man, have you ever thought of giving it a try? Sima Yu was curious. If she liked someone, she would at least confess and fight for it, even if it meant to be rejected, at least she gave it a try. Wu Man faintly shook her head and said, I might give it a try if nothing like this happened when I met him, but after seeing how he used his life to defend your mothers and his love, I know that it would be the same even if I confessed. Sima Yu didn't think that she would be that open-minded, but what she said made sense. Oh right, Ghost City must be in a mess now, right? Aren't the 3 of you anxious to go back to settle it? Ghost City is so huge, if we have to be worried about everything, how can we handle it? What will Ghost City do now when Wei Ming Dai and Zhang Hao are dead? Sima Yu questioned. City Lord's existence is to suppress that thing in the restricted area. Since it's been contracted by you, we won't have to face that threat anymore. In regards to Zhang Hao's position, I can find some else. Don't you want to split South City? What's there to split? Ghost City is so huge, 3 of us aren't greedy for power and are too lazy to care about the Zhang clan's mess. It'll be good to continue like this. Zhang clan antagonized many people and now that Zhang Hao is dead, Zhang clan will be in trouble next time. I think, offending you is Zhang clan's worst regret. If he didn't offend her, Zhang Hao wouldn't have died. Sima Yu laughed. 2 days passed in a flash, just like what she guessed, Sima Lu Xian actually woke up. Wu Lingyu woke up before him, but because he was about to fall asleep again, he looked devoid of energy. Everyone, we'll leave now. Farewell for now, hope to see you again. But I think you guys wouldn't want to see me. Sima Yu cupped her hands in greeting to them, she opened up the transportation array that Wu Man gave her and brought everyone in. Previous chapter. They didn't get into lightning tribulation as Sima Yu and the rest headed back to the human realm. It was already the exit when they came out. Southern Desolation Swamp is right in front. Sima Lu continued, put them in the little realm first. Them, referring to Wu Lingyu, Sima Lu Xian, 3rd Mo and Di Wu. One of them was falling asleep and 3 injured ones hadn't healed. It wouldn't be good for them as there would be spatial pressure when they got out. Sima Yu nodded and said, you guys go in as well. Take care of them too. Sure. Sima Yu opened up little realm for everyone to get in and went out alone. She felt the pressure when she passed through that layer of spatial and got out of the area of the mountain when the pressure was gone. She turned back, took a look and actually saw the sunset. The day approaches its end, the connection of human and ghost. One day, I'll go to the other side of Ghost City. She muttered, Aya, miss, you actually came back alive. A shocked voice was heard from the swamp below her, she lowered head, it was the little mud fish she saw when she first came here. Miss, you guys went for 2 to 3 years, I thought you won't be able to make it out. 2 to 3 years? That's right, you guys went in for 2 to 3 years. Why? Don't you know? Sima Yu recalled, she stayed in Ghost City for 3 to 4 months, but it was already 2 to 3 years outside, it seemed like the time flow inside was different from outside. I understand now, thank you, little mud fish. Sima Yu said gratefully to little mud fish. She then took out the transportation array and went in after activating it. I didn't do much. No one would understand a human's thoughts. This was the innocence of spirit beasts of swamps. But there were many people who went in with her but she came out alone, it seemed like those people were dead, she must have lost her mind. Little mud fish thought as it swam away. When Sima Yu came out again, she was already in a city nearest to Heartbreak Valley. She looked for a place and released everyone. After Little Helper came out, he told Sima Yu, elder sister Yu, I've already completed the mission that Master asked of me, I'll have to go back now. Why the rush? Sima Yu didn't expect that he would leave once he came back. Master is not in good health, it would be better for me to go back as soon as possible. Little Helper said. Oh I see, then I won't delay you any further, take this communication stone with you, look for me if you need help. Sure. This is a gift of thanks to you guys. I wouldn't have been able to successfully save my father if it wasn't for your help. Sima Yu took out a communication stone and a box and passed it to Little Helper. I can't, this was initially a deal. Little Helper wanted to reject but was stopped by Sima Yu. You'll need to use it. Alright. Thank you, elder sister Yu. Little Helper accepted it and activated a one-time transportation array and walked in. When he appeared at the divinator sect, Lin, who was recuperating, could sense it. After a short while, Little Helper's voice sounded outside his door. Master, disciple is back. Come in. Little Helper opened the door, bowed and greeted Lin upon seeing him. Master, disciple was lucky not to be killed. You've done well. Lin nodded. What did she give you? This. I haven't opened it. Master, you can't figure it? Little Helper was suspicious. Wasn't Master able to sense this kind of minor thing to know? Did his injuries get worse? It couldn't be. They used the Tears stone that you gave. Master's injuries should be much better. I can't see what this gift is. Lin said. We'll know it when we open it. Little Helper opened up the box. He was shocked when he saw what was inside. Master, it's a Tear stone. Tear stone? Lin was curious. Little Helper moved the box to him and a Tear stone was indeed lying inside. I didn't know that elder sister Yu still has a Tear stone. Master, with this, your injuries can be fully treated. It can also extend your life. Little Helper said excitedly. It seems like this is all destiny. Lin said emotionally, I'm afraid that we won't be able to cut off this entanglement with her. Master, are you saying that elder sister Yu is one of those with the heavenly mandate? It's a good thing that we are involved. Little Helper didn't know his worries. Also, after getting to know elder sister Yu, she is a very nice person. She is worth making friends with. Lin suddenly saw a scene in front of his eyes when he saw the smile on his face. Plop. Little Helper. A long sword was pierced into Little Helper's heart from his back. Sima Yu's voice came from somewhere near. She rushed over frantically but couldn't catch his falling body. The scene flashed in an instant. Lin's eyes darkened as he looked at Little Helper and said, what if she brings you disaster? Master, didn't you ask her to take care of me? This means that she might not bring me disaster. Little Helper was open-minded. If anything really happens to me, it's my fate. Lin opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He waved his hand asking him to go out. Fate. Or maybe he should let things flow naturally. It might not turn out to be good if he forcefully changed it. On the other hand, Sima Yu brought everyone to Memory Restaurant. The manager's eyes brightened when he saw Sima Yu and came over quickly to greet her but was stopped by Sima Yu's wave of hands. Manager, arrange a courtyard for me. The courtyard at the back had always been cleaned. Vice Valley Master, please follow me. The manager brought them to the courtyard at the back. Sima Yu thought about this situation before, therefore, a courtyard would be connected to all Memory Restaurant. Vice Valley Master instructed me to report back once we have news of you. The manager said. Go ahead. Sima Yu continued, other than Fenger and Old Bai, if others asked about me, just tell them I'm not back yet. Yes, Vice Valley Master. The manager passed down the commands. Sima Yu brought Sima Luxian to the house and laid him down. Although he had recovered a lot, he was still very weak. Father, let me check on you. She read his pulse as she spoke. Sima Luxian held her hand and said, check later. Let father take a good look at you. Previous chapter. They never had a good chat as they were worried about his health. He was either muddle-headed or staying in Little Realm. He really never thought that his daughter would be the one that saved him. She was still a baby the last time he left. Now, she became a slender and graceful woman in a flash of time. Furthermore, she was a powerful woman. Alright, the rest who saved him were neglected by him for now, even his parents. Sima Yu sat on the bedside and said, Father, you just got back your life energy. I still need to check your health and prescribe medicine to treat your injuries. Also, it's better for you to talk less in your current state. We will have a good chat after you heal, alright? Sima Luxian subconsciously nodded after seeing her face which looked like Yu Luo. Sima Yu smiled, extended her hand and held his wrist to read his pulse. Her smile didn't change but her eyebrow creased slightly. Child, how's your father? Huang Yingying stood aside and asked worriedly. Sima Yu released Sima Luxian's wrist and said, Father's life is out of danger for now but it's hard to tell with regards to his injuries. Injuries can be healed over time, as long as his life is out of danger. Huang Yingying sighed in relief. Sima Xiuqi looked at Sima Yu with beaming eyes. Everyone left after Sima Yu gave Sima Luxian medicine. She made him take 2 drops of spirit fluid, jabbed him with a few needles, easing his wounds and made him fall asleep. Yu, come here, grandfather has something to ask you. Sima Xiuqi told Sima Yu right after he came out. His serious face made everyone nervous and gathered over. Seeing his face, Sima Yu already guessed what he was going to ask. What is exactly happening to your father? Sima Xiuqi asked, tell me the truth. Sima Yu sighed in her heart, she didn't manage to hide it from him. Father is indeed out of danger. She continued, but what? Huang Yingying gripped her hand. Father's meridian channels are totally corroded because he has been breathing in death aura for a long period of time. His spiritual pool has dried up. Although he is out of danger for now, I'm afraid that he won't be able to cultivate even when he's healed. Sima Yu said. What? Huang Yingying fell backwards and was caught by Sima Yu. Sima Xiuqi held her too. Yu, your father won't be able to cultivate anymore? Sima Lu Feng and the others couldn't accept the fact. He was once an influential figure, how would he be able to accept it if others knew that he became a useless person? I can't confirm this for now, but from what I checked, the possibility of it is high. Sima Yu said. If Xianer can't cultivate. Huang Yingying felt sorry for her son and leaned on her husband restlessly. At least we saved his life. Our effort hasn't gone to waste. Sima Xiuqi was positive, but I'm afraid you'll have to be the one to tell Xian'er about this. Sima Yu nodded. If father really couldn't cultivate anymore, as his daughter, it might be the only comfort for now. Grandmother, don't be sad. I'll go back and read those ancient books and see if I can find any ways to treat father. Sima Yu comforted. Are there other ways? Everyone's hope was lifted after hearing what she said. I can't promise there would be a way. I have to follow father's recovery and see if there's any similar records in the ancient books. Sima Yu said, she couldn't bear to see Huang Yingying sad, so she continued, but I think the chances are high. The world is so big, there are so many miraculous things, there might be a solution to this problem. Really? Huang Yingying gripped her hand tighter as she saw a glimpse of hope. Grandmother, I can only tell you that I'll try my best. Sima Yu didn't dare to promise. But in her heart, she thought the same, the world was so huge, all things on earth could be enhanced and inhibited, there might be things that could treat him. When can your father get better? Sima Luyun asked. For his body, it might take half a year to fully recover without protection from the spiritual energy. Sima Yu said, it will take a year or two to know if he can be fully cured. That's so long. Child, are you coming back with us? Huang Yingying asked. Grandmother, there is something I need to handle, it'll be inconvenient for me to go back now, I'll go back to visit you after I settle it. Ultimately, she still didn't feel like going back now. You. Forget it, there's no rush in making a decision, we'll talk when your father wakes up. Sima Xiuqi knew that her granddaughter was stubborn, it would be useless to force her as it might backfire instead. She would go back once her mind was clear. It was just that they wondered if those old guys back at home would be mad if they knew about it. Everyone must be tired, let's go back and rest. Sima Yu continued, I'll notify you when father wakes up. Sure. I'll stay here to take care of him. Huang Yingying said. Then I'll stay with you. Sima Xiuqi said. All right. All parents in the world were pitiful, a child would still be a child in their eyes even when they were at this age. Everyone looked for their own room to rest. Sima Yu went to take a look at Third Mo and Di Wu's injuries. Di Wu's performance that day gained her respect, he could only rest and lay in the bed alone in the room even when his injuries were serious. Di Wu was resting, he opened his eyes when he felt her coming in. Miss, is your father alright? We still don't know yet. Let me check on you. Sima Yu walked over, sat on the side of the bed and took his wrist to check. You're recovering well. With the pill, you'll be fine in a few days. Thank you, Mississippi. Di Wu's face flushed unknowingly while looking at the hand that was holding onto his wrist. What's there to thank me, I'm the one who should thank you. Sima Yu continued, if it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would be able to save my father. I even made you suffer serious injury. It's what I should do. I can boast to my brothers that I was able to help you when I go back. Di Wu said as he smiled. Pfft, how you can even think of this now. Sima Yu glared at him, alright, take a rest and recuperate well so you can recover faster. I'll make something nice for you to eat once you recover. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu went to Little Realm to look for Wu Lingyu after seeing Di Wu. At this time, he had already fallen into deep sleep as he felt safe in her space. Sima Yu bent down and kissed him lightly while looking at his sleeping face. But this time he didn't wake up, she smiled cheekily while kissing him secretly. She read his pulse and felt relieved after she made sure that he was in deep sleep. He used up a lot of spiritual energy before he fell into deep sleep, furthermore, it was a hard battle, so no one knew when he would be awake. She brought him into the spirit pagoda to observe his condition closely. She would know immediately if he didn't feel well while being in there. After making sure that he was fine, she went to the place where she kept her books and started to look for medical books and see if she could find any books that were relevant. Other than Little Roar, all the other beasts transformed into human form to help her to look for similar cases, but they didn't find any even after flipping over thousands of books. Could there be no other ways? Sima Yu felt disappointed, but she didn't intend to give up. No matter what, she had to look for a way to help her father to regain his strength. If it happened to others, they would have died if they were soaked in death aura for over 10 years. The fact that there is no other case like his means that your father is very powerful, don't be discouraged. Qing Yi comforted her as he had more experience. Sima Yu nodded, I won't give up. I'll definitely find a way to treat my father. I will look for it elsewhere if there isn't any here. The world is so huge, someone would definitely know something. We'll keep you company. Little Seven continued, it's a pity that Qing Yi and I can't help out in this kind of injury, if not, we'll just use our flesh and blood essence. Sima Yu rubbed Little Seven's head, thank you guys. I don't feel lonely with you guys around. Feels good. Hee Yu, there are so many books here, if you don't have time, then leave it to us. Little Roar said cheekily. Sima Yu held Little Roar by the back of its neck and said, you don't have any rights to talk here. Who else here hasn't transformed? I don't want to transform now. Little Roar blinked its eyes with grievance, I've not recovered yet. Nonsense. Others wouldn't know, but do you think I don't know? Your injuries were recovered long ago, but you don't want to transform. Why? Sima Yu exposed its lie unmercifully. Yu, it's painful to be struck by lightning. Little Roar said in grievance. Everyone will pass that stage. But my fur will drop if I get struck and become bald. I don't want to be bald. It's ugly. Little Roar whined. You shameless guy. Is this the actual reason why you want to transform? Sima Yu used the other hand to poke its head. Little Roar's short limb curled up and looked at Sima Yu pitifully. You win. She put it on the table. Yu, since it likes its fur so much, shall we cut it with scissors when we get back? Little Seven said while smiling. No. Don't cut. Little Dream, save me. Little Roar jumped into Little Dream's embrace, seeing Little Seven's ready-to-attack expression. Little Dream carried Little Roar as she laughed when she saw how it trembled from fear and said, Who asked you to be so vain about your fur? I can bleed and be beheaded, but my fur can't be in a mess, understand? Little Roar popped its head out from her embrace. I will go on a hunger strike if you cut my fur. Oh, is this a threat? Everyone laughed. Ling Long, come, transform into a scissors, we shall try. Since it likes to eat so much, it won't ever go on a hunger strike. Sure. Ling Long was very cooperative, it transformed into a pair of sharp scissors. Little Roar screamed in fear after seeing Little Seven walk over with a pair of scissors. Little Dream, save me. Hoo, I don't want to become a rascal. It hugged Little Dream tighter. Her. Little Dream laughed, alright, don't tease it anymore. It's trembling like a sieve. You're the only one who pampers it. Little Seven looked at Little Dream helplessly. She changed a lot ever since she regained her memory, and Little Roar was the only one who could make her laugh. The rose garden was still there. Every time Little Dream felt suffocated by her memories, she would go to the rose garden to smell the flowers and felt much better as she reminisced the time when Little Roar had a round body, with its untransformed claw holding onto Yu's precious Heaven's halberd and squatting down on the floor to dig holes to plant roses for her. So, she would pamper Little Roar more than others. Hoo, Little Seven and Ling Long are so mean. Little Roar complained. Little Seven is just joking with you. Why would she cut it? Little Dream said. I'm being serious, everyone wants to see how it would be like when it goes on a hunger strike. Little Seven waved the scissors around. Want to see. Even Little Golden Snake, who couldn't speak fluently, wanted to join in the fun. Even Little Golden bullies me. Little Roar was sad, no one helped it other than Little Dream. Haha. Everyone laughed. Little Golden Snake coiled around Sima Yu's wrist and flicked its tongue at Little Roar. That gaze was obviously shown to bully you. Sima Yu's mood was lifted by her beast's wackiness. At this time, Little Spirit told her, someone is looking for you. I'm going out, I'll leave these books to you guys. Sima Yu said. Yu, don't worry. Sima Yu heard knocking once she stepped out. She opened the door and saw Shimin Feng, Bai Sheng and the others outside. Elder sister. Shimin Feng sounded worn and weary. Boss. Nie and the rest were happy to see her. Sima Yu didn't expect that. Feng Ji and the 10 brothers came over too and said, why are all of you here? Is someone overseeing the valley? We were together when we received the news about you. They all were asking to come and see you. Shimin Feng explained. Where did you guys rush over from? Sima Yu saw how exhausted they were. Let's go to the hall. They brought them to the hall and made everyone a cup of tea and said, this tea can help to lift your exhaustion. Thank you, boss. Everyone actually felt refreshed after having a sip of her tea. Why do you guys look so exhausted? Sima Yu went back to her seat and took a sip of the tea. We're inhibiting Yin Yang Palace and the Zhongzheng clan. It's a crucial time now, so we're a bit busy. Shimin Feng continued, have you found your father this time? I found him, but the situation is not looking good. Sima Yu continued, let's not talk about this, tell me about the current situation in the valley. Previous chapter. In the past 3 years that you weren't here, we've been slowly tightening the noose around their necks and it's just a matter of time to tug it. Shimin Feng said, well, it's been a tight year for them and they are about to go bankrupt. You've worked hard. Sima Yu didn't expect that they could manage things so well in such a short time, which shows how much hard work they had put in these days. No wonder, as cultivators, they all still looked haggard. Boss, it will be fine as long as you're back. We were worried that you would not be back in time before the final battle, said Nie. Actually, I only stayed in the Ghost City for 3 to 4 months. It's just that the time flow is different. Sima Yu said. Boss, tell us what the Ghost City looks like, and we can go to play in the future. Dai Yi said with a grin. Forget about playing, if you go, you might not be able to come back. Sima Yu said. For real? Is everyone in there so powerful? It's not a matter about strength, but I killed their city lord and a steward. If you go, you may be targeted for revenge. What? You killed their city lord? Why? Was it because he forced you to be his wife? The city lord is a woman. Sima Yu said, however, she wanted to grab my father and she was the very person who forced him to become what he is now. Humph. Killing her directly is already considered a bargain for her. Thinking of her father's current appearance, her tone turned chilly. What? No one expected that such a thing would happen. Sima Yu then talked about Sima Lu Xian and the Ghost City again, and everyone present became full of respect for Sima Lu Xian. Elder sister, you don't have to worry about matters in the valley, just concentrate on treating your father. We will let you know when the final battle is approaching, Shimin Feng said. Yes, boss, you just need to participate in the final battle and watch with your very own eyes to see how they are eliminated. Although they didn't know that Sima Yu was Shima Yu, they also understood her hatred of these two forces. Everything can be left to them, but she will definitely need to participate in the final battle, otherwise she will regret it for a lifetime. Alright then, I'll leave it to you guys. Sima Yu did not reject their proposal as it was indeed more important to heal her father at present. But there's no need to work too hard, this matter isn't something that can be accomplished in a day or two. We understand. Just wait for our good news. If there's anything you need, just tell me, I will definitely do everything I can. Sima Yu said. Don't worry, we will tell you if we need anything. Shimin Feng said. They all knew her ability and if they really needed anything, they would definitely look for her. They then talked about the valley situation again. Although she had more of a hands-off approach, there were still some things that she should know. They stayed for a day and left early the next morning. Now was the critical time, they could not afford to be absent for too long. Sima Lu Xian woke up after sleeping an entire day. With Sima Yu's treatment, he recovered much faster than just taking pills on their own and very soon, he could lift his hands and feet. Even though he was a person who had always been relatively calm, with silver needles all over his body and being bare-chested in front of his own daughter, made him a little shy. Seeing the faint blush on his face, she smiled in her heart. She didn't expect her father to be so shy and easily embarrassed. After removing all the needles, she covered him with a quilt before picking up the bowl of porridge that Huang Yingying had just brought in. She sat by the side of the bed and scooped up a spoonful of porridge. Am I not able to recover from my injury? Sima Lu Xian asked. Sima Yu was startled, he was the one who knew best about his own body's condition. Father, do you know how fortunate I feel? She did not answer him but asked him another question instead. I feel that I was very fortunate to be able to rush to Ghost City in time. I feel very fortunate that you are still alive and that I can see you again. I finally know how my father looks like after thinking about it for decades. Although my grandfather treated me very well, but I always can't help thinking, what do my parents look like? If they are by my side, will they love me like other parents love their children? Will they spoil me? When I make a mistake, will they teach me strictly although their hearts are hurting? So, father is still alive. For me, my happiness is half of it. When I find my mother, I will be satisfied. Sima Yu raised a happy smile on her face. You've worked hard all these years, my child. Sima Lu Xian said in a despondent tone filled with guilt. Although it was also due to the circumstances at the time, he still felt sorry towards her for not being able to grow up by her side. From her words, he already attained the answer he wanted. If he really couldn't get better, then he would spend the rest of his life with her, love her and watch her grow. Father, no matter what you look like, you are my father. Sima Yu freed a hand to hold his hand, and you have to believe me, your daughter's medical skills are very powerful, and I will definitely heal you. This smug look of yours really resembles your mother. Sima Lu Xian said with a smile, well, I won't ask anymore, I will trust you with all my heart. No matter whether or not I can be cured, I will stay with you by your side. With father by my side, I'll be a happy child. Sima Yu said, come on, I will feed you porridge. Sima Lu Xian doesn't like to eat soft food very much, but since his daughter was the person feeding it, it was entirely a different matter. Father, you don't have spiritual power in your body now, so you have to eat. On top of that, you're injured, so you can only eat soft food. Sima Yu explained while feeding, grandmother said that you don't like to eat soft food, but now there is no choice. I made this porridge myself and let grandmother watch the time to bring it in. So, you must finish this bowl. Alright. His daughter's request, whatever it is, it must be satisfied. In fact, Sima Yu did not let him eat too much and fed him only a small bowl. After eating, she chatted with him for a while, most of which she was talking and he was listening. She told him her previous experience and all the things she had heard. Hearing about her, Sima Lu Xian was very emotional. His dear daughter had suffered so much in order to become stronger. Although she selected to tell him only the good things, he understood that no matter who it was, it would take a lot of hard work and hardship to grow into someone who could make the whole continent tremble in such a short time. He was proud of her and felt sorry for her at the same time. By the way, father, the seal in my body was sealed by my grandfather? Sima Yu asked. Yes, it was. Uncle Lu Feng mentioned that both of you were emptied of spiritual power after I was born, what happened? At first, she thought that their spirit energy was exhausted because of sealing herself. But since it was her grandfather who did the seal for her later, how did such a thing happen to them? Sima Lu Xian was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about the events of that time, but he didn't seem to want to mention it. Only after a long while, did he speak. Not long after your mother was pregnant, we discovered that she had been poisoned. We checked for a long time, and your uncle Lu Feng also helped to check it, but nothing could be found. I see, so my poison was brought out of my mother's womb. Sima Yu murmured, Father, thank you both for giving me my life. How did you dispel the poison in your body? Even they couldn't find out what poison it was, so how did she dispel the poison? I was very young at that time and I was lucky to have met a mysterious person who was very interested in the poison in my body which he then dispelled it for me. I don't know where he went after treating me though. Sima Yu thought for a while, but still didn't tell him the truth, she didn't know if they could accept it. Then we should really thank him. Sima Lu Xian said, do you know who he is? I don't know, he said that he happened to travel there and he was interested in the poison in my body. You don't have to worry about it, I gave him some treasures to thank him for the life-saving grace. That's good. Well, if I see him in the future, I still have to thank him properly. Alright. Sima Yu didn't know he would still be so focused on this. Actually, one couldn't blame him for being so adamant on this matter as the impact on her was too great. Originally, he thought that as long as she could just live a peaceful life and grow old like an ordinary person, he would be happy. Father, I once heard Master say that the three of you traveled together, but not in detail. Perhaps you can share with me more in depth and I can analyze for you the culprit's identity. Master? You mean that fella, Feng Zhixing? He actually became your master? Sima Lu Xian was angry. How could that fella accept you as an apprentice without my permission? It's damnable. Humph. When I see him, I must question him carefully. Master treats me very well. Sima Yu thought about the fact that the two of them were rivals in love and said with a smile, I think he wants to meet you too. Alright, father, tell me what happened. Alright. Sima Lu Xian recounted the previous incident and after hearing the details from him, she managed to narrow down to a few suspects. However, she didn't plan to tell him now as she noted it down in her heart and planned to check it out when she had more time. Father, take a good rest, I will refine the pill for you. Sima Yu wiped the corners of his mouth and stood up. Don't overwork yourself. Sima Lu Xian urged. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure. Sima Yu finished leaving, but instead of refining the pill after she went out, she left Memory Restaurant. Before going out, she asked about the location of Xian Yuan Pavilion. She hasn't been there for so many years and didn't know if that was still useful. She went to Xian Yuan Pavilion alone, and the steward came to greet her immediately. Young miss, what can we do for you? Sima Yu took out the token that Jun Song gave to her and said, I would like to see your manager. Seeing the token, the steward's expression immediately changed from one of politeness to respect as he bowed to her slightly and said, the manager is upstairs, please follow me. Thank you. Sima Yu put the token away and followed him upstairs. The steward took her to the innermost room upstairs, knocked on the door and pushed open the door after he heard the manager's response and announced, Manager, young Miss Yu is here. The manager stood up immediately and when he saw Sima Yu coming in from behind the steward, he hurried to the front and said, Junshi has seen young Miss Yu. Sima Yu was a little surprised that they knew who she was. When young Miss Yu revealed your female identity, we had already received the news and knew of young Miss, Junshi explained. Sima Yu didn't expect that she hadn't looked for them for so many years, and they still remembered her. Well, I'm here this time because there's something I need your help with. Young miss, please say. Xian Yuan Pavilion is selling news, right? This is right. Young miss, what would you like to know? Sima Yu came to the table, picked up the brush on the table and quickly wrote down a few names on the paper. Manager Jun, I want you to help me check the affairs of these people, mainly what happened about 50 over years ago. I think you should know which direction to pursue. Junshi looked at the names on the list and said, these people are all young ladies from the inner regions or the proud disciples of large sections. May I ask why young miss wants to check their affairs? About 50 over years ago, when my mother was pregnant, she found out that she was poisoned. Sima Yu said, I would like to ask you to find out what these people were doing then. Who they were in contact with, I want all the information on them, no matter how minute the details. As for the remuneration, I will pay according to your usual charge. The remuneration is unnecessary. Junshi said, if there is news, we will notify young miss immediately. This thing is not easy to handle, after all, it was more than 50 years ago, and their identities are not ordinary. If you want to check, it will take a lot of energy. We've received instructions from above, no matter what young miss requests are, we must fulfill it. Although he didn't know why the orders were as such but as a subordinate, he only had to execute them. Really? Sima Yu murmured, they must be because of Jun Song's orders, and Jun Song was so kind to her because of Feng Ruyen. Thinking of Feng Ruyen, she just remembered that she didn't come to herself to check on her at the appointed time. Could it be that something happened? I don't know if I can contact her. Then if you have news, send it to me. You should know my whereabouts. If you don't know, you can just go to Memory Restaurant. Alright. As soon as there is news, we will send someone to you immediately. Alright, be careful not to let them notice anything. Sima Yu specifically reminded him to be prudent before leaving Xian Yuan Pavilion. In fact, in the past 2 years, Heartbreak Valley had also started collecting intelligence but compared with the name old brand Xian Yuan Pavilion, it was still too far away. In the intelligence network, they were only treading at the outer periphery. The things she wanted to check were too difficult, and it is estimated that only Xian Yuan Pavilion could give it a try. Moreover, she wasn't too sure if she could find any useful information at all. After returning from Xian Yuan Pavilion, she shut herself in the room and tried for the very first time to contact Feng Ruyen in her sea of consciousness. Feng Ruyen frowned slightly, her eyes moved, but they didn't open. Then, she remained still again. Sima Yu came out, not knowing if she had contacted her. 1 day later, she gave Sima Lu Xian another acupuncture treatment and came out. As soon as she arrived in the courtyard, she sensed something. She turned her head and looked towards the courtyard and she saw a woman suddenly appear. Aunt. Sima Yu greeted her respectfully with a bow, and said, did Aunt Feng receive my message? This lady was the one who came to congratulate her when she established her sect but she did not expect that she would come so soon. The person who came before to take the pill only appeared once and after saying that she could refine the pill by herself, she never came again. So, this lady must be a person by Feng Ruyan's side. Feng Ling she helped her up and said, Mistress sensed that you were looking for her, so she asked me to ask what the matter was. In fact, it's nothing. I just thought that Aunt Feng has never come for review. I don't know how she is now. Young miss, don't worry. Mistress' situation is relatively stable now, but because of something, she can't walk away. That's good. She took out a book and said, this is the method of acupuncture that I usually use. I think there should be people with medical skills around Aunt Feng. Researching this will not take much time. The last few pages are based on my method of acupuncture according to Aunt Feng's previous condition. If there's no change in her condition, you can continue to follow this. Feng Ling she took the book which was meticulously filled with handwritten notes and drawings. Thanks for your hard work. I will definitely give this to mistress. She nodded to Sima Yu. If possible, it's best to let Aunt Feng come over. It is better for me to check on her personally. I have thought of 2 new treatment options but I must first assess her current condition before I implement it. Mistress is not in the primordial continent at the moment. When she comes back, I will arrange for you to meet again. Feng Ling she looked at Sima Yu and the more she looked, the more pleased she was. This child never asked Feng Ruyan's identity, nor did she rely on her affection and reputation. Everything she did outside was all based on her own strength without relying on anyone. Sima Yu's affairs will be passed back every once in a while because they had to pay attention to her growth and protect her as she was the person who had the greatest hope of curing Feng Ruyan. So they all knew what she had experienced and knew how hard she worked all this time. Except for that time when Feng Ruyan was injured by Little Tu's clansmen, she had never relied on the Feng clan at other times. Such a thought did not seem to appear in her mind at all. You have never asked the identity of mistress, are you not curious? Aunt Feng is just Aunt Feng, her identity is her identity, and the person I handed over is Aunt Feng, not her identity, nor her influence. So, who she is and what identity she holds, and what does it matter? What? Sima Yu smiled. Hee, good child. Feng Ling she touched her head, when the time is right, you will know. I think so too. You haven't used the things that mistress gave you last time? Feng Ling she said, now you are at the monarch rank, you can use it. She reminded her kindly. After she mentioned this, Sima Yu recalled that when Feng Ling she had given her the box, she did say that she could only open it when she reached the monarch rank. Yet she was so busy that she forgot all about it. Young miss, that thing is very useful to you now, you can use it. Feng Ling she urged before she took out a box with crystal clear crystal stones in it. The next time you want to look for us, simply imbue some spirit energy into it. Once we receive the signal, we will send someone over. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Alright. Thank you, Aunt. Sima Yu knew that they were very busy, so she didn't keep her anymore. Feng Ling she nodded towards her, and after a short while, she disappeared from the courtyard. Huang Yingying and the others came out of the house and saw Sima Yu alone in the courtyard. They asked, my child, who was that person just now? Aunt Feng's maid. Aunt Feng? Feng? Huang Yingying and Sima Xiu looked at each other, and both seemed to have thought of something shocking. The strength is so strong, and the surname is Feng, there will be no others except that one they both thought of. Do you know what identity your Aunt Feng has? I don't know, I didn't ask. I think, she should have a powerful background. Sima Yu said, however, I like Aunt Feng because I like her, and it has nothing to do with her identity. Good child. Huang Yingying touched her head. Grandfather, grandmother, I'm going back to my room to get medicinal materials and read those ancient books. Go ahead. Waiting for Sima Yu to go back, Huang Yingying asked, you say, this Feng clan, is it the Feng clan we know of? For someone to appear and leave quietly, not to mention, she is only a maid, other than the Feng clan, I don't think there's any others. I didn't expect you to have a relationship with the Feng clan. This child has a very good fortune. I am worried that she will carry too many things in the future. Huang Yingying said worriedly. Whatever you get, you will give nothing. There is no way. Sima Xiuqi sighed together. Seeing her now, I would rather be ordinary. I don't know why, after thinking of her, I feel a little flustered. There should be nothing wrong. Sima Xiuqi put his arms around her shoulders and comforted her. I hope so, well, even if there is anything, I will fight with my life and protect her. Sima Yu didn't know what Huang Yingying and the others were thinking. After she entered the room, she arranged an enchantment and stepped into the spirit pagoda. Yu, we haven't found any useful methods yet. It's alright, you look for it slowly, you can't be in a hurry. Sima Yu touched her head. She should have done these things on her own but her spirit beasts clamored to help her so she felt very grateful that she had them by her side. Then what are you doing in here? Little Spirit asked. I would like to have a look at the divine scar. Sima Yu said. It looks good now. Come with me. Little Spirit finished speaking and took her to the medicine field. Previous chapter. This is the first time Sima Yu has seen it after giving the divine scar to Little Spirit. At that time, it was just a little seed in the ring. When she saw it again, it was already a seedling that was more than 10 centimeters high. Because of the blood bond between her spirit beasts and herself, the seedling exuded a faint smell of blood, but it was not overwhelming. Why is it still so small after so many years? Sima Yu did the calculations in her heart that it had been 30 over years on the outside world, so it meant that about 300 years had passed and yet it only grew so much? What do you know? Little Spirit glanced at her with eyes full of contempt. Divine scar is not tall in the first place. It should be said that divine herbs grow typically like this. Not to mention, I accelerated the time over this plot so it's been more than 300 years. Well, when will it mature then? Sima Yu asked. It's already bearing fruit. Little Spirit said excitedly, I have sensed it, but it can't be seen with the naked eye. When will the fruit mature? Sima Yu still paid more attention to this. This divine scar is different from the others. The early stage is slow, but it will mature soon afterwards. It shouldn't take more than a few years. Little Spirit said, can you accelerate the time so that I can get the fruit as soon as possible? But if I do that, I won't be able to observe its growth. Little Spirit said sulkily, I have an urgent need for the fruit this time. You can refer to it next time. Anyway, your lifespan is endless. Sima Yu said, alright. Little Spirit agreed, her business mattered more. Anyway, after harvesting the fruit, he can plant it again. Without affecting the medicinal efficacy, please get it to mature as fast as possible. Not a problem. Sima Yu then went to see Wu Lingyu before heading to the alchemy room to refine some pills for Sima Luxian. Thinking of her father's situation, she sighed in her heart. In such a situation, her father could still resist Kuei Ming Dai. This made her admire him, but yet she felt distressed at the same time. What if he pretended to obey? She shook her head, and if he really lowered his head, even if everyone forgave him, he wouldn't forgive himself. She took a deep breath, began to sort the medicinal materials and started to refine the pill. In the days that followed, she was focused on healing Sima Luxian, and after half a month, he could finally get out of bed. When he walked out of the room, he felt like running with tears welled up in his eyes. He had never been in his bed for so long. Each time he wanted to move, his mother would be staring at him and say, "You are not allowed to get out of bed without Yu's permission." Then when he turned his attention to his precious daughter for help, she always smiled and said, "Father, I am a doctor. The doctor has requirements for patients. Do you want to embarrass me?" Well, his baby girl can't be embarrassed, then he could only bear with it. After lying in bed for a month, he could finally get out of bed, but in order not to make him tired, Yu went to find Fatty Chu to make him a wheelchair. At the same time, she brought all the people in the spirit pagoda out. When they heard that Sima Yu found her father, Sima Lai and the others did not continue with their cultivation and went to pay their benefactor a visit. Without him, there would be no Sima family left. Sima Yu was chatting with Sima Luxian in the garden. He heard movement at the gate of the courtyard, and when he looked over, he saw Sima Lai and the others walking over. Sima Lai was looking younger and younger because of his growth and strength. He now looked like a middle-aged man despite his age. Seeing Sima Luxian dressed in white with a head of white hair seated in the wheelchair, he stepped forward excitedly and bowed to him. "Benefactor. We have seen our benefactor." Sima Yuming and the four also saluted and paid their respects to him. "Don't call me benefactor, you are Yu's grandfather and brother, let's still go by seniority." Sima Luxian smiled like, "Uncle." Sima Yuming and the others followed his goodwill. "Grandfather, you are my grandfather. How embarrassing is this? You helped me raise my daughter and taught her so well. You've bestowed such great kindness, I haven't even thanked you yet." Sima Luxian said. "That's right, grandfather, you said that I should continue to address you as grandfather, yet you insist on addressing my father as benefactor. Isn't this a mess? We are all cultivators and we don't need to have such courtesy." In the end, under Sima Yu's insistence, the two eventually became brothers. Although this was a bit nondescript, it was better than the beginning. After a while, Fatty Chu and the others also came in. Seeing the person looking like a fallen immortal, Fatty Chu blurted out, Yu, your father is so beautiful." Bei Gong Tang hurriedly pulled him, indicating that he was too rude. PFFFFFFT, Sima Yu was amused by the reaction of Fatty Chu, and said with a smile, "You better not have any idea on my father." Where would I, what are you talking about?" Fatty Chu was embarrassed. Sima Yu turned her head and said to Sima Luxian, "Father, you don't know, when I was dressed up as a man and when we met for the first time, he was living in the same courtyard with me. The gaze he looked at me at that time, was like a pervert. Right? But in the end, he was bribed by Yu with a meal." Bei Gong Tang laughed. "When did that happen, how do you remember it?" Fatty Chu glared at everyone. "Furthermore, you are not the same. At first, it was cold like a block of ice, but in the end it was subdued by Yu. That's why we're birds of a feather. Hehe, I have heard Yu talk about you a long time ago, thank you for taking care of her along the way." Sima Luxian was amused by them, and other people in the courtyard followed up with a lot of things that Sima Yu had done before. "Uncle, you are too polite. Yu should have been taking care of us all the time." Bei Gong Tang and the others were embarrassed instead. "Because of you, she is not lonely and has you all to accompany her along the way. So no matter who takes care of who, you can be together for so many years, that is the fate between you. Hey, too." Suddenly, Sima Yu saw a little one looking at the gate of the courtyard with an anxious expression. Because she had previously ordered that no one enter the yard to disturb her father to rest, they could not come in directly. She got up and walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" "Deputy Valley Master, a few people came before, and they mentioned the Divine Devil Valley. Moreover, the manner in which they are speaking tone isn't very good. The manager asked me to invite you over." "Who are those people?" Sima Yu frowned. "They seem to be from Cloud Cave." Sima Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. The people from Cloud Cave actually ran to her turf and said bad things about the Divine Devil Valley? She waved her hand and asked the steward to go back first before she headed back to the courtyard and informed them, "I have something to settle so I have to leave first. Grandfather, if my father is tired, I'll have to trouble you to push him in. Please don't let him go by himself." "Alright, don't worry, go and do what you need to." They all saw the steward come to her, something must have happened to warrant her attention. "I'll go with you." "Alright." After they left the courtyard, Bei Gong Tang asked in a low voice, "Can Uncle's body recover? Otherwise, with her ability, how could he have not been cured after so long?" "Yes. I haven't found a way to restore his cultivation level yet. Because he doesn't have spirit energy, he's healing very slowly." Sima Yu explained. Bei Gong Tang grabbed her hand and comforted, "I believe you can do it. I also believe that I will find a way. I'm so tired and crooked. Deputy Valley Master, they are in the private room upstairs. I have asked the steward to stare at them." "Alright." Sima Yu climbed up the level. Every step she took, he would think of the things Cloud Cave did to the Divine Devil Valley. A long time ago, she injured her master demon old man and injured his soul. While in the little realm of Wenhai, Cloud Cave united with the Sage Pavilion, and wanted to kill all the people of Divine Devil Valley in the little realm. Thereafter, Cloud Cave colluded with that mysterious force to lure the elders of the Divine Devil Valley to kill the disciples of the valley. These are only what she knew about, and it was well known that Cloud Cave had been finding trouble for Divine Devil Valley all these years. Originally, just merely Cloud Cave alone was nothing to be concerned about, and following Divine Devil Valley's usual way of acting, they should have already been destroyed. But now, there was that mysterious force behind Cloud Cave, and it became a little more troublesome to get rid of it. Now they were really pushing it. Obviously knowing that the owner of Memory Restaurant is the young master of Divine Devil Valley, and yet they dared to come here and speak so blatantly. Did they really think that with the backing of that mysterious force, they could sit back and do whatever they wanted? Deputy Valley Master. The steward who was guarding the door saluted her. Inside? Yes. You may go. She wanted to listen to the dialogue inside, but found that there was an enchantment laid inside and she couldn't hear anything at all. I thought that when steward went to serve the food, he knocked on the door and went in. When they heard them mention the Divine Devil Valley, he went to the manager vigilantly and notified her. Did they think that as long as there was an enchantment laid out, they were safe? She called out Little Roar, and with him around, the enchantment became useless, isn't it? Does Divine Devil Valley think that they are still the Divine Devil Valley of the past? They will soon be destroyed by us. See if they can still be so arrogant. Ha ha ha. There are a lot of good things in Divine Devil Valley, so we better make sure to rush to the front and grab enough. Sima Yu's gaze dimmed. Humph, want to deal with the Divine Devil Valley? Keep your voice down. Someone scolded. If this is a bad thing, better be careful or you may get into serious trouble. Brother, don't worry, isn't this a barrier set up by you? People outside can't hear us. The person who spoke before said arrogantly. That's right, big brother. Don't forget where we are. Isn't this the restaurant opened by Sima Yu? She has been missing for so long, maybe she is dead. This Sima Yu is also amazing. Not only is the young master of the Divine Devil Valley, but also the Deputy Valley Master of Heartbreak Valley. There is also the Divine Vermilion Bird. If it weren't for her disappearance, who would dare to move Divine Devil Valley? As long as the Divine Devil Valley is destroyed, even if she comes back, it won't help. Let you eat more and talk less. Eat quickly, and leave after eating, the boss scolded. Oh, this memory restaurant food is too delicious. Every time we can't resist the temptation, we have to run over to eat. The food is very expensive. I don't know how many spars have been contributed to them. Hey, this Heartbreak Valley actually dared to do something to Zhong Zhang's family and Yin Yang Palace. Didn't they say something? Take advantage of Sima Yu's absence, and destroy the Divine Devil Valley to clean them up. When Heartbreak Valley is gone, take those chefs away. Catch it back and give us good food every day. Ha ha ha, yes. That sounds good. Sima Yu did not expect that the force had already hit idea of Heartbreak Valley. She doesn't know if Fenger and they rest knew. Sima Yu had better not come back at all. No, it should be said, to let her come back right after destroying the Divine Devil Valley and Heartbreak Valley. Yes. Ha ha ha. Come on, cheers. Bei Gong Tang didn't know what Sima Yu heard, but she saw her expression crumble and became uglier by the minute. In the end, an evil smile flourished on her cold face as she kicked the door open. I'm sorry, I didn't come back when you wanted me to. She sneered and looked at the people inside. The people of Cloud Cave were drinking merrily, and when the door was kicked open, they spewed all the wine out of their mouths. Seeing the woman standing at the door and hearing her words, they didn't need to think twice about her identity. And, she obviously heard their conversation. How can you ignore my enchantment? The man sitting in the first place rubbed and stood up. Sima Yu saw the enchantment flashing at the door, just so that people outside would not know what happened here. You want to stop me with such a broken barrier? She took a step and went directly into the enchantment. Bei Gong Tang could only see what was happening inside but could not hear any sound from inside. When the other private rooms heard the movement here, they all opened the door to look. The manager hurried up, bowed their hands at them, and said cheerfully, it's all right, everyone please continue. When those people saw Bei Gong Tang standing at the door, there was really no movement inside. They really thought it was all right, so they returned to continue eating. The manager came to Bei Gong Tang, and when he saw the situation in the room, his mouth was left wide open. I saw Sima Yu quickly flashing past several people, and those people were beaten to the ground by her, and there was no time to react, let alone hands on. This. He hadn't seen Sima Yu make a move. Now that he saw her alone, he beat a few people to the ground. He wanted to say that this Deputy Valley Master was really powerful, but he couldn't say that. Sima Yu beat everyone to the ground, took out a dubious-looking black pill and shoved it into their mouths before she broke the enchantment, allowing the two outside to come in. Deputy Valley Master, what did you feed them with? The shopkeeper asked curiously. A poison that would make them go limp and unable to commit suicide. Sima Yu replied. Take these people to the backyard. I will personally interrogate them. Yes. The shopkeeper exited and soon several waiters entered. Each carried 2 people and flew out of the window and straight to the backyard. Those people wanted to scream for help. But they couldn't make a sound as they were taken away. Have someone clean up here. Sima Yu finished. She did not use the main entrance. She flew down with Bei Gong Tang from the window. Their words reminded her that others had taken her disappearance the past few years as she had vanished and they started to cause trouble. In that case, she would stay hidden, where the enemy was in the light while she was in the dark. They wanted to deal with Divine Devil Valley and Heartbreak Valley? That would depend on who was dealing with whom. Bring the people in. Sima Yu gave an order. Several waiters immediately carried those people into the courtyard. Sima Lu Xian, Sima Lai and them were discussing her past. They were surprised when they saw her with the waiters carrying people in. Yu, what is the matter? Throw them into the courtyard. The waiters threw all of them into the courtyard and then withdrew. According to the symbols on their clothes, they are from Cloud Cave. Sima Yulin recalled the people in Little Realm of Wenhai. That's right. Sima Yu took several pills out and gave each of them one. These pills could alleviate the toxicity of the poison, giving them the strength to speak. Sima Yu. I didn't expect you to return. The boss of the group looked at Sima Yu. Hatred and regret flashed in his eyes. If they knew, they wouldn't have come here to eat. Thinking of this, he glared at his subordinates. They were all clamoring to come here for lunch. They said there was no problem with a spirit barrier. They were all captured. His subordinates were also aggrieved. They used to go to Memory Restaurant for lunch and no such thing happened. Why were they so unlucky to encounter Sima Yu in here? The others didn't expect Sima Yu to capture people from Cloud Cave on her way out. They were unsure what she caught them for. Yu, what happened? Fatty Chu asked. They said they want to destroy Divine Devil Valley and attack Heartbreak Valley on my turf. Sima Yu fed them the pills and patted her hands. She stepped on the person next to her. What? How bold are they? The others were intrigued. They said they wanted to destroy her force on her turf. Their guts were extraordinary. Isn't the Cloud Cave strength inferior to Divine Devil Valley? Sima Yulin said. Can they have found some backing? Divine Devil Valley had been attacked by Cloud Cave before. At that time, we knew that they were colluding with a mysterious force. Sima Yu replied. I am thinking they were borrowing the power of that force. Let's quickly interrogate them and see when they will move. Don't think about it. We won't betray the sect. That boss stated firmly. That's right, you better kill us. We won't say. Oh, quite loyal. Ah. The distressing pain made him scream. Large beads of sweat fell down from his hair bun. Even so, he was unwilling to say a word. Sima Yu retracted her foot. She glanced at him and then the rest. Every one of them had fear in their eyes. Fear? It was definitely fear for her. For a cultivator, this pain was bearable. So who was the fear towards? Because of the fear, they didn't dare to say anything. Even if it was death, it was better than the fear in their hearts. It seems that you can't get the answer from them. Sima Lu Xian also noticed. I need to spend some time. What are you going to do? Huang Yingying asked. Of course to deal with them. Sima Yu came to a wide area and took out some herbs and a pill furnace. Soon, some pills were refined from the furnace. Give them to eat this. Sima Yu threw the jade bottle to Fatty Chu. By the time she cleaned up and put the pill furnace away, they were fed with the pills. What did you give us? Good stuff. After a while, you will become drowsy and start spilling the beans unknowingly. But her words caused several elders to stare at her in shock. How could a little girl say such a thing? Sima Yu curled her lips. Did they need to raise such a fuss for this small matter? Besides, she did not say anything wrong. The expressions on those people quickly became erratic, and their eyes lost their focus. What's wrong with them? Fatty Chu asked. Pursuing spiritual satisfaction. Xia Yu came before them. Alright, tell me what you know. What do you want me to tell you? Let's talk about dealing with Divine Devil Valley. Divine Devil Valley? The person froze for a moment. We are going to attack Divine Devil Valley and kill all of them. Take their resources. And... Sima Yu interrupted him. Don't talk about useless things. What is your plan? When and how many people? Does Divine Devil Valley know? Divine Devil Valley has been fighting with us for the past years. But they definitely don't know about this news. The main force attacking them is not Cloud Cave but the people above. People above? Do you know who? We are only some small fodders. How will we know who? We just got news from the sect and told us to go back quietly. When will it be? Just a month later. How many people? We don't know either. We're only responsible for following orders. Really don't know? Sima Yu's voice suddenly rose, shocking everyone present. It's true. The people of Cloud Cave affirmed. Their force is not strong. They're probably not in a very important position. It is normal for them to not know. Sima Lu Xian said. Right, Yu. Don't worry. The others persuaded. Sima Yu nodded to them, then continued interrogating. What about Heartbreak Valley? What do you know about it? I know this. They plan to kill their valley master Shiman Feng because they have driven the Zhongzhen clan and Yin Yang Palace to desperation. When they killed him and we destroyed the Divine Devil Valley, we will deal with the rest of the Heartbreak Valley. Assassinate Shiman Feng? When? It seems to be these 2 days. It seemed the mysterious force was unable to sit still on Heartbreak Valley, pressuring Zhongzhen clan and Yin Yang Palace. By killing Shiman Feng first, it would cause Heartbreak Valley to fall into chaos. It would no longer pressure Zhongzhen clan and Yin Yang Palace. At the same time, they could focus on dealing with Divine Devil Valley. Once they destroyed Divine Devil Valley, they could then deal with Heartbreak Valley. All plans were to be carried out when Sima Yu was away. Because her presence was too big of a variable. Afterwards, Sima Yu asked about other matters, but the answers were unimportant. Their position in Cloud Cave was too low and the things they knew were too few. They would not have known of Divine Devil Valley and Heartbreak Valley if they were part of the agenda. Sima Yu took out a dagger and pierced one of them in the heart. After some struggling, the person died. She took this opportunity to enter his divine sense. The information she got was similar to what he had said. It seems that my pill is quite effective. Sima Yu threw the corpse on the ground. She set it alight, burning it into ashes. What kind of pill did you give them? To make them tell the truth. It's the first time I used it. I wanted to see its effect. Sima Yu replied. Yu, will the Valley Master be alright? They had heard of the mysterious force containing many powerful experts. If Shimin Feng and them were not prepared, it would be disadvantageous to them. Sima Yu also thought of this. I will contact him first, then send someone to secretly protect him. Sure. More than an hour later, a group of people departed from Memory Restaurant. These people were not from the Heartbreak Valley. They were from the Blood Fiend City that she invited. The people in the Blood Fiend City lived a stable life in the Little Realm. They were very grateful to Sima Yu. After following her for some time, they learned many things about her and had a better grasp of her character. In particular, some people wanted a quiet life, while others wanted to go outside and do things. Therefore, when Sima Yu asked for their help, they readily agreed. Are these people enough? Little Seven, who was out for fresh air, was a little anxious. She and Shimin Feng got along well. Hearing that he would be in danger made her worried. After being with Sima Yu for the past years, she had witnessed how powerful this mysterious force was. Grandpa also followed. Besides, these people are not as weak as you think. I don't know how dependable is your grandpa. Little Seven mumbled. She disdained her grandpa. Sima Yu rubbed her head. I know you wanted to go along, but you can't. As long as you show up, they will know that I am back. We have to catch those people by surprise. I know, so I didn't go. Little Seven sighed. She hadn't beaten someone for a long time. Her hands itched for it. When they attack Divine Devil Valley, I'll let you do whatever you want. Alright, I have to wait. I don't know how long is the wait. You fellow. You were quiet for not so long, and you already gaining back your nature? How? Little Seven pouted. Her face was still cute. Where is Mier? Didn't he come with you? He went out to play. Little Seven replied. Don't worry. I already warned him. No matter who he turned to, he cannot turn into us and let others know we're back. Not bad. You grew up. Sima Yu praised. Isn't that so? Little Seven raised her chin proudly. By the way, Yu, should we take action? We don't know the specific detail of their attack on Divine Devil Valley. We need to know the details. Sima Yu rubbed her chin. Although I have sent people back to Divine Devil Valley to remind them to be aware. If there is no specific news, there would be no purpose of defending. Then let's go capture people from above. They should be all in this city. How do you know? Sima Yu eyed here. Did you do something behind my back? Nothing, just interrogate the remaining Cloud Cave people and ask who their boss is. Haha, I'm so smart. So you already thought so. Since you know where, then let's go. More than an hour later, a person who was busy in their courtyard was interrupted when someone suddenly broke in. Who are you? What are you doing in Cloud Cave? Finding someone. Sima Yu morphed with 1,000 resonance. She became a hostile man with a sturdy beard who was looking for trouble. Who are you looking for? Where is Wang Tianhua? Sima Yu demanded. A fairly elegant man came out of the room. When he saw Sima Yu, he asked, what are you looking for me for? You are Wang Tianhua. That's right, who are you? I am the brother-in-law of the little brother of the brother-in-law of Gue Hua, whom you abandoned. I heard you hurt her. Today, I came here to have you explain clearly to him. This Gue Hua was learned from those Cloud Cave people. They said that she was his fellow villager who he dumped. I said before, don't look for me again. If you bother me again, don't blame me for being impolite. You dumped her, and now you're acting all cocky. I am here to get you to meet her. If you don't agree, I will take you over forcibly. In order to not be injured, you should obediently come with me. This wild neighbor actually came to Cloud Cave. Sima Yu didn't plan to fight these people. She summoned Little Seven who was in disguise. When Little Seven saw these people, her eyes brightened as she immediately attacked them with her fists. Sima Yu flashed to Wang Tianhua's side. Wang Tianhua was shocked. Before he could react, he found he could not move. What did you do to me? He shouted in surprise. Nothing, something to make you quiet. You poisoned me. Smart. Sima Yu smiled. So, come with us obediently. Wang Tianhua watched Little Seven rapidly deal with his men. Men. He felt his blood was flowing backward. Let's go. Sima Yu held him by his neck and took him away in full public view. The people of Cloud Cave were frantic. When did Gue Hua find such a powerful helper? Wang Tianhua had dumped her, and he was being taken away. Nothing bad would happen, right? Should we report it? What is there to report? If you let the people above know that he was delayed because of personal matters, he will be punished. If he is punished, would we be let off? By then, we will be sent off. That's right. We shouldn't report it. As long as he comes back before then, we will be fine. Anyways, we will be carrying out the order. It's settled. Therefore, no one suspected Wang Tianhua was taken away by Sima Yu. Wang Tianhua felt that when he left Cloud Cave's area, his divine sense had become chaotic. He did not know how long he had been with whom and where he was. When he woke up, he was surrounded by people, and this place was not Gue Hua's. Who are you? He realized something was wrong. He wanted to move but he was tied to the chair. Don't waste your efforts in vain. This is the tying immortal rope I refined. You can't break it. Fatty Chu said triumphantly. This, you can only tie him at this level. If he was stronger, there would be no way. Aren't you embarrassed to name it tying immortal rope? This is the first generation. I will gradually improve it when I have the time. I will definitely make this tying immortal rope worthy of its name. We're waiting, fighting. Sima Yulu laughed and patted his shoulder. Wait for me to brighten your eyes. Wang Tianhua struggled vigorously, but he couldn't break the rope. He looked toward the big man who took him away. This is not Gui Hua's place. Who are you? Why did you bring me here? What is your intention? You're not stupid. Sima Yu said. She separated from Thousand Resonance and returned to her original appearance. You are. Sima Yu. She came back quietly and they didn't know. Since she bound him here, she must know something. So shocked, it seems you know what I got you for. Sima Yu said. In that case, confess or wait for me to torture you. Don't make me tell you anything. You'd better let me go. I or someone from my sect will come over, looking for your neighbor. Sima Yu said. Do I need to remind you of how you treat your subordinates? Do you think they would have the guts to bother you? Wang Tianhua's heart sank even more. She was right. Every time they disturbed him, they did not end well. Therefore, this time, they would just ignore him. But even so, he would not tell her anything. Even if he died, he wouldn't tell. Sure enough, you're just like them. I'm going to waste my pill again. A swish sounded by his ear as he was given a pill. He wanted to spit it out, but it melted in his mouth before he could. Soon, he felt his brain was no longer his own. He seemed to have entered a vast space of white clouds. The clouds were comfortable and touching. At this time, someone appeared to be talking to him. He didn't know what they said or what he answered. He thought he had turned into an immortal. Not long after, the white clouds around him parted and this drifting feeling vanished. His divine sense returned back. He found he was still locked in the same place. It's just that there were no more people around except a small child. She sat on a chair beside him. Her chin resting on her hands. Her big round eyes appeared innocent. Little sister, will you let me go? He tried to entice her. If you let me go, I will give you good things, how about it? Not very good. Little Seven was upset that he treated her like a fool. If you want to let me go, you have to promise me one thing. What? Wang Tianhua's eyes lit up in hope. I will untie you and you fight with me. If you win, you can leave. Wang Tianhua looked at Little Seven. He did not sense any spirit beast aura. It meant she was human. How strong can a teenage girl be? As long as she untied him, could she stop him? Thinking about this, he readily agreed. Then I will untie you first. Little Seven came beside him and opened a knot on the rope. She took 2 steps back. All right. Wang Tianhua stood up and pulled the rope from his body. He spoke to Little Seven. Little sister, I won't hurt you. As long as you don't say anything, I won't hurt you. Understand? You mean you don't want to fight me? Wait till next time. I will fight you next time. He walked towards the door. He prepared to open the door. As soon as he touched the handle, he felt a cold aura from behind him. You dare lie to me? You really treat me as a kid? Little Seven's cold voice shocked Wang Tianhua. He turned around and she who was on the opposite him appeared right in front of him. A pair of small hands grabbed his clothes, then his shoulders, and then slammed into him, throwing him out. Wang Tianhua fell on all fours. The pain on his body was not as shocking as his heart. This little girl had great strength. Why did she look weak? You are not human. He wiped the blood from his mouth as he shouted. How am I human? Little Seven snorted. You're a bad guy. You dare to lie to me. You will pay. She sent a punch over. Wang Tianhua recalled the action was familiar. His pupils suddenly dilated as he yelled, you are the person who beat my men. Humph, you know now. You dare to lie to a cute Little Seven. You should be prepared to bear my fury. Soon, there was a miserable cry in the room. At the same time, in the remote place, Shiman Feng and Old Bai were running rapidly. They were trying to get rid of those pursuing them. But no matter if they use a one-time teleportation array or space tunnel, the opponent could lock on them tightly. Because of the over-expenditure of power, the group of people gradually caught up with them. Shiman Feng knew who was pursuing after them. He didn't expect that the mysterious force actually came to kill them. Thinking about it, it was their suppression of Yin Yang Palace and Zhongzheng clan that attracted the attention of the mysterious force. In the past, Yin Yang Palace and Zhongzheng clan turned against each other because of Yu Yu's scheme. Later, with the support of the forces behind them, they worked together temporarily. This time, they attacked the economies of the two forces, causing the other party to want to kill them. Everyone understood it in their heart. After being caught up, they didn't talk nonsense. They just started fighting. It's just as the spirit beasts were injured, their spirit powers were exhausted, they just couldn't compete with them who was sending in rounds after rounds. Were they really going to die here today? Outside the battlefield, a man frowned slightly at the people resisting stubbornly. These people were too powerful in combat. He felt movement in the space. The people behind accepted the order and ran over regardless of their injuries. Damn, Di Xiong, someone is really trying to kill our valley master. Fortunately, we rushed over. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Quickly go save Valley Master and Elder Bai. As soon as the space tunnel opened, a group of people rushed out. When they saw Shiman Feng and the group forced into desperation, they were angry. Although they did not know Sima Yu's relationship with Shiman Feng, they knew that Sima Yu cared a lot about him, Bai Sheng and them. If something were to happen to them, how could they explain to her? When they exited, they patted their chest and promised to protect Shimin Feng. Valley Master, we're here to save you. Valley Master, let us deal with them. Old Bai, we're here. Shimin Feng's group had a dozen people. The enemy had 30 to 40 men. The people who came from Blood Fiend City had a total of 200, all powerful. When they saw them, everyone was dumbfounded. Bai Sheng looked at these people and smiled excitedly. Valley Master, they're here. We are safe. Shimin Feng and them had long been their last. They felt weak when they saw them come. Fortunately, they were supported and didn't fall to the ground. Damn Di Xiong, they even dare to touch our boss's Valley Master, they must be tired of living. Brothers, we must avenge the Valley Master and them today. Let them know our Heartbreak Valley is not easy to bully. That's right. You talk a lot. Move, people already attacked. Soon, these people were being killed. They left some alive and didn't kill them directly. When they saw they couldn't escape, they killed themselves. Old Bai, all dead. Shimin Feng was not their true Valley Master. Their previous words were for others to hear. The purpose was to prevent their identity from Blood Fiend City from being exposed, and let people know Sima Yu sent them secretly. So, the people form Blood Fiend City. Besides Sima Yu, no one can ask them to move. If anyone got news today, they would only know it was the people from Heartbreak Valley. Now there was no one left. No one would regard Shimin Feng as the real Valley Master. However, some respect was necessary. Why did you old dudes come here for? Bai Sheng asked Old Lu, who had a good relationship with. Of course, Miss Yu said you were in trouble and asked us to come. Old Lu replied. Originally it was to find you, but knowing how you were being pursued, we rushed over. How did boss know we were being hunted? Nie was wounded. Someone was bandaging his wound. He was excited to know Sima Yu asked them to come. This, you can go back and ask her. We don't know. Old Lu scratched his neck. Yu caught a few people from Cloud Cave. She heard there would be an assassination and asked them to help. Sima Xiuqi walked over from behind. Shimin Feng noticed Sima Xiuqi and quickly saluted. Grandpa Qi, why did you come? Yu was worried about you all and asked me to come over. I have nothing to do at home so I went. Sure. Shimin Feng and the others also knew it was dangerous to stay outside when the mysterious force was watching. Half a day later, Sima Xiuqi took them to a place where Sima Yu used to live. When the people of Blood Fiend City returned, they said they wanted to stroll around nearby. They were not afraid of encountering enemies. Sima Yu saw the injured and in bad condition. How are you? All right, we're fine. Fortunately, you sent someone to save us. Boss, thanks to you. You're our lucky star. All right, all of you suffered serious injuries yet you're still smirking. Hurry up and recovered. Hiss, dash. Although the wound didn't bleed, the pain made him clench his teeth and hissed. Sima Yu let go of him and spoke to everyone. The rooms have been arranged for you. Don't worry about anything. Take care of your injuries. We will talk about other things later. Yes. By the way, how is Lu Yongkai? Sima Yu asked. He is probably in Tong City. Send someone to notify him to come back. He is not safe outside now. Besides, I have something to discuss with him. Sima Yu said. Forget it, you are all injured. Let the shopkeeper do it after we go back. Alright, let's go back into rest. Everyone went back to their arranged room. They fought for so long and ran for so long, they were injured and tired and came back without fully recovering. It was time to rest. The next day, Lu Yongkai returned from not so far away. Sima Yu called Shimin Feng and the group of them to the guest hall and told them what they had found. So that force is displeased with us and plans to deal with us? Nie said. Recently, you've been closing the net. Yinyang Palace and Zhongzheng clan are in a desperate situation. That's why they wanted to deal with Fenger first and let Heartbreak Valley lose its leader. After they destroy Divine Devil Valley, their next goal is Heartbreak Valley. However, they bit off more than they could chew. Sima Yu said solemnly. I don't know where this force emerged from and it is causing trouble everywhere. Feng Kai said, the Alliance and other forces have also been suppressing them over the past 2 to 3 years. They have to deal with the Alliance yet they still can attack other sects. The others were also very angry. Is that force really so powerful? Sima Yu thought for a while, shook her head, and said, it shouldn't be. Even a force that belongs to the inner region shouldn't have a strength only at that level. The alliance of guilds, moreover, one that belongs to the inner region would be more resilient. Not to mention, dealing with them would occupy almost all their effort, how can they still have excess strength to deal with other forces? If it is really a force and if they are already so strong, they would not be so secretive in doing things and playing so many tricks in the dark. Boss, do you mean that those things in the past were not done by the same force? Shi Chen was taken aback by this train of thoughts. Every time, we see the same outfit but this does not mean that they are the same group of people. Sima Yu said, can you determine that they are one and the same? Everyone looked at each other baffled, they were really not sure. So, nothing can be concluded right now. They may be one force, or they may belong to different forces. We don't know these. But no matter what the situation, as long as they dare to provoke us, then we shall face them head on. When one comes, we'll kill one. If they come in twos, we'll kill them both. We'll not leave them any place for retreat. Seeing Sima Yu's domineering appearance, everyone present laughed, and the tension no longer existed. However, what is certain is that there should be one force behind Cloud Cave, Zhongzheng Clan and Yinyang Palace. Well then, let's use more strength to yank out this force then. Yes. You'll have to pay more attention these days. They can attack us once, which means that they can attack us again. We've wiped out all their people this time round, they will definitely not give up on the blood debt. If you go out again, you must bring more people. Sima Yu advised. We will. Shimin Feng nodded, he wouldn't joke about the lives of the members of the valley. Liang Kai, you have worked so hard over the past few years. You have done a great job for driving them to jump over the wall in such a hurry. Sima Yu said to Liang Kai, they must also know the existence of Liang Kai, so Fenger must send someone to protect him well. I also plan to bring more people around if Liang Kai goes out. Shimin Feng thought of this too. When we are back, we've got to get Fatty Chu to refine more Thunderbolt bullets and let Liang Kai carry more of it when he goes out. Let's see how many of them we can get. Nine said with a smile. No matter what, Fatty Chu is only one person, and even if he refines it for days and nights, he won't be able to handle so many. Feng Kai pointed out. I've already talked to Fatty Chu about this matter. He will return to the valley and teach the refiner in the valley on how to refine these Thunderbolt bullets. Sima Yu said, it's just that you'll have to find a way to get hold of the materials, as some materials are not easy to find. As long as there is a list, it should be fine. Feng Kai replied. Well, although these things are relatively rare, they are not difficult to find. Sima Yu said, in addition, I have already passed the refining instructions to the Divine Devil Valley. If you meet them when purchasing materials, give it to them first. Alright. In addition, we have also made some arrangements. Fenger, disappear for a while, just spread the word that you were seriously injured in yesterday's assassination attempt and you're now unconscious. Sima Yu said, then, you guys. Soon, there was news from Heartbreak Valley that Shimin Feng was assassinated, suffered serious injuries and was unconscious. Fortunately, the people of the valley arrived in time and he still could hang on for the last breath. But even so, the people of Heartbreak Valley couldn't rescue him, so they could only pin their hopes on their genius doctor, their deputy valley master. However, Sima Yu had been missing for 3 or 4 years, so the people in Heartbreak Valley were now searching high and low for her. At this time, in a small courtyard in a certain city, several people in black robes and black masks gathered. Is Shimin Feng really unconscious? The hoarse voice of the person in the middle sounded out. Yes, Heartbreak Valley is in chaos at this moment and many people were sent out to find Sima Yu's whereabouts. Hall Master, since they are in chaos, should we take the opportunity to destroy them too? The other side asked. Don't worry. The Hall Master said, although Heartbreak Valley is now in chaos, it has not yet reached the end of life and death, so other forces will not care. But if we attack them, they will ask for help, let alone other yes, the bird tribe alone is enough for us to deal with. Our top priority now is to take down Heartbreak Valley and let the professional teachers in the valley to strengthen our strength. The Heartbreak Valley is left alone? The Yin Yang Palace and Zhongzhen clan have been suppressed miserably recently. Send someone to tell them that it will last until 1 month later. Heartbreak Valley has no leaders. If you can't survive this situation, then wait for bankruptcy. The organization will not want such useless waste. Yes. Hall Master, I think the Yin Yang Palace and the Zhongzhen clan are too useless. How many years has this Heartbreak Valley been established? How can they not even compare to a new power? What do you know? The Hall Master scoffed, this Heartbreak Valley seems to have only been established recently, but their strength should not be underestimated. Are they so great? Can they get the affirmation of the Hall Master? You have been performing tasks, and they are not part of intelligence collection. It is reasonable to be unfamiliar with them. The Hall Master said, although they have only been established not long ago, they have quite a bit of background. Memory Restaurant is theirs. In addition to that, Qin Mo also gave them many shops. If you add up all the business they have under their banner over these years, they have expanded a lot. So, their business foundation is not weak. If they only had this commercial foundation, they wouldn't be able to make those 2 wastes be at a loss, said the Hall Master. Why is that so? Have you heard of Liang Kai? Everyone thought for a while and said, Hall Master, what you are talking about is Liang Kai, the business genius who was expelled from the Liu family of the inner region? Yes, it's him. The Hall Master snorted coldly. The old coots of the Liu family were confused, because of some unnecessary things, they actually drove a business genius out of their own clan. They chased him all the way and finally forced him to go to Blood Fiend City. He is the one who manages the economy in Heartbreak Valley now. No wonder that when I heard the news about Heartbreak Valley, I thought this name was familiar. With a certain background, coupled with Liang Kai's talent, it is normal for those 2 wastes to be suppressed. It is a pity that nearly 100 of us have never returned. The Hall Master thought of this and clenched his fists. But, how did the people of Heartbreak Valley get news and go to their rescue? Alright, it's time to attack the Divine Devil Valley, you go to make the final preparations. We shall set off 3 days later. Previous chapter. Divine Devil Valley was busy these few years as the scoundrels in Cloud Cave were restless and kept provoking them, trying to counter them in every way. They had to handle the valley and dealt with the scoundrels from Cloud Cave at the same time. What annoyed them the most was that the scoundrels would always be saved by other forces when they had already forced them into an impasse. It made them feel like their effort was wasted. This truly angered them. But recently, it was much smoother as they didn't come at them with deep hatred, instead, they did their own thing. Today, Cloud Cave and some members from mysterious forces went to Divine Devil Valley, the others also went to their other subsidiary halls in preparation to eliminate their subsidiary forces at the same time. Boom! Divine Devil Valley trembled from the powerful attack, a group of people quickly flew out from the valley. Divine Valley Master Liang Wu-ming, all the hall masters and a group of elder came out. Those who were attentive enough would notice that only the older generations were there. Ying Baichuan, who was the young Valley Master of Divine Devil Valley, and all the other subsidiary halls' young hall leaders weren't there. What a pity, members of Cloud Cave didn't notice that, or they noticed it but didn't put it in mind as they thought they were protecting them by keeping them in the valley. Liang Wu-ming saw Cloud Cave's cave master Ma Yuanming with the mess outside Divine Devil Valley and shouted, "How dare a dead horse like you bring people to Divine Devil Valley, are you asking for death? Ha ha ha." Ma Yuanming raised his head while laughing. Liang Wu-ming, how can you even talk now? Today will be the day where your Divine Devil Valley gets exterminated. By you? Liang Wu-ming snorted, stay since you're here. Valley Master, why spout nonsense with them? Just kill them. Xiao Jingzong yelled. That's right. This time, Tang Yi had the same thought as Xiao Jingzong, both of them didn't fight this time and were unanimous. That's right. Valley Master. Since they'd already make a mess at the entrance, it would make us seem like a failure if we don't eliminate them. Ha ha ha, Xiao Jingzong, are you guys blind? With the adults here, you guys are going to die. Enough with the nonsense, let's do it. Black-robed man said. Go. Ha ha ha. Are you sure your brain is working when you guys think you can touch Divine Devil Valley? A laughing voice came from the sky which stopped the fight that was about to erupt any time. Did they have external help? Everyone from Divine Devil Valley became excited upon hearing that voice. They shouted in excitement after they took a clearer look. It's Second Valley Master. Second Valley Master is back. You rascal, you finally came back after so many years. I thought you died outside. Hee hee, the old man devil is back. Ha ha. The one who came out from the spatial tunnel was really the old man devil who vanished for a very long time. Although he still looked the same, everyone could sense that his aura was different from the last time. Old man devil took 2 steps towards Liang Wu-ming and said, Senior brother, I'm back. Humph, you do remember how to come back. I thought that you'd died outside if it wasn't for your life jade. Liang Wu-ming glared at him. This guy ran away for so long and made him handle everything in Divine Devil Valley alone. He was extremely angry seeing his familiar face. Of course I'll come back. I rushed back after I came out of seclusion knowing something happened to Divine Devil Valley. How did you know something happened here? Who told you? Hee hee, secret. Old man devil said cheekily. He looked at Ma Yuanming with one of his hands on his waist and one finger pointing at him. Dead horse, how are you still alive after so many years? Humph, why would I die when you haven't? Hee hee, you brought so many people here to exterminate my Divine Devil Valley. Luckily I came back just in time, if not I won't be able to see how you die. Old man devil sighed with sorrow. You're speaking conceited nonsense. Do you think you can change the fate of Divine Devil Valley from being exterminated just because you came back? Are you dumb? Or is it that you don't understand human language? Do it. Black-robed man wasn't interested in their war of words. He waved and all the black-robed men started attacking. Get in line. After Liang Wu-ming commanded, a group of disciples suddenly appeared outside of Divine Devil Valley. And all these disciples looked like they were already there from the start. It was just that they used something to hide their aura so that they didn't notice it. How did these people keep watch here? You guys already knew that we were coming? The head of black-robed men said in a deep voice. It's easier to welcome you guys when we know that you guys are coming. Do it. Just when Cloud Cave members thought they were going to attack, those people penetrated spiritual energy into the floor and an array of arrays light lit up beneath their feet. Array? That's right. Do you really think we'll fight recklessly with you guys? Are you guys dumb? Don't you know what Divine Devil Valley does? Xiao Jingzong sneered. What kind of place was Divine Devil Valley? It was a place for all specialists to gather. Although they weren't strong, they were all specialists. Alchemists, armament, array, beast tamer, and others, they were all masters at it. So they didn't need to fight physically, it would be the best to use something like an array. Ma Yuanming and Black-Robed Man knew about this. That was why they planned a surprise attack so that it would be easier to attack Divine Devil Valley when they weren't prepared. After all, they would need time to prepare no matter how powerful a specialist was. This array is not easy to break. Cloud Cave's array master knew at one look that the array they fixed up was powerful. Of course it's not ordinary when it can trap so many of us in the array. Ma Yuanming continued, since there are so many of us, we'll just attack it, it will definitely break this array. No. Black-Robed Man stopped him. Why? They used poison in this array. Once we used spiritual energy, it would speed up the time of us being poisoned. What? Then what should we do? What's there to fuss over an array? Black-Robed Man glared at Ma Yuanming and took out a silver spirit weapon and tossed it up high after inserting spiritual energy in it. Once that weapon touched the outer region of the array, a ray of silver light shined. The lights of the array slowly disappeared wherever the silver light touched. Previous chapter. Divine Devil Valley members were curious when Black-Robed Man took out that thing, but some of them were worried as well. Array-breaking weapon. All of Divine Devil Valley's Hall Master and Elders' face turned sour. They didn't expect that the mysterious forces would have that kind of thing. Array-breaking weapon was a rare divine artifact. It could break any existing array except those arrays that were passed down from the ancient era. Everyone get out. Black-Robed Man flew out first after seeing that the hole on top was almost opened up. Everyone followed and flew out. You guys surprised me because you guys prepared beforehand, but that doesn't mean it will change anything. That's right. Ma Yuanming escaped by luck. He was raging deep down and looked at Liang Wu-ming viciously. Go everyone, we must eliminate them today. Then we shall see who will be eliminated then. Valley disciples, it's time to put our skills to use. Go everyone. Both sides had officially crossed swords. The continuous stretch of miles outside Divine Devil Valley was their battleground. The mountain peaks nearby were almost completely destroyed. Even the main valley of Divine Devil Valley was partially damaged because the protective layer was destroyed. As mysterious forces joined the fight, Divine Devil Valley was slowly becoming no match for them. Many of them started using thunderbolt bullets. Alright, with this thing, the whole mountain range was heavily damaged. Moreover, people who came out from inner regions were much more powerful than Divine Devil Valley. Valley Master, with our current power, we really can't hold it anymore. I didn't think that they would have an array-breaking weapon. It ruined our plan to a degree. We can only hold on. Damn it, lucky for us we have a lot of pills, if not we wouldn't have enough spiritual energy to— Cloud Cave members were initially afraid of Divine Devil Valley members, but they saw that they were retreating in defeat under attack of Black-Robed Man. One by one, their morale was boosted and it gave Divine Devil Valley members no choice but to retreat into their valley. But their protective array was destroyed by Black-Robed Man's array-breaking weapon when they were fighting, so it couldn't protect their safety even if they retreated. They are retreating. Everyone give chase, we have to eradicate Divine Devil Valley completely today. Divine Devil Valley had been stepping on their head for so many years, they could finally eradicate them today and take revenge. As one side lost morale from losing from the start and the other had high morale, the difference could be seen clearly. Sima Yu saw that Divine Devil Valley was in a mess when rushed over with Heartbreak Valley members. Damn, where is the mountain top? It must be flattened. Wu Yangming and her had discussed beforehand, if they could handle it, then they wouldn't need to come. If they couldn't handle it, she would then bring manpower over. But she only received a short news from Wu Yangming as he broke the communication item. She received a response but didn't know what happened in between. So, she was stunned seeing this mess. Could it be that the opponent became so strong that all that thing was of no use? Let's not care so much for now. Go and save them first. Sima Yu told everyone around her. They did not have to search for Divine Devil Valley members because there were sounds of fights coming from everywhere. Oh my god, you guys wore black and white, are you guys going to heaven? Others were brimming with tears of excitement after seeing Heartbreak Valley members and cried out excitedly, it's Heartbreak Valley members. Heartbreak Valley members have come to our rescue. Everyone must hold on, ha ha ha. Cloud Cave members, be prepared to die. The scene changed again, both sides' energy started to turn over again. The scene changed quickly as Sima Yu brought quite a bit of manpower. Sima Yu joined the fight. After she saved a few of them, she turned around and saw Ma Yuanming fighting with Old Man Devil. Master! She shouted in surprise. But Old Man Devil didn't respond at all, he put all his focus on the battle. Sima Yu came back to her senses. This was a battle, there must be no distraction at all. Since Master had already come back, then they would have all the time to catch up later. Thinking of it, she wanted to end the battle faster, so she became more energetic killing all these people. Black-Robed Man saw Heartbreak Valley members who joined in the fight and saw Cloud Cave members who were all almost eliminated. He gritted his teeth and said, retreat. The people around him immediately blew a whistle. When Black-Robed Man heard this sound, they said to the Cloud Cave members around them, withdraw. Withdraw? How can we withdraw when we have already fought to this point? But the Black-Robed Man didn't care about what they thought. They turned around and left without any delay. This meant, if you guys want to stay then you guys can stay and we would leave. Cloud Cave members had to leave when they saw Black-Robed Men withdraw from the fight even though they were unwilling to. Boss, should we stop them? Feng Zhi asked. Sima Yu saw the heavy loss from Divine Devil Valley and asked Liang Wuming, Valley Master, look at this, do you still want to give chase? They have a ray-breaking weapon, we can't stop them. Let them go. We'll definitely seek revenge for today after we fix everything. Liang Wuming said. Sima Yu understood why Divine Devil Valley would lose once she heard about a ray-breaking weapon and also understood why they couldn't stop these guys now as they were unprepared. Tell everyone not to give chase. She commanded. All right. Feng Zhi passed down the message, asking them not to give chase, but Heartbreak Valley members were still chasing and fighting with them for a short distance and stopped when they left by a spatial tunnel. Sima Yu saw that all the Cloud Cave members left. She called out happily when she saw Old Man Devil walking over. Master. Old Man Devil glared at her and said, little guy, you can't just call me master as you like although you just saved me. You. Before he finished his sentence, he widened his eyes when he saw Thousand Resonance remove the fusion between him and Sima Yu. Previous chapter. You're Yu. Old Man Devil was surprised and laughed. He went up to her and gave her a hug. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see my precious disciple when I just came back. Back. Master, don't say it out loud, I can't let others know that I'm back. We'll talk about the details when we get back. This. Sima Yu looked at the valley that was almost level to the ground. Seems like we can only put up with this. I don't think we can live here anymore, we'll talk later. Let everyone recuperate first. Alright. Then I'll bring people along to fix up the protective array so that everyone can recuperate inside. Sure. Sorry for the trouble. Liang Wuming said gratefully. We'll take our leave now. Few of you, come with me. Sima Yu called out for Heartbreak Valley's array master and went to fix up a bigger protective array. Old Man Devil's jaw dropped from shock when he saw Sima Yu walked away just like that. Since when did our Sima Yu become so powerful? A lot of things happen when you're not around. You missed her growing phase. Liang Wuming continued, your disciple grew up to a respectable level just in a few decades. What? Old Man Devil became more surprised. Tell me, what has she been through these years? So Liang Wuming told him everything that he knew about Sima Yu while Sima Yu was fixing up the array. He added, these are what we know but I believe there are more things that we don't know about. Old Man Devil was stunned, he needed to digest it. How did he get such a talented disciple? Also, he didn't teach her how to refine pills, and the days they talked weren't that long either, adding up to only a few days. He was conflicted. Would she still acknowledge such an incompetent master since she was so talented? But, come to think that she was so talented, he as a master had the honor. Sima Yu fixed up the array. She came back to see Old Man Devil frowning and smiling. Master, what happened? Are you still bleeding? Have you taken your pills? She asked in concern. Old Man Devil hugged her, seeing how she cared about him, and said, Yu, master is incompetent. You experienced so much by yourself. Would you blame master and don't want me anymore? So he was actually troubled about this. She patted his back and said, Master, what are you thinking about? Once you become my master, you'll forever be my master. Why would I not acknowledge you? Sob, I'm touched. Alright master, everyone is looking at you. I forgot about it in a shock. But mine are just external injuries, it's not that serious, so I don't need these pills. Not long after, the light of the array shined outside of the array. Ying Baichuan brought a group of people here. He was shocked upon seeing Divine Devil Valley in a mess. Why were there so many losses? They wanted to go in, but he noticed that the array was different. Just when they were going to contact Liang Wuming, an entrance opened up, letting them in. Ying Baichuan took a look. He didn't care if it was a trap. He told the people behind him, I'll go in and take a look first. You guys come in after I made sure it's safe. It's better that we go in. You can lead better than anyone here if anything happens. No, I'll go in. Young Valley Master. If anything happens to the valley, hey, are you guys coming in or not? Nie suddenly appeared behind the array and gave everyone. Isn't he one of the 10 great evils? He's with Young Valley Master Yu. That means it's safe inside. Someone recognized Nie. With that said, it was safe inside. Let's go in. After everyone went in, the array closed up again. Not long after Ying Baichuan went in, he saw many wounded members. Master. Hall Master. Baichuan, you guys are back. How is it there? Liang Wuming asked. Everything is smooth there. Most of the Cloud Cave and black-robed men were killed by us, but some escaped. Ying Baichuan continued, Master, why is the situation so serious here? They have an array-breaking weapon and it spoiled our plan. Liang Wuming mentioned, go and take a look at others and see if they need help. Yes, Master. Ying Baichuan was surprised seeing Sima Yu. Yu? When did you come back? Sima Yu blinked, seeing how surprised he was, and said, I came back for a while now. Why, didn't Martial Uncle tell you? Were you the one who told Master the news? Ying Baichuan suddenly realized. He was curious from the start, who was the one who told Master about the news, which made him so certain and even set up deployment accordingly. So it was her. Lucky that you're here, if not our losses will be big, we might even be exterminated. Look at you. Although I'm not in the valley most of the time, I'm still a Divine Devil Valley member. Yes. I'll need to see the wounded and death count. Go ahead. I need to go and take a look at those with more serious injuries. They brushed past each other and went on with their business. The result was out quickly. There weren't many deaths, but there was quite a number of injured. As there were Alchemy Hall, they wouldn't be lacking pills, so the injured ones were nothing much. But the one that made them headache the most was how were they going to live here since the valley was destroyed in the battle? Ma Yuanming, who's raised by a beast, I'll kill him when I see him. Everyone was angry seeing the mess in Divine Devil Valley. Being angry wouldn't change anything. Let's wait till we're recovered. We'll definitely flatten their Cloud Cave. We'll make them pay blood for blood. Everyone can't just keep staying here. Half of Divine Devil Valley can't be used anymore. The injured ones need to have a good rest. Liang Wuming said with a heartache. Martial Uncle, why don't you let them recuperate at Heartbreak Valley? It's more spacious there. Let everyone go there first and they can come back after this place is fixed up. Previous chapter.